Chapter 1689. Qingke, what are you doing with Zifen and the others? In the deepest courtyard of the workshop, Li Zishuan walked into the house and asked Li Tai, who was holding a cylindrical object. Behind him were Sun Zifen, Qin Huayu, Li Huairen, Yuqi Baolin, and the others. After Qin Huayu came to report, Li Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and the others also ran over from all corners of the workshop. Oh! Yamacho is here? Li Tai heard the voice and quickly put down the thing in his hands. He turned to Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, we did it. Our experiment was a success. Standing beside Li Tai was Mo Chui from the college's physics department. He was not only a candidate for the next generation of the Mo family, but also the technical backbone of Yanhuang College's trump card project. At this time, he was also excited. Li Zishuan heard this and was a little confused. He asked, Qingke, what did you say? Are you talking about those loudspeakers outside? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, those loudspeakers. Li Tai nodded fiercely. Then he picked up a blueprint and walked quickly to Li Zishuan. He said excitedly, Yamacho, you told me that there were two ways to improve the telephone. One was to add a filter circuit inside the telephone to filter out the noise and make the sound clearer. The other was to add a signal modulation and demodulation circuit to reduce the signal attenuation and let the sound travel farther. Later, I thought about it. The second method is more complicated and needs a long time to study, so I wanted to try the first method these days. I tested a lot of filter circuits with different parameters to make the sound of the phone clearer. Now it seems that we have almost succeeded. I see. When Li Zishuan heard this, he instantly understood. He pinched his chin and nodded, saying, N. Just now, I also heard it from outside. The sound is much clearer than before. The improvement you made is indeed useful. Yes. Not bad, not bad. Qingke, you are very good at doing things. Hee hee. This is all thanks to Mr. Mo Chui and Zifen's help. After being praised by Li Zishuan, Li Tai was a little proud. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, Oh, right, Yamacho. We are not doing this purely to improve the telegraph. I want to install this thing in every corner of the academy. This way, when the academy needs to inform the students and teachers of important matters, they can use this to transmit the information to every corner of the academy. It will be many times more convenient than before. Yamacho, what do you think? Install this thing in the college? Hearing this, Li Zishuan. According to Li Tai's words, this was equivalent to installing a campus radio? Then, in the future, in the college, in the future, the academy is. This thinking, this little fatty's thinking. Li. Yes. It just so happens that the college has already been electrified. It is just the right time to install this thing. Oh, let's call this thing the cable radio in the future. After all, this thing is only used to transmit information over a short distance. Its function is still somewhat different from a telephone. After a pause, Li Zishuan came back to his senses and looked at Li Tai with admiration. Cable radio? Spread it widely. Yamacho is a good name. A glint flashed across Mo Chui's eyes as he cupped his hands with a smile. Hee hee. I also think that Yamacho is a good name. In that case, let's call this thing the cable radio in the future. Li Tai did not have any objections to the name. He smiled and said. Li Zishuan looked at the experiment table full of various machines behind Li Tai. He straightened his face and said, Qingke, whether it's the telephone or the cable radio, they aren't very urgent matters. Your most urgent task right now is to build the 2 telegraph relay stations in Bingzhou and Yunzhou. These 2 days, the teachers of the academy have been busy marking the exam papers. Once the results are released tomorrow, the teachers and students of the academy's trump card project will have to leave for the north. You must finish building and adjusting the 2 telegraph relay stations within 3 months. In truth, Li Tai's campus broadcast had truly surprised Li Zishuan, but that was all. He understood that with the impending war, inventions like the cable radio that could only increase the entertainment value of life were irrelevant. It would be good if they existed, but if they didn't, it would not affect the daily lives of the people of the Great Tang. However, the telegraph relay stations were different. This thing was related to the direction of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks in a few months. It was related to the lives of millions of people in the Great Tang. Thus, Li Zishuan could not help but be anxious. Li Tai said with a solemn expression, "Yamacho, Tai does not dare to forget the task of building the telegraph relay stations. A few days ago, I ordered the craftsmen to start producing the components needed to build the telegraph relay stations and the steam engines needed to build the thermal power stations. These things can only be made in the workshop. They can't be made anywhere else. As for the cable radio, it's something that we made in our free time. I hope that it can be installed in the academy before we go to Taiyuan. This won't affect the construction of the telegraph relay stations." Li Tai was right. Whether it was the telegraph relay stations or the thermal power stations, they were all technologies that surpassed the technology of this era. The components needed could only be built in the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion. This was because the workshop not only had skilled craftsmen, but also some machinery that could not be found anywhere else. It was no exaggeration to say that the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion could represent the most advanced production technology in the world. Mo Choi also interjected, "Yamacho, Qingke is right. The workshop has already gathered a group of top craftsmen to make the components needed for the telegraph relay stations and the thermal power stations. They should be finished the day after tomorrow. As long as the initial tests in the workshop are successful, we can bring these things to Bing Province and Yunzhou." Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. After the initial tests in the workshop are successful the day after tomorrow, you can set off immediately. This time, Mr. Mo still has to preside over the construction of the protective formation and the medical school. He really can't leave. Mo Choi, you'll have to work hard and go with Qingke. The teachers and students in the Academy's trump card project are completely at your disposal. In addition, Qingke, apply to His Majesty for a team of guards to personally escort you to Bing Province and Yunzhou to avoid any accidents." Mo Choi and Li Tai cupped their hands and replied, "Yes." "Yamacho." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes. Then you can continue with your work. I'll go to the steel mill to take a look." Chapter 1690. Hongsheng, how's the forging of the new batch of armor coming along? After leaving the research base of the trump card project, Li Zishuan came to the steel mill. At this time, Zhang Hongsheng was instructing the craftsmen to move things. Li Zishuan went up to him and asked when Zhang Hongsheng was free. "Marquis, you're here?" Zhang Hongsheng heard the voice and quickly turned around. He first wiped the sweat on his forehead, then replied with a smile, "Marquis, you've come at the right time today. The 5,000 sets of plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, and vanadium steel horse armor that you ordered have all been completed today. Now, the craftsmen are bringing the workers from the Riverside workshop to transport the armor here. Tomorrow, Marquis should be able to bring people to transport this batch of armor to the barracks tomorrow." "They've all been completed?" Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and showed a little shock on his face. In just over a month, the workshop had completed 5,000 sets of plate armor, horse lance, and horse armor. This speed was completely miraculous. Of course, the reason for such a fast speed was mainly because the workshop had invested a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources to produce this batch of armor. First of all, in order to produce the armor for so many years, the workshop had invested close to 3,000 craftsmen, not including the civilian workers. Secondly, Kusher Qing was in charge of the Sichuan region, supplying the workshop with a steady stream of vanadium ores, providing a solid material foundation for the production of armor. Lastly, and most importantly, in order to produce new equipment, the workshop had specially developed hydraulic stamping machines, using machines to replace manpower. Naturally, this would greatly increase the production speed of armor and equipment. "Yes. Marquis. If you don't believe me, you can come here tomorrow to count the number." Zhang Hongsheng's face was solemn as he clasped his fist and said, Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. It's not that I don't believe you, I'm just a little surprised. To be able to complete such a difficult task in such a short period of time, it shows that not only are your skills superb, but your leadership skills are also outstanding." Hearing this, Zhang Hongxing let out a sigh of relief. He scratched his head and laughed. "Marquis, you flatter me. To be able to forge 5,000 sets of armor in such a short time, I wouldn't have even dared to think about it in the past. The reason we were able to complete it was mainly due to the large number of craftsmen in our workshop. Also, Marquis, the hydraulic press machine that you previously built played a crucial role. All of this is the result of everyone's hard work day and night. It has nothing to do with me." Li Zishuan patted Zhang Hongxing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Hongxing, you're too modest. To be able to make these thousands of craftsmen work together as one is enough to show your ability. Hee hee. With these new armors, the strength of the imperial court will definitely be stronger than before." Hearing this, Zhang Hongxing's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Marquis, is there going to be a war in the imperial court soon?" This fellow was usually immersed in forging and naturally did not hear about the recent tense situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks. In addition, ordinary people did not know the exact time of the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. Only the civil and military officials knew the approximate time. Li Zishuan's face turned serious and he nodded. "Yes. Yes. This war concerns the fate of the Tang Empire." Chapter 1691. Faubert, who had been an artisan all his life, knew better than anyone else how important the machine tool Li Zishuan described was. Li Zishuan calling it the mother of industry was not an exaggeration at all. With this thing, they could quickly produce standard parts of uniform sizes and machines to produce other industrial products. It was simply the mother machine of industry. In addition, Faubert's concerns were very realistic. After all, not long ago, Yanhuang College, which had many experts protecting it, had been attacked by the Turkic state preceptor. Many confidential information had been stolen. He was just an old man with one foot in the grave. How could he protect such a huge secret for Li Zishuan? But to Li Zishuan, Faubert was the person who had been with him the longest. His loyalty was definitely higher than anyone else's, so he would give the machine tool blueprint to Faubert. However, after the Turkic state preceptor's theft of the Academy's information, he had to pay attention to the issue of safety. "Faubert, you are a person of virtue and prestige. You are the most worthy person to entrust these blueprints to. However, what you said just now also has a certain degree of truth. After all, these blueprints are of great importance. It is inevitable that there will be people coveting them. When the time comes, it will bring you danger. If that happens, I will really die 1,000 times." After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan looked at Faubert and solemnly said, "Therefore, for the sake of safety, it is better to store these blueprints in the Academy's confidential archives. Faubert, if you need to consult them, you can directly go to the Academy's archives to consult. If necessary, you can also copy some of the blueprints for production purposes." After the Turkic state preceptor's theft of the Academy's information, not only did Li Er pay more attention to the Academy's security, but the Academy itself also did a lot of work in this regard. First was the recruitment of more than 500 guards. This was being carried out in an orderly manner. Another was the construction of the mountain protecting formation. This was gradually being carried out under Mo Huai's leadership. After everything was ready, Yanhuang College would be the safest place in the entire Lantian County. It was believed that even if the Turkic state preceptor came again, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Hearing this, Faubert nodded with a smile. "Yes. Young master's arrangement should be the best." Li Zishuan rolled up the blueprints on the table again. Then he continued, "Faubert, these machine tools have extremely high requirements for precision, and it is extremely difficult to produce them. And I'm afraid that a lot of energy will be consumed in this process. It's just a matter of the best craftsmanship and the highest quality machine tools. We don't ask for the fastest speed. Only the best craftsmanship and the highest quality, the highest. As a modern man, Li Zixuan understood better than anyone how difficult it was to produce machine tools. When the new China was first established, its industrial foundation was extremely backward and it urgently needed all kinds of machine tools. But at that time, due to the technological blockade by the Western powers, the new China could only buy the finished machine tools, but not the technology to manufacture them. In the end, in order to realize the independent production of machine tools, countless scientists worked day and night, painstakingly for several years, before finally creating a machine tool. The Great Tang's current industrial foundation was undoubtedly weaker than when the new China was first established. It was even more difficult to manufacture machine tools. Even with a prophet like him guiding the way, there were still many difficulties in actually doing it. Chapter 1692. Qiyue Wui. Qi Shi. Not as good as Zi's clothes, peaceful and auspicious. Qiyue Wui. Lu Shi. Not as good as Zi's clothes, peaceful and auspicious. Li Zixuan returned to Yunshan and coincidentally met Wang Ji, who was humming a tune as he walked down the mountain. Having transmigrated to this era, Li Zixuan had experienced the influence of many great scholars around him. Very quickly, he was able to distinguish what Wang Ji was humming. It was the Qin Feng, Naked, from the Book of Songs. Modern people usually only studied and appreciated the Book of Songs from a purely literary point of view. Little did they know that every line in the Book of Songs was a beautiful line of lyrics. It was more commonly treated as a song in ancient times. Listening to Wang Ji's melodious and rhythmic hum, Li Zixuan paused and savored it. When Wang Ji walked up to him, he couldn't help but interrupt. "Mr. Wang, what happy occasion did you catch? Why are you so happy?" "Yo. It's Yamacho." Wang Ji was immersed in humming and didn't notice other people on the side of the road. When he heard Li Zixuan's voice, he subconsciously paused and turned his head to look. Then, he smiled and walked up to him. "Haha. I finally finished marking the papers. Of course I'm happy. Sigh. There are too many papers. Our academy needs to recruit a new batch of teachers." This time, if Mr. Yen hadn't used the assembly line method that Mountain Head Elder suggested and mobilized everyone in the academy to mark the papers, it would have been impossible to finish marking more than 10,000 papers in 3 days. This time, there were nearly 10,000 people participating in the Yanhuang College's medical and engineering entrance exams. There were more than 10,000 papers accumulated. Under normal circumstances, with the current number of teachers in the academy, it would be impossible to finish marking so many papers without at least 10 days to half a month. However, they couldn't let the students from all over the Tang Empire wait in Chang and for 10 days to half a month, could they? At the crucial moment, Yen Sila made a prompt decision and decided to use the assembly line work method. Questions with fixed answers such as multiple choice, fill in the blank, and judgment questions were given to teachers who didn't specialize in the subject and other people who could read, such as the guards of the academy, the editors in the editorial department of Datong Daily, and the scribes urgently sent by Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Qingqian, to mark them. The rest of the questions, and policy questions that had more flexible answers were given to teachers who specialized in the subject to mark. In these 3 days, the teachers who were marking the papers in the academy could only sleep for 4 to 6 hours a day, let alone leave the academy. They ate, drank, and lived in the academy. In addition, all the papers in the entrance exam were covered. Moreover, every paper that had been marked was checked by a special person, so generally, there wouldn't be a situation where students and teachers colluded with each other to cheat. It was because of this assembly line work method and the hard work of all the workers in the academy that Yanhuang College was able to finish marking all the papers in the entrance exam on the eve of the release of the results. Of course, this incident also exposed a serious problem that the academy was facing at the moment, and that was the lack of teachers. Especially when the next batch of students came, the lack of teachers would be more serious, so this problem had to be solved as soon as possible. The academy is indeed in urgent need of teachers. I have already discussed this matter with Mr. Kong Gue. After tomorrow, we will start to recruit teachers. A few days ago, Datong Daily has already published a notice for teachers in the academy. I believe this problem will be solved soon. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Ji and said. Wang Ji shook his head, sighed, and said, Sigh. It's troublesome to recruit these people. Who knows, we might even have to tutor them. We won't have any free time. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, the teachers of classics and mathematics don't need special guidance because the Academy's classics and mathematics teaching materials have long been circulated outside. However, the teachers of physics, chemistry, and geography need specific guidance from the original teachers of the Academy. After all, they have never learned this knowledge before. But this doesn't matter. Didn't the current teachers of the Academy start from scratch? When Yanhuang College was established last year, many people didn't even know what engineering was. This caused the Academy to be in a great predicament when recruiting teachers. In the end, Li Zishuan took a special approach. He first recruited a group of people with strong learning abilities, flexible minds, and not pedantic pedantry. Then, he let these people start school a month earlier than the students. Because the first month of school was military training, these people had 2 months to study the Academy's teaching materials. Moreover, Li Zishuan also formulated a strict assessment, reward, and punishment system. Fortunately, in the end, all the teachers passed. Wang Ji even obtained the first place in the chemistry group and became the subject leader of the chemistry group in the Academy. Engineering had been developed for nearly a year. The classics and mathematics teaching materials in the Academy were not confidential to the public. Now, the classics and mathematics teaching materials of the Academy could be bought in every county in the Tang Empire. Therefore, in this year, there were probably many masters of mathematics among the people. But why didn't these people participate in the Yanhuang College's entrance examination? It was mainly because they didn't fit the age requirement. Yanhuang College's admission age was 12 and below. However, those who didn't fit the age requirement but had outstanding mathematics ability weren't unable to get into Yanhuang College. They could apply for the teachers of Yanhuang College. Therefore, in theory, the teachers recruited by the mathematics department of the Academy this year were much better than last year's. But physics, chemistry, and geography were different. The teaching materials for these 3 subjects were classified in the Academy, and students were not allowed to take them out of the Academy, much less buy them outside. Li Zishuan would never allow these books that could rapidly increase the people's understanding of the natural world and their understanding of tools to be leaked to other countries. At the very least, before the Great Tang became invincible in the world, he would not allow these teaching materials to be made available to the outside world. Therefore, the recruitment of teachers for the 3 departments of the Academy was actually similar to last year's. They would pick some people with good aptitude to apply what they have learned. The only difference was that after these people were recruited this year, there would be many seniors guiding them in their learning. Haha. Back then, when the teachers of the Academy were collectively assessed, I almost lost my life to fight with Yan Kongue. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. If Yamacho doesn't have any other instructions, this old man will go down the mountain for a drink. Wang Ji laughed and said half-jokingly. He was talking about last year's examination organized by Li Zishuan after the teachers of the Academy had self-studied for 2 months. At that time, in order to get first place in the chemistry group and win the bet with Yen Silu, he studied day and night for 2 months. In the end, after the examination, he directly fainted. Haha. Mr. Wang, please wait for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Li Zishuan smiled. He suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said. Oh. What is it? Wang Ji stopped in his tracks and asked curiously. Haha. This isn't the place to talk. Mr. Wang, please follow me to the meeting room. I won't take up too much of your time. Haha. Okay. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the meeting room on the first floor of the Academy's Guanghua building. Li Zishuan took out a piece of xian paper and handed it to Wang Ji. Wang Ji took a look and saw that the paper was full of strange symbols. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely think that it was scribbles. However, Wang Ji could see that this piece of xian paper was full of chemical equations. Yamacho, this is. Wang Ji's face suddenly became serious. He had a hunch that what Li Zishuan was going to say next was very important. This was because in the chemical equations written on this piece of paper, there were a few chemicals that he had never seen before. To be precise, he had never seen the real thing, not the chemical symbols. Li Zishuan stood up and said with his hands behind his back, I plan to ask the workshop to build a few special lathes. These lathes need a new alloy, and the new alloy needs a few new metal materials. I have just told Faubert to look for the corresponding mineral veins for these new metal materials. I believe that it won't be long before the new ores are shipped back. When the time comes, I would like to ask Mr. Wang to help me refine the ores. This piece of paper has recorded the refining principles and conditions for these ores. Please keep it well, Mr. Wang. What? New metal materials? Wang Ji heard this and suddenly stood up. He said excitedly, Yamacho, are we going to find new metal materials? That's great. Speaking of this, he took the piece of paper in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. Then he murmured, tungsten, molybdenum, chromium, Yamacho, there is finally hope to add 3 new actual members to the periodic table of chemical elements that you previously wrote. When Li Zishuan was writing chemistry textbooks, he encountered a very awkward problem. In this era, there were many chemical elements that people could not recognize. Chemistry was mainly about the way to transform the elements. If they did not even have the basic material elements, how could they write textbooks? In the end, he still couldn't solve this problem. He could only act as a charlatan and, prophetically, put the complete periodic table of chemical elements in the textbooks. The textbooks often involved some unknown substances. Li Zishuan always told the teachers in the academy that although these substances weren't found yet, they would definitely be found in the future. Therefore, verifying the accuracy of the periodic table of chemical elements became the lifelong pursuit and goal of all the teachers in Yanhuang College's chemistry department. Now that he heard that Li Zishuan might find 3 new metal materials, how could Wang Ji not be excited? Yes. That's right. Li Zishuan nodded and then said solemnly, these metal materials have a wide range of uses. Extracting them as soon as possible will be very important for the future development of Tang Empire's industry. I'll be leaving Lantian County the day after tomorrow. I'll leave these matters to Mr. Wang. If there are any problems, remember to ask Qin Ke to contact me. Wang Ji immediately cupped his hands and said solemnly, yes. Yamacho. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said half-jokingly, all right. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb Mr. Wang from going down the mountain to drink. Haha. Haha. No disturbances. No disturbances. Yamacho, if you can find a few more new materials, I'm willing to not drink for a month. Chapter 1693. Li Zishuan turned around and left the conference room. Wang Ji carefully folded the paper full of chemical symbols and put it in his arms. He patted it to make sure it was in good shape before he left the teaching building and went to the workshop at the foot of the mountain. After obtaining such a big secret, Wang Ji didn't care about going down the mountain to drink. He just wanted to join the scientific research. What he said to Li Zishuan just now was not a joke. If Li Zishuan could really find a few more new substances, he, as an old drunkard, was willing to give up drinking for a month. This was Wang Ji's obsession. He hoped that he could see all the elements in the periodic table of chemical elements being found and verified one by one in his lifetime. That way, even if he died, he could die with a clear mind. Wang Ji used to be half a Taoist priest. In addition to studying, his biggest hobby was drinking. Of course, as a Taoist priest, it was inevitable that he would come into contact with some alchemy methods. However, Wang Ji didn't have a famous teacher to guide him on the path of Taoism. Even when it came to alchemy, he was still messing around blindly. Last year, he heard that Yanhuang College was an interesting place. Then, under the encouragement of his old friends, he joined Yanhuang College. After coming into contact with the chemistry textbooks compiled by Li Zishuan, he suddenly felt that the door of a new world was opening for him. The periodic table of elements drawn by Li Zishuan was even more shocking to Wang Ji. At first, he didn't believe it, but later on, one chemical experiment after another proved that chemical reactions were the way to transform elements. Although many elements in the periodic table of elements couldn't be found, the chemical reactions of existing elements could indirectly prove the validity of the periodic table of elements. In addition, this year, Li Zishuan sent Fu Bin to Sichuan to look for vanadium ore. What was amazing was that Fu Bin actually found it in Sichuan. Later on, Wang Ji refined vanadium according to the method provided by Li Zishuan. This made Wang Ji completely believe in Li Zishuan's periodic table of chemistry, and also made Wang Ji worship Li Zishuan like a god. In Wang Ji's eyes, the chemistry textbooks and periodic table of elements compiled by Li Zishuan were worthy of being called the Heavenly Book, a heavenly book that predicted all the chemical elements that existed in nature. Wang Ji didn't know why Li Zishuan was able to write the periodic table of elements, compile the chemistry textbooks, and accurately predict the chemical elements that were unknown but did exist. He didn't know, but he didn't dare to ask, because he was born as a human being. He was in awe of the heavens and the earth, but he was even more in awe of the gods. After Li Zishuan told Wang Ji about the matter of refining the ore, he didn't immediately leave Yunshan. Instead, he went to find Yan Silu to discuss the recruitment of teachers for the academy. According to his plan, he would go to the military camp the day after tomorrow. Therefore, when the academy recruited teachers, he definitely wouldn't be able to make it. That night when the academy was attacked, Li Gang was seriously injured. Although he was later rescued and his body was fine, he was after all an old man. That injury had damaged his vitality. Now, Li Gang's energy was much weaker than before. Therefore, the overall teaching affairs of the academy were slowly handed over to Yan Silu. As the academy had just finished marking all the entrance examination papers in the afternoon, Yan Silu was organizing the mathematics teachers to tally the scores. Li Zishuan waited outside the office for a long time before Yan Silu was free to leave. Chapter 1694. Yamacho, you've come to the academy? After chatting with Yan Silu for a while, Li Zishuan left the teaching building and prepared to go down the mountain to return to the county. He didn't expect to meet Li Ku, who was also preparing to go down the mountain, at the entrance of the mountain path. Li Ku was pleasantly surprised to see Li Zishuan. He quickly stopped and greeted him. Actually, ever since he returned from the north, Li Zishuan had rarely seen Li Zishuan in the academy. One reason was because Li Zishuan was busy with work in the imperial court. For example, when the dragon sect attacked Chang'an city, if not for Li Zishuan's preparation, the Tang Empire might have suffered a great loss. Another reason was that Li Zishuan also had a lot of work to deal with in the workshop. Adding both sides together, he could not leave. This directly caused the number of times he came to the academy to sharply decrease. Yes. I'm here to discuss some matters with Mr. Yen. Li Zishuan smiled and replied. Then, he asked, Little Ku, are you going down the mountain to return to Chang'an? Li Zishuan asked because Li Ku had a blue bag slung over his shoulder. Of course, looking at the scene before him, Li Zishuan had to sigh that the Yanhuang Academy, with its strict system, was really a good place to train people. Thinking back to the days when Li Ku, Li Tai, Qing Chimo, and Zhang Sun Chong were the second generation of the royal family or young masters who lived like princes. Weren't they surrounded by servants and attendants wherever they went? At that time, no one would be willing to carry the burden from Chang'an to Lantian County, let alone let them carry the burden. Now, after a year of training in Yanhuang College, these pampered children had gradually learned to be independent. This was a good thing. After all, the future of the Tang Empire belonged to the young people. When Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, and Zhang Sun Wuji's generation grew old, these young people would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Tang Empire. And with their pampered temperament, they would definitely not be able to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Yes. The Academy's classes for this semester have ended, and I can't interfere with the killer project at the workshop. You know, Yamacho, I'm not good at investigating things, so I want to go back to Chang'an to completely rectify the internal problems of the Yanhuang Bank. After all, when the students and the Yamacho went north to exterminate the locusts, we discovered many corruption problems in the bank. Li Ku tightened the bag on his shoulder, and looked at Li with a respectful expression. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. Only then did he recall that half a month ago, when they were heading north to exterminate the locusts, they had encountered the shopkeeper of the Xinfeng County branch of the Yanhuang Bank, Jin Wanfu, who had accepted bribes from the local grain merchants and illegally lent out loans. As the issuing organization of the Great Tang's official banknotes, the Yanhuang Bank bore too much of Li Zishuan's expectations. This was an extremely important department, and Li Zishuan would not allow any parasites to exist in it. Thus, he had ordered his men to arrest Jin Wanfu and hand him over to the imperial court for investigation. Yes. Regarding the reform of the bank's supervision system, it must be implemented as soon as possible. You are the most suitable person to handle this matter. I hope that the Yanhuang Bank's gold-robed guards can be established as soon as possible. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan patted Li Ke's shoulder, and said in a serious tone. Chapter 1695. When they returned to the county town, the sky was gradually darkening. Li Jingma, Yi Yuzhu, and Yi Guizhong were chatting in the main hall. Han Yushi was not there. At this time, she must be in the kitchen arranging for someone to make dinner. Although Li Zishuan was now a marquis and the Li family had become a noble, Li Jingma, Yi Yuzhu, and Han Yushi did not have the arrogant, cold, and arrogant attitude of a noble. Usually, Han Yushi and Madame Li would personally participate in the kitchen when they had time. Although this made the work of the Li family's cook much easier, it did not make her feel relaxed at all. After all, her duty in the Li family was to cook. Xian is back. As soon as Li Zishuan stepped into the front hall, Yi Yuzhu stood up from her chair and said with a loving expression. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, what are you all talking about? This child can hear your laughter from far away. Li Zishuan smiled and said. Humph. You child, I can't see you all day long. If it wasn't for the dark, you would have forgotten that you still have a home in the county town. Li Jingma did not give his son any face. He coldly snorted and said with a dark face. He couldn't be blamed for his sharp tongue. It was just that Li Zishuan had been running outside every day. In the past few months, excluding the time he spent eating and sleeping at home, the amount of time Li Zishuan spent at home was pitifully little. This made Li Jingma, who thought that after his son became a high-ranking official, he would not have to worry about food and clothing, and that the family would be able to enjoy the joy of a family reunion together. Li Zishuan's expression froze, and his face was filled with embarrassment. Yi Yuzhu rolled her eyes at Li Jingma and said, You old thing, our son runs out because he is busy with official business. Xian, works so hard. In the end, isn't it for our family? In the end, you're here making sarcastic remarks. Do you still look like a father? After being scolded by Yi Yuzhu, Li Jingma's face turned red. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. After all, Yi Yuzhu's family was sitting across from him. However, if he didn't say anything, he would lose face. He was in a dilemma. It's too hard for me. In the end, Li Jingma sighed and decided not to say anything. Mother. Don't say that, father. I've been too busy recently and couldn't be by your side to fulfill my filial duties. It's my fault. Father is right. Li Zishuan looked at his father sympathetically, but they were father and son after all. He hurriedly stepped forward to help his father out. Haha. You brat. Mrs. Li smiled and said, Mother and your father are still healthy and healthy. We don't need you to stay by our side and take care of them. You just need to focus on your business. But my son, don't tire yourself out. Haha. Little Xian, in grandmother's opinion, if you and Yushi can give birth to a chubby grandson for your father, even if you don't come back for 10 days or half a month, your father won't say anything. Looking at the warm daily life of this family, Mrs. Yi, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help but laugh. As soon as she finished speaking, the room suddenly quieted down. Li Jingma couldn't help but sit up straight. His eyes flashed with a hint of desire. Obviously, Mrs. Ye's words had really poked his heart. He and Yi Yuzhu had children late in life. Now that Li Zishuan had finally started his own family, the two of them weren't young anymore. It was time for them to have grandchildren. Being urged to have a child by his grandmother, no matter how thick-skinned Li Zixuan was, he couldn't help but blush. After all, this was a matter between him and Han Yushi. How could it be brought up in public? Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, it's time to eat. Husband, you're back. Just as the room fell into a honeyed silence, Han Yushi walked in and broke the silence. After seeing Li Zixuan in the hall, Han Yushi's face was slightly happy. However, a trace of imperceptible shyness flashed in her eyes. Wife, you've worked hard. Li Zixuan nodded at Han Yushi. Haha. Since that's the case, let's eat first. Little Xian has been running around outside all day. He must be hungry. Yushi, let the servants serve the dishes. Although Mrs. Li also wanted to follow Mrs. Ye's wishes and let Li Zixuan quickly give birth to a chubby son for the old couple, now that Han Yushi was also here, it wasn't appropriate to talk about this. Therefore, she hurriedly said to Han Yushi as if nothing had happened. Yes. Mother. Han Yushi responded, then turned around and went out to instruct the servants to serve the dishes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Li Zixuan seemed to have heard Han Yushi's soft sigh. He thought to himself, could it be that my wife had been standing outside for a while? Father, mother, the new batch of equipment for the Black Armored Army that His Majesty had ordered has been completed. I plan to bring those things to the army camp in the morning after tomorrow. In the next few months, I might not have the opportunity to come back. When dinner was almost finished, Li Zixuan suddenly put down his bowl and chopsticks and spoke apologetically. Previously, Li Zixuan had complained that his son was always away from home. Now, he had suggested that he would be away from home for a long time. Facing the two elders in front of him, it would be a lie if he said that he didn't feel guilty. As soon as he finished speaking, the lively dining table suddenly quieted down and the atmosphere became somewhat gloomy. Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu also put down their bowls and chopsticks, a trace of worry flashing across their faces. In fact, on the day that Li Zixuan was appointed as an adjutant of the Black Armored Army, the two of them had already mentally prepared themselves for Li Zixuan to enter the army camp. However, the incident of going up north to exterminate locusts had been in the middle of it for almost a month. Now that Li Zixuan mentioned it again, the two elders were somewhat caught off guard. Go. Without everyone, how can there be a small family? Only when the Tang Empire is strong and prosperous and no longer has to be afraid of external harassment can we live in peace. Since His Majesty thinks so highly of you, then go. You don't have to worry about the family. Your father and mother can take care of themselves. Besides, don't we still have Yushi? Unexpectedly, the person who spoke up to persuade Li Zixuan was actually Li Jingma. Although Old Man Li had grumbled about Li Zixuan earlier, that was only a private joke. In the face of a serious matter, Old Man Li was still very clear about what was right and what was wrong. Madame Li opened her mouth, but in the end, she swallowed the words of urging him to stay. In the end, she still worriedly reminded, Xian, mother doesn't care where you go. You must ensure that you are safe and healthy, do you understand? Li Zixuan nodded and said, Mother. Don't worry. With my abilities, there aren't many people in this world who can hurt me. Besides, I'm only going to the army camp this time. It's very safe. Only going to the army camp? Actually, even Li Zixuan didn't believe these words. Since Li Er had made him the Black Armored Army adjutant and let him train the Black Armored Army to adapt to the new equipment, then in the future war between Tang and the Turks, Li Er would very likely let Li Zixuan accompany the army. This war was the fate of the country and also fate. Li Zixuan couldn't escape from it. Besides, the battle at Longmen Pass also allowed Li Zixuan to see the combat power of the world's #1 Turkic wolf cavalry. When the Turkic army arrived at Longmen Pass, Li Zixuan was severely injured and unconscious, but he was conscious at that time. He could clearly hear the roars of the mountains and the shaking of the mountains below the city walls. In addition, he had heard from Xian Qing about the dangers of the battle at Longmen Pass and also heard from Qing Yao Jin about the desperate pursuit of the Turkic wolf cavalry. This gave Li Zishuan a more direct understanding of the current strength of the Turks. The Turks were truly powerful. In history, the Great Tang had relied heavily on luck to defeat the Turks. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. But the Turks had yet to encounter a natural disaster, and the Great Tang didn't have the support of the heavens in the war with the Turks. Could the Great Tang really win? This was an unknown. After coming to this world for more than a year, Li Zishuan had already assimilated himself into this era. He had the pride of a Tang person in his bones. His family, lovers, and friends all lived on this land. He wouldn't allow all that he had to be destroyed by the Turks. Thus, if Li Er wanted him to go to the battlefield, he would definitely do it without hesitation. He wanted to personally eliminate this uncertain factor, the Turks, with his own hands. But even so, he didn't dare to say that he wanted to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, his two elders would definitely be worried sick. After all, he was the only son of the Li clan. Since you're going to the army camp, you should prepare tomorrow. The military rules are strict. You have to be careful and not be impulsive. Understand? Li Jingma said after a moment of silence. I understand, father. Li Zishuan hurriedly replied. Li Jingma nodded, then put down his chopsticks and got up. This old man is tired. You guys continue eating. This old man is going back to his room to rest. Then, he turned and left. Father Li was tired. Mother is also full. Eat slowly. After you're done, accompany Yushi. Madame Li forced a smile on her face, said a few words, and left. Little Xian, national affairs are important, but you have to consider your father and mother's feelings. It really wasn't easy for the two of them to bring you up. That's all I have to say. This old man is also going back to rest. Yi Guizhong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said a few words. But then he hesitated. Finally, he sighed and left with Madame Yi. Li Zishuan was silent. He understood the hidden meaning in Yi Guizhong's words. It was nothing more than letting Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu have a grandson as soon as possible so that the Li clan would have descendants. Only then would the two elders have something to rely on. After all, there were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants was the worst. This was a concept that had been passed down for thousands of years in Chinese. No one could change it. But his wife was indeed still young. It was not suitable for her to have a child now. Li Zishuan watched the 2 elders of the Yi clan leave, then looked at Han Yushi beside him. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. Chapter 1696. Husband, let's have a child, shall we? After dinner, Li Zishuan, Yi Yuzhu, and the 2 elders of the Yi family all returned to their rooms to rest. The elders all left Li Zishuan at home for Han Yushi. For some reason, Han Yushi was especially active tonight. After a round of making love, she leaned over to Li Zishuan's ear and whispered. Child. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be startled. In his previous life, he was a human and had never been a father. In this life, it was the same. A father was a completely unfamiliar character to him, which made him somewhat stunned. No. Not yet. Wife, you are still too young. If you have a child now, it will harm your foundation and cause you to fall ill. A moment later, Li Zishuan came back to his senses. He firmly shook his head and said. Husband, this concubine is almost 16. I'm not young anymore. Han Yushi couldn't help but roll her eyes and say. Although Li Zishuan had patiently explained to her many times before on the issue of having a child, every time she saw a woman of her age whose child was now soy sauce, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were kind people and had always treated her as their own daughter, so they had never mentioned this matter in front of her. They were afraid that she would have thoughts, but it was precisely because Father Li and Mrs. Li treated her like this that she should be even more grateful. Even if they didn't say it, Han Yushi could feel the 2 elders' obsession with holding a grandson. 16 years old? You're not young anymore. Li Zishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this age, if it was in modern times, she would still be in high school, okay? Before dinner, did you hear what grandmother said? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and asked. He was talking about the joke that old Madame Yi had said about letting Li Zishuan give birth to a grandson for Li Jingma as soon as possible. Han Yushi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she softly acknowledged. At that time, she originally came in to inform the several elders in the family to prepare for dinner. Coincidentally, she heard old Madame Ye's joke outside the door. Grandmother was just joking. Wife, you don't have to take it to heart. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's jade-like back and comforted her. Then, he said, don't be in a hurry to have children. When your body grows up and your physique becomes stronger, we'll consider having children. I don't want my wife to have a lifelong illness because of a child. It turns out that I am so important in my husband's heart. When Han Yushi heard this, she couldn't help but feel touched. In this era where the concept of, there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst, was deeply rooted, most women were actually just tools for reproduction to men. A man like Li Zishuan who would rather have a child later than let his woman take the risk was really rare. However, it was precisely because Li Zishuan was so good to her that Han Yushi wanted to repay him even more. At this time, she pursed her lips, shook her head, and said softly, actually, the reason why I'm saying this isn't because of what grandmother said in the front hall today. It's because I really want to have a child. Husband will go to the military camp the day after tomorrow. I know my husband's character. If His Majesty wants my husband to go to the battlefield in the future, my husband will definitely not hesitate to put on his armor and go to the battlefield. I want to give birth to a child for my husband. This way, my husband will have one more concern and will do his best to protect himself. It had to be said that the person who understood Li Zishuan the most was actually the person who slept next to him. Although Li Zishuan said that he was only going to the military camp and not to the battlefield, Han Yushi knew in her heart that when the imperial court needed Li Zishuan to go to the battlefield one day, Li Zishuan would definitely go to the front line personally to kill the enemy. In the end, the words that Li Zishuan had comforted Li Jingma and the others in the front hall could not deceive Han Yushi. Giving birth to a child was just to give you one more concern and to let you do your best to protect yourself. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel his heart soften. He turned his head and gently kissed the forehead of the beauty in his arms. He sighed softly and said, Wife, don't worry. With you, father, mother, and your husband will not bear to die no matter what. Don't mention the matter of children again. Your body is still too weak now. Although she knew that Li Zishuan was concerned about her, Han Yushi still couldn't help but pout and say, Husband, I am not as weak as those ladies from noble families. When I was young, I raised iron egg alone. Besides, I have been practicing the Taiji fist that you taught me before. Recently, I feel that my body is much better than before. Oh. Wife, you are still persisting in practicing the Taiji fist? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in astonishment. He had believed that Han Yushi had long forgotten about this matter. Of course. Pleased with herself, Han Yushi raised her chin and stated, previously, this concubine heard that the reason why Princess Changle's illness was cured was not only due to husband's superior medical skills, but also due to Princess Changle's constant practice of Taiji fist. How could this concubine dare to be lazy? Oh. Then let this husband see to what extent has wife practiced. Somewhat curious, Li Zishuan pinched Han Yushi's wrist. A strand of soft Daoist Jinqi entered Han Yushi's body. Han Yushi felt a wave of warm energy flow through her limbs and bones. Afterwards, she heard Li Zishuan cry out in surprise. Wife, you've actually managed to sense qi. Inconceivable. This is too inconceivable. That's right, Li Zishuan had discovered a strand of Daoist Jinqi in Han Yushi's dantian. Although that strand of Daoist Jinqi was very weak, it had been detected by Li Zishuan. How could Li Zishuan not be astonished? It must be known that there were millions upon millions of people in this world who wished to learn martial arts. However, those who were able to absorb qi into their bodies and cultivate Jinqi were less than 1 in 1,000. Who would have thought that it would be Chang'e and now Han Yushi? These two people had coincidentally managed to absorb qi into their bodies. This was truly too unimaginable. Could it be that these two women were both martial arts geniuses? Why had he not discovered this before? Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Sense qi? Husband, what is sense qi? Although her husband was a martial arts grandmaster, Han Yushi knew nothing about martial arts. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, she was somewhat apprehensive and somewhat curious. It is Jinqi. Wife, your body now has a strand of Jinqi, the type of Jinqi that only martial artists possess. This is really rare. However, no matter what, this will only be beneficial to you. Wife, you don't have to worry about it. Li Zishuan paused and explained. Oh. Does that mean that this concubine's body is indeed much better than before? Han Yushi's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked. She was not interested in the affairs of martial artists. She only wanted to know, yes. You can say that. Li Zishuan pinched his chin and nodded. Although this strand of Jinqi was extremely weak and Han Yushi did not know how to use it, it could imperceptibly improve a person's physique. Therefore, Han Yushi was indeed much healthier than ordinary women now. Han Yushi was delighted. She turned over and sat on Li Zishuan's body. With a face full of excitement, she said, Husband, does that mean we can have a child? Li Zishuan was speechless. It turned out that this woman was still thinking about this. Alright, since there was no problem with her body and the other party was willing, what else could he say as a man? Haha. Since my wife wants to fight, then I am willing to risk my life to accompany her. Haha. Yes. It's time to get up. The next day, Li Zishuan, who had recently gotten used to waking up early, slept until the third quarter of the morning before waking up. Facing the dazzling sunlight outside the window, Li Zishuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched lazily. However, he found that there was still a person lying on his arm. Recalling the several punitive expeditions and crazy entanglements last night, he rubbed his old waist with some lingering fear. He thought to himself that when this woman went crazy, even a martial arts master could not handle it. Yes. Han Yushi, who was sleeping, let out a very soft murmur and subconsciously tightened the quilt for herself. Li Zishuan smiled. He thought to himself that this woman must have been exhausted last night, right? Li Zishuan carefully pulled his arm out and then quietly got out of bed to put on his clothes. Although the warmth of the woman was intoxicating, he still had important matters to attend to today. He could not laze around in bed the whole day, could he? At this time, Li Jingma and the others had already eaten breakfast. However, it did not matter. The kitchen quickly served hot rice and hot dishes. Li Zishuan ate his breakfast hastily and left the house. What he did not know was that in the east courtyard of the Lord Protector's manor, there was a detective drama going on. How long did they last night? In reply to Madam, Young Master and Young Madam probably, until the middle of the night. Ah. The middle of the night? Isn't this too long? Old Master, do you think little Xian might have overindulged and damaged his body? When Madame Li saw that Li Zishuan had left the house, she immediately called over Li Zishuan's personal maid, Xiao He, to secretly spy for information. Hearing Madame Li's words, Li Jingma's old face could not help but darken. As a parent, it was hard to say these things out of concern for their son and daughter-in-law. But now, the words that came out of Madame Li's mouth. What kind of words were these? Overindulgence, was this something a mother should say? It should be fine. Little Xian is after all a martial artist and his physique is much stronger than ordinary people. Seeing that Li Jingma did not reply, Madame Li could not help but roll her eyes. Then, she justified herself and found an answer for herself. She then waved her hand at Xiao He and said, All right, Xiao He, you can leave. What I asked you today, you must not mention it to little Xian and Yushi, understand? Although Xiao He was thick-skinned, her cheeks were already flushed red. She hurriedly took her leave. Madam, don't worry. Xiao He will not tell anyone. Xiao He will take her leave. Madame Li nodded. After Xiao He left, she looked at Li Jingma with some excitement and said, "Old master, it looks like little Xian has been enlightened. We will be able to hold a grandson soon." Li Jingma stroked his beard and scolded jokingly, "Humph, this stinking brat." Although that was the case, it was difficult to conceal the smile between his brows. Chapter 1697. Hey! Brother Zheng, why haven't you left yet? Yanhuang College's results are about to be released. That's not it. It's not even 4 minutes yet. Didn't they say that the results would be released at 9? It's true that the results will be released at 9, but there are so many people looking at the results today. If we don't go and get a spot in advance, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to squeeze into the academy later. Damn! Why didn't I think of this? I'm not eating anymore. Let's go quickly. After leaving the Marquis residence and walking on the cement road of the county, Li Zishuan could clearly feel a stream of people heading towards the Cloud Mountain outside the city. These people were basically all students participating in the Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Among the students who came for the exam, quite a number of them chose to stay in Lantian County. After all, compared to Chang and City, this place was closer to Yanhuang College. Previously, some of them might have thought that the accommodations in Lantian County were inferior to those in Chang and City. However, when they arrived in Lantian County, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. The wide and flat streets, the dazzling lineup of shops, and the clean and tidy inns. How was this a small county? It was completely comparable to a bustling city. This was especially true for the Dragon Gate Inn that had just been built in Lantian County. It was luxurious, imposing, and resplendent, stunning everyone. The living conditions inside could be said to be the best of all the inns in the Great Tang. Therefore, the students who were fortunate enough to stay in Longmen Inn could be said to be both physically and mentally happy these few days. After all, whether it was the accommodations or the distance to Yanhuang College, Longmen Inn had an absolute advantage over the other inns in Cheng and City. Lin Wenyuan could be said to have used the Yanhuang College's entrance exam as an opportunity to completely spread the name of the Lin family's Longmen Inn. After these students left Cheng and returned to their respective hometowns, they would promote Lin Wenyuan's Longmen Inn for free. When Lin Wenyuan set up other branches of the inn in other places, he wouldn't have to worry about business at all. People would definitely swarm in to stay there. Li Zishuan sighed internally as he looked at the grand and imposing Dragon Gate Inn. Lin Wenyuan truly had a business acumen. After a moment, he shook his head and walked out of the city with Dabai. There were too many people in the city, so it was not easy for him to ride a horse. Along the way, Li Zishuan saw countless examinees walking in groups. However, very few of them were chatting and laughing. Most of them had very serious expressions on their faces. This situation reminded Li Zishuan of when he was in elementary school in his previous world. He would go to school to get his report card after the end of term exams. He was nervous, but he also had some expectations. He hoped that he would perform better than usual and obtain good results. As someone who had experienced this before, Li Zishuan could understand this kind of contradictory mentality very well. After about 15 minutes, Li Zishuan and his horse finally arrived at the foot of Cloud Mountain. However, when he looked around, he was instantly dumbfounded. He saw that the long and winding path of Cloud Mountain was already packed with people. Among these people, there were examinees who had come to check their results. There were also parents and relatives who had accompanied the examinees to check their results. There were also some vendors selling snacks. These people really knew how to do business. They purposely went to places with a lot of people. This made the already narrow path of Cloud Mountain seem even more crowded. In addition, there were countless horse carriages parked at the foot of the mountain. Presumably, the wealthy young masters who came in horse carriages also understood that it was impossible to climb Cloud Mountain with horse carriages. Thus, they abandoned their horse carriages and walked up the mountain instead. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly. Then, he turned around and patted Dabai's head. "Go into the forest and wait for me." After saying this, he didn't care whether Dabai understood him or not. He put down the reins and walked toward the path of Cloud Mountain. This was the territory of Cloud Mountain. He wasn't worried at all that Dabai would get lost or be stolen. Moreover, Dabai's legs were very strong. If it really started running, no one would be able to catch it. On the mountain path, Li Zishuan slightly released a bit of his protective real qi. An invisible pushing force gently pushed the people around him away. Relying on this skillful force, Li Zishuan arrived at the top of the Cloud Mountain in a short while. He saw that the peak of the mountain was also filled with people. As it wasn't time to release the results yet, the gates of Yanhuang College weren't open yet. Otherwise, with so many examinees swarming in, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be a single person causing trouble inside the college. For safety reasons, he could only wait until the time was almost up before the gates of the college opened. There were many college guards maintaining order at the gates. When they saw Li Zishuan, they hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Yamacho." Mr. Yen and the others are all here, right? Li Zishuan nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. Returning to Yamacho, Mr. Yen and the others are all at Guanghua Tower. The college guard cupped his fists and said, Li Zishuan nodded and then said, "Maintain order well. Don't let them cause trouble." After saying that, he directly walked into the college. Naturally, someone would open the gates for him. "Yes. Yamacho." The guard replied loudly as he looked at Li Zishuan's back. The examinees surrounding the gates of the college suddenly became excited. "Wow! That person just now is the Yamacho from Yanhuang College? The Yamacho from Yanhuang College is actually so young." "That's right. He's much younger than the teachers in our county's official school. Also, the Yamacho from Yanhuang College is the current Marquis Yong'an. He's already a marquis at such a young age. He's really a role model for our generation." These people were obviously examinees from other places. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so surprised to see Li Zishuan. Dad, it's Grandmaster. He's entered the college." In a corner of the crowd, a young man stood on his tiptoes and said excitedly in the direction Li Zishuan left. "How? Don't talk nonsense. When did Marquis become your Grandmaster? Don't say such things to others in the future." Beside the young man stood an old man in luxurious clothes. Who else could it be other than Lin Wenyuan, who Li Zishuan was talking about in the county? The young man beside him was Lin Hao. The reason why he didn't allow Lin Hao to say that Li Zishuan was his grandmaster in front of outsiders was mainly because Lin Wenyuan didn't want to cause trouble for Li Zishuan because of this matter. Today, Lin Wenyuan came to look at the list with his son. Whether Lin Hao could enter Yanhuang College was very important to the Lin family. It could be said that the fate of the Lin family depended on Lin Hao to change it. In this era where the classes of scholars, farmers, and businessmen were strict, merchants were looked down upon the most. The children of merchants would face great obstacles even when they went to school, not to mention the imperial examinations. However, Yanhuang College didn't restrict the children of merchants. Moreover, anyone with foresight could see that the future of Yanhuang College was limitless. If one could enter Yanhuang College, their future achievements might not be inferior to taking the imperial examinations. Therefore, Lin Wenyuan was very anxious to know whether Lin Hao could make the list as soon as possible. Therefore, he personally came to Yunshan. But Han Shao is clearly. "Oh, yes, Dad." Lin Hao wanted to refute, but he was frightened by Lin Wenyuan's stern gaze. He quickly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue and changed his words. Only then did Lin Wenyuan's gaze become gentle. He murmured, "Soon. The list should be released in half an hour. Ancestors of the Lin family, please bless this kid. He must pass the exam." Lin Wenyuan was praying to the gods, but there were two slippery little fish in the crowd. They shuttled back and forth between the gaps of the crowd. They relied on their small bodies to quickly arrive at a position slightly in front of the crowd. "Sister. You're still the smart one. If we didn't come early today, we might not even be able to reach Yunshan." The two little girls were wearing coarse clothes with many patches on their clothes. There were also a few spots of black ash on their faces. It was obvious that they were children from poor families. At this time, the younger girl sighed and said. The slightly older girl said, sigh. We still woke up too late. But it's already not easy to squeeze in here. Xiaoyu, when the academy opens later, you have to hold on to me tightly. Otherwise, if we get separated by the crowd, I won't be able to find you. These two little girls were the sisters Qin Shuozhen and Qin Shuoyu. Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely hold on to you tightly. This Yanhuang College is really imposing. Sister, do you think you'll get first place this time? If that's the case, Dad and Mom will definitely be overjoyed when they know about it. Qin Shuoyu nodded and responded. At this time, she looked at the tall and majestic buildings within the walls of the academy and couldn't help but sigh. Because today was only the release of the results and not the exam, there was no need for a quiet environment and strict order. The academy didn't restrict the examinees from entering the mountain like a few days ago. Moreover, after the exam ended, all the examinees' tokens were taken back. At this time, even if they wanted to restrict it, it would be difficult to do so. Therefore, the examinees who weren't from Yanhuang College could also take this opportunity to see the majesty of Yanhuang College. Qin Shuozhen's eyes flashed. After a moment, she whispered inexplicably, silly girl, how can I get first place? I only hope to get into the academy. She was talking about how to get first place, not how it was possible to get first place. This difference of one word meant 1,000 miles of difference in the meaning. However, Qin Shuoyu was deeply shocked by the majestic building of Yanhuang Academy at this time and did not notice this small detail at all. But with her small brain, even if she noticed it, it would be difficult for her to understand in a short time. Dad. Mom. Let's not push forward, there are too many people. In a while, when the people in front of us finish looking at the results, they will naturally come out. At that time, we'll go in and take a look. On the other side, Zhang Wenzhong also brought his parents to look at the results today. To be more precise, he was brought by Zhang Wenzhong's parents to look at the results. He originally wanted to come alone, but Zhang Wenzhong's parents couldn't wait at home and couldn't wait to come together. However, they came a little late. At this time, the release of the results was near, but they were still stuck on the mountain road halfway up the mountain. Zhang Wenzhong saw that his father wanted to cut in front of the line and quickly stopped him. Alas. Zhong, I'm just anxious. Zhang Wenzhong's father couldn't help but wipe his sweat and said. Zhang Wenzhong laughed and said, Dad, this is not your exam. Why are you anxious? What's more, now that the test papers have been marked, the results have been set. If the child passes the test, it means that he has passed. Don't tell me that if he's late, his name will fly off the list. Zhang Wenzhong's father was speechless. He had to admit that his son's words were very reasonable. Haha. All right. Darling, you see that Zhong is not anxious. Why are you anxious? Let's line up slowly at the back. If we cut in line, it will be embarrassing to be seen by the guards of the academy who maintain order. Zhong still has to go to school in the future. Zhang Wenzhong's mother couldn't help but say at this time. She looked at her son's expression of victory and couldn't help but calm down. The door is open. The academy is open. The results are about to be released. Those in front, hurry up. At this time, there was a noise in front of the crowd. It was almost 9 o'clock. The academy was about to open the mountain gate and prepare to release the results. Chapter 1698. Everyone, line up and enter the academy in order to see the results. Do not push and shove. Those who violate the order and their relatives will be expelled from Yunshan and will never be allowed to step into Yanhuang College again. Everyone, line up and enter the academy in order to see the results. Do not push and shove. Those who violate the order and their relatives will be expelled from Yunshan and will never be allowed to step into Yanhuang College again. When it was close to 9, the gates of the academy opened. The examinees and their relatives who were crowding around the mountain peak and squeezing on the mountain path heard the news and moved immediately. There was a commotion in the crowd. After all, it was difficult to avoid conflicts when tens of thousands of people were squeezed together. At this moment, the guards of Yanhuang College and the Imperial Army guarding the foot of Yunshan all moved out. Each of them held a loudspeaker and shouted as they ran on both sides of the path. The voices of the guards of the Yanhuang Academy and the Imperial Guards at the foot of the Cloud Mountain were amplified by the loudspeakers and suddenly became abnormally loud and clear. Almost everyone heard this sentence. Therefore, the noisy and disorderly crowd suddenly quietened down. After all, to some of them, being expelled from the Cloud Mountain was not scary. What was scary was that the relatives of those who violated the order would never be able to take half a step into the Yanhuang Academy. Didn't this mean that even if their children were admitted to the Yanhuang Academy, they would be rejected by the Yanhuang Academy because of their squeezing and shoving today? This wasn't worth it at all. Therefore, the shouting of the guards of the Academy and the Imperial Army had an immediate effect. The crowd outside the Academy consciously lined up and walked towards the Academy in order. Yamacho's idea is still the best. This way, we won't have to worry about these people getting hurt because of the pushing and shoving. Yan Silu and Li Zishuan stood by the window of the corridor on the 4th floor of Guanghua Building and looked down. Yan Silu couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the crowd outside the academy had suddenly become orderly. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "The academy has not considered this aspect thoroughly. Today, tens of thousands of people have come to look at the results. Although the Cloud Mountain is not very steep, the academy is located at the peak of the Cloud Mountain. It is a small mountain. If so many people suddenly come here, it will be easy to cause trouble. Especially the mountain path of the Cloud Mountain. Although it has been widened several times, if these people are in a mess, they will still be easily pushed down the cliff. If that happens and someone dies, our academy will be in trouble." He had squeezed his way up from the foot of the mountain and knew the situation of the crowd outside the academy like the back of his hand. It was precisely because of this understanding that he realized the seriousness of the problem. The first thing he did when he arrived at the academy was to order the academy guards to take out a batch of loudspeakers. Together with the Imperial Guards stationed at the foot of the mountain, they immediately maintained order on both sides of the mountain path. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, Li Zishuan knew better than anyone else how serious the situation would be if a large group of people panicked and trampled. Therefore, he had to take precautions. Today was a good day for Yanhuang College to release the results. He couldn't allow this good day to become a bad day. This old man did not consider this thoroughly. "Please punish me, Yamacho." Hearing this, a trace of guilt flashed across Yan Silu's face. Then, he cupped his hands and apologized to Li Zishuan. "No, I don't mean to blame Mr. Kong Gue." Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said seriously, "The scale of the academy's entrance examination this time is far greater than last year's. The number of applicants alone is more than 3 times of last year's. Under such circumstances, the entire academy is overloaded, including the previous few days when the academy teachers were marking the papers together. Everyone has worked hard. As for you, Mr. Kong Gue, you're in charge of the overall situation. You've worked harder than anyone else. Under such a pressing situation, it's completely understandable that you didn't consider this point. It's me, the Mountain Chief, who has done too little." Chapter 1699. How, Quick. I'll search from the back to the middle. You search from the middle to the front. Quickly see if you can find your name. Lin Wenwen's father was also nervous at this time. It was as if he was the one taking the exam instead of Lin Hao. "Dad. Why do we have to search from the back to the front? Can't we search from the front to the back?" However, his words hurt Lin Hao a little. Did his father look down on him that much? "Hey. You brat. Don't tell me you still think your name can be ranked at the front? I just want to find your name as soon as possible." Hearing that, Lin Wenyuan could not help but smack the back of Lin Hao's head as he said in annoyance. He had fantasized that his son could get first place or top 10, but that was just a fantasy. How could it become reality? To be honest, Lin Hao went from being an ignorant rich kid to being taught by Iron Egg to learning engineering knowledge. It had only been 6 or 7 months. How could he get a good result in the entrance exam of Yanhuang College, where there were so many experts? Lin Wenyuan thought that as long as Lin Hao could get into the college, he would be satisfied even if he was last on the list. Lin Wenyuan, who had been in the business world for many years, was very realistic when looking at problems. Dad. I found my name. 228, a total of 82 points. Dad, look. Just when Lin Wenyuan was looking at the bottom of the list, Lin Hao suddenly exclaimed and said excitedly. What? Lin Wenyuan's body suddenly shook. He suspected that he had heard wrong, so he couldn't help but say, 228th? How, you said you were 228th. Where is it? Let me see. After that, Lin Wenyuan quickly opened his eyes wide and desperately looked for the 228th name on the list. Fortunately, although Lin Wenyuan didn't want to get into Yanhuang College, he still taught himself a little of the college's new mathematics in his spare time. After all, the new mathematics was very helpful for business, so Lin Wenyuan also recognized the Arabic numerals on the list. Soon, he found Lin Hao's name behind the number 228. 228th, Lin Hao, a weighted total of 82 points. Seeing this small line of words, Lin Wenyuan had the urge to laugh out loud. However, he didn't know why. When he was extremely happy, he couldn't laugh, and he even had tears in his eyes. It's true. It's actually true. Hao really got into Yanhuang College. And his score is in the top. The ancestors of the Lin family bless and protect him. Lin Wenyuan excitedly patted Lin Hao's shoulder with both hands, and then said incoherently. Hee. Father. I told you long ago, this time's entrance exam, your son is in the bag. At that time, you and mother didn't believe me, but now you should believe me, right? Lin Hao took the opportunity to show off. Hee. I believe you, I believe you. Looks like your mother and father didn't have good eyesight before. Unexpectedly, this time, Lin Wenyuan didn't attack Lin Hao's weak spirit with words as usual. Instead, he went along with Lin Hao's words and praised him. This made Lin Hao stunned, and he couldn't help but feel flattered. Father, are you all right? Don't tell me you have a fever. Get lost. Lin Wenyuan reacted at this time, and his old face couldn't help but darken as he roared angrily. He thought to himself, can't you be nice to this brat? Hee. That's normal. Lin Hao wasn't angry. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Father. This time, your son got into Yanhuang College as you wished. Shouldn't you give me some reward? Lin Wenyuan said with a straight face, what reward do you want? Lin Hao thought for a while, and said with a serious face, there are still 2 months before the academy starts. In these 2 months, your son wants to finish all the novels that I didn't have time to read before. Father, you and mother can't interfere with me during this time. Lin Wenyuan glared and couldn't help but feel a little angry. He thought that Lin Hao wanted to use this as an excuse to ask for some money, but he didn't expect that this stinking brat actually made such a ridiculous request. He was really useless. Sigh. Forget it. We'll do as you wish. In these 2 months, your mother and father won't interfere with anything you do. In the end, Lin Wenyuan nodded and agreed to Lin Hao's request. Haha. Thank you, father. Then, your son will go back now. Lin Hao laughed loudly, turned around, and ran away. In a short while, he was nowhere to be seen. This brat, he doesn't have any ambition at all. Lin Wenyuan looked in the direction that Lin Hao left, and then he walked out of the crowd. Hee. No matter what, my Lin family will have a scholar this time. Let's see who dares to look down on this old man in the future. Humph. Although he was a little disappointed, Lin Wenyuan was still very satisfied with Lin Hao's results this time. He clasped his hands behind his back and squeezed out of the crowd while thinking proudly in his heart. Sister. Why didn't I find your name at the front? In contrast to Lin Wenyuan, on the other side, a little girl started to search from the first place on the list. However, after searching for more than 10 names, she still couldn't find the name she was looking for. She turned her head and was puzzled. This little girl was Chen Shuoyu. At this time, she and Chen Shuozhen were in the third row of the crowd. Although they were shorter than the people around them, fortunately, the Academy's red list was hung very high. As long as they looked up, they could still see the words on it. Hee hee. Who said that sister must be at the front? Xiaoyu, look at the 33rd row. Isn't that your sister's name? Chen Shuozhen couldn't help but smile when she heard this. She rubbed Chen Shuoyu's head and smiled. Ah. It's true. Chen Shuoyu looked at the 33rd row and was stunned when she saw it. She said in disbelief, Sister, why are you only 33rd? Only 33rd. If these words were heard by others, they would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. However, Chen Shuoyu knew that her sister got the test papers in advance and went to find people to get the answers in advance. According to common sense, Chen Shuozhen shouldn't be able to get first place, but she should be able to get into the top 10. However, what Chen Shuoyu didn't expect was that Chen Shuozhen only got 33rd. This was really inconceivable. Hee hee. When you grow up, you will understand why your sister only got 33rd. Chen Shuozhen glanced at her right front and said meaningfully. Then she pulled Chen Shuoyu's arm and said, Okay. Let's go home. No matter what, your sister got into Yanhuang College. Let's go home and celebrate. N. Hearing the word celebrate, Chen Shuoyu quickly nodded. The two sisters quickly walked out of the crowd. However, in the direction that Chen Shuozhen was looking at, there was a middle-aged man in green who was looking at the red list. He looked from top to bottom and whispered to himself, Strange. There is no one named Shen Weining in the top 10. Could it be that master is lying to us? This person was the apprentice of the Hanging Pot Hall, Chang Feng. Previously, when Chen Shuozhen went to the Hanging Pot Hall, she met him. He was also the one who introduced Chen Shuozhen to Lin Jichang. Yesterday, Lin Jichang accidentally found out that the entrance examination questions of Yanhuang Academy's medical school were exactly the same as the questions that Chen Weining, Chen Shuozhen, had asked him. Out of curiosity, he sent Chang Feng over to see if Chen Weining was the top student this time. At the same time, he also wanted to see who exactly Chen Weining was to be able to obtain the entrance examination questions of Yanhuang Academy in advance. However, the result was destined to disappoint Lin Jichang. The top student of the medical school wasn't Chen Weining. Her surname wasn't even Chen. Chang Feng didn't even see Chen Weining at the scene. This made Chang Feng wonder if Lin Jichang was lying to him. Ah. It seems that the old man from the Hanging Pot Hall has found out the secret of the questions. He actually sent people from the medical hall to investigate. Luckily, I was prepared. Not only is my name fake, but I didn't get first place because I purposely answered the last two questions wrong. More importantly, I'm wearing tattered clothes today. Unless Chang Feng comes close, he definitely won't be able to recognize me and Xiao Yu. Chen Shuozhen, who was walking down the mountain with her little sister, couldn't help but think proudly. In fact, from the moment she decided to go to the Hanging Pot Hall to get the answers, she was prepared to take precautions. She couldn't let Lin Jichang know her true identity. She also couldn't let anyone other than Lin Jichang know that the 10 questions she said that day were all questions for the Yanhuang College's medical school's admission exam. This way, as long as Lin Jichang couldn't find her, he couldn't take her down and confront her face to face. He wouldn't have any way to prove that she cheated. Without any evidence, without any foundation, and with this matter related to Yanhuang College's reputation, Chen Shuozhen believed that Lin Jichang wouldn't have the guts to publicize this matter before he was 100% sure. As a small fry, if she wanted to live longer, she had to be careful. Chen Shuozhen understood this point very well. This was the caution of a small fry, and also the wisdom that a small fry needed to survive. But the person who got first place in the medical school actually got full marks. Who is so good? Also, this name sounds familiar. Could it be that Marquis not only gave the exam to me in advance, but also leaked it to him in advance? After being proud for a while, Chen Shuozhen's heart also had a trace of doubt. She was very clear about the difficulty of the medical school exam. She didn't think that anyone could get full marks without cheating. If there was, then this person must be a monster. After all, at such a young age, having such high medical skills, if he wasn't a monster, what else could he be? Chapter 1700. Oh my God. Someone actually got full marks in the medical school this time. What? Full marks? Were the medical school's exam questions this year so easy? Bullsh *T. How could it be so easy? I heard that after the exam 2 days ago, someone wrote down the exam questions from memory and showed them to a doctor in Chang'an. Even the doctor wasn't very sure about a few questions. Do you think the exam questions this time were easy or difficult? Hiss. Even the doctor in charge of the medical school couldn't answer them? Then the medical school's exam questions this time were too difficult. Of course. I heard that the medical school's exam questions were personally organized by Dr. Sunday. Of course, ordinary doctors wouldn't be able to answer them. Damn. According to what you said, shouldn't the medical school's examinees have done very badly? How could there be someone who got full marks? How would I know? It seems that the medical school has recruited a medical genius this time. Let's go. Let's go and see who the person who got full marks is. Lin Hao, Lin Wenyuan, Chen Shuozhen, and Chen Shuoyu left, but the commotion on Yunshan Mountain did not stop there. Instead, as time passed, more and more people knew that the medical school had a top scorer who got full marks. Even the examinees who were looking at the results at the Eastern Institute of Technology couldn't help but shift their focus when they heard the news. They came over to see who the student who got full marks was. In an instant, the medical school's results list, which was originally quite relaxed, suddenly became crowded. Zhang Wenzhong? Who is this Zhang Wenzhong? He actually got full marks. Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. If that's the case, isn't this Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills already on par with some of the doctors in the medical school? I wonder how old this guy is. He actually has such amazing medical skills. Soon, more and more people noticed the name list of the medical school's top student. Looking at the name on top of everyone's head, most of the students couldn't even feel jealous because the gap between them was too big. First place, Zhang Wenzhong, 100 points. Second place, Cui Shirong, 90 points. There was a gap of 10 points between the first and second place. One must know that this wasn't a gap of 10 points in a single subject. This was a weighted average score. It was obviously more difficult to create a gap of 10 points in this area. Therefore, that dazzling 100 points directly made people unable to feel jealous. Everyone understood that they really couldn't be jealous of this score. Even if they were given another 10 chances, none of them had absolute confidence that they would be able to get full marks. Did you hear? There's someone who got full marks. What? Full marks? That's amazing. Who is it? According to the people in front, that person seems to be called Zhang Wenzhong. Zhang Wenzhong? Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Sigh. Not only you, I. As time passed, the people who had finished looking at the results began to leave the academy. Today, the academy was only open to the public in front of the Guanghua building. The other places were guarded by guards and no one was allowed to get close. Therefore, those who had finished looking at the results could only leave the academy. Those who were queuing outside were able to move forward and slowly approach the academy's mountain gate. As those who had finished looking at the list left, the news of someone scoring full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences gradually spread through the queue. Soon, almost everyone in the queue knew of this shocking news. Zhong. Zhong, did you hear that? Are you the one who scored full marks? In the crowd, Father Zhang and Mother Zhang were still queuing outside the academy. From time to time, they could hear the people around them talking about a student who scored full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but tug at Zhang Wenzhong beside him and ask in a trembling voice. At this moment, Father Zhang was both nervous and excited. Even his voice had a slight tremor in it. Mother Zhang immediately looked at Zhang Wenzhong with eager eyes. At this moment, she really hoped that the student who scored full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences was her son. Oh. It should be. But there are thousands of students taking the exam this time, and they are all from different counties in the Tang Empire. It's inevitable that there will be people with the same name. Zhang Wenzhong thought about it and said cautiously. When Father Zhang heard this, he was overjoyed at first, but then he was stunned because the latter half of Zhang Wenzhong's sentence made sense. Hence, he asked nervously, Zhong, how do you think you did in the exam this time? Zhang Wenzhong smiled and said, Father. Didn't I tell you this before? Don't worry. Even if I don't get first place, I won't do too badly. I'm still very confident in this exam. Besides, whether I'm first or not, we can just walk closer to see later. Every candidate has an exam number. With the help of the exam number, even if there are people with the same name, there won't be any confusion. There were 6,000 to 7,000 students taking the entrance exam for Yanhuang College this time, and the final admission number was more than 1,000. It was inevitable that there would be people with the same name. Hence, Zhang Wenzhong guessed that the academy would definitely use other methods to distinguish between people with the same name. In fact, this was indeed the case. Behind every name on the list of results was a row of Arabic numerals. This row of numbers was the student's exam number. Oh. Yes. There's an exam number too. That's good. Zhang Wenzhong's father patted his head. Then, he looked at the dense crowd in front of him and said dejectedly, Sigh. There are so many people. I don't know when it'll be our turn to enter. Father. Don't worry. There are already a lot fewer people in front of us. I estimate that we'll be able to enter the academy in 3/4 of an hour. Although Zhang Wenzhong was also very eager to see if he was the one at the top of the list, he didn't show it. Instead, he calmly comforted his father. 3/4 of an hour? Sigh. We can only wait. However, for Zhang Wenzhong's father, he couldn't even wait for 3 blinks of an eye, let alone 3/4 of an hour. But what could he do if he couldn't wait? Could it be that he could cut the queue? Looking at the two sides of the line, the Yanhuang College guards were eyeing covetously. Then, he recalled that a few people had already been expelled from Yunshan by the guards for cutting the line. Zhang Wenzhong's father shrunk his neck and decisively dismissed the idea of cutting the line. It didn't matter if he was expelled from Yunshan. The key was that it would affect Zhang Wenzhong's future. This was something that Zhang Wenzhong's father absolutely didn't want to see. Zhang Wenzhong's father didn't know how many 3/4 of an hour he had experienced in the first half of his life. However, the current 3/4 of an hour felt so long to him. Under the entanglement of nervous, excited, anxious, conflicted, worried, and other complex emotions, Zhang Wenzhong's father finally endured the 3/4 of an hour. We're in. We're finally in. In order to prevent a large number of people from suddenly rushing in and causing a stampede, the academy adopted the strategy of entering in batches. After the first batch of people left, the next batch of people would enter. Of course, each batch of people could only stay in the academy for a limited time. When the time was up, they had to leave. This was a bit like the upper limit strategy used by some subway stations during the morning rush hour. At this time, almost 3/4 of an hour had passed. The Zhang family of 3 finally entered the academy. Zhang Wenzhong's father couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. There was a trace of joy on his face, but there was also a trace of worry. The medical college's results list is on the west side. Following the guidance of the academy's guard, Zhang Wenzhong's father quickly brought Zhang Wenzhong and Zhang Wenzhong's mother to the medical college's results list. They were faster, so they managed to grab the third-row position. It was not bad as they could see the words on the red list clearly. First place, Zhang Wenzhong, exam number 06280913, score 100 points. Zhang Wenzhong's father was literate. He raised his head and went straight to the top of the list. Immediately, he saw his son's name. He couldn't help but tug at Zhang Wenzhong's arm and said excitedly, "Zhong, quickly take a look and see if this exam number is yours." Zhang Wenzhong didn't say anything. He raised his head and quietly looked at his high and mighty name on the red list. It was at the top of the list, far ahead of the second place. This result was a recognition of his devotion to medicine, his diligent study of medicine, and his previous master's treatment of patients. Of course, this was also a reward for his parents' silent support for his medical studies all these years. "Zhong, what's wrong? Is this exam number not yours?" Zhang Wenzhong's father's expression suddenly changed when he saw that Zhang Wenzhong didn't speak for a long time. "Dad. Mom. This exam number is mine. I got into Yanhuang College." Zhang Wenzhong retracted his gaze and looked at his parents with tears in his eyes. He said firmly, "Haha. Good. 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 My son got into the Yanhuang Academy, and he even got first place. Ha ha ha." Zhang Wenzhong's father heard this and his nervous mood suddenly turned into ecstasy. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The crowd in front of the medical college's results list immediately turned their attention to this side. "Look. That person is the top of the medical college's exam this time. He got full marks." The crowd automatically ignored Zhang Wenzhong's father and looked at the young man next to him. According to the age limit of the college's enrollment, that young man could be the medical college's candidate this time. Oh my God. So young? How did he get full marks? Could it be that he started studying medicine when he was in his mother's womb? This is incredible. The medical college's enrollment exam questions not only require theoretical knowledge but also practical medical experience. Could it be that he has treated patients at such a young age? I know him. A few days ago, the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County treated a young man with intestinal abscess. Marquis, Dr. Sun, and Taoist Xianxia from the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain treated him together and finally pulled him back from the jaws of death. If I remember correctly, that young man's name is Zhang Wenzhong. What? How could there be such a coincidence? Marquis, you've saved a medical genius from the Yanhuang Academy. Soon, someone recognized Zhang Wenzhong, but Zhang Wenzhong didn't care about the outsider's comments. He cupped his hands to the surrounding candidates and then turned to leave with his parents. "Dad, Mom. My life was saved by Marquis. Oh, it should be Yamacho. I will use this life to save more people in the future to repay Yamacho for saving my life." When they reached the foot of Cloud Mountain, Zhang Wenzhong suddenly stopped and turned to look at his parents. He said in an unusually serious tone. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang couldn't help but be startled. After being stunned for a moment, Father Zhang opened his mouth and said, "Zhong, you're right. One must know how to repay kindness. The Marquis saved your life, so all the more you should work hard to repay him. However, Marquis doesn't lack money or reputation. Now that you are a student of Yanhuang College, you are his disciple. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You must listen to Marquis in the future and fulfill your responsibility as a disciple by Marquis' side." Zhang Wenzhong nodded solemnly and said, "I will remember father's teachings." Haha. That's enough. Let's go home. Zhong, I will make your favorite dishes when we get back home to celebrate the top of the exam. Zhang Wenzhong's mother laughed. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mom. Chapter 1701. Who would have thought that Zhang Wenzhong would be able to get full marks? Looks like I've still underestimated him. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh as he watched the bustling crowd in the academy's Guanghua building. Previously, when Yen Silu told him the name of the person who got full marks in the medical school, he was a little nervous because he was afraid that Yen Silu's name would be Qin Shuazhen. If that happened, he would have to cover up countless lies later on. However, although the person who got full marks wasn't Qin Shuazhen, Li Zishuan was still a little surprised when he heard the name Zhang Wenzhong. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Zhang Wenzhong's ability. Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills were unquestionable since he was able to leave his name in history. However, he should only be 7 or 8 years old now, right? What could a 7 or 8-year-old do in modern times? He probably only knew how to play mobile phones and games. However, Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills were already comparable to a doctor in a medical hall when he was only 7 or 8 years old. It was really unbelievable. Are all the children in ancient times so monstrous? First, there was Jia Jiayin, Li Yan, Li Ku, Li Tai, and now there's Zhang Wenzhong. Yanhuang College is getting more and more monstrous. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, he was really glad that he had saved Zhang Wenzhong's life in the medical hall that day. He didn't just save the life of a young boy, he might have saved the lives of hundreds and thousands of people. Now that Zhang Wenzhong was admitted into Yanhuang College, under the guidance of experts like Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Gu Qingyue, and under the influence of the Academy's modern medical theories, Li Zishuan believed that Zhang Wenzhong's future medical skills would be much higher than the original Zhang Wenzhong in history. At that time, he alone would be able to save countless lives. He might very well become the second Sun Simiao of Tang Dynasty. Shaking his head, Li Zishuan shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and left the academy. After descending the cloud mountain, he found Dabai in a small forest. Then, man and horse headed straight for Chang'an City. All the talents in the world will enter Yanhuang College. Although this was just a slogan and Li Zishuan's beautiful vision for the future of the college, this vision was slowly being realized. The number of students that Yanhuang College could recruit was increasing, and the number of talents it could attract was also increasing. Among them, there was no lack of intelligent and stunning geniuses. They would support the future glory of the college. The academy was developing in a better direction, so Li Zishuan had to fight for a stable and safe environment for the academy. Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Shu requests an audience. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er had just finished his morning court session and was sitting on the dragon couch. He did not even bother to drink a cup of immortal tea. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in and bowed to Li Er. Oh. Ku is back. Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zhao Song hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Shu had returned to the city last night. However, it was already late, so His Highness did not enter the palace to disturb the Emperor. A few months ago, Li Ku was conferred the title of King of Shu and was in charge of military and government affairs in all the states of Jiangnan. This was also the official establishment of a prince's residence. Since then, Li Ku had moved out of the palace. However, he usually stayed at Yanhuang College and did not return to Chang'an. He had only stayed in this residence outside the palace a few times. Li Er nodded and said, Let him in. Yes. Zhao Song responded and turned to leave. Greetings, father. Not long after, Li Ku walked in from outside the hall and bowed to Li Er. You may rise, Ku. Li Er waved his hand and then looked at Li Ku for a while. He smiled and said, You've become more mature. You haven't returned to the palace for a long time. Have you paid your respects to your mother? Li Ku cupped his hands and replied, Father, before this, I have already paid my respects to my mother. Li Ku's birth mother was imperial concubine Yang, and the head of the Tang Empire's imperial harem was Zhangsun Wugo. In this palace, etiquette was the most important thing. Even if imperial concubine Yang was Li Ku's birth mother, he had to pay his respects to Empress Zhangsun before he could go to his birth mother. Therefore, Li Ku's words were very appropriate. Li Er nodded in satisfaction and then asked, Good. Ku, what brings you here today? Li Ku had already prepared a draft before he came. He took a step forward and bowed to Li Er. Father Emperor, a few days ago, this son followed the mountain elders to the north to exterminate the locusts. I have seen too many hardships of the people. Although most of these hardships were caused by natural disasters, there were also man-made disasters. In this extermination of the locusts, there were corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants who tried to hoard and drive up the price of food. The corrupt officials and the evil grain merchants will be dealt with by the imperial censors sent by Father. However, I have also discovered that some of the shopkeepers of the Yan Huang Bank's branches are taking the opportunity to stir up trouble in the dark. Jin Wanfu, the shopkeeper of Yan Huang Bank in Xinfeng County, is a typical example. Other than him, during the journey to the north, I and Mountain Head found out that there were a total of 12 branches of the bank that were secretly involved in illegal activities. When we returned to the capital, I learned from Mountain Head that the Dragon's sect had previously rebelled and was fortunately executed in front of Chang'an City. However, behind the Dragon sect, there were also 8 shopkeepers of the bank who were using their official position for personal gain, secretly sending money to the Dragon sect. The Yanhuang Bank was in charge of the distribution of the Tang Yuan and also controlled the deposits and loans of the people. It could be said that it was a vital department that was related to the fate of the Tang Empire. The appearance of a parasite like Jin Wanfu was a serious blow to the reputation of the Yanhuang Bank among the people. Fortunately, the Yamacho used a thunderous method to resolve the trust crisis of the Yanhuang Bank. However, who can guarantee that the Yanhuang Bank will not be corrupted in the future? You must know that a place like the bank is the most prone to corruption. Li Er narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Cooper, what do you think?" Although he was mentally prepared, Li Ku was still a little nervous. Because it involved military matters, he was likely to be suspected by his father, who had taken the throne because of the coup. Forcing himself to calm down, Li Ku's face turned solemn. He bowed again and said, "Father, I intend to establish a new department in the Yanhuang Bank called the Gold-Clad Guard. It will specialize in correcting illegal activities within the bank to ensure that the bank will always operate normally. I sincerely ask for Father's permission." The hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Li Er's tiger-like eyes suddenly flashed. After a long silence, Li Er calmly said, "Oh? Gold-Clad Guard? Can you tell me in detail?" Chapter 1702. In the Ganlu Hall. Under the watchful gaze of Li Er, Li Ku braced himself and explained the overall structure of the golden-clothed guards of the Yanhuang Bank. "Father, the golden-clothed guards will be responsible for monitoring the various branches of the Yanhuang Bank in the Great Tang Empire and preventing internal members from accepting bribes and corruption. They will also ensure the safety of the Yanhuang Bank in its daily operations and prevent criminals from coveting the wealth of the bank. Therefore, the golden-clothed guards will not only have clerical personnel who are good at investigating and analyzing accounts, but they will also have military personnel who are good at arresting criminals and fighting. This department will be a department that is well versed in both civil and military matters and will do its best to ensure the normal and healthy operations of the bank. I believe that Father knows the importance of the bank to the Great Tang Empire even if I don't say it. Therefore, I implore Father to support me in establishing the golden-clothed guards." After saying that, Li Ku bowed deeply and didn't dare to raise his head for a long time. This matter was too important. He didn't know if Li Er would agree or not, let alone what choice Li Er would make. The hall fell into a deathly silence once again. Li Er narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his mind was racing. As an emperor who had risen to the throne through a coup, Li Er had always been extremely sensitive to the military and military matters. Take Li Qingxian for example. Even though Li Qingxian was the heir to the throne of the Great Tang Empire, other than the few hundred guards in the East Palace, Li Qingxian didn't have any military forces in his hands. He didn't even have the 6 squads of the Crown Prince. It was just a thing in name only. Among Li Er's sons, none of them had the military power of more than 1,000 people. As someone who had been through this before, Li Er knew very well that with an army in hand, one's ambition would be bred and one would have the capital to fight for the throne. The heavenly policy residence that he had led back then was his capital to rule the world today. And now, Li Ke was requesting him to establish the Golden Clothed Guards. Although the jurisdiction of the Golden Clothed Guards was only the Yanhuang Bank, there were so many branches of the bank in the world. If the Golden Clothed Guards were established, the number of military personnel would definitely not be small. Was Li Er doing this for justice or for personal reasons? On the other hand, Li Ke was the first prince to propose to Li Er. However, Li Ke's identity was too sensitive. He had the royal blood of the Great Tang Empire and the Sui dynasty. He wasn't the heir, but the nobility of his bloodline was no less than Li Qingxian. If he agreed to establish the Golden Clothed Guards, it would be hard to guarantee that the others in the court wouldn't have improper thoughts. In this short span of time, many thoughts flashed through Li Er's mind. Finally, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "Ku-er, the matter of the gold-robed guards, did you think of it yourself, or did someone mention it to you? Tell father the truth." Hearing Li Er finally speak, Li Ke couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He clasped his hands and said, "I don't dare to lie to father. The Golden Clothed Guards came about when the Yamacho went up north to exterminate the locusts and saw the serious corruption within the Yanhuang Bank in Xinfen County. That's why they had the idea of establishing the Golden Clothed Guards. The Yamacho said that the Yanhuang Bank was related to the economic lifeline of the Great Tang Empire. Its importance was definitely not inferior to any of the 6 ministries of the imperial court. If the internal operations of the bank couldn't be normal and healthy, and if the corruption reached the root, not only would the bank be finished, but the Great Tang Empire would also be in danger. Li Zishuan? It's really him. Li Er's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. Then have you thought about how many military personnel there would be in the Golden Clothed Guards? How many civilian personnel would there be? Li Ke was already prepared for this. He replied without hesitation, replying to father, "The Great Tang Empire currently has more than 300 provinces and 1,500 counties. However, not every county has a branch of the Yanhuang Bank. According to the internal records of the Yanhuang Bank, there are a total of 512 branches of the bank in the entire Great Tang Empire. If the Golden Clothed Guards want to cover all the branches of the bank, they would need at least 600 civilian personnel and 2,000 military personnel. At that time, the Golden Clothed Guards will set up the State Guard Station in each province and the Dao Guard Station in each province. Each guard station will conduct security and irregular audits of the accounts of the banks under their jurisdiction. If they discover any corruption, they will immediately report it to the higher levels. First, the internal affairs of the bank will be dealt with. After that, the relevant criminals will be handed over to the local government or the Supreme Court. Even though Li Er was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Li Ke's grand plan. More than 600 civilian staff and more than 2,000 military staff. What was Li Ke trying to do? He was going to establish a national yamen. Thinking back to when he was still the king of Qin, the Heavenly Policy residence only had 2,000 to 3,000 civil and military personnel. Could it be that Li Ke wanted to use this opportunity to touch the position of the crown prince? At this moment, Li Er couldn't help but suspect that Li Ke had selfish motives. Seeing that Li Er didn't speak, Li Ke's heart jumped to his throat. He actually knew that his request was a bit too much. However, the Yanhuang Bank stall was too big. If there were too few people, they definitely wouldn't be able to take care of such a big stall. 600 civilian personnel and 2,000 military personnel. This was already considered a small number. When the Golden Clothed Guards were fully established, the total number of personnel would definitely far exceed this scale. Although this might cause Li Er to be suspicious, Li Ke had a clear conscience. He didn't have any improper thoughts about the position of the crown prince. He only wanted to manage the Yanhuang Bank well. He realized that he had already fallen in love with the job of managing money. Therefore, although the atmosphere in the hall was becoming more and more serious, although Li Ke was also a little afraid of Li Er's might, he still straightened his back and looked at the top of the hall without changing his expression. This was because he had a clear conscience. Perhaps it was because of this clear conscience gaze that moved Li Er. Li Er looked at Li Ke for a moment and then said, "Haha. 600 civilian staff and 2,000 military staff. Ku was truly a bold man. The Yanhuang Bank is in charge of the issuance of the Tang dynasty's currency and the savings and loans of the common people. It is indeed important. As for the personnel of the bank, they come into contact with large amounts of money every day. It is indeed easy for them to have thoughts of corruption. Your suggestion to establish the golden-clothed guards is very good. Unexpectedly, the moment Li Er opened his mouth, he actually confirmed Li Ke's idea. Li Ke, who was prepared to receive a storm from Li Er, couldn't help but be stunned. What he didn't expect was Li Er's next sentence. Li Er paused for a moment and continued, since that is the case, then Ku, you will be in charge of establishing the golden-clothed guards. The number of civilian and military personnel will be handled according to what you said earlier. All the manpower and resources needed, I will fully cooperate with you. Chapter 1703. Within the Ganla Palace, a yamen of more than 2,000 people had been built just like that, and it had even been given to a prince. Before this, no one would have believed that the wise and mighty Emperor Li Er would make such a foolish decision. Li Ke's mouth was agape in shock. Li Er had agreed too quickly and decisively, so much so that he almost couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Li Er. While Li Ke was still in a daze, Li Er spoke once more. In addition, since the Yanhuang Bank is affiliated with the Ministry of Revenue, the establishment of the gold-clothed guard cannot be done without the support of the Ministry of Revenue. We will issue a decree for Xiao Yu to cooperate with you in establishing the civil staff of the gold-clothed guard. They will be responsible for checking the accounts of the bank. As for the military staff of the gold-clothed guard, Li Er paused for a moment, his brow creasing as if he was seriously considering something. After a few moments, he chuckled. Ku, although you've been practicing martial arts since you were young, you've never led soldiers before. If you rashly establish a military staff of more than 2,000 people, I'm afraid that your strength will be insufficient. How about we send someone to assist you? Send someone to assist? Li Ke suddenly had a conjecture. Could it be that Li Ma was recommending Li Junxian to him? Your son thanks Imperial Father. Although many thoughts were running through his mind, Li Ke did his best to maintain a normal expression as he clasped his hands at Li Er. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. We heard you speak of the functions of the gold-clothed guard just now and felt that the gold-clothed guard was similar to the 100 cavalry in terms of martial arts. Thus, we plan to have Li Junxian assist you in establishing the military staff of the gold-clothed guard. Ku, what do you think? As expected, although he had expected this, hearing it from Li Er's mouth made Li Ke feel that everything today was too surreal. If not for the fact that he knew that Li Zishuan had not entered the imperial palace recently, Li Ke would have suspected that Li Zishuan had colluded with Li Er. Otherwise, how could the two of them have the same idea? Royal father is wise. This son will listen to royal father's arrangements. Li Ke realized that he couldn't understand Li Er, so he decided not to think about it. In any case, he just needed to do his own thing well. What other people had planned had nothing to do with him. At the very least, as long as he didn't have any ulterior motives for the throne, no one in the Tang Empire could do anything to him. Yes. If you don't have anything else to report, then go back and prepare. Li Er straightened his body and leaned against the dragon couch. He looked down at Li Ke and said, Yes. Imperial Father. I will take my leave now. Li Ke cupped his hands and left decisively. Today, Li Er's combination of punches had left him in a daze. He had to go home and calm down. With that, he turned around and left. Only Li Er and Zhao Song were left in the main hall. Zhao Song lowered his head and looked straight at the floor of the Suite du Hall, as if there was some secret martial arts manual on the floor. He was so focused and engrossed in it. He didn't want to ask too much about the matters of the royal family, especially when it involved the princes. Although Li Er's decision today was somewhat abnormal, Zhao Song couldn't be bothered to think about whether there was a deeper meaning to it. Because the emperor's will was hard to fathom, he didn't want to guess. If he had the time, he might as well concentrate on meditating on the true meaning of martial arts. Chief Zhao Song was just so real. Li Er looked at Li Ke's back as he left. The smile on his face disappeared and turned into a thoughtful expression. After a long silence, he finally sighed and said, "Two dragons playing with a pearl is more interesting than a single dragon flying. If Ku-er really has this idea, then Qingxian should be under pressure, right?" Zhao Song's body froze. As a martial arts grandmaster, his hearing was very sharp. Although Li Er's voice was soft, he still heard every word. This short sentence was full of Li Er's unfathomable shrewdness and foresight. The art of an emperor was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1704. Master, the Marquis of Yong'an is here. Chang'an City West, Duan Residence. Duan Jixuan, who had just finished his morning court session, was preparing to put on his armor and head to the army camp. At this moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the backyard and bowed. "Oh. Where is he?" Duan Jixuan raised his eyebrows, secretly guessing the purpose of Li Zixuan's visit. At the same time, he asked, "Master, this old servant has invited the Marquis of Yong'an to the front hall for tea." The servant bowed and said. Duan Jixuan nodded and said, You have done well. Go and tell the Marquis of Yong'an, this old man will be there soon." Although Li Zixuan was only a marquis, he had an entire province as his fief. Furthermore, he was also the provincial governor of a province. He could be considered as a high-ranking official of the border. His status was no longer the same as before. Now, if he were to be rejected by the Duan Residence's servant, it would indeed be very inappropriate. "Yes." The servant obeyed and left. Duan Jixuan could only hang the armor that he had just taken off on the wooden rack at the side. Dressed in his normal clothes, he left the room. He. How did Marquis have the time to visit this Duan residence today? In the Duan Residence's main hall, Li Zixuan sat quietly on a wooden chair. The tea on the side table emitted a faint fragrance, but he did not touch it. He closed his eyes and rested. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside the room. Following that, Duan Jixuan walked in with majestic steps. Li Zixuan's eyes suddenly opened. Then, he hurriedly stood up and went forward to greet him with cupped fists and said, "This subordinate came uninvited. I hope General Duan will not blame me." This subordinate? Duan Jixuan, who had originally planned to exchange a few pleasantries with Li Zixuan, couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. Then, his expression became somewhat interesting. "Marquis, are you planning to join the army after dealing with the external affairs?" Duan Jixuan was not stupid. In fact, to be able to get to this position, no one was stupid. Almost instantly, he understood the crux of the matter. More than a month ago, Li Zixuan was appointed as the Black Armored Army Adjutant. However, due to the Academy's affairs and later on going north to eliminate the locusts, he did not go to the army. Now that Li Zixuan claimed to be his subordinate, he was obviously prepared to join the army. 2. Although Li Zixuan was now calling himself Duan Jixuan's subordinate, Duan Jixuan could see that Li Zixuan was neither servile nor overbearing. His aura was even restrained, making him seem even more unfathomable. In comparison, Duan Jixuan was more like a subordinate. Duan Jixuan could not help but narrow his eyes. They had not seen each other for more than a month, but Li Zixuan's temperament had changed so much. Although he did not actively release his aura, the restrained aura made Duan Jixuan feel more unfathomable. He must have made a breakthrough in his martial arts realm. At least, his current martial arts realm is not lower than mine. This was Duan Jixuan's subconscious judgment. Many people knew about the battle at Longmen Pass in the north, but not many people knew about the details of the battle. Li Zixuan benefited from the disaster and broke through to the Grand Master late stage in that battle, and even fewer people knew about this. However, Duan Jixuan could tell that Li Zixuan had made a breakthrough in his realm from just one encounter, mainly because Duan Jixuan's martial arts attainment was also profound. "Yes. I have arranged the matters at the academy for the time being. More importantly, the new batch of armor needed by the Black Armored Army has been completed by the wonderful Pavilion Workshop. I plan to bring this batch of armor to the barracks tomorrow. In addition, since I will be going to the barracks tomorrow, General Duan, Please don't refer to me by my title in the future. Just call me by my name. Li Zishuan clasped his fists and said. Duan Jishuan was the boss of the Black Armored Army, to be precise, he was the second in command. The boss of the Black Armored Army was always Li Zishuan. To put it bluntly, Li Zishuan was here today to bow to the boss. After all, he knew that the third in command of the Black Armored Army, Qiu Xinggong, had always disliked him. How could he not curry favor before entering the barracks? It was not that he was snobbish. The main reason was that he did not want to fight for power with Qiu Xinggong. He only wanted to raise the combat strength of the Black Armored Army to a higher level so that the Tang Empire would have a greater chance of defeating the Turks. After completing his mission, even if Qiu Xinggong did not allow him to leave, he would still resign from Li Zishuan. His life's dream was not to join the army or fight on the battlefield. However, the life he pursued required a stable environment. In his opinion, with Duan Jishuan's protection, he would at least be safe in the Black Armored Army. Thus, he was more humble today. Putting this aside, Duan Jishuan was a person worthy of respect. This person had also made great contributions to the establishment of the Li Tang Empire. Duan Jishuan's eyes flashed and he immediately recovered from his deep thoughts. He nodded and said, "All right. Since Adjunct Li is about to return, I will naturally welcome you. Tomorrow morning, the soldiers will be called out. I hope Adjunct Li can arrive on time." Duan Jishuan had been in the army for more than a decade and was a straightforward person. Since Li Zishuan was willing to return to the army at this time, he was naturally more than happy to oblige. Disregarding everything else, Li Zishuan's terrifying martial arts prowess was a force to be reckoned with for the Black Armored troops. Although the military had never advocated individual strength, it still depended on the level of the individual's strength. At present, no army could ignore a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm. If a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm also knew how to lead troops and the art of war, it would undoubtedly be a headache for the enemy. In addition, Li Zishuan was not an ordinary martial scholar. To be able to face the martial scholar Wu Jie head-on and survive, Duan Jishuan knew that if he were in Li Zishuan's shoes, he would not have such strength. Thus, in terms of individual strength, Li Zishuan was not any weaker than him, the commander of the Black Armored Army. Not to mention, Li Zishuan had brought 5,000 new sets of armor to the Black Armored Army. Duan Jishuan had personally experienced the power of these new sets of armor, and he was very greedy for them. Therefore, Li Zishuan's arrival would undoubtedly raise the strength of the Black Armored Army to another level. This general obeys. Tomorrow morning, I will definitely not be late. Seeing Duan Jishuan's decisiveness, Li Zishuan also cupped his fists and accepted the order. Good. Then this general will wait for Adjunct Li in the camp tomorrow. Duan Jishuan looked at Li Zishuan with appreciation and said in a clear voice. Yes. After discussing official matters, the two exchanged a few words of greeting before Li Zishuan said his goodbyes. Because he could see that Duan Jishuan seemed to have something to do, he tactfully took the initiative to say his goodbyes. It just so happened that he had to go to the army camp tomorrow and had to go back today to prepare. Chapter 1705. Xiao Xian, what brings you here today? After leaving the Duan mansion, Li Zishuan did not leave the city immediately. Instead, he went to the Qin mansion. Qin Xiong was Han Yushi's adoptive father and was one of the closest people to Li Zishuan in Chang'an City. Before he went to the military camp to take up his post, he should have informed Qin Xiong. Coincidentally, Qing Yaojin was also in the Qin residence. The two brothers had just finished their morning court session and were practicing in the Qin residence's martial arts field. When Li Zishuan suddenly came over, they quickly put down their weapons and greeted him. Uncle Cheng, you're here too. Li Zishuan first bowed to Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin respectively before stating the purpose of his visit. Tomorrow, I will be heading to the Black Armored Army's barracks to take up my new post. The Black Armored Army has just been expanded. Before the war, they will definitely be training hard to build up their combat strength. As the Black Armored Army's adjutant, I will probably have to live in the barracks for the next 2 months. Hence, I am here today to inform both of you. In April, in order to quell the rebellion in Guangxing as soon as possible and destroy the Cui and Jing family's rebellious forces, Li Er ordered Li Jing to take command and also sent Duan Jishuan to lead the Black Armored Army as the vanguard to Guangxing County. Unexpectedly, they encountered the tens of thousands of main forces of the Cui and Jing family. Although the Black Armored Army won that battle, they suffered heavy casualties. Then, the situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks suddenly changed. First, they encountered the Turks in the Battle of Shuafang. Then, the tutor of the Turks, Wu Jie, snuck into the Tang Empire and stole the confidential files of Yanhuang College. Following that, 50,000 elite wolf riders suddenly entered the Tang Empire and headed straight for the Longmen Pass. The two countries were at daggers drawn, and Li Er realized that the war between the two countries was imminent. On one hand, he ordered the officials to prepare for the war seriously. On the other hand, he ordered Duan Jishuan to reorganize the Black Armored Army and expand it from the original 2,000 to 5,000. This was because Li Er believed that cavalry was the most effective when attacking the Turks, and the Black Armored Army was the most elite of the great Tang cavalry. They were the sharpest spear, and in this crucial war, they were bound to play a crucial role. However, the Black Armored Army had just been formed and its overall combat power was obviously not comparable to before. Therefore, Li Zishuan knew that the Black Armored Army's mission for the next few months was nothing more than to train them crazily, to develop into the greatest combat power in the shortest time. He, as the Black Armored Army's adjutant, he would be extremely busy. Oh. You're going to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow? Qin Xiong's eyes narrowed as his mind raced. He suddenly thought of something and asked, could it be that the 5,000 new sets of armor for the Black Armored troops had been completed? Qin Xiong was very familiar with Li Zishuan's situation. He knew that the reason why Li Zishuan had not been appointed to the Black Armored Army was not only because he was busy with the academy and the exterminating locust mission, but also because it was difficult to complete the new equipment that Li Zishuan had asked Li Zishuan to forge in such a short period of time. Now that Li Zishuan said that he was going to the Black Armored Army, it meant that the 5,000 sets of equipment had been completed. It's indeed completed. Tomorrow, I will bring the equipment to the Black Armored Army's camp. Li Zishuan nodded and said under Qin Xiong's and Qing Yaojin's eager gazes. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, that was 5,000 sets of equipment and armor. How could it be completed in just a month? Even the supervisor of works did not have this ability. The speed at which Li Zishuan's workshop was terrifying. Haha. Good. Little Xian, you're really something. The speed at which you forge weapons is too fast. Oh, right, do you have any more of the vanadium steel horse lances that you forged? You can give me one as a gift. After a moment of shock, Qing Yaojin walked to Li Zishuan and patted him on the shoulder as he laughed. That day, Li Zishuan had used the vanadium steel horse lances and wore the vanadium steel plate armor to compete with Duan Jishuan in front of all the officials. Through that competition, the flexibility and toughness of the vanadium steel plate armor and the sharpness of the vanadium steel horse lances had left a deep impression on Li Zishuan and the officials. Qing Yaojin's most common weapon was also a horse lance. Therefore, old Sheng had been coveting the vanadium steel horse lance that Li Zishuan had used against Duan Jishuan. Now that he finally had the chance, he could not hold back and directly ask Li Zishuan for it. Qin Xiong turned his face away and pretended that he did not know this old man. It was too embarrassing. Li Zishuan did not mind. On the contrary, he liked old Cheng's straightforward personality. This nephew knows that Uncle Cheng is good at using horse lances, so I ordered someone to make one for you. In a while, I will send someone to deliver it to your residence. I guarantee that it will be better than the one I used on the drill ground that day. Qing Yaojin was instantly overjoyed. He laughed and said, haha. Good. 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 Little Xian, you know this old man well. Unlike my two brats who don't know how to be filial to their father. They only know how to cause trouble. Oh, right, second brother, why don't you have little Xian make a pair of vanadium steel weapons for you? In the end, this fellow still wanted to drag Qin Xiong down with him. Qin Xiong shook his head and said, no need. This old man's golden mace is enough. After saying that, Qin Xiong looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously, Little Xian, since you have decided to go to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow, this old man has no reason to stop you. The current situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks can be said to be at daggers drawn. A few days ago, according to the report from the spies in the north, Shili's army has been active recently. Not only did they deploy a large number of scouts on the Tang Empire's border, Shili also launched a fierce attack on Tuli in the grassland. It seems that he has completely unified the grassland. Shili's strength is already very strong. If he is allowed to get rid of Tuli in a short period of time, it will definitely not be good news for the Tang Empire. Therefore, this old man expects that the 3-month deadline set by His Majesty will only be sooner and not later. Little Xian, not only are your martial arts strength excellent, but you are also brave and resourceful. In addition, you are the most familiar with this new batch of armor. If you can join the Black Armored Army and take up the position, this old man believes that it will be very helpful in increasing the Black Armored Army's combat power. It's just that your nature is undisciplined and you don't like to be restrained. However, once you enter the army camp, you have to abide by the military rules. Moreover, you have to set an example. Only then can you convince the others. Do you understand? Compared to Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong was undoubtedly much more reliable. Qin Xiong patiently explained to Li Zishuan the current situation and the things to pay attention to after entering the army. This nephew understands. Many thanks for Uncle Qin's reminder. Hearing that there were strange movements on the Tang Empire's northern border and that Shili had launched a general attack on Tuli, Li Zishuan was shocked. At the same time, a sense of urgency rose in his heart. It seemed that Shili had already sensed the Tang Empire's next move on the grassland. He was already making preparations in advance. Chapter 1706. Haha. You're right. We have to abide by the military rules. Even if I'm in the military camp, I'm no exception. But Xiao Xian, if you're bullied in the military camp, don't worry about it. Just beat them back. Anyway, you're now a master at the late stage of the Supreme Power realm. No one in the Black Armored Army can beat you. If you can't beat them, I'll go and help you. Compared to Qin Xiong's maturity, Qing Yaojin was undoubtedly more forthright and straightforward. This old fellow had just received benefits from Li Zishuan, so he naturally had to stand up and say a few words. However, given his relationship with Li Zishuan, even if he didn't receive any benefits, he would be the first to stand up for Li Zishuan if he was bullied. Li Zishuan smiled. Old Cheng's words obviously meant something. He was worried that he would be bullied after entering the Black Armored Army. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan was a little touched. He clasped his hands and said, This nephew appreciates Uncle Cheng's good intentions. But don't worry, I won't let anyone bully me. Even if Qiu Xingong wanted to bully him after entering the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan planned to solve it himself. He was already an adult. Of course, he had to get back the face he had lost. Haha. Good. You're a little like me when I was young. Good, good. Qing Yaojin couldn't help laughing. He didn't know whether this old guy was praising Li Zishuan or himself. Okay. Xiao Xian. Since you're in Chang'an today, don't go back at noon. I'll ask your aunt to get some good wine and dishes. Let's have a good drink at noon. Qin Xiong didn't want Qing Yaojin to continue boasting, so he interrupted, You can tell us how you broke through to the late stage of the Supreme Power realm this time. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Qing Yaojin's eyes immediately lit up. Old Qing nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, yes. Little Xian, you have to accompany me, Old Qing, and second brother for a few drinks today. Speaking of which, after you go to the military camp, you won't be able to drink even if you want to. Haha. I won't hide it from you. The 12 guards of the capital have all begun their training. In 2 days, this old man will be living in the barracks every day. Qing Yaojin did not care about Li Zishuan's martial arts strength at all because he knew that he had long been surpassed by Li Zishuan in martial arts. Moreover, at his age, even if he wanted to catch up, he would definitely not be able to. Therefore, old Sheng had already developed a certain immunity to Li Zishuan's monstrous martial arts talent. Compared to this, he preferred drinking. He felt that in terms of alcohol tolerance, he could definitely beat Li Zishuan. Since the two uncles are so kind to invite me, then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Zishuan thought about it and finally agreed. According to his original plan, he had come to tell Qin Xiong about it and then return to Lantian County. However, since the war in the north, he, Qin Xiong, and Xing Yaojin had not met again. Previously, the two old generals had led the army thousands of miles to help Long Men pass. This was all friendship. How could he not agree to such a small request? What's more, he had just heard from Xing Yaojin that the 12 guards of the capital had begun their training, which was enough to show how serious the current situation was. Recently, he had been dealing with the affairs of the academy on Cloud Mountain and did not know much about the situation at the foot of the mountain, especially the situation in the imperial court. It was better to take advantage of this lunch to understand the current situation from Xing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Chapter 1707. Fragrant. Fragrant. Qin Estate. When it was close to noon, the maidservants of the Qin estate brought over numerous fragrant dishes from the kitchen. Old Xing couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then he couldn't help but click his tongue in praise. Second brother, the culinary skills of the chefs in your estate are really getting better and better. This taste is almost on par with the immortal indulgence in. Qin Xiong couldn't help but glare at Xing Yaojin and say, "What chef? These dishes were all made by your sister-in-law herself." Ah. Second sister-in-law actually made them herself? Xing Yaojin was shocked and said in disbelief. Hee hee. It's rare for little Xian and Jijia to be here today. I have to personally cook and entertain you. As they were talking, Madame Qin walked in with two maidservants carrying plates and said with a smile. Old Xing chuckled and said, "Haha. Sister-in-law, you're doing this on account of little Xian, right? Looks like I'm still riding on little Xian's coattails today." This old fellow often came to the Qin family to freeload, but it was usually the servants in the manor who cooked. Why would Madame Qin cook personally? Madame Qin scolded, "Nonsense. When you come to the Qin manor, has the Qin manor ever shortchanged you?" Although she said that, everyone knew that it was just a joke between the two of them and couldn't be taken seriously. Li Zishuan stood up and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Auntie. Auntie, sit down and eat with us." Madame Qin smiled and said, "No, no. You guys eat first. The chicken is still stewing over there. Auntie has to take care of it." "Oh, right. Little Xian, why didn't you bring Yushi with you today? Auntie hasn't seen her in a long time." Han Yushi was the adopted daughter of Qin Xiong and Madame Qin. Because of Li Zishuan, Han Yushi was even closer to the Qin family. The two families were also very close, which was why Madame Qin said that. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "I came to Chang'an to do something today, so I didn't bring my wife along. I'll get her to visit Auntie another day." Hee hee. Good, good, good. Then Auntie will help you get the chicken soup. Eat quickly. Madame Qin nodded and smiled in satisfaction before turning to leave. All right. Little Xian, Jijia, eat up. At this moment, Qin Xiong, as the host, hurriedly called out. Haha. Come on. We haven't gathered since we came back from the north, right? Let's drink first. Xing Yaojin laughed and unceremoniously poured himself a cup as he shouted loudly. There were only the three of them at the table. Qin Huaiyu was still at the academy. After old Xing shouted, the atmosphere at the table immediately became lively. Good. This little nephew toasts Uncle Cheng and Uncle Qin. Previously, the two uncles led an army from afar to rescue us. This nephew will remember this friendship. Ever since Li Zishuan grasped the trick of drinking, although he still did not like drinking, he was no longer afraid of drinking. Hearing this, he raised his wine cup, stood up, and raised his cup to Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong said seriously, "Xiao Xian, we are family. Jiejia and I treat you as our family's younger generation. If something happens to you, how can we sit still at home? It's only right that I lead the army to save you. Qing Yaojin interrupted, haha. Second brother is right. We are all family. Why are you being so polite? Come on. Cheers. After saying that, old Qing raised his neck and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. Good. Cheers. Qin Xiong and Li Zishuan also followed suit and drank the wine in their cups in one gulp. Haha. Good wine and good food, why didn't you call me? Shu Bao, Jijia, you guys are too unkind. After a round of wine, Qing Yaojin, this old fellow, was preparing to continue pouring wine for Li Zishuan. At this time, a burst of energetic and familiar laughter came from outside the room. Who else could it be other than Li Er? When the three people in the house heard Li Er's voice, they were all shocked. Everyone quickly put down their wine cups and stood up to welcome him. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." As the host, Qin Xiong bowed and apologized, "Your Majesty has come to my humble abode. This old official has not welcomed you. I hope that Your Majesty will forgive me." Li Er went forward to help Qin Xiong up and said, Shu Bao, what are you doing? I'm only here to drink and freeload today. Let's skip the formalities. Speaking of which, how long has it been since we've gathered to drink together? Although Qin Xiong did not believe Li Er's nonsense that he was only here to drink, the latter half of Li Er's sentence still made him fall silent. That's right, ever since Li Er started the change in the Xuanwu Gate and ascended to the throne, they had never sat at the same table to drink and eat meat again, right? Your Majesty must be joking. Please come in. Qin Xiong quickly recovered from his deep thoughts. He quickly turned his body and invited Li Er in. Li Er nodded and walked in with his hands behind his back. However, when he walked in front of Li Zishuan, he stared expressionlessly at Li Zishuan. This stare made Li Zishuan's heart skip a beat. Although there was one more person at the table, the atmosphere was not as lively as before. No matter how much Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Li Er had gone through life and death together on the battlefield and called each other brothers, now that Li Er had become the emperor, it was impossible for them to return to their previous state. Why are you here in Chang'an City today? Have you settled the matters at the academy? After 3 rounds of wine, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and asked lightly. Li Zishuan quickly replied, Your Majesty, the academy released the results today. This year's enrollment has been completely completed. In addition, the 5,000 sets of armor for the Black Armored Army have been completed. I plan to bring the new equipment to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow to take up my post. That's why I came to Chang'an City today to inform General Duan. The 5,000 sets of armor for the Black Armored Army have been completed? Although Li Er had already guessed this, he could not hide his surprise when he heard Li Zishuan say it with his own ears. Previously, Yan Lide had roughly calculated with him that if they were to follow the new style of armor invented by Li Zishuan, it would be impossible for the Ministry of Works and the craftsmen of the General Work Supervisor to complete the 5,000 sets of armor in 3 months. Now, Li Zishuan's workshop had only used slightly more than a month to complete the 5,000 sets of armor, vanadium steel horse lances, and vanadium steel horse armor. This speed made Li Er envious. If it wasn't for the Emperor's reputation, he really wanted to snatch Li Zishuan's strange interest pavilion workshop, because this workshop could be considered a national treasure. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5,000 sets of armor have been completed and can be sent to the Black Armored Army camp at any time. Li Zishuan was a little flustered by Li Er's wolf-like gaze. Even so, he braced himself and replied. Chapter 1708. Haha. Good. Good. In Qin's mansion, Li Zishuan was elated to hear Li Zishuan's reply. Although he coveted Li Zishuan's workshop, he could not show it. He laughed and said, The Black Armored Army has just expanded. If you can finish these armors as soon as possible, Duan Zhishuan will be able to arrange for the soldiers to train and familiarize themselves with the new equipment. Besides, you are the most familiar with the new equipment. With you assisting Duan Zhishuan in managing the military affairs, it will also help the black armored army to become stronger. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, I will do my best and spare no effort. What a great do your best and do your best. You are going to the military camp tomorrow and you are already in Chang'an. Why don't you report to me? Suddenly, Elder Li's face darkened as he looked at Li Zishuan. Sure enough, old Li was here to settle accounts with him. Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Then, he quickly pretended to be in fear and trepidation and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. You are always busy with state affairs. I just don't want to disturb Your Majesty over such a small matter. Li Er shot a glance at Li Zishuan and said crossly, You, punk, have a glib tongue. All right. I am too lazy to argue with you. Then, he drank a cup of wine and asked, regarding the current situation in the north, Xu Bao has told you, right? Speaking of serious matters, Li Zishuan no longer had the mood to continue eating and drinking. He nodded and said, Uncle Qin has already told this subject. What do you think? Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with interest and asked. He really hoped to hear Li Zishuan's unique views on the situation between the two countries. Li Zishuan had been in the imperial court for more than a year, and he always had a unique view on every problem. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to leave the palace and come to Qin's mansion today. Qin Xiong and Xing Yaojin had also put down their chopsticks and wine cups and looked over. At this time, there were only the four of them in the main hall. Some of the servants and maids had already been ordered to leave by Qin Xiong. On one hand, it was for Li Er's safety. On the other hand, it was to prevent Li Er from revealing any confidential state affairs during the meal. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said slowly, Your Majesty, I think that since Xili secretly deployed his troops at the border between the two countries and launched a general attack on Tuli's troops in the grasslands, it proves that he already knows or guessed that the imperial court has a plan to attack the grasslands. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty's 6 yamen, civil and military, civil and military, civil and military, civil and military, all officials to prepare for war. Such a big movement, such a big movement. Such a big movement, so Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, so Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, you're so. Li Er's eyes flashed and he said, Your analysis is reasonable. Then, what do you think the imperial court should do in the face of the current situation? I originally planned to secretly prepare the army for war and catch Xili off guard 2 months later. But now, it's obvious that Xili is already on guard. Moreover, he seems to be more anxious than I am to carry out the war. In this way, what do you think the Tang Empire's chances of winning this war are? Li Zishuan frowned and said, Your Majesty, the Tang Empire and the Turks are the two most powerful countries in the world today. In such a big national war, to secretly catch the other side off guard, Your Majesty, I think this is an impossible task. It's only a matter of time before Xili finds out that the imperial court is secretly preparing the army for war. But it seems that Xili found out about it earlier this time. But Your Majesty, thinks that all these are not important because the main factor that determines the victory of a war is still the hard power of both sides. Since Xili has already sensed the imperial court's intention to attack the grasslands, then before the war truly begins, we should make complete preparations. We cannot fight a war without preparation. Li Er nodded his head and said, This emperor knows that to forge iron, one must be strong. Therefore, a few days ago, all the soldiers of the 12 capital guards had already started training together. The officials from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of War have already begun preparing military supplies, allocating funds, and deducing battle tactics more than half a month ago, all for the sake of winning this tough battle. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then said with a serious face, Your Majesty, forgive me for being so bold, but I don't think this is enough. Li Er's brows raised and he said doubtfully, Oh? Do you have any better suggestions? Tell me. Li Zishuan didn't hesitate for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, I believe that the mobilization of the 6 yamens and the 12 guards of the capital isn't enough. The Tang Empire should be fully prepared for war. Issue the war mobilization order to every single citizen. Our Tang Empire implements a government army system. The citizens usually farm and join the army in times of war. Ever since the imperial court purged all the rebellious forces in the Tang Empire, the world gradually became peaceful. Many of the soldiers who fought on the battlefield and experienced hundreds of battles have all retired. Among these people, even if some of them don't have outstanding martial arts, they are all veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles. They have rich battle experience. To the Tang Empire, they are an immeasurable amount of wealth. I believe that as long as the imperial court summons these veterans, as long as their blood is still warm, they will definitely be willing to put on their armor and go to war again. If these people are integrated into an army, not only can they form a fighting force in a short period of time, their fighting force is definitely not to be underestimated. I believe that in this decisive battle of life and death, the Tang Empire must go all out and not have any mercy or slack off. This time, the Turks must be completely killed. Veterans were wealth, whether it was in modern times or ancient times. Veterans were not old, but they had experience and experience. They had more battle experience and knew how to cooperate on the battlefield and how to survive. Some people said that a veteran on the battlefield was equivalent to 10 new recruits. Li Zishuan agreed with this very much. This was especially true now that the Great Tang was using a government army system. In peacetime, the government soldiers were farmers who cultivated the land, trained during the farm breaks, and joined the army in times of war. The government soldiers had to prepare their own weapons and horses for war, and the entire country had a government that was responsible for selecting and training the government soldiers. Ever since Wang Shichong was killed in the 4th year of Wuda, the Great Tang had been at peace for 6 or 7 years, of course, not counting the coup at the Xuanwu Gate and the Wei River Alliance. In these 6 or 7 years, the number of government soldiers in the government was far less than it had been in the 4th year of Wuda. The main reason was that many government soldiers had retired. This was why Li Zishuan had made this proposal. He believed that once the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate broke out, the strength of the 12 garrison guards and the black armored army was far from enough. They needed to select a group of seasoned soldiers from the various regions. This was both respect and trust for the veterans. Chapter 1709. Recruit veterans? I didn't expect you to value those veterans so much. In the Qin residence, after Li Zishuan finished his long speech, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong's eyes lit up. Li Er was silent for a moment before he looked at Li Zishuan and said, "What you said is actually not without reason. For this attack on the Turks, I originally planned to send 300,000 soldiers. These 300,000 soldiers will be transferred from the 12 guards of Chang'an. Along the way, I will recruit the elite soldiers of the various provinces to expand the army to 400,000 soldiers. At that time, the 12 guards of the capital will be the main force, and the elite soldiers of the various provinces will play a supporting role. However, after hearing what you said, it is a bit of a waste to only send the soldiers to assist the 12 guards. Since that is the case, I have decided to announce to the world that I will select 150,000 elite soldiers from the various provinces and send them to Chang'an within a month. At that time, I will send a few generals to personally lead these soldiers. When we attack the grasslands, they will also be the main force. However, this will cause the national treasury to be tight. Although the soldiers of the Tang Empire would prepare their own weapons and horses when they were in a war, Li Er had changed his plan and decided to let the selected elite soldiers come to Chang'an for training 1 month in advance. Behind this decision, the imperial court would have to pay an extra 1 month's worth of food for 150,000 soldiers. This was not a small amount. Your Majesty, this subject believes that we cannot be stingy with money and food at the crucial moment of the national war. If the Great Tang is defeated in this war, there will be no way for it to rise again. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was secretly anxious. He thought to himself, what kind of situation is this? You're still worrying about money and food? Are all emperors so stingy? When Li Er heard this, he immediately glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Brat, you don't know the cost of food until you are in charge of the household. Do you know how much money and armor will be used for 150,000 soldiers in a month? The assault of 450,000 soldiers on the grasslands was bound to be a protracted battle. The amount of money and food consumed on the road would be astronomical. Although the national treasury had saved up some money over the past year, the plague of locusts had more or less damaged the imperial court's vitality. If we can't take down the Turks in 4 months, the imperial court will very likely be dragged down by this war. Li Zishuan's expression turned solemn as he said, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood me. This subject has already said that I want the entire Great Tang to prepare for war. This includes not only the guards of Cheng and not only the officials of the 6 bureaus, and not only the elites of the various prefectures, but also the landowning clans, merchants, and ordinary civilians. This battle concerns the fate of my Great Tang for the next several hundred years. If we win, my Great Tang will have one less powerful enemy, and the northern border will be peaceful for at least 50 years. If we lose, all the Tang people will become slaves of a fallen country, prisoners of the Turks. This subject believes that as long as the common people are clear about the pros and cons, they will definitely support the imperial court. Those who have money will contribute money, and those who have strength will contribute strength. This is the strength of the entire nation to prepare for war against the Turks. In this way, this subject does not believe that the imperial court will be worn down by the long supply lines, much less that the Great Tang will lose to the Turks." Li Zishuan's words caused Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong's blood to surge. What did it mean to prepare for war? This was what it meant to prepare for war. If they could really unite the hearts of the common people of Great Tang, defeating the powerful Turks would not be a problem. However, uniting the hearts of the common people was easier said than done. When the two thought of this, their surging hearts gradually calmed down. How could Li Eru not understand this principle? He frowned and said, "Brat, your words are easy to say, but doing it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. Even though the world has been peaceful for many years, the lives of the common people are still very difficult. Asking them to fork out money is something that we cannot do." As the emperor of a country, Li Eru had his own pride. It was already difficult for an emperor like him to compete with the common people. If he were to ask for money from the common people, Li Eru felt that it would be better for the country to be destroyed. As an emperor, he could not afford to lose face like this. It had to be said that Emperor Li Eru's worldview was still very upright, a little too upright. Li Zishuan choked for a moment. After pausing for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the common people are indeed suffering, but there are many rich merchants and noble clans. This war is also related to their interests. They have the ability and the obligation to support this war. Your subjects' intention is to ask them to fork out some money and food to ensure that the imperial court's attack on the Turks will be successful." Li Eru's eyes narrowed and he said meaningfully, "Do you know that it is harder than ascending to the heavens to get those merchants and noble clans to fork out money? The richer a person was, the more stingy they would be." Li Eru naturally understood this principle. Even though those aristocratic clans were all very wealthy, asking them to voluntarily donate money to fill the national treasury, he believed that no one would be willing to do so. Li Zishuan insisted, "Your Majesty, your subject believes that such stingy people who can't see the big picture are in the minority. If your Majesty is still worried, your subject can first ask the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to mobilize all the merchants in the world to donate money. All the money donated will be used in this war against the Turks. When the time comes, if all the merchants respond and gather, how can those noble clans not fork out a single coin?" Li Eru was speechless for a moment. Even though he was unwilling to compete with the common people, he knew that this war with the Turks would be a bitter one. Especially in the battle in the north half a month ago, the unparalleled strength of the Turks' wolf cavalry had cast a shadow over his heart. Under such circumstances, the Great Tang would obviously not be able to defeat the Turks in a short period of time. In that case, the imperial court would be dragged into the quagmire of war and fall into a predicament of financial difficulties. After all, this long supply line required a huge amount of manpower, material, and financial resources. It was completely different from the Great Tang's previous wars to quell internal rebellions. "Good. We will do as you say. Let's see if the merchants in the world will be as generous as you say." After a long silence, Li Er finally spoke. Your subject obeys. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, Your Majesty. Other than gathering funds from the common people and mobilizing the entire country's strength to support the national war, your subject believes that the imperial court should not sit back and watch Xili gather his superior forces to eliminate Tuli and unify the entire grassland. Right now, Xili's forces are already huge. If we sit back and watch him unify the grassland, in this war, the imperial court's army will probably have a harder time winning. Hearing this, the eyes of the three lit up. Li Er quickly asked, Oh? Then what plan do you have? Quickly tell us. Chapter 1710. Your Majesty, although most of the tribes of the steppe have already submitted to Xili, this does not mean that the steppe is a monolithic block. Previously, the Turkic Khitan chieftain led his tribes to submit to the Great Tang, and now, Tuli is stubbornly resisting Xili. This shows that there are still many tribes of the steppe who are not of the same mind as Xili. And we must make good use of this point to obstruct Xili from unifying the steppe. In the Qin residence, Li Zishuan slowly analyzed Li Er's question. This subject believes that the imperial court should immediately dispatch an emissary to secretly infiltrate the steppe with your Majesty's imperial edict. The imperial edict states that Tuli will be conferred the title of King of the Great Tang, and any Turkic tribes that submit to the Great Tang will be richly rewarded. In the current situation, Tuli Kaghan and Xili are already like fire and water. Your Majesty can dispatch people to use Tuli as a foundation to develop tribal forces on the steppe to resist Xili and divide the Turks from within as much as possible. In addition, the imperial court can also deploy a large number of troops on the northern border to exert pressure on Xili, making him somewhat apprehensive and not daring to use all his forces to suppress the rebel forces within the Turks. This way, the Great Tang will have time to prepare for war. In truth, this method of dividing the Turks from within had long been considered by Li Zishuan. At the very least, when the imperial court dispatched troops to encircle and suppress Liang Shidu several months ago, he had already thought of doing it. But at that time, the struggle between Tuli and Xili had not yet reached its climax, and Li Zishuan had not yet dispatched troops to attack the Turks. Thus, Li Zishuan did not have the opportunity to propose this method of dividing the Turks. At present, the Great Tang and the Turks were at daggers drawn, clearly in a state where war could break out at any time. Moreover, Xili clearly wanted to eliminate the rebel forces on the steppe in the shortest amount of time possible and then concentrate all his forces on dealing with the Great Tang. In this critical situation, it was clearly necessary to divide the Turks. Li Er's eyes brightened, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Although your plan is good, at this time, the steppe is no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den to the Tang. Of all the civil and military officials in the court, who would dare to go to the Turks and carry out your plan? In addition, Tuli's heart favors the Great Tang because he had some friendship with me in the past. But it's hard to say for the other tribes on the prairie. To have them betray Xili because of some official titles and benefits, I'm afraid it's not very likely. Li Er was a pragmatic emperor. He was not like the emperors of the later generations who stayed in the palace for a long time and rarely left the palace. He was very clear about the outside world and the ways of the world, so his views were often very realistic. Given the current disparity in strength between the Great Tang and the Turks, any outsider who was not biased would favor the Turks over the Great Tang, let alone the other tribal chiefs of the steppe. It was believed that most people on the grassland believed that Xili was invincible, at least for the Tang Empire. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was already prepared. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, Your Majesty, let's not talk about the candidates sent by the imperial court to the Turkic Khaganate, but it's actually not difficult to make the other tribes of the grassland side with the Tang Empire. We have an excellent opportunity right now. What opportunity? The curiosity in Li Er's heart was immediately aroused. Then he said with some annoyance, Kid, if you have any ideas, just say it. Don't keep me guessing. As an emperor, Li Er certainly liked the feeling of having everything under his control. Of course, not to mention the emperor, even ordinary people did not like others keeping them guessing. Li Zishuan was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He thought to himself, when did I keep you guessing? Can't I say it one by one? What's the hurry? Although he was depressed, he still had to talk about serious matters. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I wonder if you still remember the prophecy that at the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer in the Turkic Khaganate? Although this question was suspected of keeping Li Er guessing again, Li Zishuan had to ask. It was said that important people tended to forget things. Who asked Li Er to be an important person among important people? It had been nearly 10 days since he had returned to the imperial court and told Li Er that the Turkic Khaganate would have abnormal weather at the end of July this year. It was hard to guarantee that Li Er would not forget this matter. When these words were said, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong were both shocked. The two of them looked at each other and could see a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Frost in the 7th month, this kind of thing sounded inconceivable. How could Li Zishuan say it in front of Li Er? However, when they thought of the prophecy that Li Zishuan had said last year that there would be a plague of locusts in the 2nd year of Zhengguan, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong had no choice but to believe this absurd prophecy of frost in the 7th month. Li Er frowned. His mind immediately recalled the conversation he had with Li Zishuan in the Sweet Dew Hall that day. His expression became solemn and he said with a frown, Zhen naturally remembers. Only then did Li Zishuan continue. The perfect opportunity this subject spoke of is at the end of the 7th month, when the Turkic Khaganate will have abnormal weather in midsummer. As the saying goes, strange phenomena appear in troubled times. These strange phenomena also indicate that the country is about to fall. The emissary sent by Your Majesty can use this prophecy to bewitch the tribes on the grasslands who are outwardly united but inwardly divided against Shili. Tell them that strange phenomena will soon appear on the grasslands and that the Turkic Khaganate will soon be completely destroyed. Let these tribal chiefs choose a good tree to rest in as soon as possible. If they do not believe, they can wait a few more days. When the white frost descends on the grasslands at the end of the month, they will have no choice but to believe. At that time, the emissary sent by the imperial court will then explain to these tribal chiefs their feelings and use them for benefits. It will be twice the result with half the effort and yield unexpected results. At that time, it will be difficult for Shili to completely eliminate Tuli Khan in a short period of time. This is because those tribal chiefs who believe in the prophecy will definitely not let go of this opportunity to perform. With them working together with Tuli Khan to stall Shili, our chances of victory in the decisive battle with Shili 2 months later will be greater. Li Er's eyes widened. At this time, his chest could be said to be surging with emotions. Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turkic Khaganate gave him an impulse to slap the table and praise. This plan could directly reverse the outcome of this national war. It could also save the Tang Empire from sacrificing thousands of soldiers this time. It was too crucial. Good. 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 This plan is very good. After being excited for a while, Li Er could not help but clap his hands and laugh. Then, he was not stingy with his praise as he said, divide the Turkic Khaganate from within the grasslands and let the tribal chiefs of the other tribes help Tuli stall Shili. Then, after we have readied our troops, we will kill our way into the grasslands and have a showdown with Shili. In this way, victory is certain. Chapter 1711. It is a good plan, but who can go to the Turks to carry out this plan? Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turks was indeed a bright one, but Qin Xiong frowned and asked this question. After all, whether a plan was good or bad depended on the result, and the person who carried out the plan would have a direct bearing on the result. Li Er's face froze when he heard Qin Xiong's words. He clearly understood that a good plan was only half the success. The other half depended on the person who carried it out. Xu Bao is right. Li Zishuan, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Li Er asked with a frown. Your Majesty, this little Xian is not familiar with most of the officials in court. He might not have a suitable candidate in mind. Before Li Zishuan could speak, Qin Xiong couldn't help but speak. To the Tang, the Turks were no different from a tiger's den. To have Li Zishuan recommend someone to carry out the plan to divide the Turks was clearly asking Li Zishuan to offend someone. If that person didn't return, that person's clan would probably view Li Zishuan as an enemy for generations. If that person was lucky enough to succeed and come back alive, he would be promoted. That person would not be grateful to Li Zishuan for his kindness. He would only be happy that he was quick-witted or lucky. This was a thankless task. Out of concern for the younger generation, Qin Xiong did not wish for Li Zishuan to answer Li Er's question. It had to be said that old Qin was truly treating Li Zishuan as his own nephew. Li Zishuan was not stupid. Although his EQ was not very high, it was definitely not low. In an instant, he understood Qin Xiong's intentions. He could not help but feel a trace of emotion in his heart. Back then, he had inadvertently cured Qin Xiong's old injury, but Qin Xiong had always treated him as his savior. Normally, he would protect him in everything. Whenever he encountered a problem, Qin Xiong would always be the first to stand up. This was the case when he had killed his way into the Blood-Wind stockade alone. Half a month ago, it was the same when he had fought the Turkic army at Longmen Pass. Li Zishuan could only silently remember these sentiments in his heart. When the Qin family encountered difficulties and needed help one day, he would definitely provide assistance without hesitation. How could old Li not see through Cheng Yaojin's intentions? His eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Xiong, who was bowing with his head lowered. A trace of understanding quickly flashed through his eyes. A moment later, he sighed and said, "Shu Bao, how could I not think of the things you can think of? Don't worry, Li Zishuan's words today will only enter the ears of the four of us. There will not be a fifth person who will know." This was a guarantee to Qin Xiong. He guaranteed that the person recommended by Li Zishuan would not know that he was recommended by Li Zishuan. It was rare for an emperor to be able to do this. Qin Xiong was about to speak when Li Zishuan opened his mouth. He first clasped his hands towards Qin Xiong and said, "Uncle Qin's good intentions, this nephew appreciates it. But this nephew only cares about the life and death of the Tang Empire. This nephew's recommendation to your majesty today is completely out of the public interest. This nephew has a clear conscience." Finishing, Li Zishuan bowed towards Li Er and said, "Your majesty, this subject has a person in mind. He is the most suitable person to carry out this plan. I hope that your majesty can consider it." "Speak." Li Er hurriedly said, his voice carrying a trace of urgency. "Duke Ju, Tang Jian." Under Li Er's aggressive gaze, Li Zishuan did not keep him in suspense this time. He directly said the most ideal person in his mind. It was the legendary person who had been sent to the Turks many times in history and almost lost his life in the grasslands, Tang Jian. Tang Jian's name was Mao Yu, and he was from Jianghu in Bing province. In history, Tang Jian was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. He was born in the first year of Xiang in the northern Zhou dynasty and died in the first year of Xianqing in the Tang dynasty. He had experienced 3 dynasties and 5 emperors and passed away at the age of 80. He could be said to be the old man of the officialdom. In his youth, Tang Jian's family had been officials for generations. His family was a famous family. It could be said that he did not get tired of using things and did not get tired of eating things. He received a good education and culture, and was raised to have an unrestrained and forthright personality. He was not a child who followed the rules. However, innate nature was innate, and education was education. Tang Jian was extremely respectful towards his elders and was famous for his filial piety. Due to his father Tang Jian and Li Yuan being close, Tang Jian, who was older than Li Er by 20 years, had the chance to interact with Li Er and become friends despite the difference in age. At that time, the Sui dynasty was filled with rebellions and smoke of war rose everywhere. Tang Jian often discussed the world situation with Shimin and secretly reminded Li Er that the Sui dynasty was in chaos, and the world could be plotted against. Li Er, who had great ambitions, treated Tang Jian as a close friend and reported Tang Jian's words to his father. When Li Yuan heard this, he scolded Shimin not to speak nonsense. After that, he secretly summoned Tang Jian to the palace to discuss the world situation. Therefore, Tang Jian could be considered as one of the earliest ministers to follow the emperor. In the 9th month of the 2nd year of Wuda, Tang Zuo was established. The country's foundation was not stable, and the world was still in chaos. Lu Wuzhou used Mai as a base and formed alliances with the Turks in the north. He sent troops down south to Taiyuan, where Li Tang and Long rose, drinking horses and drinking water from Fan River. Prince Jin, the third son of the new emperor Li Yuan, Li Yuanji, saw Lu Wuzhou coming fiercely. He abandoned Jinyang and fled to Chang'an. After Lu Wuzhou captured Taiyuan, he continued to lead his troops down south. Tang official Lu Chongmao occupied Xia County and gathered people to oppose the Tang, in response to Lu Wuzhou. At that time, Tang Jian was on a diplomatic mission and arrived at the army. Coincidentally, Li Xiaoji and the others were captured by Lu Wuzhou. Unfortunately, he was also captured. During the captivity, the resourceful Tang Jian, although he was trapped in the enemy camp, said, "I am the commander of the thieves, they are all mediocre. Only Yuqi Jingda is wise and far-sighted." Thereupon he seized the opportunity to instigate Yuqi Jingda to rebel, advising him to choose a master and surrender to the Tang. Yuqi Jingda also knew that Lu Wuzhou would not be able to accomplish great things. Under Tang Jian's persuasion, body in Chao camp, heart in Han, he prepared to abandon Lu and surrender to the Tang. In the prison, Tang Jian and Yuan Junbao were locked in the same place. From Yuan Junbao's mouth he learned about Dugu Huai's rebellion. From time to time he also received news that Dugu Huai'an had escaped back to Pudong to assume his original post. Tang Jian saw the situation was critical. He urgently asked Yuqi Jingda to release Lu Shirang and send a message to the Tang camp. Under Qin Wang's urging, Emperor Gaozu was on his way to Pudong when he heard Lu Shirang's story. Thereupon he lured Dugu Huai'an to kill him, and thus escaped from danger. Working together from inside and outside, Qin Wang Li Shimin defeated Lu Wuzhou. After returning to the capital, Tang Jian was appointed as the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Heavenly Policy Mansion, the Assistant Minister of the Yellow Gate, and was conferred the title of Zhu Guogong. The most legendary thing about Tang Jian was that he later went on a diplomatic mission to the Tujue. In the first year of Zhongguan, the Tang and the Tujue stopped fighting. Tang Jian was sent as a diplomatic mission to the Tujue to build peace. In the fourth year of Zhongguan, he sent as a diplomatic mission to the Tujue. Following the imperial court's mission, Tang Jian brought gold, silver, money and provisions to lure Shili to surrender. Shili saw that Tang Ri was powerful, plus he was very respectful toward the Tujue, hence he prepared to surrender to the House of Tang and slacked off on military defense. Right this moment, the Tang court sent Li Jing to launch a surprise attack, defeating the Tujue and quelling the danger of the northern border. Being in the hinterland of the Tujue, in the end, not only did they achieve their goal of luring Shili to surrender, they were also able to escape on the eve of Li Jing's attack. Tang Jian's maneuver could be said to have reached perfection. Afterward, Tang Jian was also promoted as the Minister of Civil Affairs. His son and Princess Yuzhong became Phoenix Luan. The Taiyuan Tang family was not only a high official, but also a relative of the emperor. Henceforth, their glory reached the peak. It was precisely because Tang Jian had left such a thick and colorful stroke in the history books that Li Zishuan recommended Tang Jian to Li Zishuan. He believed that with Tang Jian's quick-wittedness and intelligence, he would definitely be able to successfully carry out the plan to divide the Tujue. This subject heard that Zhu Guogong Tang Jian went on a diplomatic mission to the Tujue last year. Regarding the environment and situation of the Tujue, Zhu Guogong is clearer than many ministers. In addition, that year when His Majesty defeated the rebel Lu Wuzhou, Zhu Guogong was in prison, yet he was still able to successfully instigate Uncle Yuqi, who was under Lu Wuzhou's banner, to rebel. This proves that Zhu Guogong's quick-wittedness and eloquence are exceptionally outstanding. How similar is the situation at that time to now? Therefore, this subject believes that with Tuli Khan as the foundation to instigate the leaders of the other tribes, sending Zhu Guogong is the most appropriate. Li Zishuan cupped his hands toward Li Er and said in a clear voice. Chapter 1712. Oh. You know Mao Yu? After hearing Tang Jian's name from Li Zishuan's mouth, Li Er could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He even felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Based on personal ability and the current situation, Tang Jian was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, although Tang Jian had been conferred the title of duke, he had always lived in seclusion. Li Er did not expect that Li Zishuan would have a connection with Tang Jian, so he could not help but ask. Can I say that I know him from the history books? In the history books, before the great Tang destroyed the Turks, the person who sent the envoy to the Turks was Tang Jian. Li Zishuan had indeed never seen Tang Jian before. The two of them also did not have any interactions. Hearing this, he could not help but secretly roll his eyes and grumble in his heart. But these words could not be said out loud. In the face of Li Er's question, Li Zishuan did not blush, and his heart did not skip a beat as he made up a story. Your Majesty, this subject does not know Duke Zhu, but this subject has heard Uncle Yuqi speak of Duke Zhu's deeds. In addition, this subject recommends Duke Zhu out of righteousness and without any selfish motives. In the current situation, this subject believes that Duke Zhu is the most suitable candidate. After saying this, Li Zishuan's expression turned solemn as he clasped his hands and bowed solemnly to Li Er. Perhaps it was because of the solemnity on this fellow's face that Li Er believed his nonsense. Old Li furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. On the side, when Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin heard the name Tang Jian, their eyes could not help but light up. However, a hint of worry immediately flashed through Qin Xiong's eyes. After all, Tang Jian was a duke, a person of the same status as them. Moreover, this person, whether it was Li Yuan or the current Li Er, had a good personal relationship. If Tang Jian knew that the person who had recommended him to go to the Turks at this time was Li Zishuan, he would probably hate Li Zishuan to death in his heart. Although Li Zishuan's current divine favor did not seem to have any need to fear Tang Jian, who could say for sure about something like a divine favor? What if it was gone in the future? Li Zishuan had offended a duke for no reason at all, even though he didn't have the slightest benefit to himself. However, words that had been spoken were like water that could not be taken back. Qin Xiong could only wait anxiously at the side. While Qin Xiong was anxiously waiting and worrying, Li Zishuan finally spoke. He looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously, "Your plan is very good. The person you recommended is also very suitable. We will seriously consider it." After saying that, Li Er looked at Qin Xiong, who was sitting at the side with a worried expression but did not say a word. He immediately understood. He smiled and continued, "Shu Bao, don't worry about this brat anymore. What I said earlier still counts. What's more, Mao Yu is an open-minded person. He's not a petty person. Even if he knows, he'll know the severity of the matter." With Li Er poking at his heart, Qin Xiong could not help but blush. He hurriedly apologized, "Your Majesty is the Emperor. Naturally, your words carry enormous weight. How would this old subject dare to doubt you?" He. Li Er shook his head, not denying it. Qing Yaojin grinned and said, he. "Second brother, you don't mean what you say. But don't worry, even if Tang Mao finds fault with Xiao Xian after this, I, Qing Yaojin, will not agree. I'm not afraid of him." This old fellow's mouth tore down Qin Xiong's stage. What a useless teammate. Qin Xiong glared at Qing Yaojin. Li Er was already used to this and did not mind. He drank a cup of wine and looked at Li Zishuan. He asked calmly, "Li Zishuan, when you go to the Black Armored Army tomorrow, have you thought about how to train this newly formed Black Armored Army?" This was a small test for Li Zishuan. Other than having the right to supervise, the military registrar also had the responsibility to assist the general in managing military affairs. Li Zishuan said seriously, "Your Majesty, I haven't thought about it yet. I've never been to the Black Armored Army's main camp and have never seen the current Black Armored Army. Without seeing the actual condition of the Black Armored Army, if I rashly come up with a training plan for them, it would be no different from talking on paper. Only after seeing it with my own eyes can I formulate a training plan for them. This will allow this newly formed Black Armored Army to quickly adapt to the new equipment and allow them to quickly become a powerful force." Although it was a negative answer, Li Er nodded. He smiled and said, he. Good. If you can think this way, it proves that you're more mature than before. Then I can rest assured and let you go to the Black Armored Army. I only have one request. Within 2 months, let the Black Armored Army become the most outstanding of the 12 camps in the capital. Towards the end, Li Er's voice became extremely firm. If one were to ask who was the elder of elders in the Black Armored Army, that person would be none other than Li Er. Even Duan Jishuan couldn't compare to him. This was because the Black Armored Army was single-handedly created by Li Er. In the process of the Tang Empire's establishment, the Black Armored Army had followed Li Er through many battles. It could be said that Li Er's feelings towards the Black Armored Army were deeper than any other army. Therefore, in the battle 2 months later, Li Er had high hopes for the Black Armored Army. In the past, the Black Armored Army was the most outstanding army in the Tang Empire. It was an elite troop formed by the elites of the elites. However, during the rebellion in Guangcheng, the 2,000 Black Armored Army members and the tens of thousands of troops from the Chui and Jing families met. That battle caused the Black Armored Army to suffer heavy losses. As a last resort, Li Er decided to reorganize the Black Armored Army and expand the Black Armored Army. It hadn't even been a month since the expansion of the Black Armored Army was completed. Even though those who were selected to join the Black Armored Army were all experts, they didn't have any cooperation with each other. Naturally, their fighting prowess wasn't as good as before. Right now, Li Er only wanted the Black Armored Army to return to its peak and continue its glory. Sensing the seriousness in Li Er's voice, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said solemnly, "Your subject obeys the decree. Your subject will do his best to make the Black Armored Army the most outstanding army in the Tang Empire." Naturally, Li Zishuan wasn't confident in his words. After all, whether it was in his previous life or this one, he had never led an army properly. Being entrusted with such an important task by Li Er without any experience, he naturally felt uneasy. But then again, since Li Er trusted him so much, Li Zishuan felt that there was no reason for him to disappoint Li Er. Besides, if he could train the Black Armored Army well, it would increase the chances of Tang Empire winning this war. He. All right. The meal has been eaten and the wine has been drunk. It's time for us to return to the palace. Hearing the affirmative answer from Li Zishuan, Li Er smiled with relief and then stood up. "Farewell, Your Majesty. Farewell, Your Majesty." Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin, and Li Zishuan quickly stood up and bowed. Li Er waved his hands and left. Chapter 1713. After Li Er left, even though that old demon Qing Yao Jin was constantly making jokes on the side, the atmosphere at the table did not become lively again. Qin Xiong was still worried that Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turks to Li Er would be known. At that time, it was hard to say what Tang Jian's attitude would be, but the entire Tang clan would definitely regard Li Zishuan as a mortal enemy. As for Li Zishuan, he was worried because he was going to start his life in the army tomorrow. After all, wherever there were people, there would be Jianghu. It was the same in the imperial court and the army. He did not know what awaited him next. Facing such an unknown fate, he could not help but feel a little lost. This was not as simple as solving a math or physics problem. It involved many people and matters. He himself was not sure if he would be able to live a smooth life in the army. "Uncle Qin, thank you for your hospitality today. I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Many things happened during lunch. Although everyone did not eat to their heart's content, all good things must come to an end. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they continued to chat for a while before Li Zishuan stood up and bid farewell. Good. Go ahead. Qin Xiong also knew that Li Zishuan would have many things to arrange before going to the army, so he did not urge him to stay. However, he still said, "Little Xian, since His Majesty has appointed you as an adjutant of the Black Armored Army, it means that His Majesty wants to cultivate your ability in war. You are the only child of your family. Logically speaking, His Majesty would not let you go to the front lines. However, the war with the Turks concerns the survival of the Tang Empire. You may not be able to avoid this war. It is also a good thing for you to gain experience in the Black Armored Army. In addition, you must be mentally prepared to go to the front lines. The medicine master is better than me and Jijia in terms of military strategy. Before you enter the army, you should pay him a visit. Speaking of which, you are considered relatives. I believe that he will not hide anything from you. If you can learn something from the medicine master, it may come in handy in the future. Hearing Qin Xiong praise someone like this, Qing Yaojin was not unconvinced. Because that person was Li Jing, the Tang Empire's military god. In terms of military strategy, Li Jing's military talent was admirable. Old Sheng was no exception. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He originally wanted to go home directly, but after hearing what Qin Xiong said, he suddenly changed his mind. Uncle Qin is right. I will go to Duke Wei's mansion to visit Uncle Li. Uncles, this nephew will take his leave. After bidding farewell to the two of them, Li Zishuan changed his route and went straight to Puning Lane, Duke Wei's mansion. Outside the mansion, Li Zishuan reported his name. The gatekeeper of Li Zishuan's mansion was shocked. He was about to go in and report, but he immediately put on a warm expression and welcomed Li Zishuan in. Master has instructed that Marquis, you don't have to report your arrival. Go directly to the side hall for tea. Old Master is reading in the study room right now. I will go and inform Old Master. The gatekeeper enthusiastically led Li Zishuan to the side hall of Duke Wei's mansion. After asking the servant girls to serve him tea, he quickly ran out like a wisp of smoke. Why are the people of Duke Wei's mansion so polite to me? Could it be that Li Jing has divine foresight and predicted that I would come today? So he informed the gatekeeper in advance? That's impossible. The history books only wrote that Li Jing was a military god, but they didn't say that he was a swindler. Li Zishuan, who was sitting on the chair, was not in the mood to taste the fragrant tea. Instead, he muttered to himself. The atmosphere in the mansion was a little too strange. It was true that he was related to Li Jing, but it was far from being to this extent, right? Just as Li Zishuan was puzzled, light footsteps came from outside the door. Li Zishuan frowned, because the footsteps did not sound like it came from a man, but more like a woman. As expected, in the next moment, a graceful woman wearing a red dress walked in. Li Zishuan's heart thumped, and he knew that it was not good. Because the person who came was Hong Funu. Li Zishuan deeply remembered that when the bearded man first came to Cloud Mountain to show off, he was beaten to a pulp by him and Mo Huai. After that, Hong Funu killed her way to Cloud Mountain and almost fought with her life. If not for Li Jing stopping her, a great battle of the century would probably have broken out on Cloud Mountain. So when he saw the unreasonable Hong Funu again, Li Zishuan immediately had the urge to flee. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. When Hong Funu saw Li Zishuan, she did not glare at him angrily, nor did she speak sarcastically. Instead, she revealed a trace of kindness on her face. She walked towards Li Zishuan with a smile and said, "TSK TSK. I heard that you fought with the Tuzhou state preceptor in the north and did not die. Little Xian, grandmother really underestimated you. But you were able to not lose to Wu Jia, which can be considered as helping your brother vent his anger. He. How is it? Have you eaten yet? If you haven't, grandmother will ask someone to prepare some food and wine for you. Oh, if you haven't eaten yet, grandmother will personally prepare food and wine for you." The more Hong Funu spoke, the happier she became. In the end, she could not help but pat Li Zishuan on the shoulder, with a look of, "I'm giving you face, you have to accept it. Many thanks. Many thanks for grandmother's kindness. It's just that I've already eaten before coming here." Li Zishuan shuddered and hurriedly stood up from the stool. He cupped his hands and said. At the same time, he seemed to understand something in his heart. It seemed that the reason why Hong Funu was so friendly to him was mainly because of the bearded man. That night, when Yun Shan was attacked, the bearded man had no choice but to fight Wu Jia head-on. In the end, if it were not for little Yu's timely arrival, the bearded man's head would have been separated from his body. With Hong Funu's temperament, if she heard that the bearded man was beaten up, she would probably want to capture that person and torture him to death with a knife. After that, Li Zishuan happened to meet Wuxia at the Dragon Gate. Although he did not defeat Wuxia, Wuxia did not gain any advantage over him either. It was probably because of this incident that Hong Funa's attitude towards Li Zishuan changed greatly. Have you eaten? That's not important. You can have another meal after you've eaten. Grandmother will ask someone to prepare a table of good wine and dishes for you. Later, Brother Jing will accompany you to drink a few cups. Li Zishuan's guess was right. The reason why Hong Funa's attitude towards him had changed greatly was mainly because Li Zishuan had fought Wu Jia alone at the Dragon Gate. Although he did not seriously injure Wu Jia, he had still injured him and helped the bearded man vent his anger. It was not a joke to say that the Feng Chen three heroes were of the same breath and branch. Cough cough. All right. Chu Chen, don't make things difficult for little Xian. De Jian is looking for you in the front yard. Quickly go out and take a look. Just as Li Zishuan was at a loss, Li Jing finally arrived. He coughed dryly and said to Hong Funu. De Jian? What could he possibly want from me? All right. Brother Jing, you can chat with little Xian. I'll go out first. Hong Funa pouted unhappily, then turned around and left. Chapter 1714. Xiao Xian, what brings you to Chang'an today? I heard that your Yanhuang College has been busy with recruiting students. It seems like you've finished your work, right? Duke Wei's mansion, side hall. After Li Jing sent away that nonsensical Hong Funu, he invited Li Zishuan to sit down. After exchanging some pleasantries, Li Jing went straight to the point and asked Li Zishuan why he was here. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, Uncle Li, I've finished my work at the college. In addition, the 5,000 sets of new armor that His Majesty had ordered the workshop of the interesting pavilion to make have been completed. Therefore, I plan to head to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow to take up my post. I'm here today to inform General Duan in advance, so I came to visit you. Actually, he was here today to learn from Li Jing, but how could he say such things so bluntly? He, Li Zishuan, still cared about his reputation. But then again, his relationship with Li Jing was a bit messy. According to his relationship with Han Yushi, he should call Li Jing granduncle. However, this way, Li Jing would be a generation older than Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin. This was because Li Zishuan usually called them uncles, but now he called Li Jing granduncle. What was going on? Therefore, ever since he found out that Han Yushi's father, Han Tianhu, was a descendant of Han Qinhu, one of the 8 pillar countries of the former Sui dynasty, old Sheng had emphasized to Li Zishuan more than once that he could not call Li Jing granduncle. Oh. 5,000 sets of weapons and armor? How did your workshop finish making them so quickly? When Li Jing heard this, his eyes flashed and he could not hide the shock on his face. As the Minister of War, Li Jing was not only proficient in leading troops to war, but he also had a good understanding of weapon manufacturing. He knew that according to the plate armor style that Li Zishuan had shown in front of the civil and military officials, there were no more than 5 workshops in the Tang dynasty that could make such exquisite plate armor. Including the Ministry of Works and the Works Supervisor, there were no more than 5. Even if the Ministry of Works and the Works Supervisor worked together, it would be impossible for them to create 5,000 sets of such armor in a month's time. How could Li Zishuan not be surprised that Li Zishuan's interesting pavilion workshop did it? Yes. Thousands of craftsmen, working day and night, finally succeeded. Li Zishuan nodded calmly. Others only knew how amazing this speed was, but they didn't know how much the workshop had paid for this speed. Even though Li Zishuan's family was extremely wealthy, creating these 5,000 sets of armor was still a huge blow to his vitality. After all, if he wanted to achieve such a fast speed, he needed enough skilled craftsmen. If he wanted to motivate the craftsmen to produce, he had to give them enough wages. However, the only fortunate thing was that the iron and vanadium used to make the weapons and armor were all dug out from the mines. Li Zishuan had a few mines in his hands. In terms of raw materials, he only had to pay the miners' wages and the cost of transporting the ores. Otherwise, just these 5,000 sets of armor would be enough to empty his family's fortune. Making weapons was really too expensive. Especially in ancient times where there was a shortage of iron. However, even though he had spent a lot of money to make these 5,000 sets of armor, Li Zishuan didn't regret it. Because to him, money could be earned again, but if the country was gone, it would be useless no matter how much money he earned. Good. 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 Hearing the affirmative answer, Li Zishuan nodded repeatedly. He smiled and said, Xiao Xian, these armor of yours came at the right time. Xieli in the north is making a move. I'm sure you've heard about this, right? Now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at each other's throats, the sooner you can make the armor, the sooner the newly formed black armored army can be formed. I've already heard about the movements of the wolf tribe in the north. That's why I'm in such a hurry to go to the army camp. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Xiao Xian, not only are you strong in martial arts, but you're also meticulous. In fact, not only Jijia and Shu Bao, even I have always wanted to transfer you into the army. However, you're Jingma's only son, so I can't bear to do that. Now that the Tang Empire is in danger, and you've coincidentally become the Black Armored Army's commander, I think it won't be long before you shine in the Tang Empire's military. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and looked at Li Zishuan with a serious face. He wasn't deliberately flattering Li Zishuan. A person with unparalleled martial arts could become a fierce general. However, in addition to unparalleled martial arts, this person also had unparalleled wisdom and meticulous thinking. With a little training, this person would definitely have the chance to become a one-in-a-million good general. And Li Zishuan was such a person. A master of the Grandmaster realm and the head of the engineering school, wasn't that the perfect combination of martial arts and wisdom? Uncle Li, you're too kind. Hearing this, Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, although I'm strong in martial arts, I've never led an army to war before. How can I deserve such praise from Uncle Li? Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully and smiled faintly. Of course you deserve it. I also believe that my judgment is not wrong. If you don't believe me, then let's wait and see. Li Zishuan laughed dryly and didn't continue the conversation. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, leading an army to war requires actual combat experience, but this experience can be cultivated later. In these years, I've followed His Majesty to fight in the north and south. I've experienced at least 800 battles, if not 1,000. I have some understanding of the art of war and strategy, but I don't know if you'd like to listen to my nagging. Li Zishuan was delighted. He hurriedly stood up and bowed to Li Zishuan solemnly. He said, Uncle Li, what are you talking about? You're the invincible war god of the Tang Empire. It's my honor to be able to listen to your teachings on the art of war. If I hadn't been apprenticed when I was young, would have been willing to serve you as a teacher. Seeing Li Zishuan's attitude, Li Zishuan felt gratified. In fact, he had never intended to accept any disciple. His position in the military was too high. He only wanted to live a secluded life and not get involved in politics to reduce the suspicion of the emperor. Therefore, he had never thought of accepting any disciple. However, Li Zishuan was too outstanding in both martial arts and literature. It was hard not to love him. In addition, Li Zishuan was his junior and relative. Under such circumstances, Li Zishuan couldn't help but want to teach Li Zishuan something. The generals of their generation would eventually grow old. He hoped that Li Zishuan could shoulder the heavy responsibility of making the Tang Empire prosper in the future. Haha. You don't have to be so serious. I can't teach you anything too profound in such a short time. I'll just teach you some superficial things so that you can have a general understanding of the military drill of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan stood up and helped Li Zishuan up. He said with a smile. Chapter 17:15. Duke Wei's Mansion. Li Jing's lecture lasted all the way until dusk. He spoke very quickly, and Li Zishuan, who had strong mental strength, digested it very quickly as well. It was so fast that even Li Jing could not keep up with Li Zishuan's speed. This was really a strange thing. A teacher's lecture speed could not keep up with the speed at which a student digested the knowledge. This was really unheard of. Initially, Li Jing only wanted to talk to Li Zishuan about the current structure of the Tang army, the main generals in the army, and the military formations that were often used during military drills. He did not expect Li Zishuan to understand it on the spot. He only hoped that after Li Zishuan entered the Black Armored Army's camp, he would be able to slowly digest these things through his daily training. After all, Li Zishuan had never been in the army before, nor had he ever led an army before. Even if he was extremely talented, it was impossible for him to digest so much military knowledge in such a short time. But who knew that Li Zishuan, who had never come into contact with military formations before, would be able to digest the knowledge that Li Jing taught him even faster than some of the veteran generals who had been in the army for years. Sometimes, Li Jing only needed to talk about the general rules of a certain military formation and the principles of cooperation, and Li Zishuan would be able to draw inferences from it. Moreover, some of the unintentional words that came out of his mouth would make Li Jing's eyes light up. As a result, the class, that was supposed to last until dusk, was finished by the time it was 5 in the afternoon. Furthermore, Li Zishuan, as a student, was able to digest the new knowledge better than he had expected. Left with no choice, Li Jing could only increase the learning content for Li Zishuan. He personally went to the study room and took out a stack of unbound manuscripts. Then, he began to talk to Li Zishuan again. What he had taught Li Zishuan previously was only the surface of the art of military formations. But in this stack of manuscripts, it was the essence of the art of military formations. These were all summaries of Li Jing's military experience over the years. Its value was absolutely immeasurable. Li Zishuan explained the contents of these manuscripts slowly. In the process, he would often intersperse some of the wars he had experienced before. The purpose of this was to combine theory and practice so that Li Zishuan could better understand them. Li Zishuan was also having a great time listening to them. After all, 9 out of 10 men were military fans. It was a rare opportunity to listen to a military lecture from the great Tang army god. Such an opportunity was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. In terms of teaching skills, although Li Jing was not as good as the gold medal lecturers in modern schools, Li Jing's understanding of military formations was unparalleled. Every word he said hit the nail on the head, making people involuntarily think and comprehend. All right. It was getting late. Little Xian, you should go back. Otherwise, when the city gates close, it won't be easy for you to leave the city. When the sun was setting, Li Jing collected the scattered manuscripts on the table, then stood up and said to Li Zishuan, who was sitting opposite him. There was a trace of tiredness on his face. Teaching for half a day had exhausted his spirit. It was really because Li Zishuan, this student, was absorbing new knowledge too fast. As a teacher, he had been tense and did not dare to relax for a moment in order not to drag him down. Now that he was finally liberated, Li Jing could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Teaching a disciple is really tiring. Under normal circumstances, half a day could not teach or learn too much. However, the two people in front of him, one was the invincible god of war, the other was a genius with a photographic memory. In half a day, the two of them had completed the cultural inheritance that would take others more than 10 days to digest. At this time, Li Zishuan stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Jing. He said, Uncle Li's teaching today is very likely to save the lives of many other soldiers on the battlefield in the future. I will remember your life-saving grace in my heart. Li Jing's military lecture today was extremely important to Li Zishuan. He was going to the military camp tomorrow, but before that, he knew nothing about the military. He didn't even know about the job structure in the military, let alone the military drill method of this era. Although he was a modern person and knew some of the training programs of the modern army, through watching TV or military training, it was absolutely impossible to forcibly transfer the modern set over. Every era had its own characteristics. If he forcibly forced the things of another era into this era, there would definitely be a problem of acclimatization. But now, after experiencing Li Jing's teaching, the situation was completely different. Although he had not completely grasped the essence of Li Jing's military strategy, at least he now had a good understanding of the system and basic military formation in the Tang army. When the time came, he could formulate a set of specific training system according to the military formation training method of this era, and there would not be a problem of acclimatization. In addition, through this afternoon's lecture, Li Zixuan had a general understanding of the military rules in the Tang army. In this way, when he entered the military camp in the future, he would not inadvertently violate the military rules. He did not like to have his weakness in the hands of others. Haha. Little Xian, your words are too serious. Li Jing waved his hand and said, the art of war exists in the heart, and the actions are more important than the reason. The so-called art of war can only allow you to understand the deployment of various military formations and battlefield strategies, but the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. Blindly imitating the art of war is not advisable. Since you have received my teachings on the art of war, you are half a disciple of mine. This old man does not want you to become that armchair strategist Zhao Kuo, who brings disaster to the country and the people. You must remember what this old man has said today. Li Jing's face was filled with solemnity. Although he had great military achievements in his life and was revered as the war god of the great Tang by the people, he had never formally accepted a disciple. On one hand, he wanted to keep a low profile, and on the other hand, he did not want to have a half-baked disciple like Zhao Kuo, who would bring disaster to the lives of the soldiers. Ho Junji was not Li Jing's disciple yet. Li Zixuan clasped his hands solemnly and said, this nephew will remember Uncle Li's teachings. I will not become that armchair strategist Zhao Kuo. After a few moments of hesitation, Li Jing reluctantly handed the pile of manuscripts on the table to Li Zixuan and said, these manuscripts are some of the insights this old man has gained about the art of war while following His Majesty. This old man has named it the Mirror of Six Armies. Although it has not been completed yet, it should be of some help to your current situation. Take it back today and have someone copy it before returning the original manuscript to this old man. Mirror of Six Armies. It was actually the Mirror of Six Armies. In history, the Mirror of Six Armies was the first book written by Li Jing that gathered the essence of the art of war, but for some reason, it was lost. Li Zixuan did not expect Li Jing to pass such a precious book on the art of war to him. It seemed that today's trip was not in vain. Many thanks to Uncle Li for passing this book on the art of war to me. Li Zixuan was overjoyed as he hurriedly received the book with both hands. Chapter 17:16. Li Zixuan was in a good mood as he held the Mirror of Six Armies that Li Jing had given him. This was Li Jing's masterpiece in the art of war. Although there were many military books in this era, such as Sun Tzu's The Art of War, they had to keep pace with the times. Although Li Jing's Mirror of Six Armies was better than Sun Tzu's The Art of War, the content of the Mirror of Six Armies had definitely absorbed the wisdom of the ancestors and combined it with the current military system and formations of the Tang Empire. Therefore, the Mirror of Six Armies was more suitable for this era. Li Zixuan, who was in a good mood, rode Whitey out of Jianghu city quickly. He had to get to the workshop before the end of the day and asked the craftsman to make a copy of the Mirror of Six Armies. This military book was too important. Before he left, Li Jing had repeatedly warned him not to reveal it to anyone else. The art of war was not something that could be easily imparted. Because if someone with evil intentions learned it, it would be a disaster for the country and the people. If not for the fact that Li Zixuan was a promising talent, that Li Zixuan was humble, adept in both the pen and the sword, and that Li Zixuan was half a relative of his, and that the Turks and the Great Tang were at daggers drawn and a war could break out at any time, he would never have taught Li Zixuan the Mirror of Six Armies at this time. Therefore, Li Zixuan would not let anyone else make a copy of the Mirror of Six Armies. He had to keep an eye on it himself. Marquis. His Highness Prince of Wei is looking for you everywhere. It seems that there is something urgent. Not long after leaving Jianghu city, a middle-aged man riding a horse came up to him. When the man was about to reach Li Zixuan, he steadied his horse and dismounted. He bowed to Li Zixuan with his fists clasped. Jia Yi, why is Qingke looking for me? Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. The person who came was Du Yi. After the Heavenly Dragon sect was annihilated, Venerable Du Yi was taken in by Li Zixuan as a servant. In order to avoid causing panic in his family, Li Zishuan changed Du Yi's name to Jia Yi. After a long time, he got used to calling him Jia Yi and not Du Yi. Counting the days, Du Yi had been a servant of the Marquis's household for nearly half a month. During this time, Li Zishuan had probed Du Yi many times, intentionally or unintentionally. However, he found that the other party seemed to have accepted his fate and did not have the slightest intention of rebelling. Thus, Li Zishuan gradually relaxed his guard against Du Yi. However, even so, Li Zishuan did not dare to let Du Yi stay in the Marquis's mansion all the time. Usually, Du Yi spent more time in the Yunshan courtyard. Mo Huai, a master at the late stage of the Grand Master realm, was guarding the Yunshan courtyard. Even if Du Yi had the intention of rebelling, he would not be able to make any waves. In any case, Li Zishuan did not dare and would not risk his family. He was rarely in the Marquis's mansion, so he would not leave Du Yi alone in the Marquis's mansion. Du Yi used to be a monk. However, after becoming Li Zishuan's servant, in order to avoid attracting strange gazes when he went out, he usually wore a silk scarf hat outside. He looked a bit like a barbarian from beyond the Great Wall. In the face of Li Zishuan's inquiry, Du Yi shook his head and said, "I don't know. Half an hour ago, the king of Wei went to the academy to look for the Marquis. When he found out that the Marquis was not on Cloud Mountain, he ordered this penniless monk to head down the mountain to look for the Marquis. Prince of Wei only said that he had something urgent and wanted you to go back to the workshop as soon as possible." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was a new development in the steam engine research? He nodded at Du Yi and said, "That's good. Let's go back to the workshop as soon as possible." He had originally planned to go to the workshop to make a copy of the military book. Now, he could solve Li Tai's problem along the way. Thus, the master and servant rode 2 horses and galloped wildly on the official road, splashing up a lot of smoke and dust along the way. "Young master, you're finally here. Prince of Wei and Faubert are at the steel mill. You should go quickly." As soon as they arrived at the workshop, Song Xiaoxi came up to them and said hurriedly as he helped Li Zishuan lead the horse. "Okay." Since they had already arrived at the workshop, Li Zishuan didn't ask for more details. He would know what happened in a moment anyway. He was about to step into the workshop when he suddenly stopped and turned to Song Xiaoxi and said, "Song Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. Xiaoxi, go to the editing department and ask the craftsman who is in charge of making a copy to not leave work yet. I have something to ask him." Although Li Tai's matter was important, making a copy of the military book was also very important. The contents of the military book might save his life on the battlefield in the future. "Yes. Young master." Song Xiaoxi responded and then went to lead Big White to the stable in front of the workshop. There was high-quality horse grass there. Li Zishuan then walked in through the door. "Marquis, I will wait for you outside." Du Yi cupped his fists and said. Ever since he became Li Zishuan's servant, he hadn't really entered the workshop. He knew that Li Zishuan's most important secrets were hidden inside. Although he was curious, it was only curiosity. He didn't have any other improper thoughts. Li Zishuan frowned. After a moment, he said, "It's fine. Come in with me." Du Yi was not only a person with strong martial arts, but he was also quick-witted and had many tricks up his sleeve. If this kind of person could be loyal, Li Zishuan felt that he could be of great use. Therefore, he did not mind giving Du Yi more temptations to test him. Du Yi was stunned when he heard this. He probably did not expect Li Zishuan to take the initiative to invite him into the workshop. However, while he was still in a daze, Li Zishuan had already walked in. He quickly responded, "Yes. Marquis." After saying that, he hurriedly followed them in. "Qingke, why hasn't the leaf turned yet?" "Soon. It should be soon. Steward Zhang, get someone to make the fire bigger and pump more air into it. Let the water boil faster." "All right." When Li Zishuan walked into the steel mill, he heard the voices of Li Tai, Faubert, and the rest. The atmosphere seemed to be heavy. He looked around and saw a huge cylindrical furnace standing in the middle of the yard. The furnace's surface had gears and connecting rods and other transmission mechanisms. At the end of the furnace was a generator made by the workshop. A few shirtless blacksmiths were blowing air into the furnace. Although he could not see the flame, Li Zishuan could feel a wave of heat hitting him in the face. It's moving. It's moving. It's spinning. And it's getting faster and faster. Success. We've succeeded. At this moment, the connecting rods drove the gears, and the gears drove the generator's wheels to turn. The people in the yard suddenly cheered. No one noticed Li Zishuan's arrival. Dui widened his eyes and looked at the huge machine in disbelief. He clearly did not see anyone exerting force on the machine, but how could the machine turn on its own? Could this be the magic of immortality? Thinking back to the magic of immortality that he had performed on the streets of Cheng, and in order to bewitch the people, Dui's face could not help but burn. Compared to this, the magic of immortality that he had performed before could only be regarded as child's play. Haha. Good. 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 Qingke, you've finally succeeded. The Tang Empire, and even the whole world, will completely change because of your invention. When Li Zishuan saw that Li Tai's steam engine test was successful, he could not help but clap his hands and laugh excitedly. Chapter 1717. There was no doubt about the steam engine's role in promoting the development of human society. It was the most important symbol of the replacement of handicraft labor by large-scale machine production. Perhaps Faubert, Zhang Hongsheng, Li Tai, and the others in the workshop did not realize the great value of the steam engine, but as a modern man, Li Zishuan knew very well that this thing was enough to change this era. In the past, he invented the Datang Daily, the immortal chariot, the curved plow, the water wheel, and other things. Perhaps they caused the wheel of history to deviate slightly from its original trajectory, but the appearance of the steam engine was very likely to cause history to be completely different from what was described in the history books. Yamacho, you're finally here. Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Li Tai, who was in a state of great excitement, turned around and saw Li Zishuan standing at the door of the courtyard, looking at him with a smile. Li Tai was excited and complained a little. Speaking of which, after the first steam engine was built today, he had originally planned to invite Li Zishuan over to test it himself. However, whether it was in Lantian County or Yunshan, he could not find Li Zishuan. Seeing that it was getting late, he could only bring people over to test it. When Li Zishuan explained the principle of the steam engine to him, he told him that if the design of the steam engine was not reasonable, it would be easy to cause a road cavity explosion during use. Little Fatty cherished his life, so he wanted Li Zishuan to come over and take charge. But after waiting for a long time, Li Zishuan did not come, so he could only take the risk and try it himself. Fortunately, there were no major problems in the end. I went to Cheng and City today for some business. If I had known that you were going to test the steam engine today, I wouldn't have stayed in Cheng and City for so long. Li Zishuan walked to Li Tai, patted the latter's shoulder with a smile, and explained a little. Then he said, haha. You did a good job, Qingke. This steam engine is stable and can drive the generator at a constant speed, which proves that you've succeeded. Congratulations. You've completed a magnificent invention. The millions of people of the Great Tang will remember you, and your name will definitely appear in the history books. Li Tai also felt that he was very amazing to have achieved great success on his first attempt at building a steam engine. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's praise, he felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Yamacho, Tai only built a steam engine. How can millions of people in Tang remember it? And it will be written in the history books? Aren't you exaggerating? Although the rest of the people didn't say anything, they had a look of deep understanding on their faces. Obviously, they were like Li Tai, not realizing the huge change that the steam engine could bring to this era. Haha. Not exaggerating. Not exaggerating at all. In about a year, you will understand that what I said today is not an exaggeration at all. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously, and then he looked at the steam engine and the transmission mechanism outside. Although this thing was running normally now, it did not mean that there were no hidden problems. He had to check it carefully. Seeing Li Zishuan's serious tone, everyone subconsciously believed his prediction. Li Tai shook his head and said, Yamacho, even if the steam engine is really so important, the person who will be recorded in the history books should be you, not Li Tai. All the blueprints for the steam engine came from Shanzhang. Tai was just following the blueprints and drawing according to the blueprints. The credit of inventing the steam engine is not mine. As Li Zishuan inspected the steam engine, he smiled faintly and said, imitating a gourd requires skill. Some people try to imitate a tiger but end up looking like a dog. Compared to them, Qingke, you're much better. Also, it is not easy for you to build a steam engine in such a short time. The success of the steam engine belongs to all of you. As for me, it is better if I don't have this false reputation. While they were talking, Li Zishuan had already checked all the details of the steam engine and transmission mechanism. He nodded with satisfaction again and said, There should be no problems. Just follow this prototype and make a few more. Then, Qingke, you can go to Bing Province and Yunzhou. At this point, Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Faubert, Zhang Hongsheng, and the others. With a serious expression, he said, Faubert, Qingke is going to Bing Province and Yunzhou to build telegraph relay stations. This is a very important matter. Everyone in the workshop must do their best to assist Qingke. Whatever he needs, the workshop will build it for him as soon as possible. This is an extremely urgent matter. Faubert had never seen Li Zishuan speak of something so seriously. Hearing this, he couldn't help but become serious. He cupped his hands and said, Young master, don't worry. Everyone in the workshop will work together to assist King Wei. Li Zishuan nodded. He then looked at Li Tai and said, Qingke, during your trip to the north, you must ensure that the telegraph relay stations are built as soon as possible and pay attention to your safety. Bing Province is fine, but Yunzhou is located at the northern border of the Great Tang. I'm afraid that there might be some unforeseen circumstances, so before you leave, you must ask His Majesty to send an army to escort you. In addition, Qing Chumo and the others should be almost done with their final exams. When the time comes, let Qing Chumo and Iron Egg go north with you. Master has to go to the barracks tomorrow morning, so I can't go north with you. Take care of yourself. In the past, Li Zishuan wouldn't be so long-winded. However, from what he learned in the House of Chang and today, the secret war between the Great Tang and the Turks had already begun. The two countries' intentions for war were clear as day. It was just that the two countries weren't fully prepared yet. Under such circumstances, if the Turks knew that King Wei of the Great Tang was going to the northern border, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't come up with some bad ideas. Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, Yes. Yamacho. You take care too. Goo. After saying that, Li Tai's stomach made a strange noise. Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, You haven't eaten yet, right? Hurry up and eat, don't starve. Xiaoxi, go to the cafeteria and ask them to prepare some delicious food. Everyone has been working hard to build the steam engine these days. Yes. Young master. Song Xiaoxi nodded and hurriedly ran off to pass down the order. At this time, Zhang Hongxing cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan, Marquis. The 5,000 sets of vanadium steel horse lances, vanadium steel plate armor, and vanadium steel horse armor that you requested have all been completed. They are all stored in the warehouse of the workshop. I have checked them one by one. Would you like to take a look now? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Since you have already checked, I won't take a look. With you in charge, I can rest assured. Tomorrow morning, this marquis will bring people here to collect the armor. He still had to make a copy of the military book. As for the armor and weapons, he had already taken a look at some of them a few days ago. Since Zhang Hongxing said that there was no problem, then there should be no problem. Good. Then I will wait for Marquis to collect the armor tomorrow. Chapter 17-18. Little you, it's already so late. Why haven't you gone back yet? After telling Li Tai about going to the north to set up a telegraph, Li Zishuan went straight to the editorial department of Datong Daily. At this time, the editorial department was still lit up, the workshop had already been electrified, and it wouldn't be long before most of Lantian County would be electrified. When Li Zixuan walked in, he saw little Yu sitting on a chair and flipping through something. She was so focused that she didn't even notice that someone had come in. Li Zixuan couldn't help but quietly walk up to her and said, "Mister, you're here." Hearing the familiar voice, little Fishy was shocked. She quickly put down the document in her hand and stood up, saying, "Little Four came over earlier and said that you had something important to make a copy of. I thought that since it was something important, it wouldn't be appropriate to leave it to the craftsman. It just so happens that I'm also very familiar with our movable type printing method, so I stayed and waited for you." "You little girl." Li Zixuan shook his head and laughed. "This kind of work should be left to a reliable person. You're a little girl. If you don't go back at this time, wouldn't it be unsafe to walk at night?" Li Yu didn't care and said, "What's wrong with that? Lantian County is Mister's territory. The law and order here are very good. Could it be that there are criminals? Besides, I went to investigate the county magistrate of Hua County by myself. Didn't I come out unscathed?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but stare at Li Yu angrily and said, "You little girls still have the nerve to say that. If Yushi didn't mention this to me a few days ago, I wouldn't even know about it. Although you're a gold medal reporter personally appointed by the Emperor and can supervise all illegal things in the world, if you went to investigate the county magistrate alone, what would you do if the other party became desperate and killed you to silence you?" In fact, ever since Li Yu was given the title of a gold medal reporter, she was not honest at all. This girl would often mingle in the streets and restaurants. Whenever she heard of corrupt officials or illegal activities, she would either arrange for someone she trusted to investigate in secret or disguise herself and investigate on her own. A few days ago, after Li Yu returned from the north, he heard that the people of Hua County were unable to receive any relief food. After the locust plague, the imperial court distributed a certain amount of relief food according to the severity of the disaster. When Li Yu heard this, he didn't know where he got his courage from. After a little preparation, he actually went to Hua County alone to secretly investigate. Fortunately, the county magistrate of Hua County wasn't very vigilant. After Li Yu's identity was exposed, the Hua County warden decisively sided with Li Yu. That was how Li Yu was able to find out that the county magistrate of Hua County had embezzled disaster relief food and escape unscathed. Li Zixuan had also heard about this matter 2 days ago when he was chatting with Han Yushi. At that time, he was really worried for Li Yu. He secretly wondered why this little girl was so bold. She always did things that ordinary people couldn't do. Cough cough. "Mister, please don't mention this matter anymore. Aren't I fine now?" Although Li Zixuan's tone was strict, the care and love in his words couldn't be concealed. Li Yu's heart was warmed, but she still acted coquettishly. She quickly changed the topic and said, "Oh right. Mister. Don't you have something to make a copy of? Quickly give it to me. I'll go and arrange it for you." Although Li Zixuan knew that Li Yu was deliberately changing the topic, he still took out the 6 armies mirror from his chest and handed it to her. He said, "There's a lot of content. I estimate that you'll be done by midnight. After you're done, don't go back to the county. Go directly to Yunshan Courtyard. It's been empty recently. Ever since the Marquis residence in Lantian County was built, the Li family's Yunshan Courtyard was rarely used. Even so, there were still maids taking care of and tidying up the place every day." Li Yu was delighted when she heard this, but she said, Mister, this isn't good, right?" Li Zixuan said unhappily, "What's not good about it? But you're going back to the county in the middle of the night. Even if you don't meet any bad people, if you fall into a ditch, you won't be able to call for help. From the workshop to Yunshan Courtyard, there are street lamps all the way. There won't be any accidents." Li Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, mister. Then I'll go make a copy of the book." After that, Li Yu took the 6 armies mirror from Li Zixuan's hands and went out the door. Looking at the girl's energetic back, Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly. However, looking at Li Yu's state today, it seemed that she was slowly getting used to the position of the editorial department supervisor. A few days ago, Ma Zhou went to Qingzhou to take up the position of the provincial governor. The entire editorial department's heavy burden fell on Li Yu's shoulders. At first, Li Zishuan was worried that this girl wouldn't be able to handle such a huge pressure. However, after Ma Zhou left, the Datong Daily editorial department had been operating normally without any problems. This meant that Li Yu was slowly able to control this huge mess. In the editorial department, Li Zishuan looked at the manuscripts on the various desks, as well as the previous issues of Datong Daily. Only then did he leave with his hands behind his back. After leaving the workshop, he rode on Dubai and returned to the Marquis residence in Lantian County. "Husband, you're back. I'll go prepare some food for you." When he returned to the Marquis residence, the sky was already dark. Seeing that Li Zishuan had returned, Han Yushi quickly went up to him and said. Li Zishuan came back too late, so no one waited for him to have dinner together. Li Zishuan said casually, "No need to trouble yourself. Let the kitchen maid heat up the dinner. I'll just eat whatever I want." Han Yushi frowned. However, seeing that Li Zishuan was so insistent, she couldn't persuade him. She could only let Xiao He instruct the kitchen. After a while, the dishes were served. Li Zishuan picked up his bowl and started eating without caring about his image. This was only when they were a couple. When there were other people present, he still had to be careful about his image as Marquis. Han Yushi supported her chin and looked at the man in front of her without blinking. Although the way this man ate was not elegant at all, it didn't hinder her from liking him. She secretly thought that this was what it meant to be real and not fake. Anyway, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Li Zishuan is the best no matter what. Han Yushi knew that Li Zishuan would leave Lantian County tomorrow to take up his position in the Black Armored Army. Therefore, in these last few hours, she couldn't bear to look away from Li Zishuan. Ahem. What's wrong? Wife? Didn't your husband wash his face this morning? Feeling Han Yushi's gaze, Li Zishuan couldn't help but touch his face and look at Han Yushi. Chapter 1719. Pfft. In the side hall of the backyard, Han Yushi couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Li Zishuan touching his face in embarrassment. However, her smile quickly disappeared. She looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, don't you know if you washed your face this morning? I just feel that I can't get enough of your face." Oh my, once this woman learned how to say sweet nothings, she could simply be so sweet. Li Zishuan instantly felt that the fragrant food in his mouth had turned into a sweet and greasy taste. He quickly wiped his mouth and said, "Cough, cough. I didn't expect that my wife's sweet nothings would be no weaker than my husband's." What Han Yushi said just now was just that she couldn't help herself. At this moment, she knew that she had misspoken and couldn't help but blush. She glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, you're talking nonsense." "I didn't." In order to prevent his wife from being embarrassed, Li Zishuan laughed and waved his hand. "Haha. All right. Your husband is full. Wife, get someone to clean up. It's getting late. We should wash up and rest." Li Zishuan especially emphasized the word wash. This guy's lecherous heart was simply self-evident. Han Yushi's face instantly turned even redder, so red that water was about to drip out. She felt even more shy, especially when she thought of last night's situation. Fortunately, after Li Zishuan said this, he directly went to the side room with his hands behind his back. Otherwise, Han Yushi really didn't know how to continue this conversation. It was the last night before the young couple parted. There was no need to say more about the craziness. At midnight, the storms suddenly stopped. These two people didn't sleep but leaned against the bed and actually started talking about things. "Wife, after I leave tomorrow, I'll leave this huge Marquis estate to you to take care of. Father, Mother, and Faubert will help you with the affairs of the estate, so I'm not worried. I'm mainly worried that there will be people with evil intentions outside the estate who will take advantage of the situation to harm the people in the estate. Therefore, I won't bring any of the guards with me this time. They will all stay behind to protect the safety of the Marquis' estate. During this period of time, the family will try to reduce the number of times they go out alone. The two brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Feng, were both from the imperial army. They were skilled in martial arts and each of them was capable of fighting against 10 experts. However, Lu Feng had escorted Ma Zhou to Qingzhou a few days ago. Even so, Lu Yun alone was more than enough to ensure the safety of the residents. Although Fei Ji's martial arts are not as good as Lu Yun's, he has followed me for the longest time and is the most trustworthy. Furthermore, he is meticulous in his thinking. The guards of the Hou Fu can be assigned to him. Wife, you must learn how to use these people well. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi with one hand and said slowly. He wasn't making a big fuss about the safety of the family and the estate, but he felt that it was necessary to take precautions. Especially after the incident of the academy being attacked, Li Zishuan felt that when he made decisions in the future, he couldn't be careless. Otherwise, the people around him might lose their lives because of him. Han Yushi understood Li Zishuan's feelings. She nodded and said, This concubine will remember everything that my husband has said. I'll take good care of father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and I won't let them meet with any danger. This was a promise and a responsibility. As his wife, although she couldn't share Li Zishuan's worries in official matters, she could help Li Zishuan take good care of the family. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would be distracted by family matters. It's been hard on my wife. Li Zishuan sighed and said. He knew that he shouldn't have placed all of his family's affairs on a woman, but the current situation forced him to temporarily leave this small family and strive for a stable environment for the other great family to develop. If the Great Tang wasn't surrounded by powerful enemies like the Turks, Li Zishuan would be willing to give up his position and peacefully accompany his family every day, living the life of a wealthy man. It's not hard on me. Husband, you're the one who's working the hardest. At this moment, Han Yushi raised her head and looked steadily at Li Zishuan. She said, This concubine knows that husband's heart is not only concerned about our small family, but is even more concerned about the lives of the common people and the survival of the country. This concubine does not ask that husband can stay by this concubine's side forever. I only ask that husband can protect himself when you are outside. To this concubine and my parents, husband is the sky of this family. This silly woman, although she didn't talk much, she would always be the one who understood Li Zishuan the most. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but pull Han Yushi into his arms and hug her tightly. He sighed and said, You know me best, my wife. However, your husband isn't as great as you think. Your husband doesn't have great ambitions. I only want to be by your and my parents' side every day. But without a big family, how can there be a small family? If we don't take care of the Turks, the Great Tang will never be at peace, and the people of the Great Tang will always have a sword hanging over their heads that could fall at any moment. In this situation, how can our families live happily together? So it's not that your husband has great ambitions, but that I'm forced by the situation. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan lovingly and said, Husband, why do you have to belittle yourself like this? This concubine likes a husband like you. It was said that the men of the Gu family were the cutest. Some men might be conferred the title of Marquis, Prime Minister, and Minister, but they might not be good husbands, good sons, or good fathers to their families. Han Yushi felt that Li Zishuan was quite good like this. Haha. Li Zishuan smiled. He stroked Han Yushi's back and suddenly thought of something. He said, Oh right. If I remember correctly, Rinbiao and Li Jingchu should be getting married soon, right? Rinbiao is my good brother, and Li Jingchu is my adopted sister. I'll have to trouble my wife to send a congratulatory gift to Qizhou. Han Yushi knew a little about Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu. Hearing this, she nodded and said, This concubine understands. I'll go and arrange it tomorrow. Li Zishuan responded. He suddenly felt a wave of tiredness. After all, it was already early in the morning. Thus, he patted Han Yushi's back and said, It's getting late. Wife, let's rest. Husband, wait. Han Yushi suddenly sat up. She was a little shy, but also a little anxious. Li Zishuan couldn't help but be confused. Han Yushi stretched out her wrist and said softly, "Husband, help me take my pulse." "Take your pulse? Take what pulse?" "Wife, where are you feeling unwell?" Li Zishuan heard this and was even more confused. Han Yushi lowered her head and said softly, "This concubine feels that after these 2 days, our concubine seems to be pregnant." "Husband, your medical skills are excellent. Can you take my pulse?" Li Zishuan almost fainted when he heard this. "Wife, aren't you being too impatient? Even if we do that, we might not be pregnant. Even if we are pregnant, it's impossible to show a pregnancy pulse so quickly, right?" Chapter 17:20. Husband. It's 5:30. It's time for you to wake up. The next day, before dawn, Han Yushi propped herself up and nudged Li Zishuan, who was sleeping soundly beside her. Last night, she, who was eager to have a child, had pestered Li Zishuan for who knows how many rounds. Li Zishuan was a martial arts grandmaster after all, so his physical strength was limitless. She, on the other hand, could not do the same. She felt weak all over and was too lazy to even move a finger. Even so, she still relied on her strong willpower to wake up on time and wake Li Zishuan up. This was because Li Zishuan had told her yesterday that the Black Armored Army would be calling for soldiers at 7 in the morning. Li Zishuan had to be there on time with the armor and equipment. "Oh. Let me sleep for a while more." Li Zishuan, who was sleeping, turned over and mumbled. Then, he went back to sleep. Although he was a Wu Dao master was still human. After doing so many things, he would still feel tired and sleepy. "Husband, it's 5:30 already. If you don't wake up now, you won't be able to make it to the military camp before 7 in the morning." Han Yushi felt helpless. Although Li Zishuan's tired expression made her heart ache, she didn't dare to let Li Zishuan delay such important military matters. "Oh, military camp? It's 5:30 already?" Li Zishuan finally woke up. He opened his eyes and climbed out of bed. Thank goodness for you, my wife. Otherwise, would have overslept." As he spoke, Li Zishuan had already lifted the blanket and jumped out of bed to get dressed. This was his first day at the military camp. He didn't want to be late. Wouldn't that be handing his weakness to the enemy? Besides, in his previous life, Li Zishuan didn't like to be late. It was a matter of personal habit. "Husband, let this concubine help you dress." Han Yushi used all her strength to get up, but she forgot that she was only wearing a very thin gauze dress. This movement almost made Li Zishuan unwilling to get out of bed again. "Ahem. Wife, don't move. You'd better have a good rest. I'll wear it myself." Li Zishuan coughed and quickly pressed Han Yushi down. Then, he got out of bed and went to get dressed. Since he was going to the military camp, he naturally had to wear armor. Li Zishuan was wearing the military uniform given to him by the imperial court and not the latest plate armor made by the workshop. That thing was too troublesome to wear. If one's body wasn't flexible enough, one person probably wouldn't be able to do it. Even if his body's flexibility was perfect, if he wanted to wear the new plate armor made by the workshop, he wouldn't be able to do it without a cup of tea's time. When Han Yushi was pressed down by Li Zishuan, she knew that she had just walked. She, who was more shy, used the blanket to wrap her body. Looking at Li Zishuan's heroic appearance in armor, the admiration in her heart couldn't help but grow stronger. It was said that a man in a military uniform was the most charming. The style of the Tang dynasty's armor was very heroic and domineering. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zishuan was born handsome. Now that he was wearing armor, he would definitely charm a lot of young ladies when he walked outside. How could Han Yushi be an exception? "Hey! I didn't expect it to fit so well. This saves me a lot of trouble." Li Zishuan moved his arms and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he walked to the bedside and looked at Han Yushi on the bed. He said, "Wife, I'm going to the military camp. Stay at home and take good care of your parents. You also have to take good care of yourself. Understand?" Chapter 17:21. I didn't expect you to think so highly of Li Zishuan, Erlang. In the bedchamber, after Li Er finished speaking, Empress Jiangsun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This child has only returned to Chang'an for a little more than a year, but he is already in the court and has been conferred the title of Marquis. Sometimes I am really curious how spiritual Master Ling Su trains his disciples to actually produce such an outstanding person like Li Zishuan. Empress Jiangsun couldn't help but associate Li Zishuan with her own children. After all, in terms of age, Li Zishuan wasn't much older than Li Qingqian and Li Tai. A trace of doubt flashed through Li Er's eyes. He had only heard of spiritual Master Ling Shu from Baiqi's intelligence, but had never seen him in person. Hearing Empress Jiangsun sigh with emotion, he couldn't help but be curious about spiritual Master Ling Shu's methods of teaching his disciples. Haha. Li Zishuan is indeed talented, but Qingqian, Xiaoke, and Qingke aren't bad either. Qingqian is now conscientious and is learning how to manage government affairs from me. In time, when I grow old, Qingqian will certainly become a wise ruler. Xiaoke is dedicated to managing the Yanhuang Bank. Yesterday, he came to me to ask for people, saying that he wants to set up a department called the Gold-Clad Guard in the bank to supervise the illegal matters within the bank and to protect the bank's safety. If the bank can really become orderly under his management, then my Tang Empire will be able to recreate a super golden age no less than the Qin Emperor's Hanwu era. Qingshue's grades are among the best in Yanhuang College, and her achievements in engineering are comparable to several of the college's discipline leaders. Now, she has become the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects of Yanhuang College, leading the advancement of these two projects. Yesterday, I heard people say that Qingke has successfully built the first steam engine in the workshop of the interesting pavilion. I heard Li Zishuan mention this before. It is a good thing. It was rare to hear Li Er ramble on about such trivial matters, so Empress Jiangsun listened very patiently. But when she heard about the steam engine, she couldn't help but interrupt. Your Majesty, what is this steam engine? How is it a good thing? Li Er smiled mysteriously and said, "Hoo-hoo." In Li Zishuan's words, the steam engine is a power machine, a machine that uses fire to generate power. It can be used to drive generators to generate electricity or other machines to work. It's truly convenient. It's hard to imagine how prosperous our great Tang would be if this machine could replace human labor on a large scale. Empress Jiangsun opened her small mouth in surprise. Using fire to generate power? The cyan sparrow can actually create such a miraculous thing? At this moment, Empress Jiangsun was only short of saying, "Is this still my son?" She found it hard to imagine that the child who only knew how to fight for his parents' favor not so long ago had now become a master of engineering and created such a wonderful product. The change between before and after was really too great. Haha. Maid Guanyin, don't underestimate Qingke. I can see that as long as this child uses his intelligence in the right place, no one can compare to him. Li Er smiled proudly. Then, he looked at the sky outside the window. He stood up and said meaningfully, "All right." It was almost time for the morning assembly. There are some things that I should tell everyone in the court. Empress Jiangsun quickly stood up and said, "I will dress your Majesty." Although she was the mother of a nation, in front of Li Er, she always regarded herself as his wife. Things like serving Li Er and dressing him, she would usually do it herself and never let anyone else do it. This was already a tacit understanding between husband and wife. Hongsheng, have all the armors and equipment been loaded? At the new workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, although the sky was not yet bright, it was already in full swing. Dozens of craftsmen were moving goods back and forth. Li Zishuan, dressed in military attire, found Zhang Hongsheng and asked, "Marquis, all the armors and equipment have been counted. In half a cup of tea's time, they will all be loaded onto the carriage." Zhang Hongsheng bowed and cupped his fists. Although Li Zishuan had just arrived at the workshop, the craftsmen were already busy, especially Zhang Hongsheng. He did not even go home last night. This morning, he had already gotten up before dawn to arrange for the craftsmen to count the armors and equipment and load them onto the carriage. After all, it was 5,000 sets of armors and equipment. It would take a lot of time just to count them, let alone load them onto the carriage. When Li Zixuan arrived at the workshop, there was already a long line of carriages in front of the workshop. They were all carriages that specialized in transporting goods. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Hongsheng. Li Zixuan patted Zhang Hongsheng's shoulder and said. In fact, he did not tell Zhang Hongsheng to do these things in advance. It was Zhang Hongsheng who took the initiative to do them in advance. If it were not for his subordinates who were so easy to deal with, he might not have been able to reach the barracks on time today. Hey. This is nothing. It's not hard at all. Zhang Hongsheng waved his hand and shook his head with a smile. Sir. Your things. At this moment, a crisp female voice rang out. Li Zixuan turned around and saw Li Yu holding a black package and walking towards him quickly. Li Zixuan went forward and received it with both hands. He opened the package and saw 2 stacks of manuscripts lying quietly inside. One stack was unbound and was obviously Li Jing's original manuscripts. The other stack was bound and even had an exquisite craft paper cover. It was obviously Li Yu's masterpiece. This girl is quite meticulous. Li Zixuan praised in his heart. He then looked at Li Yu and smiled. Good. Little Yu, thank you for your hard work. You must have slept very late last night, right? Although Li Yu's face could not hide her tiredness, she still smiled sweetly. It's okay. Sir. It's not hard for little Yu to work for you. Compared to the help Li Zixuan gave her, what she did was insignificant. Li Yu had always been grateful to Li Zixuan. You little girl. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly and said, go back and rest after you've given the orders to the editorial department today. It's easy for girls to get wrinkles if they stay up too late. Li Yu wrinkled her nose and whispered, I won't get wrinkles. Zhang Hongsheng walked over and cupped his fist. Marquis, all 5,000 sets of weapons and armor have been loaded. There's a total of 100 carriages. Do you want to check? Li Zixuan perked up and waved his hand. No need. I'm not worried about you. After I leave, Hongsheng, help Faubert with the workshop. He's old now. Try not to let him tire himself out. Zhang Hongsheng cupped his fist. I understand. Marquis, don't worry. Li Zixuan nodded and looked at Li Yu. Little Yu, I have to go to the barracks. Take care of yourself. If there's anything, send me a telegram. Li Yu took a deep look at Li Zixuan and cupped his hands as a disciple. Take care, Mr. Li Zixuan made a sound of acknowledgement and then shouted to his bodyguards, move out. Destination, Chang'an City. Chapter 1722. At Li Zixuan's command, more than 100 carriages set off at the same time, heading straight for Chang'an. 5,000 sets of armor, and these were the most advanced weapons and armor in the world. Both Li Zixuan and the imperial court attached great importance to this. Li Zixuan had taken more than half of the personal guards of the Marquis's residence with him today, and more than 100 soldiers of the imperial army at the foot of Cloud Mountain had also been transferred over to accompany Li Zixuan in escorting these weapons and armor to Chang'an. Although the folk customs of the Tang Empire were open and chivalrous, and the imperial court did not explicitly forbid scholars and chivalrous men from carrying swords or other weapons, the imperial court would never allow the weapons and armor made by the new workshop of the interesting pavilion to fall into the hands of the common people. This was because the new weapons and armor were simply too formidable. Just imagine, if someone were to obtain a set of vanadium steel armor, a vanadium steel horse lance, and a vanadium steel horse armor, wouldn't that person become an invulnerable iron knight who could charge through anything? Such a person would definitely be able to casually charge into the local government of a small province or county, creating a very unstable factor for the Great Tang's common people. This was just like how many countries in modern society banned firearms. To this era, the weapons and armor created by the workshop were no less dangerous than firearms in modern times. Hiya. Li Zixuan rode at the front of the long procession on Dabai's back. He was dressed in military attire and looked extremely handsome, just like a general who had just returned from a victorious battle. Thankfully, it was still early and there weren't many people on the road. Otherwise, who knew how many young girls would be mesmerized by his handsome appearance? Li Zishuan didn't have time to think about such frivolous matters. At this time, he was thinking about his next plan. Although he hadn't wanted to go to the army and suffer, what was done couldn't be undone. Moreover, the Great Tang and the Turks were at each other's throats, so he truly did have a responsibility to join the army and contribute to the country. In this situation, he had already calmly accepted the difficult life that awaited him. In addition, for some reason, when he thought about personally experiencing the military life of the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan felt a sliver of anticipation in his heart. While drunk, I look at swords under the lamp. In my dreams, I blow the horn at the barracks. 800 li of troops under the scorching heat, 50 bowstrings overturning the sound beyond the Great Wall, the soldiers of autumn on the battlefield. In the past, Li Zishuan had only experienced the thrill and excitement of ancient battlefields through poetry. Now that he was personally going to the military camp, and in the near future, he might personally go to the battlefield. How could he not be excited? Especially in this life, he had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Now, he was already a Wu Dao master. It was said that those who were skilled were bold. In his previous life, every time he saw the military parade of his motherland on TV, he had an impulse to join the army and serve his country. However, at that time, his body was not strong. He was in a sub-healthy state where he was panting after running 2 laps around the field. He definitely could not endure the hardships of being a soldier, so in the end, he gave up. But in this life, not only did he have the heart, but he also had the ability. He wanted to use his abilities to make some contributions to the people who were suffering in this era. After all, he was a descendant of Yan Huang. Wait. Yamacho, wait for us. While he was deep in thought, Li Zishuan suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. At first, he thought it was an auditory hallucination, but after a while, the voice behind him became clearer and clearer. He finally couldn't help but turn around. He saw 2 funny teenagers riding 2 bicycles, rushing towards the convoy. It was Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin. Lu Yun, Feiji, you guys take the convoy and leave first. I'll be right behind you. Li Zishuan frowned and said to the people around him. Chapter 1723. Old Master, Chou Niu is doing well in Yunshan. Why did you let him join the Black Armored Army? In Chang'an City, Madame Sun couldn't help but ask as she helped Qing Yaojin put on his court robes. After Li Zishuan left the Qin manor yesterday, Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin discussed and decided to send their younger generation to the Black Armored Army's camp. However, Qin Xiong's son, Qin Huayu, only studied poetry and didn't know any martial arts. Obviously, he couldn't be sent to the army. In the end, Qing Yaojin called Yuchi Jingda and the 2 old fellows went to the palace to ask for an official position for their son. At this moment, hearing his wife's question, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but glare and say, Madam, don't you know whether that brat is good at studying or not? It's better to let him get the last place in Yunshan and embarrass his father than to let him go to the army camp and earn some military merit. That way, when his father rises to the heavens, this brat won't starve to death on the streets. Speaking of which, from the start, Qing Yaojin didn't expect Qing Chimo to have any achievements in literature. As long as Qing Chimo didn't always get the last place and embarrass him, it would be fine. The reason why he let Qing Chimo go to the mathematics school was mainly because Qing Yaojin had already seen that Li Zishuan was not a fish in a pond. Among the younger generation in Chang'an City, Li Zishuan was the only one who could convince Qing Yaojin in terms of martial arts and talent. It was said that when one sees a worthy person, one should emulate the worthy. Having met such an outstanding young man like Li Zishuan, Qing Yaojin naturally wanted his son to be influenced by Li Zishuan and cultivate their relationship. Cough, of course, this relationship was only brotherly. In the future, when their generation grew old, Qing Chimo would have a capable brother to rely on. Old Qing wouldn't be worried, right? This couldn't be considered as using. To be precise, it was an investment. Qing Yaojin had long seen the potential in Li Zixuan and had long invested in Li Zixuan, this potential stock. Bah! Bah! Old thing, what nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? When Sun Shi heard this, her eyebrows raised. She could not help but pinch the soft flesh on Qing Yaojin's waist as she reprimanded. She couldn't be blamed for being unreasonable. It was just that Qing Yaojin's words were really asking for a beating. Ioyo. Madam, let go. Old Qing, won't say anything. Qing Yaojin could not help but grimace in pain as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Humph. Let's see if you dare to spout nonsense in the future. Madam Sun glared at Qing Yaojin. The latter gasped and rubbed his old waist, not daring to say anything harsh. After a while, Madam Sun asked doubtfully, Master, since you want Chonyo to join the army, why don't you let him join the Right Guards? This way, it'll be convenient for you to take care of him. Qing Yaojin was not only the High Duke of Lu, he was also the General of the Right Guards. In the Right Guards, Qing Yaojin's words could be said to be absolute. What Madam Sun meant was very simple. That was to let Qing Chumo become a soldier under Qing Yaojin. With Qing Yaojin taking care of him, Qing Chumo would not be bullied in the army, right? It was said that mothers loved their sons the most. How could Madam Sun be an exception? Her mentality was in line with the majority of mothers in the world. After listening to Madam Sun's nagging, Qing Yaojin's mouth twitched but he did not reply. Madam Sun waited for a long time but did not hear a reply. She could not help but pinch Qing Yaojin again and said angrily, I'm talking to you, are you listening? This time, Qing Yaojin was prepared. He nimbly avoided Madam Sun's killing blow and said, Didn't you not let me speak just now? Now that I'm not speaking, you're blaming me. You're really unreasonable. You. When Madam Sun heard this, she was so angry that she wanted to die. Seeing this, Qing Yaojin quickly waved his hand and said, Aya. Madam. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. It's almost morning court. If I'm late, Wei Jing that old thing will impeach me again. I'll take my leave first. After saying this, the old man adjusted his belt and hurriedly rushed out of the door. Chapter 1724. Haha. Finally, I don't have to study in the academy anymore. In my opinion, Xiao Xian, you should go to the Black Armored Army as soon as possible. That way, I can follow you to the barracks. On the official road from Lantian County to Chang'an City, the convoy escorting the new equipment was moving forward quickly. Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were riding the workshop's most advanced speed-changing bicycles, sandwiching Li Zixuan in the middle. The three of them walked side by side at the front of the convoy, making the entire convoy look a little strange. However, Qing Chumo didn't care about this at all. At this moment, he was holding the handle of the bicycle with one hand and waving his right hand as he laughed loudly. Yanhuang College usually implemented strict military management of the students. Not only were there many rules in the academy, but students were also not allowed to go out during normal teaching periods. Most importantly, the competition between the students in the academy was very fierce. Qing Chumo, the underachiever, had enough of it. Although the students in the academy were still very friendly with each other, it was very easy for him to accidentally score last in every exam. If he were to score last in the exam, he would definitely be beaten up when he returned home. His skin was thicker than others, but he couldn't stand being beaten up every day. Actually, if the exam wasn't a factor, Qing Chumo still liked the life on Yunshan Mountain. Now that he was able to leave the academy temporarily, this guy was like a tiger that had just been released from a metal cage. He couldn't help but want to roar 3 times to the sky. You rascal, you can't wait to leave the academy? Li Zixuan, who was riding on Big White's back, couldn't help but glance at Qing Chumo and say. Hee. You can't say that. Staying in the academy is actually quite fun, as long as there are no exams. Xiao Xian, you know that I'm not cut out for it. Qing Chumo was still holding the handle of the bicycle with one hand and scratching his head with the other as he laughed foolishly. This guy had obviously practiced his driving skills on the way to the north to kill the locusts. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was too lazy to deal with this useless person. Actually, as to why the two brothers, Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin, would suddenly follow him to the black armored troops, he had just pondered over this question for a moment. He more or less understood Sheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda's intentions in making such an arrangement. Regarding this, he only felt gratitude towards these two old generals. After all, with Qing Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda's current position in the imperial court, no one in the military dared to touch their sons, not even Qiu Xinggong. This could be considered as a safeguard for Li Zishuan. After entering Chang'an City, you two will give up the bicycle and ride horses instead. As for your car, I'll get someone to send it back for you. Otherwise, how can you go to the barracks like this? After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan instructed Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin. Yeah. Yuchi Baolin was more obedient and nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Qing Chimo was unconvinced. What's wrong with riding a bicycle to the barracks? The Tang Empire's military regulations don't say that riding a bicycle to the barracks isn't allowed, right? This fellow didn't like riding a horse when he went out anymore. He was already used to riding a bicycle. Li Zishuan glared at this fellow and said unhappily, "Then when we go to war, do you also ride a bicycle? If I tell you to ride a horse, then ride a horse. The military isn't like other places. When you go to the barracks, don't be unconventional and cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll get someone to send you back to the academy." Hey. Don't. Xiao Xian. I'm just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously. If you want to ride a horse, then so be it. It's not like I don't know how to ride a horse. Iao, F***ck, save me. Upon hearing this, Qing Chimo was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. What a joke, it wasn't easy for him to leave the academy. How could he bear to go back? However, in a moment of panic, when he waved his hands subconsciously, both his hands left the handlebars. The bicycle instantly lost its balance and went straight towards the farmland by the side of the road. Whoa! Where did all these carriages come from? Why are there imperial guards escorting them? What's in these carriages? When Li Zishuan and the rest arrived at Chang'an City, the city gates were already open. The carriages entered through the Yanqing Gate and went straight towards the Black Armored Army's barracks in the northwest of the city. Along the way, the huge carriages naturally attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Under normal circumstances, those who could wake up so early were mostly peddlers who entered the city to sell their goods or commoners who entered the city to buy things. The huge carriages caused them to discuss animatedly. However, although these people were curious about the armored soldiers beside the carriages, they could only shrink back and point at them from afar. The general in the lead looks like the Marquis of Yong'an. What? The Marquis of Yong'an? Why did the Marquis of Yong'an bring so many soldiers and carriages to Chang'an City? Who knows? Could it be that the imperial court is sending the Marquis of Yong'an to suppress bandits? Nonsense. Now that the world is peaceful, where would there be so many bandits to suppress? Besides, the Marquis of Yong'an isn't a general, why would he lead soldiers to suppress bandits? That's true. But why is the Marquis of Yong'an wearing a general's uniform? About this, it had to be said that the people of Chang'an City were quite familiar with Li Zishuan. There were very few people who had never heard of Li Zishuan, and there were even more who had seen Li Zishuan with their own eyes. As such, among the pedestrians on both sides of the road, there were people who quickly recognized Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan naturally didn't have the time to care about these people's discussions. This was because there was only 15 minutes left before the Black Armored Army's barracks were called. In order to avoid being late, he could only speed up the carriages. Luckily, there weren't many people on the streets of Chang'an City early in the morning, and there weren't any traffic jams. Of course, speaking of this, it was all thanks to the widespread use of bicycles. Whether it was the civil and military officials or the common people, they were used to riding bicycles instead of horse carriages for short journeys. Otherwise, there would still be traffic jams on some of the key streets of Chang'an City. This was because this was the time when the civil and military officials left their homes to rush to the palace for the morning court. If it was in the past, every official would take a horse carriage to attend the morning court. It would be strange if the streets weren't congested. Who are you? This is the Black Armored Army's barracks. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Finally, Li Zishuan arrived at the Black Armored Army's barracks before the 7:00 hour. This was a hilly wasteland in the northwest corner of Chang'an City. Inside the barracks, there were several large and small white tents, and one could vaguely see groups of fully armed soldiers. When the two soldiers in front of the barracks saw Li Zishuan, they hurried forward to stop him. Li Zishuan flipped off his horse and said loudly, "I am Li Zishuan, the Black Armored Army adjutant appointed by the Emperor. Today, I am officially here to take up my post." Chapter 1725. You are the Marquis of Yongmen. In Chang'an, in front of the Black Armored barracks, the two guards were shocked when they heard Li Zishuan's identity. Although there were many people in Chang'an who had seen Li Zishuan, these two guards were not among them because they were in the army all year round. Not only them, but less than 10% of the soldiers in the barracks had seen Li Zishuan, but more than 90% of them had heard of Li Zishuan. Therefore, after knowing Li Zishuan's identity, the two guards were so surprised and excited. After all, Li Zishuan was a marquis at a young age, a Yamacho from Yanhuang College, and the first person to kill locusts. With so many halos around him, Li Zishuan was now considered a celebrity in the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan nodded. Seeing that the two guards were very enthusiastic after knowing his identity, he smiled and said, "Maybe you can call me adjunct." The two guards looked at each other and quickly bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, Sir Adjunct." The news that Li Zishuan had been appointed as adjunct of the Black Armored Army had long been spread. At first, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army were talking about it for a long time. However, due to various reasons, Li Zishuan had not been appointed to the Black Armored Army. After a long time, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army gradually forgot about this matter. Today, after hearing Li Zishuan's intention, the two guards could not help but recall the news from more than a month ago. They were surprised. "Your subordinate, Lu Xingwu, is from Jinzhou." Jinzhou was also badly affected by the locusts in Guangzhou. Fortunately, Sir Adjunct Sky Pheasant Brigade provided timely relief. Most of the fertile land in Jinzhou was saved. "Sir Adjunct, please accept my bow." At this time, one of the shorter guards bowed solemnly to Li Zishuan, saluting him. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to meet someone he had helped in this place. He smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. The one who saved the people of Jin province was His Majesty, not me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty." This was a political issue. Li Zishuan did not want to carry too much popularity among the people. He was familiar with ancient history and knew that in this feudal era, keeping a low profile was the way to go. "Yes. Yes. Yes. It's all thanks to your Majesty's wisdom." Lu Xingwu was very tactful and quickly bowed in the direction of the palace when he heard this. Time was of the essence. Li Zishuan didn't want to waste too much time outside the gate, so he said, "Lu Xingwu, these carriages are filled with the new weapons and armor that I have created for the soldiers. Quickly lead a group of people and come over to transport the weapons and armor. I still have to enter the camp to pay my respects to General Duan." When Lu Xingwu heard Li Zishuan calling his name, he couldn't help but feel energized. He quickly cupped his fists and said loudly, "Your subordinate obeys." Li Zishuan nodded and led Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin directly through the gate and into the depths of the camp. Lu Xingwu and Yuchi Baolin didn't have time to ask about Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's identities. From their point of view, since Li Zishuan was a member of the Black Armored Army, he definitely knew the rules of the Black Armored Army. He definitely wouldn't bring an unrelated outsider into the Black Armored Army's camp. What the two of them were concerned about now was to get people to transport the weapons and armor. These are all the weapons and armor that General Duan made for us? So many. The soldier beside Lu Xingwu looked at the endless carriages in front of the gate and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Aren't you talking nonsense? Quickly go in and get some brothers to move them. These are all good stuff. When Lu Xingwu heard this, he bumped the soldier's arm and said unhappily. More than half a month ago, Li Zixuan wore vanadium steel plate armor and wielded a vanadium steel sword to duel with Duan Zixuan on the drill ground. In the end, he completely crushed Duan Zixuan with his superior equipment. That duel caused quite a stir in the army. The generals and soldiers of the 12 capital guards all coveted the new weapons and armor that Li Zixuan used that day. The soldiers of the black armored army also raised their heads in anticipation of the new weapons and armor that Li Zixuan had created. At this moment, Lu Xingwu looked at the carriages in front of him and was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. Good. Xingwu, you stay here and watch. I'll go get people. The other guard responded, then immediately turned and ran through the gate. General Li Zixuan greets the great general. Greetings to General Qiu. After the announcement, Li Zixuan walked in with Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin. Duan Zixuan and Qiu Xingong were in the tent, so he cupped his fists and greeted the two. Although his status outside was not lower than the two in front of him, he was in the army right now and had to look at military rank and experience. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. In the army, one had to follow the rules of the army. Greetings to the great general. Greetings to General Qiu. It was rare for Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin to not be mischievous at this time. Instead, they followed behind Li Zixuan and imitated him by bowing respectfully to Duan Zixuan and Qiu Xing. Duan Zixuan was the great general of the black armored army and was in charge of military affairs. Qiu Xingong was the deputy general and only had the title of general, only below Duan Zixuan. According to the military system of the Great Tang, under the great general and general, there would be the assistant commander, 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 and so on. Since you have entered the black armored army, you are my brothers. No need to be so polite. Duan Zixuan nodded slightly to Li Zixuan and the other two. Qiu Xingong's tiger-like eyes swept over Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin. He did not speak, and no emotions could be seen on his weathered face. Duan Zixuan continued, Qing Chimo, Yuqi Baolin, the two of you are both descendants of generals. You should know better than anyone else that you should abide by military rules in the army. Go and change into your uniforms. In a while, when the soldiers are called out, you are not allowed to be late. Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin trembled and immediately cupped their fists. Understood. Although the two of them were always joking around outside, their fathers were both generals in the army. Under their influence, they naturally knew that the military rules were strict. As such, they did not dare to hesitate or smile at Duan Zixuan's orders. Colonel Li, I know that you have a special identity and a lot of responsibilities. Yesterday, His Majesty gave you permission to set up personal guards in the black armored army to protect yourself. Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin will be under your command as your personal guards. After Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin left, Duan Zixuan looked at Li Zixuan and said in a low voice. Li Zixuan already knew about the personal guards. When he heard this, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, great general." Humph. Qiu Xingong couldn't help but snort. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became tense. Qiu Xingong cupped his fists casually at Duan Zixuan and said, "General Duan, it's time to call out the soldiers. I will go to the drill ground first." With that, he turned and left without waiting for Duan Zixuan's permission. Chapter 1726. The morning breeze blew gently, and the sun rose from the east. At this moment, there was already a touch of red on the horizon. Most people had probably just woken up. On the drill ground in the northwest of Chang'an City, there was already a black mass of soldiers standing. When Li Zixuan followed Duan Zixuan to the stage, he saw such a magnificent scene of soldiers on the battlefield. What entered his eyes was that all the soldiers had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Like a pine tree, they stood upright on the drill ground. Although there were many of them, they were not in disorder. The distance between each person was the same, neat and tidy, not moving at all. This scene reminded Li Zixuan of the military parade of his motherland that he had seen on television in his previous life. Steel lions, just like heavenly soldiers. No wonder they were the strongest cavalry of the Tang Empire. With just one look, Li Zixuan could feel the strength of the army in front of him. Although this black armored army had only been formed for a few months, they already had an imposing aura. Reporting to the great general, other than the 20 men from the D battalion who are transporting equipment outside the gate, the soldiers of the other 5 battalions have all arrived at the drill ground. No one is late. Seeing Duan Zixuan arrive, a tall and straight young soldier quickly walked forward and saluted Duan Zixuan with his fists clasped. Return to your ranks. Duan Zixuan nodded and said, yes. The young soldier replied and quickly retreated to the front of the troops on the left side of the stage. At this moment, Duan Zixuan walked to the front of the stage and scanned the entire drill ground with his tiger-like eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking dignified even though he was not angry. After a moment of silence, he finally opened his mouth. All soldiers listen to my order, at ease. Duan Zixuan's first sentence surprised Li Zixuan. What the hell was at ease? Wasn't this a movement that only existed in the modern army? Was Duan Zixuan still sleeping and talking in his sleep? But what he did not expect was that as soon as Duan Zixuan finished speaking, the 5,000 soldiers on the drill ground all neatly took half a step forward with their left foot and made a at ease gesture. Their movements were uniform and extremely precise. Of course, it was not absolutely uniform. There were 2 people at the back of the line who were slower by half a beat. Li Zixuan's sharp eyes recognized them immediately. Who else could they be but Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin? These 2 fellows had participated in the military training of the academy, so it was impossible that they did not know the basic military movements such as at ease and at ease. The reason why they were slower by half a beat was probably because they did not expect the black armored army to use of the academy's training. Fortunately, Duan Zixuan knew that they were new to the black armored army, so he pretended not to see the 2 discordant factors and continued speaking. It has been nearly 2 months since the expansion of the black armored army. As the most elite cavalry of the Great Tang, His Majesty has always placed high hopes on the black armored army. However, the black armored army's current strength is not worthy of His Majesty's high hopes. Fortunately, the black armored army's adjutant has finally arrived to take up his post. As for who our adjutant is, I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. Adjutant Li, come and greet the soldiers. Although Duan Zixuan did not shout at the top of his lungs, his voice could be heard in every corner of the drill ground. All 5,000 soldiers heard his words clearly. When they heard Duan Zixuan say that the black armored army's adjutant had finally arrived to take up his post, everyone could not help but look at the young general behind Duan Zixuan. He was so young, but he had already become a legend of the Great Tang. Chapter 1727. At the black armored army's camp. On the stage, Duan Zixuan had been silently observing Li Zixuan. He saw that not only did Li Zixuan not have stage fright in front of 5,000 black armored soldiers for the first time, he even managed to ignite the soldiers' passion with just a few words. Duan Zixuan couldn't help but nod in his heart. As a general, not only did he have to be good at leading soldiers into battle, he also had to be good at controlling people's hearts and arousing their fighting spirit. Otherwise, he could only be considered a boorish fellow and definitely not a talented general. Li Zixuan had done well in this aspect. Haha. Sweat more in normal times and bleed less in times of war. Duan Zixuan took a step forward and walked to Li Zixuan's side. He faced the soldiers below the stage and said loudly, "All of you have heard Adjunct Li's words. His Majesty has always placed great importance on the black armored army. This time, Adjunct Li has given the first batch of new equipment to the black armored army. Under such circumstances, if you still can't form a strong fighting force within 2 months, you will have let down His Majesty, Adjunct Li, and even more so, your parents and wives. At this point, Duan Jishuan's fierce eyes scanned the crowd. Perhaps the ordinary soldiers didn't know how valuable the equipment Li Zishuan had brought today were. However, as an important official of the imperial court and the leader of the black armored army, how could he not know how valuable this batch of equipment was? Not to mention other things, even the generals of the 12 capital guards almost fought over this equipment. If not for Li Zishuan supporting the black armored army, the moment Li Zishuan entered Chang'an city, more than 100 carriages of equipment would have been divided among them. After pausing for a moment, Duan Jishuan's gaze turned serious and he said loudly, "All generals, listen up. From today onwards, Adjunct Li will be in charge of the daily drill of the black armored army. His orders are military orders and my orders. No one, no matter what position they hold, is allowed to disobey. Do you all understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers on the drill ground were pleasantly surprised. They had not expected Li Zishuan to be entrusted with such an important task by Duan Jishuan as soon as he joined the black armored troops. He had directly taken on the daily training of the black armored troops. Not only were they shocked, Qiu Xinggong was even more shocked. However, a trace of anger flashed across Qiu Xinggong's face. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the fact that there were so many soldiers on the drill ground. He walked 5 steps in front of Duan Jishuan and cupped his fists. "General Duan, Adjunct Li has just been appointed and is not familiar with the military affairs of the black armored army. Furthermore, Adjunct Li has never led soldiers before. How can we let him take over the military affairs of the black armored army?" Black armored army's camp. On the stage, Duan Jishuan had been silently observing Li Zishuan. He saw that not only did Li Zishuan not have stage fright in front of 5,000 black armored troops for the first time, he even managed to ignite the soldiers' passion with just a few words. Duan Jishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart. As a general, not only did he have to be adept at leading soldiers into battle, he also had to be adept at controlling people's hearts and arousing their fighting spirit. Otherwise, he could only be considered a brute and definitely not a talented general. Li Zishuan had done well in this aspect. Haha. Sweat more during normal times so that you can bleed less during wartime. Duan Jishuan took a step forward and walked to Li Zishuan's side. He faced the soldiers below the stage and said loudly, "All of you have heard Adjunct Li's words. His Majesty has always placed great importance on the black armored army. This time, Adjunct Li has given the first batch of new equipment to the black armored army. Under such circumstances, if you still can't form a strong fighting force within 2 months, you will have let down His Majesty, Adjunct Li, and your parents and wives." Chapter 1728. While the black armored army was doing a roll call, the morning court was being held in Chang'an City's Taiji Palace. Li Er sat on the dragon throne. After listening to a few officials reporting some trivial matters, his eyes focused and he said in a deep voice, "Dear officials, I received an urgent report yesterday. Xieli has gathered a large number of troops to encircle and annihilate Tuli's troops. Tuli Khan has asked me for help urgently. He wants the Tang Empire to send troops to help him resist Xieli." It was unknown if it was true or if Li Er was just making things up. Anyway, as soon as he said that, all the officials in the imperial court were in an uproar. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds, and it was a bit like a market. Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong closed their eyes and pretended to be in deep thought. They did not say a word because they were present when Li Zishuan proposed the plan to Li Er. Today, when Li Er said this, these 2 experienced old generals could guess what Li Er was going to say next. "Your Majesty, I think that the imperial court should send troops to help Tuli. Otherwise, after Xieli unifies the grassland, the next one to attack may be our Tang Empire. The imperial court cannot sit back and watch Xieli expand in the grassland." Fang Xianling stood out and bowed to Li Er. Old Fang had followed Li Er to fight in the north and south in the early years. Old Fang was definitely experienced in judging the war situation. "I second the motion. Now that the Turks and the Tang Empire are like fire and water, at such a critical moment, we cannot let Xieli unify the grassland. The imperial court should send troops to help Tuli." Zhang Sun Wuji also stood out and bowed to Li Er. After Zhang Sun Wuji, some other officials and generals also stood out and seconded the motion. Li Jing also came to the morning court today. Unexpectedly, he actually stood out and objected, "Your Majesty, I think that it is not appropriate for the Tang Empire to send troops now." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Li Jing, the war god of the Great Tang, would actually stand out to oppose when everyone was united against a common enemy and unanimously wanted to suppress the Turks. This was truly a little inconceivable. Li Er's gaze focused. He looked at Li Jing and asked, "Oh? What does apothecary mean?" Li Jing cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, it has only been a little more than a month since the Tang Empire began to prepare for war. The 400,000 soldiers, horses, and provisions needed to attack the Tujue have yet to be fully prepared. How can we recklessly declare war on Xieli? Marching into the grassland will not be the same as pacifying the rebellion in the Great Tang's territory a few years ago. When the time comes, the army's provisions and supplies will become incomparably difficult due to the distance. This old subject believes that at this time, whether it is the provisions and supplies or the preparation of the various armies, it is not advisable to shed all pretense of cordiality with Xieli and rashly start a war." Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others could not help but frown. Although they agreed to send out troops, they had to admit that Li Jing's words made sense. It was indeed not the best time to start a war with the Turks. Medicine Master's words are reasonable. At present, my Great Tang has just experienced the plague of locusts and is not yet ready to start a full-scale war with Xieli. At this moment, Li Er opened his mouth. However, he immediately changed the topic and said, "But the imperial court can't just sit by and watch Xieli unify the grasslands and strengthen his strength. Therefore, I've decided to send an envoy with a batch of provisions into the grasslands to assist Tuli Khan in resisting Xieli. I just don't know who is willing to go." The moment Li Er finished speaking, Taiji Palace immediately fell silent. Chapter 1729. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Xiao Yu's suggestion, a hint of worry flashed across the faces of the officials in the palace. A war was not only a test of a country's military strength. At the same time, it was also a huge test of a country's economic strength. After all, war required money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a saying in history that they were all militaristic. Li Er smiled and said, "Minister Xiao, you don't have to worry about money and provisions. I already have a foolproof plan. I will not let these 150,000 soldiers drag down the national treasury." Don't be fooled by Li Er's solemn vow and full confidence. In fact, he was very uncertain in his heart. No one knew if the national donation plan that Li Zishuan had suggested to him yesterday would work or not. If it worked, then everything would be fine. If it did not work, then the finances of the imperial court might not be able to support it. This was a very risky decision. Using this kind of decision without full confidence was not in line with Li Er's style of doing things. However, the current situation showed that Xieli had the intention to speed up the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. If the Tang Empire wanted to have a higher chance of winning, the imperial court had to prepare more elite soldiers and strong generals. Li Er had to take the risk. He could only hope that Li Zishuan's plan would work. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. As the Minister of Revenue, he was in charge of the country's purse. Even he could not think of a good idea to break the situation. How could Li Er think of it? Therefore, old Xiao asked Li Er curiously, "May I ask what exactly is your Majesty's foolproof plan?" Li Er's expression was slightly sluggish but quickly returned to normal. He waved his hand and said, "There is no need to say more about this. Within 3 days, Minister Xiao will definitely see money and provisions flowing into the national treasury." But Xiao Yu was very dissatisfied with Li Er's ambiguous answer. He was about to ask again when Li Er interrupted him, "No buts. After the court is dismissed, the Secretariat will immediately draft an edict and announce to the world. The edict orders all states to immediately select 150,000 elite soldiers and rush to Chang, and within a month. At that time, the imperial court will send a few generals to personally command these soldiers." Hearing Li Er's resolute words, Xiao Yu, and the other officials did not dare to continue asking about this matter. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and cupped his hands. This old official obeys the edict. The secretariat was in charge of formulating policies and drafting edicts. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji was not only the Minister of Rights, he was also in charge of the secretariat. Yes. Li Er nodded and said, if there is nothing else, then the court is dismissed. Minister Tang, stay behind. This subject obeys the decree. Tang Jian bowed and accepted the order. After the morning assembly dispersed, the civil and military officials returned to their homes. Tang Jian came to the Sweet Nectar Hall under the lead of the chamberlain. He had yet to bow when Li Er laughed and waved his hand, saying, Her. There are no outsiders here, Mao Yu, you don't have to be so courteous. Come, give him a seat. Tang Jian was flattered. Thank you, Your Majesty. Right this moment, a chamberlain brought a stool over. Tang Jian sat down cautiously. Li Er spoke bluntly, this time I sent Mao Yu as a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue. It was indeed Jin's last resort. Shili's power is already great, now he wants to annex Tuli's troops. It can be said that he has the ambition of a wolf. How can Jin let him fulfill his wish easily? However, Jin knows that the journey to the Tujue will be filled with difficulties and dangers. Mao Yu, if you have any misgivings, Jin can withdraw the decree now and send someone else instead. It was said that a monarch's words were not joking. Generally, it was impossible for the emperor to take back what he had said. Now that Li Er said this to Tang Jian, whether it was sincere or just putting on an act, it was very rare and precious. When Tang Jian found out that Li Er wanted him to be a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue in the morning assembly, he still had some misgivings and unhappiness in his heart. After all, he was now a duke. Now that he was suddenly sent to such a dangerous place like the Tujue, it was impossible for him not to have any thoughts in his heart. However, with Li Er's words, the misgivings and unhappiness in his heart instantly vanished into thin air. It was really not easy for an emperor to do this for his subject. This subject thanks Your Majesty for your consideration. Tang Jian hurriedly got up and bowed to Li Er with a moved expression. However, since this subject has already agreed to this mission of being a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue, there is no reason for me to back down. Now that the country is in danger, this old subject receives the country's salary and should share the country's worries. Even if the Tujue is now in a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, this old subject will not turn back. Tang Jian has met a wise ruler like Your Majesty in this life. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. After saying that, Tang Jian straightened his back. His face was full of righteousness, awe-inspiring, and fearless. Li Er was horrified and moved. He hurriedly got up and personally walked down to hold Tang Jian's arm. Good. 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 Jin really did not misjudge you. Mao Yu, you really did not disappoint Jin. Chapter 1730. Hee. Little Xian, I didn't expect this plate armor to fit so well. It's also so light and agile. I thought it would be heavy and cumbersome at first. No wonder my father wanted it so much. Hee. In the black armored army's camp, Li Zishuan distributed the weapons, plate armor, and horse armor to the soldiers according to the roster. At around 9 in the morning, the soldiers were all wearing the new armor. Qing Chimo was wearing a shiny plate armor and he ran to Li Zishuan to show off. This fellow and Yuchi Bao Lin were both temporary recruits to the black armored army. Logically speaking, the two of them didn't have a share in this batch of armor made by the workshop for the black armored army. However, there were always exceptions. These two brothers had special identities and it wasn't a problem for them to gather 2 sets of armor at the last minute. As a matter of fact, Lu Xingwu and Zhang Debao, the 2 guards who were standing guard in front of the gate in the morning, had lent their armors to Qing Chimo. Needless to say, the 2 guards' physiques were about the same as Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin's, so the armors fit the 2 brothers quite well. Li Zishuan had sent someone to the workshop to have them make 2 more sets of armors according to Lu Xingwu and Zhang Debao's measurements. With the workshop's current production speed, it would probably take less than 2 days for the 2 sets of armors to be sent over. Li Zishuan looked up and down at Qing Chumo, who was tightly wrapped in vanadium steel patches. He nodded and said, "Yes. Looks good. Cho Nyo, have you and Bao Lin's tents been arranged?" It's all arranged." Yuchi Bao Lin walked over in his plate armor and replied, "Yamacho, brother Cho Nyo and I have been arranged to be in the same tent in the Wu battalion." This child was originally stronger than others. After putting on the plate armor, he was simply like a moving iron tower. He was completely a walking tank, making people feel intimidated just by looking at him. Although they were in the military camp, Yuchi Bao Lin was still used to calling Li Zishuan Yamacho. He was different from Qing Chumo. Qing Chumo was the first friend Li Zishuan made after returning to Chang'an City. Therefore, most of the time, Qing Chumo treated Li Zishuan as a friend and brother. Yuchi Bao Lin, on the other hand, respected Li Zishuan more. This was because he admired Li Zishuan both in terms of knowledge and martial arts. That's good. Li Zishuan nodded and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qing Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda had assigned Qing Chumo and Yuchi Bao Lin to the black armored troops respectively. This was both a form of protection for Li Zishuan and also a form of trust. Li Zishuan felt that at the very least, he could not let his brothers suffer in the military. Otherwise, how could he be the big brother of this small group? That, Xiao Xian, Qing Chumo scratched his head, as if he wanted to say something. Li Zishuan said angrily, "If you have something to say, just say it. Since when did you become such a shy little girl?" Pfft. Yuchi Bao Lin almost burst out laughing when he heard that. Qing Chumo blushed and said angrily, What little girl? You're the one who's acting like a little girl. I wanted to ask you, can Bao Lin and I stay in the same tent as you? It's too cramped for 10 people to stay in one tent. Also, 2 of our brothers' big feet are too smelly. At this time, the black armored troops camp was built in a military camp in the northwest of the imperial city. The soldiers usually stayed in tents and not houses. This way, they could recreate the situation of war to the greatest extent and allow the soldiers to be in a state of combat readiness at all times. Of course, with the current resources, it was impossible for every soldier to stay in a tent alone. Normally, 10 soldiers would share a tent. This was even more cramped than Yanhuang College's dormitory. The higher-ranked generals would stay in their own tents. Li Zishuan was the black armored troops adjutant. Moreover, he had many identities and duties outside. This time, he had even brought a telegraph with him when he joined the black armored troops. Therefore, he also had his own tent. That was why Qing Chumo wanted to come over and sleep there. Li Zishuan glanced at Qing Chumo and said angrily, "Your smelly feet aren't any better, are they? I've heard about it from Qing Ke and the others. How dare you look down on others?" In Yanhuang College's dormitory 001, Qing Chumo's big feet were the most smelly. They could be used as poison gas bombs. Last year, Li Tai had complained to Li Zishuan about it many times in private. However, under the compulsion of the other dormitory members, Qing Chumo had developed the good habit of washing his feet frequently. Chapter 1731. Ha! What's wrong? Li Kanjun, you've been watching for so long. Have you seen anything? The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xinggong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. Previously, this old man had humiliated him in front of Duan Jishuan. Now that Duan Jishuan wasn't around, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, Li Zishuan wasn't a pushover either. If they were to fight one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to defeat him. Hee. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong with a fake smile, and then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any experience in the military. I only looked at it for a short while, how could I possibly see anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies. After a while, he grinned and said, "Heh. I didn't expect Li Kanjun to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified Black Armored Army conscript." When the old man saw Li Zishuan's humble attitude, he took advantage of his seniority to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior's. This junior also knows that my ability is limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good commander. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to this junior will naturally be very grateful." Heh. What? Li Kanjun, you've been observing for so long. The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. Previously, this old man had humiliated him in front of Duan Jishuan. Now that Duan Jishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. Hee. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fist towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any experience in the military. I've only observed for a short while. How could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and said, "Heh. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, gain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." When the old man saw Li Zishuan's humble attitude, he took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior's. This junior also knows that my ability is limited and I'm not sure if I can do a good job in the army. If General Qiu has the time and can teach this junior some experience, this junior will naturally be very grateful." Heh. What? You've been watching for so long, Li Zishuan, have you seen anything? The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xinggong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. This old man had previously humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xinggong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xinggong might not be able to beat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan smiled insincerely and cupped his fists towards Qiu Xinggong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any experience in the military. I've only watched for a short while, how could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xinggong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and said, "Heh. I didn't expect General Li to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, gain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior. This junior also knows that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good general in the military. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some experience to me, this junior will be very grateful." "Heh. What? General Li has been watching for so long, have you seen anything?" The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xinggong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. This old man had previously humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xinggong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xinggong might not be able to beat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fists towards Qiu Xinggong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any military experience. I've only watched for a short while, how could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xinggong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and said, "Heh. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court and gain the Emperor's favor. You can be a competent Yamacho in the Academy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army. Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than mine. I also know that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good general in the army. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to me, I will be very grateful." "Ha! Why? You've been watching for so long, Li Zishuan, have you seen anything?" The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. Previously, this old man had humiliated him in front of Duan Jishuan. Now that Duan Jishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although that was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to defeat him. Hee. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any military experience. I've only watched for a short while. How could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he grinned and said, "Ha! I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, gain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior. This junior also knows that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good general. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to me, this junior will be very grateful." "Ha! What? You've been watching for so long, Li Zishuan, have you seen anything?" The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. This old man had previously humiliated him in front of Duan Jishuan. Now that Duan Jishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although that was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. Hee. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any military experience. I've only watched for a short while, how could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xinggong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he grinned and said, "Heh. I didn't expect Colonel Li to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't comparable to the Imperial Court. It's also not something that Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, obtain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified colonel in the Black Armored Army." Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Naturally, your experience and knowledge are much richer than this junior's. This junior also knows that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good colonel. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to me, this junior will be very grateful." Chapter 1732. Currently, the Black Armored Army is divided into 5 battalions, A, B, C, D, and E, respectively. They are located at the east, west, south, and north corners of the drill ground, as well as the center. Each battalion has 1,000 people. Lieutenant Zhang Shigui of the A Battalion is at the peak of the Qi stage. He has been in the army for 11 years. Back then, he fought alongside His Majesty against Wang Shichong and Dou Jinda. He is one of the oldest generals in the Black Armored Army. Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian of the C Battalion has been in the army for 7 years. Lieutenant Lu De of the D Battalion has been in the army for 7 years. Lieutenant Sun Jiping of the E Battalion has been in the army for 3 years. He just joined the Black Armored Army not long ago and is the only new recruit among the 5 Black Armored Army captains. Sun Jiping was originally a general in the Northern Imperial Army. He has outstanding military achievements and is good at commanding troops. At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of the Qi stage. He has great potential. In the Black Armored Army's main camp, Duan Jishuan brought Li Zishuan around the drill ground to inspect the 5 battalions. As he inspected them, he explained to Li Zishuan. "Zhang Shigui? Sun Jiping?" When Li Zishuan heard Duan Jishuan's explanation, he couldn't help but be surprised. Out of the 5 names that Duan Jishuan mentioned, 2 of them were Li Zishuan. They were Zhang Shigui and Sun Jiping. There was no need to talk about Zhang Shigui. Those who had watched the TV series, The Legend of Shuiren Gui, would know that there was a villain in the Tang dynasty named Zhang Shigui. He was jealous of his subordinates' achievements and framed the famous general, Shuiren Gui. Cough, cough, in truth, this was just the novel vilifying Zhang Shigui's mission. In the official history books, Zhang Shigui was actually a famous general of the Great Tang, a founding general of the Great Tang. His military exploits were illustrious. Moreover, he knew people well, loved his soldiers, had a keen political insight, and was skilled in both civil and martial arts. He could definitely be called a famous general of his generation, completely different from the unofficial history books. Zhang Shigui joined the army at a young age and joined Li Yuan at the end of the Sui dynasty. Later, he gradually mingled with Li Er. When Li Er established the Black Armored Army, Zhang Shigui was one of the first Black Armored Army generals. His personal strength was not bad, but in that era of famous generals, his edge was completely overshadowed by Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Qing Yaojin, and the other exceptional generals. It was to the extent that he was still only a mid-level general in the Black Armored Army, while Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others had become great generals of one of the 12 guards of the capital. Li Zishuan never thought that he would meet someone like Zhang Shigui in the Black Armored Army's camp. He could not help but take a few more glances at Zhang Shigui. If meeting Zhang Shigui was a surprise, to Li Zishuan, meeting Sun Jiping in the Black Armored Army's camp was a pleasant surprise. Sun Jiping used to be a subordinate of Dugu Xian and held the position of a military officer in the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. Last year, when Li Zishuan led the army to besiege the Snake Spirit Mountain, the main force was the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. To a certain extent, Sun Jiping could be considered as a comrade who had fought side by side with Li Zishuan. In that battle, many Imperial Army soldiers were killed or injured, but Sun Jiping was lucky enough to survive. After returning to the capital, Sun Jiping was promoted to the position of a general in the Northern Yamen Imperial Army because of his military exploits. It was because of his participation in that battle that Sun Jiping's attitude towards Li Zishuan became extremely respectful. Although Li Zishuan was young, he was a man who had annihilated a mountain sect and avenged his fellow soldiers. He was worthy of Sun Jiping's respect for the rest of his life. Furthermore, when Cui Yunhan had led the students from the Hongwen school to besiege the Li Zishuan, it was Sun Jiping who had led the troops to rescue Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan would never have thought that he would meet Sun Jiping in the Black Armored Army. Moreover, Sun Jiping had even become a lieutenant. He was very curious as to how Duan Jishuan had managed to poach Sun Jiping from the Imperial Army. However, all these were not important. The most important thing was that he had finally met an old acquaintance in the Black Armored Army. This was really not easy. Why? Have you heard of these two people before? Duan Jishuan asked curiously when he saw Li Zishuan's reaction. Cough cough. I've heard of them, of course I've heard of them. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. This Black Armored Army is really filled with talented people. Duan Jishuan did not suspect anything and nodded. That's right. The soldiers in the Black Armored Army are all elites from the various armies. It is because they are all elite soldiers that His Majesty was able to defeat Wang Shichong's army of 100,000 with just 3,000 Black Armored Army during the crucial battle in Luoyang. Li Zishuan could not help but nod his head. Sometimes, quality was more important than quantity. It was the same principle as the special forces of the modern era. Those who could become special forces were the kings of soldiers. If such people were to form a group of elite soldiers, they would be like a sharp sword on the battlefield. They would often be able to achieve unexpected results. Half a month ago, His Majesty ordered the 12 military guards to step up their training. All the soldiers are urgently preparing for battle. As the Black Armored Army has just been expanded and His Majesty has high hopes for them, the training pressure on the Black Armored Army is undoubtedly the greatest. Now that Li Zishuan has come to the barracks, I hope that you can integrate into the Black Armored Army as soon as possible so that the Black Armored Army can become a fighting force as soon as possible. Duan Jishuan suddenly sighed and said faintly. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, "It is my duty to do so." Let me bring you to continue watching. Duan Jishuan nodded and pointed to a group of soldiers who were training on the drill ground. He said, "Ever since His Majesty led the officials to Yanhuang College to watch your military training ceremony last year, the various barracks in the capital have gradually begun to implement your formation training method. It is not difficult and has some similarities with the previous training methods in the barracks. You saw it when the soldiers gathered on the drill ground this morning. They stood in neat formation. However, the Black Armored Army is still cavalry. The focus of our training is on their horse skills." After listening to Duan Jishuan's explanation, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel enlightened. With a face full of approval, he said, "Great General, you're right. Posture and formation are only the basics of military training. It's only to allow the soldiers to maintain better spirit and a more orderly formation. In a war, it's more about the individual qualities of the soldiers. I believe that the Black Armored Army's training will focus on two aspects. First, it is to train the soldiers' physical fitness. The Black Armored Army is a heavy cavalry. All the soldiers wear armor and armor. In war, it is very taxing on their physical fitness. We must ensure that all the soldiers have sufficient physical fitness. Second, it is to cultivate the rapport between the soldiers and their horses. The horses are the cavalry's second life on the battlefield. Only when the two work together can the advantages of the cavalry be maximized." Haha. Not bad, not bad. In such a short period of time, Li Zishuan was able to understand these 2 points. This is already very commendable. Next, I can rest assured that the training of the Black Armored Army will be handed over to you. Duan Jishuan said with a face full of praise.
Chapter 48-32. Xiao. In the next moment, Yi Xian walked out from the void high up in the sky. However, there wasn't the slightest wound on his treasure body. It shone brightly and emitted an endless overlord's aura that spread out in all directions. Following, he stretched out his hand, and 55 rays of light fell from the void above his head. They were the desolate supreme pills that had undergone the lightning punishment. Their aura was more condensed and dense. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 55 small bottles and stored all the desolate supreme pills in them. Only then did he store them in his undying world. In the next moment, as his figure flickered, he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in the rising sun forbidden land. With the spread of his divine sense, Yi Xian quickly caught sight of the scene outside the cave star. The lightning punishment earlier had obviously alarmed the higher-ups of the magic hall in the Forbidden Land. They did not know that Yi Xian had returned. Recently, when they heard about the changes in the Star Alliance, they were shocked and excited. They suddenly realized that Yi Xian had returned when they saw the tribulation cloud above the cave star. However, no one dared to enter Yi Xian's cave star without permission. Hence, they had been waiting outside the star. With a flash, Yi Xian disappeared from the cave star again and reappeared in the void of the Forbidden Land outside the atmosphere. Pressing according to Yi Xian's previous instructions, the magic hall was still in its early stages of development. Hence, those who were emperors and above were considered the higher-ups of the magic hall. Currently, the higher-ups of the 5 major armies of the magic hall were not many, but they were not many either. Fierce there were Green Ox and Yuling Long from the Beast Army, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other emperors from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. There were also the Sangji tribe from the Survivor Army and the 20 emperors from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. There were also the 3-clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shan Tang from the Nomadic Army who had captured the council members and 60 emperors. Edison the captive army consisted of the Blood Wirm, Green Peng, and Battle Lion race captives. Of course, the 9 great beasts from the Star Alliance had also joined the captive army, along with a few undying emperors. As a result, the captive army could be considered the strongest of the 5 armies of the Magic Hall. Here in addition, the All-Evil Army also had many titled monarchs and above. Among them, the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise were 2 powerful Desolate Era almighty beings. This is many of the upper echelons were currently in seclusion. All along, the strength structure of the Magic Hall had been a little strange. The battleships were strong, and the Desolate Supremes were also extremely strong. Although there was only one Magic Hall Master, he was able to sweep through almost everything. However, there were too few great beings at the level of Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supremes, and Primordial Beings. Even with the addition of the Primordial Porcupine, the Primordial Turtle, and the 9 wild beasts from the Star Alliance, there were only 11 of them. This situation made Green Ox, Xiaodong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the rest of the upper echelons feel awkward. They had been suppressing themselves for a long time. As long as there was no war or Yi Xian wasn't assigned any tasks, they would all be in seclusion. Today, Yi Xian walked out of the cave star. He looked up and scanned the magic hall. As expected, more than half of the titled Undying Emperors and above weren't present. Apparently, they were in seclusion. For example, Green Dragon, the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, and Long Shan Tang were the same. The Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise were the same. However, Xiaodong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the 9 primordial beings from the Star Alliance were all present. Seeing Yi Xian appear, they immediately bowed and congratulated him. Although they didn't know what Yi Xian had just undergone, as long as there was a heaven's trial, it meant that it was a good thing. They should be respectful. Yi Xian's gaze swept over the crowd. He immediately asked about the situation in the outside world. Naturally, there was nothing to ask about the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. Those old guys wouldn't dare to disturb them in the near future. There was also nothing to ask about the alliance of the survivors. They had already become his subordinates. What Yi Xian was really concerned about was the situation between the Human Federation and the Tianji clan, which was currently at war. Only after asking did they find out that the war between the Human Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race was already in full swing. Moreover, from the start of the war, the powerful Human Federation was faintly showing signs of decline. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the Heaven's Legacy race was simply shocking. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Yi Xian immediately ordered his subordinates to pay close attention to the battle between the Human Federation and the Tianji clan. If there were any major changes, they were to report back immediately. After that, he ordered his subordinates to seize the time to enter seclusion. After exchanging pleasantries, he immediately flew back to the cave star. He wanted to use this time to deduce the perfect formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill again to make sure that there were no mistakes. Because, what he needed to collect next was the blood essence of the Desolate Sovereign to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill, in the surroundings of the star field occupied by the Human Federation. Today, this vast and boundless void area had long been transformed into a huge battlefield in the starry sky. The Human Federation and the Tianji clan were currently fighting here and had been going on for some time. Towering in the center of the cosmic void hundreds of billions of miles ahead was an incomparably huge star. This huge star was the Tianji city. Today's Tianji city was no longer purely made of the latest type of cosmic alloy. DE had used the entire power of the Tianji clan to collect all kinds of top-grade flesh and blood materials from everywhere, such as the dragon tendons of the true dragon, the phoenix marrow of the fire phoenix, the dragon spine of the black dragon, and so on. These creatures of the Desolation era were extremely powerful when they were alive. Even though they had been dead for countless years, their remains were still very powerful. However, the Tianji race had plenty of ways to divide them up and use all kinds of suitable materials to transform the cold Tianji city made of pure cosmic alloy into a biochemical fortress made of cosmic alloy and the flesh and blood of the Desolation era creatures. For example, today's Tianji city, other than its original regular continental form and its wartime spherical fortress form, it now had two other simulated forms. If necessary, in a short period of time, the incomparably huge Tianji city, which contained terrifying combat power, could transform into an incomparably huge demonic dragon or a black phoenix with shocking wingspan at DE's command. For example, in addition, whether it was clan leader DE or all the official members of the Heaven's Legacy clan, in the past 100 years, their cultivation and strength had been changing and improving at a rapid pace. They used the countless powerful creatures of the Desolation era in the void to improve their cultivation. Just like how they transformed the Tianji city, they collected top-grade materials such as dragon tendons and phoenix marrow to transform their own mechanical bodies step by step. For example, some of the more powerful members of the Tianji clan had even given up on their human bodies and transformed into the skeletons or precious bodies of the Desolation-era creatures. From the inside out, they were carefully sculpted step by step. Finally, their electronic consciousness took over. With a shake of their bodies, they became powerful Desolation-era creatures with the addition of technological power and elements. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 48-33. However, even within the Celestial Legacy clan, no one knew where DE's original body was, what form it was in, and what level of power it had reached. It could be said that the Celestial Legacy clan of today was completely different from the Celestial Legacy clan of 100 years ago. This time, the entire clan had modified more than 100 billion battleships. Among them, there were more than 10 million official members of the Celestial Legacy clan, who could transform into metal balls in the shape of stars at any time, or all kinds of mechanical beasts with different appearances. 10 million clansmen might not sound like a large number, but without exception, all of them were above the undying level. Among them, there were tens of thousands of universe knights, close to 10,000 universe masters, close to 1,000 universe supremes, and close to 100 great beings from the primordial era. Besides, in addition to the transformation and evolution of all the official members of the clan, the Celestial Legacy clan also used the remains of powerful primordial life forms to create a large number of intelligent robots that weren't in human form. Their combat power was astonishing, and they were called mechanical beasts. The number of these mechanical war beasts modified by the Heaven's Legacy race was almost innumerable. In truth, they were created from the corpses of various primordial beings with technological elements added into them. For example, the scales and skin on their bodies were the latest biochemical products. Right now, in the void battlefield around the star domain occupied by the Human Federation, there were all sorts of massive mechanical warships that resembled wild beasts, as well as mechanical war beasts of different shapes and attack methods. There were simply too many of them. They filled the entire battlefield. Wang, Hong. Hong, long. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Celestial Legacy clan seemed to have issued another order. In an instant, the entire vast void space was filled with a buzzing sound like a tide. This was the sound of countless battleships charging their cannons at the same time. With a huge roar, countless mechanical battleships in the shape of wild beasts fired their cannons at the same time. In the blink of an eye, countless energy pillars of varying diameters shot forward from different angles before finally converging together. This scene was so shocking that the void space turned into a blazing net of light that enveloped an endless area and whizzed forward. Hong, long. Although there were also ship cannons, these new battleships that had been modified by the Celestial Legacy clan looked like gigantic beasts from the outside, so the energy light pillars from the ship cannons were obviously more powerful. In the opposite void space, countless battleships and battleships of the Human Race Alliance traversed the void space, and there were even a few superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters. However, in the face of the overwhelming number of mechanical desolate beasts, the energy light pillars shot out from their mouths were easily destroyed. The smaller ones directly exploded into fireballs. Even some fortresses of various sizes or superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters were barely able to put up an energy shield to defend themselves. In the face of such overwhelming attacks, it was impossible to counterattack. That was Celestial Legacy. During this period of time, countless mechanical beasts of the Celestial Legacy clan had been destroyed. Even the main battleships in the form of desolate beasts had been damaged. However, ever since the Heaven's Legacy race had descended upon this fragment of the great desolate world, the first thing they did was to set up a large number of assembly lines for mechanical war beasts on the countless abandoned planets in the vast star field 100 billion kilometers away from the Human Race Federation. What was put into these lines were all intelligent machines. Once the assembly lines were set up, there was immediately a large number of mechanical beasts that were continuously transported out. Even the main battleships in the form of desolate beasts that were damaged in the war could be immediately withdrawn and returned to the base to be rapidly repaired. This was the frightening part of the Celestial Legacy clan. Although there were only 10 million of them who possessed electronic life forms, they were only the leaders of the upper echelons. The true power of the lower echelons were all manufactured. As long as they had resources, they could produce a large number of them. Clearly, they did not lack resources. Every abandoned planet contained large amounts of minerals, and the wreckage of the battleships that had been destroyed in the war could be melted down. Thus, they had an almost endless supply of mechanical beasts. On the other hand, although the Human Race Federation also had intelligent robots, their production efficiency could not compare at all. Moreover, the Human Race Federation's battleships had to be manned by their clansmen. The destruction of every battleship represented the loss of a large number of clansmen. It was precisely because of this that, although the Human Race Federation and the Celestial Legacy clan had both suffered losses, to the Celestial Legacy clan, it was practically nothing. The damaged battleships were dragged to the rear and melted down, looking brand new after half a day. However, the Human Race Federation's losses were extremely heavy. The loss of battleships was a small matter, but more importantly, the casualties of their clansmen were even more severe. No matter how large the human race's population was, they could not withstand such losses. Moreover, this was a completely meaningless loss that did not even cause much damage to the enemy. Such unequal losses directly caused the Human Race Federation's front line to retreat time and time again. The void between the two factions had originally been 100 billion miles apart, but now it had shrunk to around 80 billion miles. Over this period, the Celestial Legacy clan had pushed forward 20 billion miles with such a tyrannical attitude that they could not be killed or maimed. On the other hand, the Human Race Federation was clearly on the losing side. Since the start of the war, the Celestial Legacy city had been standing in the void 100 billion miles away from the human race. There were many smaller planets on both sides behind it, and each of them was a mechanical fortress just like the Celestial Legacy city. Those who stood guard here were all the higher-ups of the Celestial Legacy clan, but they did not make any unusual moves. Instead, they imperceptibly exuded a frightening presence. At the same time, at the edge of the Human Race Federation's planetary system, although the imperishable 9 stars did not appear, the Sky Extinction Palace that resembled a giant wormhole vortex and the Temple of Glory that was as large as a giant planet were also standing in the void, waiting in formation and staring covetously. Kachak, all of a sudden, the metal sphere that was the Celestial Legacy city seemed to come to life. A low humming sound echoed from within, accompanied by a dense kachak sound, as if countless mechanical gears were turning and grinding together. Moreover, as the kachak sound filled the air, the giant metal sphere was rapidly changing form. Protrusions extended from various parts of the sphere, and in less than half a breath, it had turned into a green-black demonic dragon. Its body was extremely huge, spanning almost 100 million miles, and was even bigger than the sphere it was in before. Even Yi Xian, who was in the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, was several times smaller than it. What was even stranger was that this green-black demonic dragon's entire body also emitted a dazzling metallic luster, which was extremely dazzling. It was clearly a demonic dragon forged from synthetic metals. Chapter 48-34. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, countless air-breaking noises resounded in the void in front of them. From the ferocious and incomparably huge mouth of the metal demonic dragon, streaks of light suddenly rushed out one after another. Their momentum was majestic, and their numbers were overwhelming. There were at least tens of millions of them. In the beginning, these tiny lights were just tiny metal balls with metallic luster of different colors on their surfaces. But soon, after the tiny metal spheres came to an abrupt halt in the void, low humming and mechanical grinding noises could be heard from within as well. Along with these strange noises, the sphere's shape also rapidly changed. In the end, it transformed into various astral beasts of different shapes. Each of them was tens of millions of kilometers long, as large as a small star. Their shapes were strange and ferocious, and they had the characteristics of different ferocious beasts. Their surfaces were suffused with a faint metallic luster, and they were like mechanical ferocious beasts of different shapes. In this void, there were originally a large number of mechanical beasts, but now, there were at least tens of millions of them. Their auras were terrifying, and they were all above the undying realm. Among them, there were even many emperors and emperors. Some of the beings with even larger bodies exuded auras that were at the level of Universe Supreme, Universe Master, and Universe Supreme. The Heaven's Legacy race had finally made a new move. Previously, the battle between the two factions had only been at the level of ordinary battleships and battleships. Although the Tianji clan had a large number of mechanical beasts and desolate beast battleships, they were all below the immortal rank. It was the same for the Human Federation. But now, perhaps because this massive mechanical army had only managed to advance 20 billion li, Patriarch De of the Celestial Legacy race began to grow impatient. The Heaven's Legacy race had finally begun to mobilize an unconventional fighting force. This was definitely a huge investment. The moment he made a move, he sent out tens of millions of ordinary undying high-level mechanical battle beasts. Among them, there were even quite a number of Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes. Even Tianji City had transformed from its original star form into the gigantic alloy demon dragon form of 100 million miles long. The situation of the battle instantly rose to another level. Everything happened so fast that the leaders of the Human Federation were caught unprepared. With the arrival of these tens of millions of advanced mechanical beasts above the immortal realm, countless experts in the battleships and battleships of the Human Clan Federation in the opposite void instantly exclaimed in horror. A strong sense of fear that could not be dispersed rapidly spread in this void. All regular warships and battleships are to retreat and return to the star field to rest and reorganize. That was when a majestic voice suddenly echoed from the Sky Ju Palace, which was slowly whirling like a giant nebula. The Sky Ju Palace and the Temple of Glory have both dispatched a legion of high-end combat forces. Boom. Rumble. As soon as the order was issued, the overwhelming warships and battleships of the Human Clan Alliance in the Void immediately activated their kinetic cabins to the maximum and retreated into the star zone like stray dogs. During this period of time, the bottom-level experts of the Human Alliance were all terrified. If they were fighting survivors or ferals, they would at least have flesh and blood and no one would fear them. But it was different when fighting against the Tianji clan. Once they remembered that the Tianji clan weren't living humans or even electronic life forms, but merely cold sentient robots and mechanical beasts, they would definitely tremble in fear even if they were not afraid of death. As the battle continued, the Human Federation had destroyed hundreds of millions of warships and battleships, with no small number of human champions inside each of them. The total number of dead would probably be in the billions. In a large-scale battle of this scale, individual lives were insignificant, and no one would know when they would suddenly be gone. Now that they could return to the star field, no one would want to stay a minute longer. Soon, the vast number of battleships and battleships of the Human Federation retreated like the tide, leaving this vast battlefield empty. But soon, streaks of light shot out from Sky Absolute City and the Temple of Glory at the edge of the star field, charging toward the battlefield in the void. There were both human champions and ferals, but without exception, the aura emanating from their bodies were all above immortal realm, and there were quite a few Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and even Universe Supremes among them. There were also more than 10 million of them, which was equivalent to the number of advanced mechanical beasts gushing out from Sky Absolute City. But these were clearly only the mid-level combat forces of both camps. The true top-level combat forces were those at the level of primordial beings and supreme primordial beings, but both camps had yet to use them. On the Human Federation side, there were a total of 6 supreme primordial beings among their reinforcements. Including D-Air, who had just broken through to Desolate Master Realm, the Human Federation now had a total of 7 Desolate Masters. But no one knew if that was the actual number. After all, the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory had all arrived. These were the core ancestral grounds of the 3 factions of the Human Federation, and there were many ancient beings hibernating there. Who knew how many of them would suddenly awaken? As for the number of Desolate Masters and Supreme Primordial Beings on the Tianji clan side, it was even more of a mystery. Logically speaking, the Tianji clan had only been created tens of thousands of years ago by Xing Bo, the pioneer of the human race's technology camp. Before that, this clan did not even exist, and there should not be any Desolate Masters. But this clan's growth rate was too shocking, and their ability to create and fuse machines was simply outrageous. Before the clan migrated from the first universe, the Tianji clan might not have had supreme primordial beings, but after they disappeared for 100 years, they obtained a large number of treasured remains of primordial beings in the void, including many Desolate Masters and supreme primordial beings. With the Tianji clan's powerful ability to create and fuse machines, this 100 years was enough for DE to create some desolate masters or even powerful mechanical beasts, or even electronic life forms. It was just that all of this had yet to be revealed. However, as this battle became more and more intense, the level of battle strength on the battlefield would become higher and higher. It was believed that the Heaven's Legacy race and the Human Federation's top-notch battle strength, such as the Desolate Supremacy Realm, would all appear one after another, and this was what Yi Xian wanted to see. The reason why he had not interfered in the war between the Tianji clan and the Human Federation was because he wanted to see the true strength of these two factions, and to see this, he obviously had to pay a certain price. Now that Yi Xian had stayed out of it and let them fight each other, it was the most comfortable thing for him. Chapter 48-35. Boom! Rumble, in the void, earth-shattering explosions rang out, densely packed and continuous. The escalating war had begun. As far as the eye could see, the void was much emptier than before. The previous conventional war had been a competition of numbers. Whether it was the Human Race Federation or the Tianji clan, both had deployed a sea of battleships, mechanical beasts, and so on. The entire void battlefield spanning hundreds of billions of miles was almost filled to the brim. The Celestials' legacy race had clearly taken this conventional war into consideration. They had an almost endless supply of mechanical beasts. Although the Human Race Federation also had intelligent robots, their production efficiency was completely incomparable. Moreover, the Human Race Federation's battleships had to be manned by their clansmen. The destruction of every battleship represented the loss of a large number of clansmen. Ever since the Tianji clan had arrived in this void fragment of the Eldritch world, they had immediately set up a large number of assembly lines for mechanical beasts on countless abandoned planets in the vast star field that was hundreds of billions of miles away from the Human Race Federation. Even the main battleships in the form of wild beasts that had been damaged in the war could be immediately withdrawn and returned to the base for rapid repair. The reason why DE had launched a conventional war in the starry sky from the beginning was that he intended to fight a war of attrition with the Human Race Federation. This was the terrifying aspect of the Tianji clan, as well as their advantage. Unfortunately, although the Tianji clan had set up assembly lines in this void fragment of the Eldritch world at the very beginning, there was an almost endless supply of mechanical beasts of various levels. However, they had obviously underestimated the foundation of the Human Race Federation. In the previous arrival, the Human Race Federation's core ancestral lands of the three major camps had all been moved here. The City of Glory seemed to be only the size of a giant planet, but it clearly used space-folding technology. The space inside was a world of its own, and there were countless experts who had joined the original Human Race Federation inside. Among the two major camps of the human race, the inside of the 9 immortal stars, the ancestral land of the science and technology camp was also not simple. Moreover, just these 9 giant planets could accommodate countless battleships and people. In addition, the Tianjua Palace, the ancestral land of the human clan, was simply a nebula vortex that looked like a cluster of light. No one knew what was inside, but one thing was certain: the space inside must be very large, and similarly, it was a world of its own. In this battle, the Heaven's Legacy race truly hadn't suffered any losses at the very beginning of the battle. All of the mechanical war beasts that had been destroyed had been dragged back to the base in the rear to be melted down and rebuilt. What was wasted was only some energy-level resources. However, in this vast universe, there was no lack of them. On the other hand, although the Human Clan Federation had lost a lot of warships and battleships and tens of billions of people, the Human Clan Federation still had a lot of resources. It was impossible to see that they were almost exhausted. If this continued, it was unknown how long this battle would last. In the end, the leader of the Heaven's Legacy race, DE, lost his patience and started the battle at the intermediate level. Now, not only did the Human Clan Federation withdraw all of its battleships and battleships from the battlefield, the Heaven's Legacy race also did the same. All of the mechanical war beasts below the Undying Realm retreated back to the base camp in the star field 100 billion miles away. As a result, the situation of the battle at this part of the void was instantly different from before. The number of soldiers participating in this battle was shockingly small. The soldiers from both camps were all at the Undying Realm or above, and their combat power was at the Universe Supreme level. There were more than 10 million of them, but in this part of the universe, which was billions of miles away, they were not very eye-catching. However, although they were few in number, they were all beings at the Undying Realm or above, and the most powerful ones were even Universe Supremes. Therefore, the situation of the battle was even more intense than before. Hong! Hong! Long! Long! In the void, the earth-shattering roars continued without stopping for a moment. Every minute, every second, there were experts from both sides falling. This time, the Heaven's Legacy race also suffered a great loss. The tens of millions of advanced mechanical war beasts they sent this time were not official members of the race. After all, there were only about 10 million official members of the Heaven's Legacy race who had electronic life forms, and every one of them was very precious. Basically, they were all high-ranking commanders and would not be used as soldiers in a concentrated battle. However, although the advanced mechanical war beasts were also intelligent robots, they were superior goods. If they were damaged in battle, they could be repaired or even reconstructed. However, in terms of time, they were not like ordinary mechanical war beasts at the Undying Realm or above. They could be reconstructed in an instant and go back to the battlefield. Therefore, in this kind of battle between the Undying Realm and the Universe Supreme level, the casualties on both sides were somewhat evened out. The human clan's declining trend of retreating was temporarily stopped. After a long battle, the Heaven's Legacy race had pushed forward 20 billion miles from the 100 billion miles between the two camps. However, since the beginning of the battle at the intermediate level, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Although the army of the intermediate level of the Heaven's Legacy race had also pushed forward, it was only about 5 billion miles. The speed of advancement was much slower than before. Such a scene was obviously beyond De's expectations. Initially, he had wanted to exhaust the Human Federation's forces at the conventional level, but in the end, he had failed. Now, he was confident that the Heaven's Legacy race had a strong foundation in the intermediate level, so he had withdrawn the forces at the conventional level and replaced them with those at the Undying Realm and the Universe Supreme level. Who would have thought that the Human Federation's foundation at this level was not weak at all? From the beginning of the battle until now, it had been more than a month. The distance between the two camps was only 100 billion miles, but the Heaven's Legacy race had only pushed forward 25 billion miles, which was only a quarter of the distance. This was really unacceptable to DE. After all, even if the army of the Heaven's Legacy race had left the 100 billion miles behind, they had only reached the edge of the Human Federation star field. If they wanted to seize the territory of the Human Federation, they had to continue to push forward. It could even be said that the real battle would only begin after the 100 billion miles had been pushed forward. Such a slow progress of the battle made DE gradually impatient. Just as he was about to give the order to start the high-level battle in advance, a sudden change occurred. Xiao. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, a fine light suddenly rushed out of the giant starry sky wormhole 10 billion miles in front of the Human Federation star field. It was D-Air, who had already entered the primordial supreme level. He had disappeared for a period of time, and now that he had suddenly reappeared, there was no doubt what it meant. The automaton race was about to descend. Chapter 48-36. DE and D-Air were both intelligent life forms created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. The first to be created was DE. However, it was said that DE betrayed Xingbo and murdered him. He also betrayed the human race and established the Tianji clan. He created a large number of intelligent robots and grew rapidly. In the end, he chased the human race, who originally lived in the first universe, to the third universe. This was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Ever since Di Yi's betrayal and Xing Bo's death, Di Er had never seen Di Yi again. He became the state preceptor of the human clan's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. He also created a clan, which was the so-called mechanical clan. In essence, the Tianji clan and the machinery clan were actually the same. They were both electronic intelligent life forms. However, due to their different camps, no one had ever confused the Tianji clan and the machinery clan together. Unlike the Tianji clan, who became the overlords of the first universe after occupying it and enslaving countless slave clans in the first universe, the machinery clan created by Di Er rarely appeared in front of the world. Even after the starry sky changed drastically and the human race's technological camp's core ancestral land, the machinery clan did not appear when the immortal dynasty arrived in this void fragment of the Eldritch universe not long ago. However, since then, Di Er, who had been guarding the headquarters of the Human Federation, had disappeared. It had been a few months since then. Now, he had finally reappeared. Moreover, he had charged out of this giant wormhole. Based on this point alone, one could conclude that Di Er had returned to the third universe during this period of time. The purpose of his return was obviously to bring the entire machinery clan, which had never appeared in front of the world, to this void fragment of the Eldritch universe. Now, with Di Er's return, the machinery clan, which had never appeared in front of the world, was obviously going to be unveiled soon. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Not only did the higher-ups at the edge of the Human Federation star territory turn their heads to look, but even in the Tianji city, which had transformed into a gigantic metal demon dragon 100 million miles in size, and in the many metal spherical stars around it, many divine consciousnesses extended over. At this moment, even the tens of millions of experts from both sides who were fiercely fighting in the center of the battlefield, which spanned 1 billion miles, stopped and temporarily retreated. When they turned their heads, their gazes converged on this giant wormhole. Swish, swish, swish. After Di Er rushed out, he immediately returned to the edge of the Human Federation's planetary system, standing in the void in front of the Sky Juice City and the Temple of Glory. However, he also turned his head to look at the giant space bug. Almost in the next instant, from this space wormhole, there was a continuous sharp sound of something breaking through the air, followed by streaks of light. All of the strands of light that rushed out of the wormhole instantly expanded with the wind and soon stopped abruptly in the cosmic void outside the wormhole. It was indeed the mechanical race. These lights were clearly mechanical battle beasts of varying sizes. The small ones were like meteors, while the big ones were like stars. All the mecha beasts were in different shapes. Some were in the shape of various astral beasts, while others were in the shape of battleships or battleships. But without exception, these mecha battle beasts all had powerful auras, at least Sector Lord level. This was obviously a change that had only happened in the past 100 years. Back then, when Yi Xian was still wandering around the three great starry skies, the strength of the machinery race was definitely not so terrifying. Otherwise, they would have already swept through the world. Over the last 100 years, the Tianji race had grown so rapidly because they had obtained a sea of corpses of powerful ancient beings in that mysterious void. As for Di Er's automaton race, they had never shown themselves. They were clearly hiding in an unknown part of the universe. In the past 100 years, the automaton race had grown at an astonishing speed. Now that one of their members had become a sector lord, they had most likely encountered a similar opportunity as the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, with the end of the primordial era, the Great Void had descended. The moment of arrival was getting closer and closer. Even the mysterious primordial void was undergoing huge changes. The other fragments of the void, including the current void and the three main starry sky planes, were naturally undergoing huge changes as well. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, large amounts of light continued to shoot out from this giant wormhole. This scene lasted for half a day. The void was incomparably quiet. Everyone was quietly watching and waiting, the shock in their hearts growing stronger. Half a day later, everything finally ended. Finally, there were no more lights shooting out from the giant wormhole. It had completely stopped. At this time, in the void in front of the wormhole, various forms of mecha beasts had already covered the sky and earth, filling up a large part of the cosmic void. At a glance, the total number had actually exceeded 100 million. These 100 million mecha beasts of different shapes and sizes were obviously the entire mechanical race. 100 million did not sound like a lot, even a little pitiful. After all, in the previous battle, the Tianji race had mobilized billions of desolate beast-shaped modified battleships. The number of mecha beasts was even more uncountable. It could be said that there was a sea of them, but in reality, when seeing these 100 million mecha beasts of different shapes and sizes, even the divine sense extended from the giant metal demon dragon of Tianji City, which was 100 million miles away, began to tremble violently. This was clearly a sign of extreme shock. This metal demon dragon of over 100 million miles in size was one of the two major battle forms of Tianji City. Those who could guard Tianji City were obviously the true core higher-ups of the Tianji race. Perhaps one or more of these divine senses belonged to De and his doppelganger. But they were also trembling violently, revealing a sense of shock. The dignified clan leader of the Tianji race was actually shocked by the 100 million mecha beasts of the mechanical race. This sounded very illogical, but it was actually understandable. Although the desolate beast battleships and mecha beasts of the Tianji race could be said to be innumerable, they were all intelligent machines without life. The total number of Tianji race clansmen who truly possessed electronic life was only slightly more than 10 million. But now, although these 100 million mecha beasts of different shapes and sizes in front of the giant wormhole were not life forms of flesh and blood, their bodies all exuded the unique aura of life forms. Very obviously, these 100 million mecha beasts were all members of the mechanical race with electronic life forms. In other words, there were only slightly more than 10 million official members of the Tianji race with electronic life forms. But the Tianji race had more than 100 million, which was 10 times the number. Just based on this point alone, it was not difficult to understand De's shock. Roar. Roar. Screech. At this moment, more than 100 million members of the mechanical race suddenly raised their heads and let out angry screeches. Then, an even more shocking scene occurred. Chapter 48-37. Roar. Screech. Hong. Hong long long, in front of the giant space wormhole, more than 100 million automaton clansmen suddenly raised their heads and roared. Then, an earth-shattering roar resounded like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire space. During this, there was also a dense and hair-raising sound of machines breaking in. Under everyone's gazes, these 100 million automaton clansmen of different sizes and shapes, but all of them looked similar to various space beasts in appearance, instantly began to transform. As the transformation of appearance rapidly unfolded, the automaton clansmen of different sizes also gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and rapidly merged. This scene was like a fusion of transformers. Different numbers of automaton clansmen, in just a few breaths' time, merged into one body. Some had 3 to 5 combined bodies, some had more, 7 to 10 combined bodies. In one place with the most, there were actually dozens of automaton clansmen fusing. In the blink of an eye, the original 100 million automaton clansmen were reduced to 10 million. The number had decreased by 90%. However, the 10 million automaton clansmen that appeared now were not only larger in size, but most of them had already exceeded the size of an ordinary planet. Even their forms had changed. Although they were still space beasts, they were more ferocious. Although they were formed by the fusion of different numbers of automaton clansmen, they were a single entity, and there were no signs of fusion or splicing. It was as though they were born this way. At a glance, these 10 million newly formed automaton clansmen basically all had the bloodline characteristics of different space beasts. This meant that their defense and attack abilities were also more diverse and stronger. They might even have some special space beasts like the Bug Clan and other special space beasts. Besides, after the fusion, these 10 million gigantic automaton clansmen's strength had also increased by a large margin. Previously, when there were only 100 million of them, the weakest among them was at the Sector Lord level. But now, after the fusion, the weakest among these 10 million automaton clansmen was at the ordinary immortal level. 10 million ordinary undying realm and above automaton clansmen didn't seem like much. After all, in the middle-level battle that had just come to a temporary truce, the Human Race Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race had each sent out more than 10 million undying realm warriors. However, this was clearly only the first fusion, and it wasn't over yet. Boom! Rumble. Very soon, an earth-shattering rumble resounded like a tide, enveloping the entire space as the second fusion began. Mechanical grinding noises that were so dense that it made one's hair stand on end came from the void. The more than 10 million mechanical clansmen that had just finished fusing began to change their forms once again. As this change unfolded, the more than 10 million machine race clansmen instantly gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and merged with each other. In just 3 breaths of time, everything was completed. Originally, there were more than 10 million mechanical beasts that had undergone the first fusion. Now, there were only slightly more than 1 million mechanical beasts left. However, these more than 1 million mechanical beasts that had undergone the second fusion all grew in size. Now, the smallest of them was almost the size of an undying star, like a huge star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts. Of course, after the second fusion, these more than 1 million mechanical beasts already had the characteristics of many different beasts. In reality, these space beasts probably didn't exist. As for cultivation level, the weakest of the 1 million automaton beasts were Emperor-level undyings, while the strongest were Universe Supreme level. And there were quite a number of them, over 1,000. However, this still wasn't the end. Boom! Rumble. In the void, the earth-shattering roar that resembled a tidal wave rang out once more, and there was also the sound of machines grinding together so densely that it made one's hair stand on end. The more than 1 million mechanical beasts that had just finished the second fusion began to change forms once more. As this change unfolded, the more than 1 million mechanical beasts, like the previous 2, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and fused with each other. The third fusion took a little longer, but it only lasted for a dozen breaths of time before it was complete. After a dozen breaths of time, the more than 1 million mechanical beasts that had undergone the second fusion decreased by 90%. Now, there were only a few 100,000 left. Every single one of them was gigantic, spanning close to 100 million miles. Compared to the gigantic metallic demonic dragon in Jianghu City, which was 100 million miles away, they were only slightly smaller. As for their forms, they were all different kinds of space beasts, but they were extremely ferocious. At first glance, they were like prehistoric beasts, and it was a ghastly sight. After the third fusion, the weakest of the 100,000 mechanical beasts had become Emperor-level undyings, and the strongest of them had even reached the primordial great being level. And there were quite a number of them, more than 100. This was more than 100,000 emperors and more than 100 primordial great beings. Just based on the current situation, it was definitely more than the Tianji clan of the same level of power. Furthermore, this was only the third fusion. Since there had already been 3 fusions before, then the 4th and 5th fusions should be possible in theory. Putting aside the 5th fusions for now, since the 4th one had yet to appear, it was still too early to talk about it. However, even if it was only the 4th fusion, according to the pattern of the previous 3 fusions, the 100,000 mechanical beasts would be reduced by another 90%. There would only be slightly more than 10,000 of them left. Although there were only slightly more than 10,000 of them, the smallest of the mechanical battle beasts that had completed the 4th fusion would probably be comparable to the gigantic metallic demonic dragon that the Tianji city had transformed into billions of miles away. In terms of cultivation level, even the weakest of them would probably be at the universe night level. As for the strongest, theoretically speaking, they would even be at the level of a desolate supreme, and there should be more than a dozen of them. 10,000 mechanical beasts, with the average cultivation level being above that of a universe knight, and there were at least a dozen of them at the level of a primordial supreme. Although the number was small, it was definitely a terrifying army of mechanical beasts, and it could be said to be invincible. However, it was still a mystery as to whether the fourth fusion would actually happen. At this time, the entire boundless void had fallen into a deathly stillness. The gazes of countless experts were focused on the more than 100,000 mechanical beasts that had undergone 3 fusions, revealing a strong sense of nervousness and anticipation that couldn't be dispersed. Chapter 48-38. Time passed slowly. Previously, in the short time it took for half an incense to burn, the more than 100 million automaton race members that had rushed out of the giant wormhole had rapidly completed their 3rd fusion. Originally, there were more than 100 million of them, but after 3 rounds of fusion, the number was reduced to a few 100,000. However, although the number had decreased, their combat power had increased tremendously. They had become more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts with emperor level and above, and there were even more than 100 primordial great beings among them. Just based on the current situation, they had definitely surpassed the combat power of the Tianji clan of the same level. This formation was already extremely powerful, but it had not reached the level where it could cause the Tianji clan to be alarmed. After all, although there were many primordial great beings among them, there was not a single true primordial supreme being among them. Everyone was waiting for these more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts that had completed their 3rd fusion to complete their 4th fusion. They wanted to see if, after the 4th fusion, they would become more than 10,000 beings with power levels above the universe knight level, and there would be at least a dozen powerful primordial supreme beings among them. However, after another half an incense worth of time, these more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts that had completed their 3rd fusion still did not show any signs of activity. Only the shockingly powerful auras in their bodies were glaring fiercely at the Tianji clan army that was 100 billion miles away. Even their leader, Daoist, was the same. After another half an incense worth of time, there was still no sign of activity. This basically explained the problem. At least for now, the 4th fusion would not begin. No one could determine whether this anticipated 4th fusion was temporarily unable to begin, or if Daoist was deliberately not doing so. This was a mystery. Everyone, including the upper echelons and countless great beings of the Human Race Federation camp, were guessing in their hearts. Very obviously, the upper echelons of the Tianji clan army that was 100 billion miles away were definitely thinking the same thing. The void space fell into a deathly silence. It was frightening and nerve-wracking, and even their hearts were slightly trembling. Finally, after a short while, a low voice transmitted from the Tianji clan camp that was 100 billion miles away, breaking this unbearable silence. Daoist, you've surprised me. Who would have thought that in these tens of thousands of years, there would already be more than 100 million members of the human automaton race? And you're actually not developing your power. Instead, you're walking a different path from the Tianji clan of mine. You're walking a path of integration. This is indeed shocking, and the effect is not bad, but what about your 4th fusion? Just these 100 primordial great being level automaton battle beasts are probably unable to contend with the Tianji clan under my command. Hengyang, this was obviously the voice of the Tianji clan leader, Daoist. Of course, he was an electronic life form, and he could appear in different forms after entering different forms. Even his form was already like this, not to mention his voice was even more so. However, at the very least, this was the first time that the higher-ups and countless experts of the Human Federation had heard the voice of Daoist, the patriarch of the Heavenly Legacy clan. At this moment, many people had a strange feeling in their hearts. Daoist, the leader of the Tianji clan, was not an ordinary person. He had created the Tianji clan and had dominated the 3 main dimensions of the starry skies for tens of thousands of years. Now, to be able to hear his voice with their own ears was already a shocking matter. However, this was only the feeling of other people. To De was no different. He was the same existence as him. At this moment, in the face of De's slightly sarcastic provocation, De, who looked like an old man from the human race, only laughed faintly. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the hundreds of thousands of automaton battle beasts that had just completed their second fusion in the void space in front of him. He said unhurriedly, De, I know you, and you know me. Although we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years, whether these hundreds of thousands of automaton race members can complete their fourth fusion, could it be, you don't have any idea in your heart? It had to be said that although De's words were gentle, they imperceptibly revealed a domineering aura. In the void space opposite him, De, who was hibernating in the gigantic metallic demon dragon that was more than 100 million miles in size, actually fell silent because of this. No one understood De better than him. However, at the same time, the changes of tens of thousands of years made him completely uncertain about De. Just like the strength that he had already displayed today, which was far from the true foundation of the Tianji clan, how could the third fusion of the automaton race that De had just displayed be De's true foundation? In fact, whether these hundreds of thousands of automaton battle beasts could immediately complete their fourth fusion was no longer important to him in this battle. More importantly, due to the arrival of De and the arrival of the entire machine race, in today's battle, the Heaven's Legacy race wanted to expel the Human Federation from this star domain 100 billion kilometers away in one go. Their plan to occupy the vast and boundless star domain that they currently resided in, which was filled with countless life forms, could no longer be realized. Since this was the case, then there was no need to continue to stay here and scheme against De. As the clan leader of the Tianji clan, he had more powerful and more trump cards. Although this battle ended abruptly and did not achieve their original goal, this was only temporary. Not long after, with the arrival of the second battle, everything would change. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, De instantly made a decision. He did not even send out the sound of his divine consciousness again and did not pay attention to De anymore. It was as if he did not exist at all and was completely ignored. Imperceptibly, De gave the order to retreat to the Tianji clan army under his command. Boom. Rumble. Following his order, in this vast void of the universe that spanned hundreds of millions of miles, there was an earth-shattering roar in an instant. The tens of millions of Tianji clan's elite automaton battle beasts, whose cultivation level was generally above the immortal realm, retreated one after another. During this process, their incomparably huge bodies rapidly shrank. In just a few short breaths, tens of millions of elite automaton battle beasts had all turned into small round balls. Like lightning, they pierced through the void and shot out, one after another, into the gigantic metallic demon dragon's bloody mouth. Gotcha! Gotcha! Almost in the next instant, densely packed and extremely ear-piercing mechanical grinding sounds were heard. This metallic demon dragon, whose body was more than 100 million miles long, began to transform. In less than 10 short breaths, it had turned back into a metallic ball that was like a giant star. Finally, with a whoosh, it shot backward and retreated to the depths of the star domain that the Tianji clan occupied, hundreds of millions of miles away, and disappeared. At the same time as the Tianji clan retreated, a large number of smaller metallic stars were spread out in the void. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the opposite void was cleared. This battle, because of the arrival of De and the entire machine clan, hurriedly ended. Chapter 48-39. In a short period of time, the other side of the void battlefield that spanned hundreds of billions of miles was completely empty. All the warships and mecha beasts of the Tianji clan were connected to the depths of the star sector that was hundreds of billions of miles away. As for the Human Federation army, after receiving the order from the higher-ups, they quickly retreated. In just a short time, only a few small patrolling fleets could be seen in the void. In the end, even the Sky Extinction Palace, which was like a giant nebula vortex, and the Temple of Glory, which was like a giant continent, slowly retreated into the depths of the star sector, disappearing from sight. Even D-Air brought the entire mech clan that had fused together into hundreds of thousands of powerful mecha beasts and retreated into the star sector, hundreds of billions of kilometers away. The scout fleets from the major clans and forces left one after another. However, everything that happened here was like a heavy bomb that quickly exploded in the void of the fragment of the untainted world. One day later, in the Human Federation star sector, in the Great Hall of the Federation headquarters. At this time, there were not many figures in the Great Hall, only about 40 people. Previously, there were only a few primordial great beings in the Great Hall of the Human Federation, as well as the Senate of the 10,000 Luo Federation that had formed the Human Federation in the void of this chaos fragment. However, this time, the reinforcements from the three factions of the Human Federation had arrived. In terms of primordial great beings alone, the three factions had sent 12 of them, making a total of 36 of them. As such, including the few great beings who had been here before, the Human Federation now had a total of 40 great beings from the primordial era. The higher-ups of the Federation present in the Great Hall were these 40 great beings, in addition to D-Air, who had just broken through to the Supreme of the primordial era and was now a rank 1 Baron Supremacy. As for the 6 ancient Baron Supremacies that had come from the three factions, they did not appear. The meeting was jointly hosted by the higher-ups of the three factions. Although D-Air was the imperial advisor of the Eternal Dynasty, he was now a Baron Supremacy. Coupled with his status as the clan leader of the Tianji clan, his presence in this meeting was somewhat extraordinary. He sat on the side of the seat of honor, as if he was a supervisor. There were 3 figures sitting on the main seat of the meeting. They were from the Temple of Glory, the leaders of the three factions. All 3 of them were primordial great beings, 2 of them were humans, and 1 was an elder with a feral aura in his body. Of the 2 humans, 1 was the neverless emperor of the human race's technology faction, while the other was Zhu Wutian, lord of the Sky and Palace. As for the other old man whose body was emanating the aura of a feral, he was the cardinal of the Temple of Glory, named Shi Xiaohong. Turning to look at the higher-ups of the Temple of Glory Federation, the immortal emperor's expression was solemn. After a short pause, he continued, "The Tianji clan has become stronger. Moreover, in this battle, De did not reveal his true strength. It is worrying. According to my calculations, even with the addition of the machine race that has just arrived, our human race federation will only be able to fight to a draw with the Heaven's Legacy race. But in reality, besides the Heaven's Legacy race at the front, there is also the Demon Hall behind us. That's right. The Magic Hall is a huge hidden danger." On the side, the Palace Master of Tianju Palace, Zhu Wutian, took over the conversation and also looked around the crowd. Then, he continued, "Although I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter that Heavenly River Star Lord, Yi Xian, had, but his true battle prowess is equivalent to that of the Demon Palace's master. The master of the Magic Hall and Yi Xian, once they join forces, the threat they pose to the Tianji clan is no less than that of the Tianji clan. They are a huge threat to the Humans Federation. This point can be seen from how the master of the Magic Hall took advantage of the war between the Humans Federation and the Tianji clan to launch a surprise attack on the Beast Alliance, Star Alliance, and 10,000 Races Alliance. He killed dozens of Primordial Era experts by himself. Although we don't know why he killed so many Primordial Era experts, the Humans Federation is the only faction with the most Primordial Era experts left. We don't know how strong the Tianji clan is, so he won't choose them as his opponent. At least, he won't before we know more about them, therefore, we can't not be on guard against the Magic Hall. Based on the current situation of the Humans Federation, if we are suddenly attacked by the Master of the Magic Hall, the Tianji clan will definitely take advantage of the chaos and come. When that happens, we will be attacked from both sides. The situation will be very dangerous. 3-1 This matter must be taken seriously. It's not raining yet." A cold glint flashed in Qi Xiaohong's eyes at that, and he nodded. "I have a suggestion. Send envoys to the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races at once. After all, they are from the three main planes of the stars, just like the Human Federation. Moreover, the situation they are facing now is even worse than the Humans Federation. If we invite their leaders to come here and hold a summit to discuss the merger of the three alliances, it should be able to proceed smoothly. Although the Primordial Era experts of the two alliances have been killed, there are still 9 Supreme Primordial Era experts. They definitely can't be underestimated. If the Alliance Summit can successfully agree to the merger, a powerful behemoth will appear out of nowhere. Whether it's the Magic Hall or the Tianji clan, they won't dare to act rashly. At that, Qi Xiaohong stopped talking and exchanged glances with Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian, and Di'er. Meanwhile, the 40 or so mighty beings in the Alliance's upper echelons in the hall began to discuss with each other. It was a suggestion that made their hearts beat faster. The so-called three major alliances referred to the alliance forces from the three major starry sky main planes. The alliance of 10,000 races was formed by the slave races of the first universe, the Star Alliance was formed by the races of the second universe, and the Humans Federation was formed by the Temple of Glory and the Humans Federation. Although the three alliances had their own camps, they were all from the three main planes of the stars. And now, they had a common enemy in the form of the Tianji clan and the Magic Hall. That was why an alliance between the alliances was clearly feasible. And it was imperative. Moreover, once the three alliances successfully joined hands after this summit, the overall strength of this new behemoth would be immeasurably powerful. After all, the strength of any one of the three great alliances was already extremely frightening. As for the Star Alliance, after the bloodthirsty War Lion brought the Blood Wirm, Green Rock, and War Lion races to migrate here, the alliance's conventional military strength increased by 20 billion warships. Unfortunately, the original 25 Supreme Primordial Era experts had either fallen or surrendered in the battle against the Master of the Magic Hall. Now, all of them were dead, and not a single one was left. However, at the top level, there were still the 9-headed Blood Wirm, Blue Sky Rock, Crimson Unicorn, and 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile. With the addition of the bloodthirsty War Lion, whose strongest combat strength could reach the desolate supremacy of rank 7, there were 5 Supreme Primordial Era experts in total. Chapter 4840. As for the alliance of 10,000 races, the Dimensional Rats, Infernal Ants, Giant Ferocious, and Slime Wraith had all migrated here, increasing their military strength by 40 billion warships. However, the Master of Magic Hall's ambush had killed 24 late-stage superior beings of the Star Alliance. Now, their top fighting force was only left with 4 mid-stage Primordial Supremes. Finally, there was the Human Federation. Not long ago, with the arrival of the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory, the Human Federation's military strength had skyrocketed. Compared to the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, the Human Federation was practically the strongest. Aside from the tens of billions of warships, they had 36 Supreme Beings, 36 Primordial Supremes, and even 6 Supreme Primordial Supremes. Including Di'er, who had recently ascended to Desolate Venerable, the Human Federation now had 7 Desolate Venerables. Although they had just fought a great battle against the Celestial Clan, losing billions of warships, and losing tens of billions of Alliance champions, they had not lost any of their core fighting force. In fact, the arrival of Di'er and the entire automaton race had boosted the Human Federation's overall strength to another level. Generally speaking, the overall strength of the current Human Federation had definitely surpassed that of the Devil Palace. However, it was still difficult to draw a conclusion when compared to the Tianji clan. This was because even in the previous battle, De had not displayed the high-end combat strength of the Tianji clan, which was above the level of the remote antiquity. How many Primordial Supremes and Desolate Venerables the Celestial clan had was still a huge mystery. However, compared to the Star Alliance and the alliance of 10,000 races, the Human Federation was clearly the leader of the three alliances summit. If the summit came to an agreement and the three alliances combined into a new behemoth, Their conventional fighting force would be over 200 billion warships and warships. In terms of high-end fighting force, aside from the automaton race, they would have over 40 primordial supremes and 16 supreme primordial supremes. Such a force would be more than enough to fight the Magic Hall and the Celestial Clan head-on, and they would even have the upper hand. Therefore, the heir, Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian, Qi Xiaohong, and all the other almighties of the Human Federation were confident that the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races wouldn't refuse this summit. Instead, they would support it with both hands. Under these circumstances, the decision of the three alliances was unanimously passed. Under the orders of Immortal Sovereign, Zhu Wutian, and Blazing Rainbow, 2 diplomatic fleets departed from the Human Federation, heading to the Star Alliance and the Federation of all races respectively. 7 days later, in the galaxy of the Human Federation. The Human Federation 1,000,000 star 1,000,000 races alliance 1,000,000 alliance. After all, the Human Federation was the strongest of the three alliances, and the summit had been organized by the Human Federation. The Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races had only been invited to attend. Although it was called a summit, it was just a simple meeting of the upper echelons. There wasn't much extravagance involved. After all, the three alliances weren't having a good time. The Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races had just lost over 20 of their primordial supremes. Even the Human Federation hadn't suffered any real damage in their battle with the Celestial Clan, but they had still lost billions of warships and tens of billions of Federation experts. Under such circumstances, even if the summit was held by the top echelons of the three alliances, it would still be embarrassing if it was too extravagant. Today was the agreed date for the meeting. At the same time, in the central region of the Human Federation, dozens of figures could be seen in the Great Hall of the Federation headquarters on the peak of a giant living planet. The number of people was the same as 7 days ago when the leaders of the Federation gathered. They were all the primordial supremes of the Human Federation. There were a total of 40 of them, and there was also the heir who had recently broken through to the Desolate Sovereign level. As for the other 6 Desolate Sovereigns of the Human Federation, they still hadn't shown up this time. It was said that they had more important matters to attend to. Therefore, in this three alliances summit, the Human Federation's main representatives were still the heir, Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian of the Sky Extinction Palace, and Qi Xiaohong of the Temple of Glory. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a faint sound of air breaking could be heard. 4 figures suddenly shot out from the atmosphere of the planet where the Human Federation headquarters was located. The 4 figures looked like they were all humans, but their bodies were filled with a thick aura of ferocious beasts. Obviously, their current human form was just a disguise. The 4 figures were the 4 primordial supremes of the Alliance of 10,000 races. They were the infernal ants, dimensional rats, giant ferals, and slime wraith from the first universe. As for their cultivation level, they were all mid-tier primordial supremes. The weakest was at the 4th level of this realm, while the strongest was at the 6th level of this realm. At this moment, the 4 desolate elders from the Myriad Races Alliance had unsightly expressions on their faces. It was even to the extent that one could faintly sense a strand of forcefully suppressed fury from the auras that emanated from their bodies. After all, they had been tortured by the Master of the Magic Hall not too long ago. At the time, their bodies were covered in bloody bumps, and it was only 2 to 3 days ago that they were fully recovered. Moreover, in addition to that, the 24 primordial supremes of the Alliance of 10,000 races were all killed by the Master of the Magic Hall. As a result, only the 4 of them from the entire Star Alliance had come to attend the summit of the 3 great alliances. It was indeed a little shabby. All of this surged into their minds, evoking a towering resentment towards the Master of the Magic Hall. It would be strange if their expressions were good. Seeing this, the heir, Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian, and Qi Xiaohong exchanged glances. They immediately got up, put on smiles on their faces, and walked out of the Alliance headquarters. The 40 or so primordial supremes of the Human Federation in the hall also got up to follow them. "We are honored by your presence. This old man didn't greet you properly. Sorry for my lack of manners." Although D'Air's identity was only the state preceptor of the Human Federation's Science and Technology faction, he was after all the existence with the strongest cultivation level among the higher-ups of the Federation present. Moreover, he was also the leader of the machine tribe. Therefore, after the group walked out of the hall, he was the first to greet them. With a smile on his face, he greeted the 4 desolate sovereigns who were descending from the sky. He was very polite and enthusiastic. Only then did the 4 desolate sovereigns from the alliance of 10,000 races relax slightly. Their faces twitched, and they squeezed out an extremely ugly smile as a response. The atmosphere between the guests and the host instantly became much more harmonious. Chapter 48-41. Rumble, Crack. Outside the atmosphere of the planet where the Human Federation headquarters was located, a muffled clap of thunder suddenly sounded, followed by the crisp sound of ripping silk. A crack appeared in the air. It was not very big, only about 1,000 feet in radius, but the aura that came out of the crack was extremely powerful, and there was more than one of them. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In the next moment, 5 figures rushed out of the crack, passed through the atmosphere of the planet, and landed on the towering peak where the Human Federation headquarters hall was located. These 5 figures also looked like humans, but the aura that came out of their bodies showed that they had the bloodline of the ferocious beasts in them, and it was very strong. As for the aura of their cultivation, they were all in the supreme primordial realm, with the weakest being a 1st-level desolate venerable, and the strongest being a 7th-level desolate venerable. These 5 were the 5 desolate venerable old monsters from the Star Alliance, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 ghastly demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, the Azure Rock, and the blood-devouring war lion. Of course, the blood-devouring war lion was not actually a desolate venerable. His cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the primordial realm, but this time, he was invited to the Human Federation to participate in the 3 Alliances summit. Of the 25 primordial realm experts from the Star Alliance, some had died, and some had surrendered. Only the 5 of them were left, which was a little shabby. Therefore, before coming, the blood-devouring war lion deliberately activated the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion and performed the 9th change. As a result, his cultivation level reached the 7th level Desolate Venerable. For Desolate Venerables and 1 Supreme Primordial Realm Expert, how could 5 Desolate Venerables and 1 Supreme Primordial Realm Expert compare to, at this moment, with the arrival of the blood-devouring war lion, D'Air, and the other Supreme Primordial Realm Experts, as well as the Desolate Venerable Old Monsters, stood up and greeted each other before taking their seats in the hall. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 50 figures in the main hall. Among them, there were 10 Desolate Venerables, and the rest were all the higher-ups of the Human Federation. The lineup was so luxurious that it was shocking. Fellow Daoists, first greetings after everyone was seated. D'Air turned to look at the other 9 Desolate Masters from the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes. He smiled and said, "This Alliance Summit is of great significance. There are still 6 awakened Desolate Masters from the Human Tribe Federation who are supposed to attend. However, those 6 fellow cultivators are working together to carry out an important arrangement and have no time to spare. Therefore, I hope that fellow cultivators can forgive this matter." Speaking of this, his expression darkened, and he suddenly changed the topic. "I'm sure all of us are aware of the current situation of this fragment of the primeval age. The reason why the Human Federation proposed the 3 Great Alliance Summit this time is to unite the forces of the 3 Great Alliance together and defend against the Magic Hall and the Heaven's Legacy race. I wonder if the 9 fellow Daoists have any different opinions on this matter." After he finished speaking, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Cyan Rock, and the blood-devouring lion from the Star Alliance, as well as the other 4 Desolate Masters from the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes, immediately turned their heads and exchanged glances. Then, after thinking for a while, they expressed their opinions one after another. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became heavy and solemn. The meeting didn't last long because the merger of the three great alliances was inevitable. Not only did the Human Federation want to see this result, but the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes also wanted to see this result. Otherwise, the 9 Huangzun old monsters of the two great alliances wouldn't have come to participate in this so-called Three Great Alliance Summit. After some discussion, the dozens of high-level experts of the Three Great Alliance unanimously approved the merger of the three alliances. They even decided on the name of the alliance after the merger. According to them, the reason for the merger of the Three Great Alliance was to fight against the Tianji clan and the Magic Hall. And the Magic Hall and the Tianji clan, without exception, all of their actions were against the Heavenly Dao and were evil. Therefore, after the merger of the Three Great Alliance, the alliance would comply with the Heavenly Dao and eliminate evil. It would be called the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Henceforth, the Heavenly Dao Alliance was established, but it hadn't been announced to the public yet. After all this was decided, the second topic was brought to the table, which was the cooperation and reinforcement of the Three Great Alliance. This time, the ultimate purpose of the Three Great Alliances Summit to discuss the merger was to fight against the Tianji clan and the Magic Hall. Therefore, this so-called alliance naturally couldn't be just a formality in name. It had to be implemented, otherwise it would lose its meaning. However, regardless of whether it was the Human Race Federation, the Star Alliance, or the Alliance of 10,000 Races, without exception, each of them occupied a vast space in the universe and were separated by a great distance. This way, if one of the alliances suddenly fought against the Magic Hall or the Tianji clan and needed the help of the other two alliances, the powerful beings in the alliance would be able to make it in time. However, for those below the level of a powerful being, even if they were universe supremes, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. As for conventional forces such as battleships, it would take a long time to travel from one alliance to another. It was likely that the war would end halfway through the journey. With this in mind, the high-level experts in the hall quickly reached a consensus after a round of discussion. That was to build a space wormhole in each of the star domains of the Three Great Alliance. These 3 space wormholes would be jointly built by the desolate elders of the Three Great Alliance. They were specially made directional wormholes that could only be used to travel between the star domains of the Three Great Alliance. This way, if one of the alliances needed help, although the other two alliances were separated by a great distance, they would be able to mobilize their armies immediately through the wormholes deep in their star domains. After the decision was made, D-Air and the 9 desolate elders from the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races immediately took action. A group of people first flew out of the star and headed to a remote space deep in the star domain of the Human Race Federation. With their combined efforts, a directional wormhole with a diameter of more than 10 million miles was successfully built in less than half a day. Building a wormhole like this wasn't a simple matter. However, this was originally a fragment of space in the universe, so the Heaven Way was incomplete. In addition, there were obvious signs of changes in the universe recently. Therefore, with the cooperation of the desolate elders, the wormhole was built without any setbacks. It was extremely smooth. Then, D-Air followed them to the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. After 10 days, they finally built the other 2 directional wormholes. From this moment on, the Heaven Way Alliance formed by the merger of the Human Race Federation, the Star Alliance, and the Alliance of 10,000 Races had real meaning. It was no longer just empty talk. Chapter 48-42. It had been almost a month since the end of the war between the Tianji clan and the Human Federation. Over the past month, there had been no unusual movements on the side of the Heavenly Legacy race, and it seemed to be the same on the side of the Human Race Federation. At the very least, the scout fleets of the various major forces that were lying in wait outside the star field of the Human Race Federation did not discover anything unusual. In fact, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races were the same. It could be said that during the month after the end of the war between the Tianji clan and the Human Federation, this vast and boundless chaos fragment suddenly became quiet, giving people an inexplicable feeling of strangeness. However, before the various forces and races could come to their senses, the Human Federation, the Star Alliance, and the alliance of 10,000 races suddenly jumped out and jointly announced that from this moment on, the three alliances would merge and form the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Once the news spread, it immediately caused an uproar. All the big and small forces and clans in the void of the untainted land were shocked. However, the shocking news was that the reason why the three alliances merged and formed the Heavenly Dao Alliance was to target the Tianji clan and the Magic Hall. But regarding this matter, neither the Magic Hall nor the Tianji clan expressed any opinion. The master of the Magic Hall and De acted as if they had never heard of this at all. The forbidden land of the rising sun, Yi Xian's cavern star, whoosh. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. A light rushed out of the cavern star and stopped abruptly in the cosmic void outside the atmosphere. It was Yi Xian in the form of a demon ape. In the cosmic void outside the cavern star, a group of high-ranking members of the Magic Hall were standing respectfully. However, not all of them were present. Most of them were in seclusion, including the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, the green ox, and the 9 powerful ominous beasts from the Blood Dragon clan of the Star Alliance. In front of the group of high-ranking members, the strongest were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. Zhao Dong's group of 4, the primordial porcupine, the primordial hairy tortoise, the azure ox, and the 9 wild beasts who had recently joined the Blood Flood Dragon tribe of the Star Alliance had already reached an agreement. Usually, when there was no war, they would take turns to guard the Magic Hall, while the others would be in seclusion to cultivate. This way, they wouldn't delay each other as much as possible. Currently, it was Zhao Dong's turn to be on duty. The 4 of them had already reached the 7th level of Universe Night, and their cultivation speed was shocking in the outside world. However, it was normal in Demon Palace. This was all thanks to the purple crystal medicine, the 9-colored godly medicine, and the primal chaos medicine. In the past month, Yi Xian had been in the Demon Palace at the peak of the towering mountain in the Immortal's Cave Star. He had just come out of seclusion after deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill for the second time. Hence, he didn't know about the changes that had happened in the outside world in the past month. After listening to Zhao Dong's report of everything that had happened in the past month, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he fell into deep thought. He was surprised by the news. First, it was the arrival of the entire automaton race under Daoist. From what they had shown at that time, the overall strength of the automaton race was not to be underestimated. Now that they had joined the Human Federation, their combat power was obviously stronger. In addition, the merger of the Human Federation, the Star Alliance, and the Myriad Race Alliance to form the Heavenly Dao Alliance had caught him off guard. Just by hearing the name, he knew that the Heavenly Dao Alliance was set up to deal with the Magic Hall and the Tianji race. Now, with the formation of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the original 3 alliances had merged into a super behemoth. Just the confirmed awakening of the desolate venerable old monsters numbered 16. This was the result of not counting the automaton race under Daoist. Otherwise, there would be even more. Moreover, according to Yi Xian's guess, the so-called Heavenly Dao Alliance was not as simple as just being established in name. If there were no accidents, the 3 alliances must have a response plan that could help each other at any time in a short period of time, such as building wormholes in each other's star areas. In this way, the Magic Hall would be under great pressure. No matter which alliance they attacked, it would be equivalent to starting a war with the 3 alliances at the same time. Moreover, in the void of the fragment of the untainted land, there was an equally powerful Tianji race that hadn't really revealed its high-end combat power yet. It seems that the situation is getting more and more serious. After thinking and muttering, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he murmured softly, "It seems that it's time to gather all the forces that are still scattered outside." After saying that, he turned to look at Xiao Dong and the other three with a serious expression. Of the four of you, 3 stay in the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and the other ones secretly go to the Survivors Alliance and tell Black Robe, it's time to go home. Ah. Hearing this, Xiao Dong and the other 3 were stunned at the same time, and the other higher-ups of the magic hall behind them were also shocked. When Yi Xian subdued the powerful figure in the black robe of the Survivors Alliance, the whole process was carried out secretly, and the outside world did not know about it. Although the powerful figure in the black robe came to the magic hall once and asked Yi Xian for a level 29 Desolate Supreme Elixir, Yi Xian did not disclose the specific details of this matter to his subordinates. Now that she heard his words, she realized everything. Being caught off guard, she couldn't help but be shocked. However, Xiao Dong and the other 3 never had any doubts about Yi Xian's instructions. After receiving the order, Xiao Dong immediately left the forbidden land of Rising Sun quietly. Yi Xian also did not stay in the nest, because in addition to the Survivors Alliance, there was another force that had been wandering outside, and that was the Sky River Star area. But this matter could only be done by him personally. Xiao. After Xiao Dong left, Yi Xian waved his hand and dismissed the higher-ups of the magic hall in front of him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his whole body instantly transformed into a fine light and shot out. After quietly leaving the forbidden land of Rising Sun, he went straight to the Sky River Star area, in the depths of the star area occupied by the Survivors Alliance, on the peak of a towering mountain in the east of the giant green life star. In the Alliance Palace, there were more than 200 figures sitting there at the moment, and all of them were Universe Knights and above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Masters, more than 40 of them were Universe Masters, and 24 of them were Universe Supreme Masters. All of them were the higher-ups of the Survivors Alliance. In addition, there were 3 powerful figures of the Primordial Era. However, even these 3 powerful figures of the Primordial Era had a look of respect on their faces at this time, and their gazes converged on the black-robed Desolate Master, who sat high above in the palace. The reason for this was not only because the black-robed Desolate Master had recently broken through from the 9th level of the complete Primordial Era to the 1st level of the Supreme Primordial Era. More importantly, it was because of the great hope that he brought to the higher-ups of the Survivors Alliance present. Chapter 48-43. In the Sky River Star Zone, in the main control hall of the flagship of a superstar fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, all the high-level officials of the Sky River Star Zone were gathered in the hall. This included Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wen Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small sects and clans. Of course, there were also the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. 3.1 Quick update. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive and gloomy. This was because the holographic screen in front of them was playing the earth-shattering battle that had taken place in the void outside the human territory a few days ago. The situation of the battle was very clear, including the changes of the Heavenly Legacy clan and the 4 fusions of the mechanical beasts of the Machine clan. The Heavenly Legacy clan and the Machine clan have arrived, and they have brought their entire clans here. The situation in this void fragment of the untainted land is getting more and more serious. After the images of the battle brought back by the Sky River Star Zone scout fleet were all played, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher turned his head and glanced at everyone with an extremely solemn expression. After a short pause, he continued, in addition, the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 clans, and the Human Federation have also announced a merger a few days ago, jointly forming the Heavenly Law Alliance. This is obviously a move against the Heavenly Legacy clan and the Magic Hall. As for the other forces, the Survivors Alliance has been holed up and has not made any moves. Few of the survivors have even left the Star Zone where the Alliance is located, and the Ferocious Beast Alliance has been directly eliminated. Now, in this vast void fragment of the untainted land, except for the Magic Hall, the Heavenly Legacy clan, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and the Survivors Alliance. The most eye-catching force is our Sky River Star Zone. The other small forces and clans are nothing at all and will not attract much attention. Moreover, whether it is the Heavenly Legacy Clan, the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Clans, or the Human Federation that form the Heavenly Law Alliance, they all have old grudges with our Sky River Star Zone. In this case, we are already in a very dangerous situation. These two major powers could attack at any time. Lin Yun sighed. Unfortunately, we don't even have a single Desolate Era expert in our Sky River sector. It's really unsettling. Originally, with the massive amount of top-level resources left behind by Yi Xian, it was only a matter of time before a large group of top-level experts emerged in the Sky River domain. But the problem is that we don't have the time now. Now that the situation is getting more and more serious, even if I want to do closed-door training, I can't rest assured. I'm afraid that one of these big forces will suddenly come to our Milky Way star area and cause trouble while I'm still in closed-door training. This is not a pleasant situation. Without a good enough environment for development, our Sky River sector will never be able to make a name for ourselves. Speaking of this, old Devil Mosquito Butcher seemed to suddenly think of something. His face darkened, and he shook his head with a wry smile. He sighed faintly. It's a pity that Yi Xian hasn't come back yet. Otherwise, with his battle strength, the 7 girls, and the 9 black dragons' cultivation, the high-end battle strength of our Sky River sector could barely hold the fort. The situation we just talked about will no longer exist. All the high-level officials will be able to cultivate in peace and quickly improve their cultivation and strength. If he comes back, he will come back by himself. At most, he will come back with the 9 black loaches. Before old Devil Mosquito Butcher could finish his words, the purplish warbler's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "As for the 7 foxes, if he dares to bring them home, I will run away from home. Yes, that's what I mean. At most, I won't come back. Yes or no, we can't spoil this bad habit of men. If he brings back 7 foxes the first time, what will happen in the future?" This time, Xiaocha is also on the 2 sisters' side. There's no room for discussion. Hearing this, old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wentian, Demon Uncle, Clan Leader Ming Jiao of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level officials of small idol forces and families looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Their faces were full of helplessness. Although the 3 girls were a little unreasonable, from their point of view, it made sense. They were truly speechless and had no way to judge this matter. If Yi Xian was really here, they wouldn't even know where to start persuading him. Boom. Hiss! At this moment, in the universe void outside the Sky River sector, there was suddenly a shocking clap of thunder, followed by a very clear sound of cloth tearing. A crack appeared in the void, and a violent ape of the starry sky stepped out. It was Yi Xian, who had rushed over from the forbidden land of the rising star. This was the first time that he had come to the Sky River sector in person, and the purpose of this trip was only to guide them. At this time, with the roar of thunder outside the atmosphere of the star, old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wentian, Demon Uncle, and other high-level officials of the Sky River sector, who were in the middle of a meeting, were first stunned, and then their expressions changed greatly. Then, they all gasped and cried out in alarm, "Who is this? He tore through the void and came here without any hesitation. I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. What a powerful aura, it's definitely old Devil Huang Zun. Oh no, don't tell me he's touching a sore spot. We've just talked about this matter, and now the enemy is here." With the current situation of the Sky River sector, let alone old Devil Huang Zun, even if it's just a remote antiquity-era mighty figure, he can still do whatever he wants here and wreak havoc everywhere. Amidst the exclamations, all the high-level officials in the hall stood up one after another, and their power was surging to the extreme. Even if their cultivation was not strong enough to fight against Supreme Ancient Devil Huang Zun, since the other party had come to bully them, there was no reason for them to be trampled on. Even if they had to die, they could only fight back. This included Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru. All of them had extremely heavy expressions on their faces while the energy within their bodies was circulated to the limit, causing them to seethe with killing intent, and they seemed as if they intended to fight desperately. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At this moment, after arriving, with a shake of his shoulders, he instantly passed through the atmosphere of the Sky River sector and came to the interior of the star. He turned his head and glanced around. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and instantly determined the location of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the others. Whoosh! Almost in the next moment, Bao Yuan's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light and shot away, disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in the huge hall at the top of the towering peak of the Sky River sector. As soon as his figure appeared, the figures of the high-level officials in the hall immediately appeared in Yi Xian's line of sight. All of them were surging with murderous intent, as if they were going to fight to the death with him. He was stunned on the spot. His face froze, and he suddenly felt embarrassed. It seems that I'm not very popular. Chapter 48-44. With the appearance of Yi Xian, the higher-ups of the Sky River sector in the main hall were all stunned. Their hearts, which had been in their throats, instantly fell back to their chests. They had originally thought that the visitor would be a high-level enemy of the Tianji clan or the Heavenly Dao Alliance. They had not expected that this time, the Demon Hall Master would come in person. He had even come to the star field and appeared directly on the Sky River star. He must have come here for something important. Thinking of this, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher immediately went up to greet him. He was the only one present who knew the true identity of the Master of the Magic Hall. Last time, when Yi Xian left behind a batch of resources, there was also a jade scroll, which explained everything. However, Yi Xian did not intend to reveal his identity yet, so Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had never revealed this matter to anyone. No matter how much the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru pestered him, he had always kept his mouth shut. Everyone, the current situation in this void is a little complicated. It is no longer suitable for the Sky River sector to live here alone. After exchanging pleasantries with Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Demon King Mo and Tian, the Demon King Imperial Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Mingzhou, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Sky River sector. Yi Xian changed the topic, looked around at everyone, and then said, "This time, I have come here to guide you. The entire Sky River sector shall migrate to the forbidden land of Rising Sun." Hearing this, the upper echelons of the star fields in the hall were all stunned. As for Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru, the three girls, after being stunned for a moment, they immediately rolled their eyes and sneered. The three of them originally suspected that the master of the magic hall was Yi Xian, and now they were even more certain. On one hand, even if the master of the magic hall had a good relationship with Yi Xian, there was no need for him to come here personally for this kind of thing. He could have just sent one of his subordinates to guide them. On the other hand, when Yi Xian looked around at everyone, he did not look at these three girls. He did not deliberately reveal this flaw. While it was as if these three girls had dog noses. When Yi Xian was in the three main planes of the universe, no matter what identity he used, they were the first to see through him. Women were too direct. Yi Xian did not dare to make eye contact with them. Otherwise, he would most likely be recognized immediately. However, what he did not expect was that it was precisely this point that made the three girls even more certain of their guess. When they thought about how Yi Xian had actually tried to deceive them, the three girls gritted their teeth in hatred. They exchanged glances and immediately made their stance clear. Their tone was firm and unquestionable. "That's fine. Let's move the entire Sky River sector. But us three sisters won't be going with them," that's right. Let's go find Yi Xian. That little bastard is too much. He's been tossing us aside for almost 100 years while he's enjoying himself outside. We have to find him. I heard that his beautiful servant appeared in the Star Alliance not long ago. Sister Ziying, why don't we go there? Besides, he and the Tianji clan are sworn enemies. Perhaps he has already infiltrated the Tianji clan. If we can't find him in the Star Alliance, we can go to the Tianji clan's headquarters for a stroll. This was clearly forcing him to abdicate. More importantly, these three girls had always been bold. They would do what they said. Even if they went to the Tianji clan's headquarters, they would not be afraid. Really, if they went, they would not have a chance to come back. In the main hall, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo and Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Tribe Patriarch Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Sky River sector exchanged glances. Their expressions were extremely strange, but no one said a word. Although Old Devil Mosquito Butcher knew Yi Xian's true identity, it was not appropriate for him to interrupt at this time. He feigned ignorance and looked away. While Naples, Demon King Mo and Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Tribe Patriarch Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the others were all secretly wondering if the master of the magic hall was Yi Xian, but it was not appropriate for them to test him verbally. While, today, what they wanted to do was done by the three girls of the Purplish Warbler. This was exactly what they wanted. They were happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' work. Their eyes kept darting back and forth between Yi Xian and the three girls, revealing an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He could naturally see that the three girls were forcing him to abdicate. This was enough to show that they were very suspicious. Otherwise, with the master of the magic hall and his fierce reputation, how could they test him like this? It could even be said that the three of them were basically certain of Yi Xian's identity. They just had not confirmed it yet, so they were using this method to force him to abdicate. Dang! However, no matter how sure they were, as long as they did not have concrete evidence, Yi Xian could completely ignore them. In this case, the three girls could only be caught in the dark. Without concrete evidence, no matter how suspicious they were, they could not go too far in front of the master of the magic hall. However, the current situation was different. These three girls had grasped the current situation and were threatening Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's understanding of them, even if he didn't accept the weight, these three girls would definitely be able to do what they said. At that time, it would truly be troublesome and would definitely be an even bigger headache. Think. At this point, Yi Xian rolled his eyes gloomily. He turned to look at the upper echelons of the Sky River sector in the main hall. In the end, he sighed faintly and suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! There was a weak sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian immediately shot out a ray of light from his hand. It expanded with the wind and turned into a light screen in the blink of an eye, enveloping the entire main hall. Now, he was a late-stage 8th-rank Desolate Venerable. The restriction light screen that he casually cast was extremely powerful. Most likely, other than peak Desolate Venerables like the Void Giant Tortoise and the Golden Divine Dragon, no one could see through the light screen to see what was happening inside. As the restriction light screen was raised, Yi Xian's face also showed a strong sense of helplessness. After shaking his head and smiling bitterly, his originally tall figure instantly changed. Short. In just a short moment, the majestic master of the magic hall disappeared. In the center of the main hall, a young man from the human clan appeared. It was Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher shook his head and smiled bitterly. That. The eyes of Nepolis, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Tribe Leader Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the others lit up and gasped. Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, and the others were so excited that their bodies trembled. The master of the magic hall was actually their son-in-law. This joke was too big, but they liked it very much. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru reacted a little strangely. Seeing Yi Xian take the initiative to show his true appearance, the three girls were stunned at first, but then they exchanged glances. There was a look of disappointment in their eyes, and even a strong sense of sadness. They sighed and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher sighed again and pulled Yi Xian's sleeve. "Why aren't you stopping them? The three girls are sad. Please remember the domain name of this book." Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-45. Xing Bo was not dead. Seeing that the three girls were about to leave in grief, Yi Xian sighed and suddenly said such an irrelevant sentence. However, it had to be said that although these words had nothing to do with the current situation in the hall, their attraction was absolutely shocking. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Xianyuan Ziying and Duanmu, who were about to turn around and leave, were stunned. Xiao Cha and Zhao Qianru also stopped in their tracks as they looked at Yi Xian in shock. Xing Bo's reputation was too great. Everyone knew that he was secretly harmed by De and had already fallen for tens of thousands of years. But now, Yi Xian suddenly said that he was fine. This matter was too strange, and everyone's curiosity was piqued. Even the three maidservants were no exception to this. For a moment, they did not even care about the sadness in their hearts just now. They stopped and looked at Yi Xian, obviously waiting for his next words. "Moreover, I found the mysterious guest from the home planet not long ago." At this time, Yi Xian had already looked at the Mosquito Butcher, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the current Devil Emperor, Mo and Tian, because this matter was closely related to the three of them and the clans behind them. No one understood why Yi Xian had just mentioned Xing Bo and now suddenly mentioned the so-called mysterious guest from the home planet. However, these two people were both famous. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they were excited. They were aware of one thing, and that was, that they were about to learn some shocking secret. The home planet was in the primordial void. At this time, Yi Xian spoke again. "Every era in the primordial void, there will be 3,000 source nest stars, each of which will give birth to a chaotic demon god. Among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods that were born in the last primordial era, the demon god of power created the world, and the untainted world appeared. At the beginning of the untainted world, there was already a wisp of the untainted heavenly way in the untainted world. However, the heavenly way was not benevolent, and everything was just a straw dog. The entire untainted world was like a purgatory of blood and fire. Because there was slaughter and blood everywhere. Weaker races would not be able to survive for long before they were wiped out. Even some powerful races were constantly on guard. In order to survive, whether they were willing or not, they had to carry out all kinds of bloody killings from time to time. People are born, grow old, get sick, and die, and the moon waxes and wanes. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, and heavenly dipper. The cycle of life, death, and reincarnation had its own unchanging laws of operation. The heavenly Tao was invisible, but it contained the laws of the myriad Tao. In the early days of the primordial era, a group of living beings who were born at the beginning of the world were blessed by the great luck of the world. Almost since the beginning of their birth, they had mastered all kinds of divine abilities that were innate to their bloodlines because of all kinds of heaven-defying talents. The innate ability of his bloodline had been cultivated to the extreme, and he had finally touched one of the 10,000 Daoists of the operation of the heavenly Tao. In the various domains represented by their bloodline talents, they could grasp the laws of heaven and earth. It could be said that they were walking on behalf of the heavens. As the number of living beings who were enlightened and respected in the various domains of the laws of heaven and earth increased, some of the ancestors of the primordial era who were later regarded as evil cultivators and were dissatisfied with the primordial era that was full of bloody killings everywhere. They thought that since the heavenly Tao was formed by the 10,000 Daoists of the operation of all things, then if some living beings who each controlled one of the operating laws gathered together and gathered the 10,000 Daoists into one, they would not be able to create a new heavenly Tao. What if there was another heavenly Tao? Once this crazy idea was made public, the primordial era was shocked. More and more crazy evil cultivators appeared and gathered together. They left the original world and were entangled in the endless void to create a second heavenly Tao. Just as the evil cultivators were about to control their own laws of heaven and earth, one of the operating laws of heaven and earth merged and entered the stage of reorganization. In the end, they actually created a man-made heavenly Tao, and it appeared in the form of a baby. The righteous cultivators and guardians who chased after them through space and time finally led their armies to approach. A battle of the largest scale since the beginning of the world began immediately. This unprecedented battle lasted for 10,000 years. During this time, countless creatures of the primordial era participated. The entire primordial era was affected by the flames of war. There were countless mighty figures of the primordial era and supreme beings of the primordial era who participated. In fact, even the cold and ruthless heavenly Tao was involved. The cruel and merciless untainted heavenly way of the untainted land descended at the end of the war. At that time, the artificial heavenly way created by the ancestors of the untainted land, who were known as evil cultivators, was obviously far from mature. Even so, he still fought with the untainted heavenly way of the untainted land several times in the war. There was victory and defeat. In the end, after 10,000 years, this unprecedented battle finally came to an end. The result of the battle was that both sides suffered losses. Both sides suffered countless casualties. At the final juncture, the primordial era's heavenly Tao and the heavenly Tao baby fought with all their might. An earth-shattering explosion sounded in the sky, and the primordial era's heavenly Tao was severely injured. The heavenly Tao baby was beheaded by his palm and turned into a headless corpse that contained evil thoughts. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and shot away, disappearing without a trace. The final full-power attack of the two supreme experts of the primordial era in the battle completely shattered the entire vast primordial era, turning it into countless fragments of various sizes. Endless void turbulence blew through the void cracks of different sizes. It blew through and destroyed countless races. In the end, the primordial era's heavenly Tao, which was so shattered that even the heavily injured primordial era's heavenly Tao was unable to reform it, swept in all directions. From then on, the unprecedented battle of the primordial era that had lasted for 10,000 years finally came to an end. The once incomparably glorious primordial era had also completely collapsed. This was the beginning and end of the unprecedented battle of the primordial era. After that battle, the primordial era's heavenly Tao and its subordinate camp went into hibernation. As for the heavenly Tao baby, it turned into a corpse lamp tattoo and attached itself to my body during a chance encounter. As he spoke, the robe on the left side of Yi Xian's chest disappeared, revealing the corpse lamp tattoo, shocking everyone in the hall. It was precisely because of this that the new primordial era was about to begin. Before that, the unparalleled battle of the primordial era that had not truly ended would descend upon the current world along with the primordial era. This battle would also be the complete end of the previous primordial era. Once it came, countless living beings would fall and turn into ashes. Only a few lucky people could protect some people and live to the next primordial era after the final battle of the primordial era. The opening of the Yuan dynasty, and this was also the reason why I had no choice but to leave the three main planes of the current world to find a path and grow up quickly. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 48-46. The secrets that Yi Xian revealed made everyone in the hall intoxicated. They finally understood why Yi Xian had disappeared for nearly 100 years. The heavenly Tao infant that had been beheaded back then was actually in his body. Just based on this point alone, he had no way to avoid it. Moreover, Although Yi Xian did not say it explicitly, everyone could tell that the reason he wanted to become stronger was to protect the people around him in the impending eldritch apocalypse calamity. Perhaps everyone in the hall was one of them. Thinking of this, everyone felt emotional and sighed inwardly. He had shouldered too much all these years. Even the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaochia, and Zhao Qianru, looked much more relaxed. However, they still held a grudge against the 7 gorgeous cultivators. After a short silence, everyone in the hall gradually digested everything that Yi Xian had said. At this moment, the demonic imperial uncle suddenly asked, "But what does all this have to do with Xing Bo and that mysterious guest from the mother planet?" "Good question," Yi Xian nodded and smiled faintly. Then he continued, "The so-called mother planet is the auspicious source of the Eldritch world after the beginning of the last primordial era. When the Eldritch world was completely destroyed in the Great War, it flew back to the primordial void. Before that, a mysterious expert left the mother planet. Later on, after the Eldritch world collapsed, he came to the 3 galaxies tens of thousands of years ago. He was that mysterious guest from the mother planet. The guest from the mother planet had a total of 5 followers and descendants of his race. 3 of them were human descendants and 2 were ferocious beasts. One of the ferocious beasts was a weeping soul-blood ape, and the other was a desolate fierce mosquito." Yi Xian turned to look at the mad mosquito emperor and said, "That desolate era fierce mosquito is the father of the mad mosquito emperor's true body. I saw him not long ago in the primordial chaos starfield." Hearing this, the mad mosquito emperor's expression changed greatly, but he did not say anything because anyone could see that Yi Xian had not finished speaking. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sighed faintly and turned to look at the mad mosquito emperor. A wisp of anger appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, "Mosquito Emperor, your original body has already entered a source hive star and will obtain a new one when the next primordial era begins." The primordial providence of the primordial era turned into a powerful chaos fiend god. As for your father, the desolate era ferocious mosquito, he possessed his own grandson, my sworn brother Xue Ben. I don't know where he is now. This is all my fault. I didn't take good care of my sworn brother Xue Ben. Screech. When Yi Xian said this, the mad mosquito emperor flew into a rage. He raised his head and roared, an incomparably dense killing intent spreading from his body. After a long time, he gradually calmed down and said in a muffled voice, "This is not your fault, but Xue Ben will be fine. That old thing, if this emperor has the chance to enter the primordial chaos void in the future, I will definitely kill him with my own hands." It was not good for the crowd to say anything about this matter. They didn't even know how to persuade him. They all looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became strange. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice sounded again. This time, he turned to look at Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, the other 2 human race pursuers. One of them left behind Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's original body. It was also at that time that your original body was also possessed by his own father. His whereabouts are also unknown. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher immediately raised his head and roared. He stomped his feet and roared like thunder, "Bastard, old bastard, even possessing his own son, what the hell?" As for the follower who left behind the demonic bloodline, he and the other person have already died in the fierce mosquito forbidden land in the primordial chaos void, and their souls have been scattered. Yi Xian did not pay attention to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. Instead, he turned to look at the demonic imperial uncle Mo Wendian and said such words. "It's better to be dead." To his surprise, Mo Wendian did not care. There was a look of relief on his face as he muttered, "That guy left behind the demonic bloodline and didn't care about anything else." From the character of the other followers from the mother planet, I'm afraid they are also like that. They are not good people. This was an open-minded attitude. The bloodline ancestor was dead and turned into ashes, but he was still rejoicing and applauding. Yi Xian and the higher-ups of the Sky River sector in the hall were also speechless. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The true identity of the visitor from the mother planet is still unknown, but one thing is certain, and that is that he is in cahoots with the primeval heaven's eye. After a short pause, Yi Xian continued, "At that time, I was hiding in the distance and saw with my own eyes that the primeval heavens I descended and helped him break through the primordial chaos barrier membrane and enter the Milky Way star sector where the mother planet was protected. This is a huge hidden danger, and there will be consequences. At that time, several of his followers self-destructed in order to accumulate power and send it into the Milky Way star sector protected by the primordial chaos barrier membrane. Those who died, and those who did not died, possessed their blood relatives because that was the best way to recover. It was also the fastest way to recover." "I see." Hearing this, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher also showed a look of understanding. But then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked, "But what does all this have to do with Xing Bo, the technological pioneer of the human clan? Why did you say that he is not dead?" This was the question that everyone in the hall was concerned about. At this moment, as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher asked this question, everyone's eyes flashed and they all focused on Yi Xian's face. How could it not have anything to do with him? Yi Xian's face darkened instantly. He gnashed his teeth and said, "The so-called visitor from the mother planet is Xing Bo." "What? That's impossible." "Hiss. This is a shocking secret. Xing Bo. A visitor from the mother planet. This is too shocking. He is actually a person. If all this is true, then, what on earth does Xing Bo want to do? He deceived the entire human clan. He must have ulterior motives." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the hall. Everyone trembled violently and exclaimed in horror. The three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqiao, and Zhao Qianru, opened their mouths wide and looked stunned. They had never expected such news. As for me, the reason why I suddenly brought this up when you three girls were about to leave is because... More accurately speaking, it's because Xing Bo is also related to my 7 maidservants. At this point, Yi Xian turned to look at the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqiao, and Zhao Qianru. He smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you've seen one of them before. She was the corpse ancestor, Hitorigami, who woke up from her slumber in the domain of Shadow Devil in the second universe and saved my life." Hearing this, the three girls were stunned for a moment and then immediately understood. Clearly, they had recalled the past in the domain of Shadow Devil. Yi Xian continued, "The 7 of them are collectively known as the 7 great beauties of the primordial era. Besides Hanba, the other 6 are the corpse ancestor, Ho Qing, the desolate electro-lady, the Empyrean maiden, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the celestial phoenix maiden, and Xixia fairy." Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-47. Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Electro-lady, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed celestial fox, celestial phoenix maiden, and fairy Xixia. They were known as the 7 gorgeous cultivators of the primordial age. They were famous for a time. Later, the primordial age war broke out, and the 7 gorgeous cultivators all died. However, each of them had a wisp of their consciousness origin sealed in the ancient artifact, Yuyan Luo. After countless years, this treasure was obtained by me. During that time, I experienced all kinds of dangers and obstacles before I helped them awaken their consciousness origin one after another and recreated the treasure of this world. Body True Body. Until now, the 7 gorgeous cultivators of the primordial age who were once famous in the primordial age finally reunited. They have all reached the peak of the primordial age realm in their previous lives. They are now in seclusion and are trying to break through the desolate age realm. Speaking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and the only reason why they fought so hard was to find Xingbo for revenge. When the primordial age war broke out, the 7 girls' cultivation was only at the peak of rank 9 of the primordial age. They did not participate in that war. Some of them did not even know each other at that time. They had never met each other and only heard of each other, but later, they all met a mysterious person one after another. It was because of that mysterious person that they were involved in the Primordial Age War, or they were directly killed by that mysterious person. After they were reborn, they talked about this matter one after another when they gathered together to chat. That was why they became suspicious, because the 7 of them were all astonishingly coincidental. They all died because of the appearance of a mysterious person. Originally, they did not know who the mysterious person was. But later, when they saw Xingbue, they said in unison that the mysterious person who appeared beside them in their previous lives and caused their deaths was Xingbue. Only then did they know that their deaths were actually a scheme of the same person. However, why did Xingbue do this? What was his goal? Why did the wisps of their consciousness in their previous lives gather together after they died? Why were they all kept in Yanluo? Even now, this is still a mystery. So that's how it is. At the side, the purplish warbler had a look of realization on her face. She shook her head and sighed. The 7 sisters are so pitiful. They were schemed against by Xingbue and fell for countless years. Only now do they know a little bit of the truth behind their deaths. Beside him, Duamu Xiaoqia and Zhao Qianru were also shocked. When they heard the purplish warbler's words, they nodded silently, but their eyes were somewhat blurred. It was obvious that they had fallen into this tragic story and had yet to recover. Seeing this, Yi Xian was relieved. Based on his understanding of the 3 girls, or rather, based on their kindness, it was one thing for them to misunderstand corpse progenitor, Hitorigami, and the others because they did not know the truth. But now, after knowing everything, there would definitely be no more grudges in their hearts. Instead, they would get along well with the 7 gorgeous cultivators and gradually become good sisters. Not only did Yi Xian see that the grudges in the hearts of the 3 girls had dissipated, but so did all the higher-ups of the Sky River sector in the main hall. This was the result that everyone wanted to see. Everyone was relieved. Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Duanmu even grinned and glanced back and forth at Yi Xian. No matter how they looked at him, they found him pleasing to the eye. In the end, Yi Xian was really annoyed by their looks. He shook his head with a wry smile and changed the topic again. About everything that happened just now, including the fact that I have turned into the master of the magic hall and gathered forces from all sides, please don't spread it out for the time being. Even if it's in the Sky River sector, don't spread it out. Just let the people in the main hall know. After that, seeing that everyone nodded, he continued, in that case, there is nothing else. Immediately give the order. All the experts, forces, and races in the Sky River sector are to migrate to the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. That's where the entrance to the Hongmeng Void is located. That's why I've always wanted to occupy the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The apocalypse of the Untainted Land may arrive at any time. If we are not ready by then, the only way to deal with it is to immediately enter the Primordial Void. That place will be affected as well. After all, the end of the Eldritch World is a crucial link between the Primordial Void and the Primordial Void. However, it's much better than staying in the Primordial Void fragment. Don't forget that our enemy is the Primeval Heaven's Eye. After all, this is a fragment of the Untainted Land. As the apocalypse of the Untainted Land descends, the Primeval Heaven's Eye's control over this place will increase instantly. But there is no such worry in the Primordial Void. The Primeval Heaven's Eye cannot affect the mysterious Primordial Void. There, he is just a special starry sky expert. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood, and all the doubts in their hearts disappeared. Since there was a passage to the Primordial Void in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, the Sky River sector would have to move there sooner or later. In the current situation, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. There was no need to consider Yi Xian's suggestion too much, because it was the only choice and also the best choice. However, there are now too many experts from various forces in the Sky River sector. The Sky River Army and the Victorious Return Army are only one of them. There is also the entire Netherworld Turtle Clan, the Mosquito Beast Clan, the Demon Tribe, and the various large families and forces from the human race's science and technology camp. After pondering for a while, Naples frowned and shook his head with a bitter smile. Even if there are countless planets with life in the forbidden land of the rising sun and there is a place for us to stay, such a large army will probably take a long time to gather there. During this period, I'm afraid it will not be too peaceful. The Tianji clan and the Heavenly Dao Alliance will definitely take action. Otherwise, we can only build a wormhole leading to the forbidden land of the rising sun in the star sector, but in that case, we will have to destroy it after using it, which is a bit troublesome. This was obviously the problem that everyone was worried about. When Naples mentioned it, they all turned to look at Yi Xian, and their eyes converged. This is not a problem. Yi Xian had obviously thought of this point a long time ago. Looking around at everyone, he immediately said, "The current farmer god cauldron is different from before. Since I have the battle power of Venerable Wild, the farmer god cauldron's domain can be fully activated. It will not be a problem to accommodate all the experts in the entire Sky River sector. Now, you just need to order your subordinates to immediately pack up all the resources that should be taken away. After everything is ready, all forces will enter the space inside the farmer god cauldron one by one. Then, I will collect the farmer god cauldron, and we will arrive at the forbidden land of the rising sun in an instant and return smoothly." Hearing this, Naples slapped his forehead and laughed involuntarily. "That's right, I forgot about the farmer god cauldron. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4848. Whoosh. Boom. Rumble. In the void, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out. It expanded with the wind and instantly turned into a huge cauldron. It was the Shenong treasured cauldron. This time, Yi Xian controlled the power of the field of the cauldron to the limit. Under the extreme expansion, the size of the Shenong treasured cauldron was far larger than the largest planet. Even the source nest star in the primordial void could not compare to its size. It was now a day after he had arrived in the Sky River sector. During this day, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, the Neapolitan Demon Emperor Mo1, the Heavenly Demon Human Royal Uncle, the Dark Nine Mad Mosquito Emperor of the Netherworld Turtle Clan, the Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Bodhi, and so on. The higher-ups of the small idol forces and clans gave orders. All the forces in the entire Sky River sector were on the move. Every life star was very busy. All the major forces were busy moving. Although life stars could not be moved, and there was no need to move, all the resources could not be left behind. Everyone in the vast star field was busy, and the commotion was tremendous. One day seemed to be a little short, but there were many people involved after all. Very soon, large fleets sailed over from the void of faraway Fang. At this time, in the void around the Shenong treasured cauldron, Yi Xian, who had once again transformed into the devil ape form, was standing with Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the other higher-ups of the Sky River sector, watching from the side. Rumble. The fleets rushed in. After arriving, they did not hesitate. They immediately rushed into the mouth of the Shenong treasured cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and disappeared. In the distance, to the left, a black cloud swept over. This was actually an army formed by countless dark turtles. Each of the dark turtles in the army had a powerful aura. They originally had a huge body, but because of this, they had all shrunk as much as possible. There were at least 10 million of them gathered together. It was like an army of 10 million warships. The entire Dark Turtle clan was here. Under the leadership of the clan leader, they entered the Shenong treasured cauldron. On the right side of the void, a cluster of fiery red clouds was approaching with a low and dense buzzing sound. This army was made up of countless blood mosquito beasts. Each blood mosquito had a powerful aura, and there were even more of them. There were tens of billions of them, and they stretched to the end of their line of sight. Now, they all rushed into the Shinong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Other than that, there were also the demonic tribe. All of them had entered the transformed spirit battle Vajra, and now, the spirit battle Vajra that blotted out the sky flew into the farmer god's treasure cauldron, entering the cauldron's internal space. This scene lasted for a day. After a day, the entire Milky Way star zone was empty. Apart from the stars that were still there and had not been moved away, all the other resources had been brought into the Shinong cauldron. In the end, the old devil mosquito butcher, the Neapolitan demon emperor Mo1, the heavenly devil human emperor uncle, the dark 9 mad mosquito emperor of the netherworld turtle clan, the old man Xianyuan, the old man Duanmu, the abbess Bodhi, and the other high-level members of small idol forces and families had also successively passed away and entered the cauldron. Whoosh! There was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took the Shinong cauldron into his body in an instant. Then, with a shake of his shoulder, a void crack suddenly appeared in the void above his head. Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already in the area less than 10 billion miles away from the rising sun forbidden land. Rumble. Hiss. With a low rumble, a black crack appeared in the void. Yi Xian, in the form of a violent ape, stepped out of it. With a wave of his hand, he instantly took out the Shinong cauldron again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rumble. There was an earth-shattering sound and an extremely low rumble in an instant. A large number of battleships, the dark turtle blood mosquito beasts, and the spirit battle Vajra of the demon-human race rushed out of the cauldron. This was not the rising sun forbidden land yet, but it was only 10 billion miles away. The reason why Yi Xian wanted to release the entire Milky Way star cluster, which had just been taken into the cauldron, was because the Milky Way star cluster was also a powerful force. Now that they had submitted to the magic hall, this was also a big deal. Naturally, they also needed a situation. Soon, the figures of Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, the Neapolitan Devil Emperor Mo1, the Demon Human Royal Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan Leader, the Dark 9 Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level figures of small idol forces and clans also came out of the cauldron. They rushed out and gathered around Yi Xian, quietly waiting for everything to be completed. This wait lasted for an entire day. After a day, the Shinong cauldron, which had been spewing out a large number of battleships and experts, finally stopped. It was directly taken into the body of Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. In the void in front of them, a huge army was already in formation. At the front was the Demon-Human Battle Vajra Legion, the Heavenly River Legion, and the Victorious Return Legion. On the left and right flanks were the Dark Turtle Clan and the Blood Mosquito Beasts, respectively. Behind them were the battleship legions formed by other small forces. All of these formed the entire Heavenly River Legion. The formation was so huge that it stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, in the distance outside the rising sun forbidden land, there were originally scout fleets from various major alliances and forces, including the Tianji clan and the Heavenly Law Alliance. The scene in front of them was all seen by their eyes, and the scouts were all horrified. Boom! Rumble! However, before they could react to what had happened, a series of low rumbles came from the cosmic void far to the left. Looking around, they saw a huge fleet of battleships, which was not inferior in size to the Milky Way star cluster, heading in this direction. There was not a single star battleship in the entire fleet. All of them were battleships of various shapes and sizes. There were tens of billions of battleships. This fleet of battleships belonged to the Alliance of the Remnants, which had migrated here. Some of the ancestors of the Remnants were also kept in some huge ancient battleships, which were ancient and had their own small world. Seeing this scene, even the higher-ups of small idol forces and families such as Old Man Mosquito Butcher, the Neapolitan Demon Emperor Mo1, the Heavenly Demon Human Emperor Uncle, the Dark Nine Mad Mosquito Emperor of the Dark Turtle Clan, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small idol forces were all dumbfounded. This was because they had never expected that Yi Xian had subdued the entire alliance of the remnants unknowingly. The scouts of various forces lurking in the distance were even more horrified. Over there, the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 clans, and the Human Federation had just merged to form the Heavenly Law Alliance. Over here, the Magic Hall suddenly made a big move and subdued the alliance of the remnants and the Heavenly River Star region. As a result, the strength of the Magic Hall suddenly increased sharply. It was obvious that they wanted to compete with the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Tianji clan in this fragment of the primitive world and divide the world. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 48-49. Swish. Swish, 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 on the other side of the void, while the fleet of battleships was still tens of billions of miles away, there were already more than 200 figures in the flagship at the front of the fleet that were shooting over. This is more than 200 figures were all Universe Knights and above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Knights, more than 40 Universe Masters, and 24 Universe Supremes. Even more, there were even 3 Desolate Era almighty figures following closely behind the Supreme Master of the Desolate Era, the black-robed Huang Zun. At first, they were still far away, but in the blink of an eye, they were already right in front of them. Greetings, Lord Demon Master. The black-robed Desolate Sovereign didn't know that the Master of the Akatsuki Magic Hall was Yi Xian, but when Yi Xian asked Zhao Dong to go to the Survivors Alliance to convey the order, he deliberately asked Zhao Dong to bring a wisp of his spiritual sense imprint. With that imprint, the black-robed Desolate Sovereign led the entire Survivors Alliance to surrender to the Magic Hall. Of course, he didn't dare to disobey. In fact, he didn't have that intention at all, including the 3 powerful figures behind him and the high-level members of the Survivors Alliance. If they followed Yi Xian, the Star Master of Sky River, they would be rewarded with a large amount of purple gold elixirs and 9-colored divine elixirs. Even if they did not have these, they had no other choice now that the situation in this fragment of the untainted land was already like this. Only they could choose to surrender to the Magic Hall in order to seek protection. At first, these higher-ups were still a little conflicted, but after seeing the entire Heavenly River Legion behind Yi Xian, this conflict disappeared in an instant. Lian, the Heavenly River Star Lord Yi Xian's Heavenly River Legion, had already joined the Magic Hall, so what was there to hesitate about? Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the senior leaders of the Alliance paid their respects, they had just finished speaking when from the rising sun Forbidden Land 10 billion miles away, a large number of figures rushed out and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. They were the high-level members of the Magic Hall, including Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as more than 20 elders of the Emperor-level survivors of the Sangji tribe. There were also the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other members of the Captive Council, as well as the Blood Flood Dragon Patriarch, the Green Rock Patriarch, the Primordial Porcupine, the Primordial Hairy Turtle, the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon, and the 9 ferocious beast mighty figures of the captive army. Almost all of the higher-ups of the various armies under the Devil Hall had arrived. They were all powerful, and they were all powerful, which made they were. Now, when a group of higher-ups rushed out of the Star Field, they were shocked to see the Star Field's remnant army and the Heavenly River army. Amongst them, only Zhao Dong and a few others knew that Yi Xian had gone to the Sky River Star region. At the same time, they had sent Zhao Dong to the Survivors Alliance to pass down the order. They didn't realize what had happened until they saw the enormous battleship army of the Survivors Alliance and the arrival of the Heavenly River Legion. After a short pause, the high-level members of the Magic Hall, including six-headed blood dragon, cheered. 2 years ago, the combat strength structure of the demonic palace was really awkward. In terms of top combat strength, the demonic palace master was unstoppable. He alone could beat up 4 powerful primordial supremes until they ran away like rats. It was the same for the conventional power level. The 4 armies of the Magic Hall were very powerful. However, in terms of the top-tier fighting forces, they were in an awkward position. They didn't even have a single great being from the primordial era, and they only had one universe knight, the six-headed blood dragon. But now, this situation was gone. With the arrival of the 5th army, which was the all-evil army, 2 supreme masters of the primordial era were added to the Magic Hall. They were the Space Porcupine and the Space Hairy Turtle. Apart. In addition, there were many Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes in the all-evil army. Tight. Then, 9 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era from the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race arrived. Finally, there were more than 10 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era. Now, with the addition of the Sky River Army and the Survivor Alliance, the conventional combat power of Demon Palace had soared again. More than 200 senior members of the Survivor Alliance had joined, and all of them were Universe Knights or above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Knights, more than 40 Universe Masters, and 24 Universe Supremes. There was even one Supreme Master of the Primordial Era, who was the black-robed Desolate Master of the Survivors Alliance. In this way, with 2 desolate sovereigns guarding the Demon Palace, the structure of the battle strength from top to bottom was finally reasonable, and no longer made people feel awkward. This was something to be happy about, but at the same time, it made Xiao Dong and the others, especially Green Ox, the 3-clawed dragon, and Yi Xian's old buddies in the Heavenly River Legion, such as Naples, felt the pressure increase. Although the hall was getting stronger and stronger, the original group of fellows by Yi Xian's side weren't the strongest existences under Yi Xian. This caused them to feel a bit depressed. So some people were full of energy at this moment. They knew that Yi Xian would never be stingy when it came to cultivation resources, but it was not enough to just have cultivation resources. They had to work harder to turn these resources into their own power and foundation. Without a doubt, after returning to the Demon Palace this time, including Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, the upper echelons of the Heavenly River Star region, the Green Ox, and the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, all of the upper echelons that followed Yi Xian from the beginning would enter closed-door cultivation as soon as possible to raise their cultivation as much as possible. From now on, the Survivors Alliance will join the Survivors Army, one of the 5 armies under the Magic Hall. After exchanging greetings with the high-level members of the Magic Hall, who had rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and introducing them to the high-level members of the Survivors Alliance and the high-level members of the Heavenly River Sector, all of a sudden, Xian released the power of his divine sense, which enveloped the vast void within a radius of hundreds of billions of miles. Countless forces, large and small, and masters from all over the starry sky heard it clearly. In addition, from now on, the Heavenly River Sector will officially join the Magic Hall and become the 6th army under the Magic Hall, the Heavenly River Army. As soon as this news spread, the entire vast and boundless void fell silent for a moment, followed by all kinds of exclamations and astonished cries from all directions. What? The Survivors Alliance has joined the Magic Hall. Hiss. This is really a big change. Back then, the 5 great alliances fought against the Magic Hall, but now none of them are left. The Ferocious Beast Alliance was eliminated, the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Federation formed the Heavenly Law Alliance, and finally, the Survivors Alliance defected to the Magic Hall. The situation 2 years ago has changed so much. It's like a dream. From now on, there are only 3 forces in the void of this fragment of the untainted land, the Magic Hall, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and the Tianji clan. All the small races and forces can only rely on one of them. Otherwise, they can't survive at all. A tripartite balance of power. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4850. Boom. Rumble, an earth-shaking roar sounded. Under the leadership of the higher-ups of the Magic Hall, the Remnant Army and the Heavenly River Army slowly drove into the depths of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. The Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was vast and boundless. Even with the addition of these two powerful armies, the life stars were still abundant. The territories of the 6 armies would be redistributed again. However, there was no need for Yi Xian to worry about all this, including the closed-door cultivation of the higher-ups of the Heavenly River Army such as Naples. They already had a large number of top-level cultivation resources in their hands. After searching for their own cave stars, they would naturally start their closed-door cultivation immediately. Until, the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru, were obviously going to occupy Yi Xian's cave star. No one dared to object to this, and Yi Xian didn't dare to say anything either. After all, he had just coaxed these 3 girls. If they were provoked again because of this, it was really not worth it. In the cosmic void far away, the scout fleets from various forces and clans also left one after another. Everyone was extremely shocked. They wanted to report everything that had just happened to the forces and clans behind them as soon as possible. This included the scout fleets of the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Tianji clan, but Yi Xian didn't care about them. As soon as they returned to the cave star, the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru, went to visit the Magic Hall excitedly. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly felt a familiar throbbing in his body. It was the movement of the Yanluo, which made his heart skip a beat, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Without hesitation, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly released the Yanluo. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Yanluo roared out and expanded against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk that was over 300 meters long. It slowly rose and fell in the air in front of Yi Xian, emitting an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. The moment Bao Luo was summoned, the voice of corpse ancestor Ho Qing sounded out, revealing a strong sense of joy. Master, we're awake. Before entering hibernation this time, the 7 of them had already reached the peak of the 9th step of the Desolate Era, which was comparable to the peak of his previous life. While the purpose of their hibernation this time was to break through to the supreme primordial realm that they had never reached in their previous lives. For this reason, the cultivation resources that Yi Xian provided to them were no longer the 9-colored divine herbs from before. Instead, they were great herbs of chaos, whose medicinal effects were clearly far superior to the 9-colored divine herbs. It could even be said that there was no comparison at all. They were not on the same level. In addition, each of the 7 girls also swallowed a precious level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure pill. It could be said that Yi Xian was already certain that after this slumber ended, these 7 girls would definitely be able to reach a level that they hadn't even reached in their previous lives and become powerful primordial sovereigns. Only yes, he originally thought that this would take at least 1 to 2 months, but he didn't expect that the 7 girls would wake up again in less than a month. Swoosh! Swoosh, 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 just as his heart was surging, a series of weak sounds of breaking through the air rang out. From the Yanluo fluttering in the wind in front of him, 7 figures rushed out and lined up in the air in front of Yi Xian. They were the 7 beautiful cultivators, including the corpse ancestor, Ho Qing, who were sleeping in seclusion within the treasure net. They were all famous existences in the Desolate Era. No matter which one of them was, they were all people with top-notch appearances and figures. Greetings, Master. After the sudden appearance, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Desolate Era smiled and bowed to Yi Xian at the same time. They softly called out, Master, and laughed endlessly. It was obvious that they were in an extremely good mood. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was clearly different from before. It was incomparably powerful. It was the newly advanced Supreme Primordial Realm. This level of cultivation was something that they had never reached in their previous lives. Just based on this point, the joy and excitement in the hearts of the 7 girls could be imagined. Yi Xian, this is. Ah, the 7 big sisters have come out of seclusion. They're so beautiful, even more beautiful than Xiaoqia. Right at this moment, the voices of the purplish warbler, Wuxia Xianxia, and Zhao Qianru sounded out from the side hall, and they revealed pleasant surprise. As they spoke, they charged over here. The 7 beautiful cultivators were stunned, and then they glanced at Yi Xian. When they saw he was nervous, they instantly covered their mouths and snickered. Even though the 7 of them had just been reborn in this lifetime and looked to be young girls, they were actually ancient experts that had existed since the primordial era. It was naturally not a problem for them to deal with the purplish warbler, Wuxia Xianxia, and Zhao Qianru, and they were easily able to coax them. 10. The 7 girls quickly got along well with each other, and they called each other Big Sister and Little Sister happily. The atmosphere was very harmonious. When he saw this scene, Yi Xian's heart that had just risen to his throat was instantly put down. Boom! Rumble, almost in the next moment, in the void of the universe outside the life star under his feet, a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over. There's actually a thunder tribulation. When he heard the earth-shattering sound of the thunder tribulation, Yi Xian was stunned. As he muttered softly, a look of realization appeared on his face. He patted the back of his head and said, "Oh right, I forgot that these 7 girls are breaking through to the desolate supremacy realm this time. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation is inevitable." However, when he thought of the 7 girls breaking through at the same time and the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, which was clearly the rhythm of the 7 desolate supremacy tribulations appearing together, the expression on his face immediately became strange. Needless to say, even he had never encountered such a situation, from the rumbling thunder that entered his ears and the faint aura of the thunder tribulation that he could faintly sense, the desolate supremacy pill tribulation that descended this time was probably not weak. However, Yi Xian was completely fearless. While, today, he had just broken through not long ago. What he wanted was the baptism of a wave of thunder tribulation. In the face of the thunder tribulation that would make cultivators pale, Yi Xian didn't take it seriously at all. What's more, for the Emperor Seal Thunder Spirit and the Rai Di Seal, this thunder tribulation must be another opportunity. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. After giving instructions to the 10 girls, he waved his hand and instantly wrapped them up. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the cave star. Not long after, when he reappeared, he was already outside the rising sun forbidden land. He stepped out of an extremely remote universe void. With his departure, the countless tribulation clouds that originally shrouded the cave mansion star also disappeared instantly. They followed and appeared above Yi Xian's head, covering a vast void that was hundreds of millions of miles away. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! At the same time, in the direction of the rising sun forbidden land, there were also a large number of air-piercing sounds. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi and other high-level figures of small idol forces and families appeared. Their faces were full of shock. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4851. Other than that, there were also 4 Universe Knights, including Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Roaring Moon Mastiff, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. More than 20 undying emperors from the Sangji tribe, as well as the 3-clawed flood dragon, Long Shan Tang, and other representatives from the captive council. There were also Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Ping Ancestor, Primordial Porcupine, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, 6-headed Blood Dragon, and the 9 powerful ferocious beasts from the captive army. including the black-robed desolate venerable of the Alliance of the Survivors, the 3 powerful beings of the Survivors, and the other high-level members of the Survivors. In short, almost all the high-level members of the Magic Hall had come. They had just separated from Yi Xian not long ago and entered the star field to divide the star field among the 6 major armies. Suddenly, they saw such a vast and terrifying tribulation cloud appear in the sky above the star where Yi Xian was. They did not understand what had happened. Not only was there a desolate venerable thunder trial, but there was more than one. Everyone was shocked. They did not know what was going on, so they rushed over immediately. In an instant, as Yi Xian appeared, he waved his hand and released the 7 gorgeous cultivators. At the same time, he sent the 3 purplish warbler girls to the edge of the rising sun forbidden land in the distance. 1. The high-level members of the Magic Hall, who had rushed over from the star field, were stunned for a moment. Then, they were shocked and exclaimed, "What? 7 new desolate venerables? Hiss! What a big deal!" The 7 gorgeous servants of Sky River Star Master Yi Xian broke through to the Supreme Primordial Master level at the same time. Such a thing is unheard of. These are the Supreme Primordial Masters. 7 of them broke through at the same time. Everything is like a dream. It's too unreal, without a doubt. This is the result of the level 29 Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill. It's too amazing. If such a thing happens a few more times, the number of Supreme Primordial Masters in the Magic Hall will explode. If this is true, what about the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Tianji clan? What are they? At this moment, all of the higher-ups in the Magic Hall were extremely excited. Although they already knew about the matter of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill, now that they saw the 7 beautiful cultivators break through to the Supreme Desolate Realm at the same time because of this heaven-defying treasure pill, the feeling was completely different. In particular, the 3 powerful figures and the senior members of the Alliance were so excited that they were trembling. First, previously, they had personally witnessed the black-robed Desolate Supremacy successfully breaking through to the Desolate Supremacy realm. Now, they had seen the 7 gorgeous cultivators break through. It was enough to prove how heaven-defying and powerful the level 29 Desolate Supremacy treasure pill was. To them, joining the Magic Hall meant that they had a bright future ahead of them. Roar! At the same time, in a remote void far away, Yi Xian raised his head and roared furiously. As his threads danced, the aura in his body was completely activated. His entire person was like the most blazing human-shaped star. His body was emitting endless light that shot out from the 1.08 billion pores on his body. At this moment. At the same time, he also turned to look at Shizhu, Hanba, and the other gorgeous cultivators beside him. He nodded with a smile and said, "Don't worry about the tribulation. There are 3 lightning tribulations. The first one will be blocked by the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit. This is also an opportunity for him. The second one will be blocked by you. Take this opportunity to temper your divine soul and baptize your body. As for the last 3 waves of the most powerful tribulation lightning, I will block them with you." This time, after all, the 7 desolate supreme lightning tribulations descended at the same time. Under the layers, the power skyrocketed several times, so even Yi Xian had to be cautious and make appropriate arrangements. De Yanqiu nodded. They would not have any objections to Yi Xian's arrangement. Kacha! At this moment, a harsh crisp sound came. The tribulation clouds in the sky surged even more violently in an instant. In just a short moment, an extremely thick purple-gold lightning had already struck down. Emperor's Seal. At the same time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He suddenly waved his hand, and after a soft cry, the Rai-D seal hanging above the sea of consciousness in his mind shot out. Screech! In the next moment, the Rai-D seal flew up, and an incomparably high-pitched screech sounded from the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit. This was the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit rejoicing. For it, the so-called tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. Screech, the moment the imperial seal appeared, an even more joyous and tyrannical roar came from the imperial seal. An even more powerful aura came from it. It was none other than a supreme being from the primordial era. The previous time, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit had already broken through to the 4th level of the Desolate Supreme. The screech that came out now was the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit rejoicing. For it, this kind of tribulation lightning was the best opportunity to temper itself. It could be said that the Thunder Spirit's cultivation strength had skyrocketed last time, and after this period of nourishment and absorption, its current realm had already stabilized. And this time, after sensing the powerful aura of the tribulation lightning, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit rejoiced again because this was its opportunity. Moreover, after the baptism of this tribulation lightning, the Rai-D seal would be even more powerful. Even the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit was very likely to transform again. This was a great opportunity, so naturally, it was extremely excited. It had a feeling that it could not hold back and wanted to rush out. The situation this time is a little different. The 7 desolate supreme lightning tribulations are stacked together, and the power is too terrifying, but for you, it is an unprecedented opportunity. With a faint smile, Yi Xian said with certainty. He turned to look at the Rai-D seal hanging in front of him. This time, whether you can break through to the desolate supreme realm in one fell swoop will depend on your own luck. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head had already struck down. Screech. An extremely excited screech came from the Emperor's seal. Immediately after, the entire Rai-D seal was drowned by the overwhelming purple-gold lightning. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. After all, the power of the 7 desolate supreme lightning tribulations stacked together was too terrifying. Screech, under everyone's gazes, the sea of lightning that filled the sky quietly disappeared without any leakage. All of it was absorbed by the Rai-D seal. This time, the Thunder Spirit and the Emperor's seal seemed to have had enough fun. The Thunder Spirit that suddenly appeared in the Emperor's seal immediately let out the cheers of the Thunder Spirit again. Boom! In the next instant, from the Rai-D seal hanging high in the sky, an earth-shaking roar came out. An extremely powerful aura was emitted. It was the aura of the Desolate Supreme Realm. After swallowing the 7 desolate supreme lightning tribulations, the Emperor's seal finally welcomed a huge transformation that was like being reborn. The invisible Emperor's aura that was emitted became even stronger. As for the item spirit, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit, because of this opportunity, it had obtained a shocking opportunity. Its cultivation level had skyrocketed, directly breaking through to the desolate supreme realm. Boom! Rumble, with the breakthrough of the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit, the tribulation clouds that shrouded the sky instantly became more violent. It was a Thunder Spirit. When it broke through to the desolate supreme realm, there would not be the so-called desolate supreme lightning tribulations descending. When the energy was there, it would naturally break through. However, because of its breakthrough, the lightning power in the void was clearly more violent. The next 2 waves of 7 desolate supreme tribulations would probably be even stronger. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4852. After a short period of dead silence, all kinds of shocked cries rang out in the entire void like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. What? Was this another supreme of the ancients descending upon the world? Counting the 7 gorgeous maids of the Sky River Star Master, the Demon Lord and the black-robed desolate supremacy of the remnant army, and this Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit, there are now 10 powerful desolate supremacies in the Magic Hall. And this is the result without counting the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian. It's really heaven-defying, to be able to enter the desolate supremacy realm by devouring thunder. It's simply unheard of. After today, the power of my magic hall will be unprecedented. The Tianji clan and the Heavenly Dao Alliance will all be shocked because of this. Xiao. Stabilize your realm. As cries of surprise sounded out from the surroundings, Yi Xian warned the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. With a wave of his hand, he instantly absorbed the Thunder Emperor's seal into his body. Boom! Rumble, Kacha! Soon, the second loud cracking sound came from the sky above. There were a total of 7 bolts, which were thicker than the previous one, and they instantly rushed over. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! It had already been agreed that the 7 gorgeous cultivators would resist the second wave of thunder tribulation themselves, and use this to temper their divine soul and baptize their bodies. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian's reminder when the second wave of 7 gigantic purple-gold lightning struck down. After Corpse Ancestor Hanba and the other 7 beautiful cultivators let out a cry, a cold light flashed in their eyes. They instantly leaped up and each of them charged towards a gigantic purple-gold tribulation lightning bolt that struck down. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the figures of the 7 people were already enveloped by giant purple-gold lightning bolts. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the figures of the 7 gorgeous cultivators disappeared in an instant. The purple-gold tribulation lightning that struck down turned into 7 majestic lightning seas, raging endlessly in the void in front of them. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat again. Yu He was the black-robed desolate supremacy of the remnant army. He had just experienced such a desolate supremacy lightning tribulation not long ago, and its power was far inferior to this one. This time, the 7 desolate supremacy tribulations descended at the same time, stacking together. Its power was imaginable. In his opinion, it was a little too dangerous for the 7 gorgeous cultivators to face such a terrifying lightning tribulation right after breaking through. He had clearly underestimated the 7 great alluring cultivators. After all, we are powerhouses who have existed since the beginning of the desolate era. This time, we have been reborn with even more opportunities. Our foundation is definitely not something that ordinary starry sky powerhouses can compare to. Boom! Rumble, in the sky, lightning was wreaking havoc. The 7 vast sea of lightning had always existed, constantly emitting world-shaking rumbling sounds, causing people to raise their eyebrows and shake their souls. All of this lasted for about 10 breaths. After a few breaths, everything returned to normal. The power of the 7 lightning seas was exhausted. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into thin air. Looking over, 7 figures were standing proudly in the void where the 7 majestic lightning seas had dissipated. Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Ancestor Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Lady of Lightning, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Fairy Xixia, these 7 gorgeous cultivators of the desolate era, whose names shook the entire desolate era, had unexpectedly fallen in their previous lives. In this life, they had finally climbed to a new height, reaching the desolate supremacy realm that they had never reached in their previous lives. The wave of lightning tribulation just now was of great significance to them. It meant that everything from their previous lives was gone, and this new life had completely descended. At this moment, almost subconsciously, the 7 gorgeous cultivators who had experienced the wave of lightning tribulation turned to look at Yi Xian at the same time. Their eyes were suffused with a faint mist, and their noses were slightly red. All right, now is not the time to be emotional. The last wave of lightning tribulation is the true test. Its power is originally the strongest. Looking over, his gaze met the eyes of the 7 girls. A hint of warmth flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and then he reminded them, in addition, all of you broke through at the same time. The 7 desolate supremacy tribulations stacked together. Even if I help share the burden, you still have to be careful. Boom. Rumble, crack. Just as he finished speaking, the last wave of tribulation lightning struck down. Its power was even more terrifying. Although it was still purplish gold in color, its diameter had increased by more than 10 times, giving people the feeling that it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. Right. At this moment, Yi Xian was still unmoved. He curled his lips and waved his hand to Rap Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 beautiful cultivators behind him. Then, his figure swayed and he directly charged towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that enveloped the endless void above his head. Screech, swish, swish, swish. Under the agitation of his emotions, he, who was in the form of a violent ape, let out a long howl. He did not dodge, but instead, his figure shot out amidst the howl and faced it head-on. In the blink of an eye, he brought along the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor, and entered the terrifying tribulation lightning. The entire place was completely submerged. Rumble, this scene was too shocking. Within the incomparably vast purplish gold tribulation cloud, terrifying explosions continued without end. The vast expanse of space within a radius of billions of kilometers was completely enveloped by the sea of purplish gold lightning, turning into a vast and endless sea of lightning. This scene was countless times more terrifying than the 7 seas of lightning that appeared in the second wave of tribulation lightning. Those 7 seas of lightning were only tens of millions of kilometers in diameter. But now, this sea of purplish gold lightning that had merged into one was billions of kilometers in size. The difference in power could be imagined. At the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun in the distance, all the higher-ups of the magic hall who had witnessed all of this with their own eyes had turned pale with fright, and their bodies were trembling slightly. At this moment, even though they were extremely confident in Yi Xian, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Boom! Amidst the rumbling of thunder, it was as if the entire river of stars was trembling violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Everything was a ghastly sight. This wave of tribulation lightning raged for dozens of breaths before the vast sea of lightning above their heads finally disappeared completely. In the next instant, the vast expanse of space within a radius of billions of kilometers was cleared. Swish, 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 a series of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In the next instant, Yi Xian walked out from the void high up in the sky. Behind him, Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the rest of the 7 beautiful cultivators followed closely behind. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was much stronger and more condensed than before. Puff, a gust of wind blew over, and in the void above their heads, the boundless tribulation cloud that had enveloped the endless starry sky had disappeared in the blink of an eye. As for the upper echelons of the devil halls at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, they were stunned for a moment before their bodies shook violently. Incomparable joy and excitement appeared on their faces as they raised their arms and cheered thunderously. From this moment onwards, the number of Supreme Ancients in the Magic Hall had reached a total of 10 Supreme Ancients. Even the Heaven's Legacy clan and the newly established Heavenly Dao Alliance probably didn't have so many Supreme Ancients. At least for now, they definitely didn't. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4853. Hong. Hong. Long. Long. Amidst the dull sounds of thunder, the clouds above the void space dissipated faster than they came. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Immediately afterward, from the periphery of the rising sun forbidden land in front of them, there were immediately figures. Amidst the thunderous cheers, they shot toward this side, revealing endless excitement. These figures included Green Ox, Yulinglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. There were more than 20 emperors of the Sangji tribe, as well as representatives of the captive council, such as Three-Clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shan Tang. There were also the Blood Dragon Patriarch, the Green Rock Patriarch, the Primordial Porcupine, the Primordial Hairy Turtle, the 6-headed Blood Dragon, and the 9 ferocious beast almighties of the captive army. Of course, the Sky River Sector's Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Devil King Imo Wendian, the Demon King's Imperial Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan's Patriarch Mingzhou, the Mad Mosquito Monarch, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other higher-ups of the smaller factions and clans were also present. All of them were present. There were also the black-robed Huang Zun of the Alliance of the Survivors, the 3 supreme beings of the Survivors, and other supreme beings of the Magic Hall. As for the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru, they couldn't miss such a lively celebration. Today was definitely a day worthy of celebration for the Magic Hall, and it might even go down in history. First, the Alliance of the Survivors of the Sky River Legion arrived and joined the Magic Hall. Then, among the supreme beings of the Magic Hall, 8 supreme beings of the primordial era were born. They were the Emperor's Seal, the Thunder Spirit, and the 7 alluring cultivators. All of this would definitely spread out as soon as possible, which would shock the Heavenly Legacy clan, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and the other small races and powers in the void space of this fragment of the universe. After a lively celebration, the supreme beings of the Magic Hall all followed Yi Xian back to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The division of the 6 legions of the Magic Hall was still going on, and the supreme beings of the Magic Hall quickly dispersed. After the division of the 6 legions, Naples, Mosquito Butcher, and the other supreme beings of the primordial era immediately entered seclusion to improve their power levels as quickly as possible, and Yi Xian returned with the 7 alluring cultivators. The 3 girls and the 7 beautiful cultivators quickly started chatting. The 10 girls chattered non-stop with incomparable excitement, causing Yi Xian's head to hurt. In the end, he could only helplessly shake his head and bitterly smile, temporarily avoiding them. The 10 girls had just gathered together, so they couldn't help but be excited. However, according to Yi Xian's intentions, they would at most be together for 2 or 3 days. After that, the 7 alluring cultivators went into seclusion again to stabilize Huang Zun's cultivation level. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru stayed in the Immortals' Cave Star to cultivate and improve their power levels as quickly as possible. Everything that happened in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land spread throughout the void of the Untainted Land in just a few days. The small clans and forces scattered everywhere were shocked and kept quiet out of fear. The Tianji clan and the Heavenly Way Alliance, which had formed a tripartite balance with the Magic Hall in the void of the Untainted Land fragment, had different reactions. There was no reaction from the Tianji clan. DE might have some countermeasures, but it was impossible for the outside world to know. The characteristics of the Tianji clan made it impossible for non-clan experts to infiltrate. Of course, this iron law had been broken before. Yi Xian had once snuck into the headquarters of the Heavenly Fate clan as a member of the Heavenly Fate clan and even became the young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate clan. This became a disgrace to the Tianji clan. Since then, it was even more difficult to infiltrate. However, the Heavenly Way Alliance reacted. As soon as the news spread, the higher-ups of the 3 major forces of the Heavenly Way Alliance gathered together for an emergency meeting. In the central area of the Human Clan Federation, there were dozens of figures in the Federation's headquarters hall, which was located on the peak of a giant life star. This emergency meeting was still held in the Human Federation. At this time, the figures in the hall were all the primordial ancient beings of the Human Federation. There were more than 40 of them, including Dier, who had just broken through to Huang Zun's realm not long ago. As for the other 6 ancient Baron Venerables of the Human Federation, they did not show up this time. Other than Dier, the Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian of the Sky Palace and Qi Xiaohong of the Temple of Glory also sat in a corner. In the other 2 directions, there were 4 or 5 figures. In the left corner, there were 4 figures who looked like humans, but there was a thick ferocious beast aura in their bodies. Obviously, their current human form was just a disguise. These 4 figures were the 4 primordial ancient beings from the alliance of 10,000 races. The Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime came from the 4 great races of the slave races of the first universe. As for the cultivation strength, they were all at the middle stage of the remote ancient supreme. The weakest was at the 4th stage of the remote ancient realm, and the strongest was at the 6th stage of the remote ancient realm. Of course, the 4 of them were now the elders of the Heavenly Way Alliance. The 5 figures on the right also looked like humans, but the aura in their bodies showed that they had the bloodline of ferocious beasts, and it was very thick. These 5 were the 5 ancient Baron Venerables from the Star Alliance. The Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Roc, and the Blood-Devouring Lion. Their cultivation level was not weak, and they were all primordial ancient beings. The weakest was level 7 Baron Venerables. These 9 ancient Baron Venerables had received the shocking news about the magic hall from the scout fleet. They immediately set off and rushed over through the wormhole built by the 3 great alliances. Now, as the meeting began, the faces of the dozens of Heavenly Way Alliance's higher-ups in the hall were not looking good. There was fear and solemnity in their gloomy expressions. For a moment, no one was the first to speak. Sigh. After a long time, Daoist suddenly sighed faintly. He turned his head and looked at the Heavenly Way Alliance's higher-ups in the hall. He paused for a moment, then said, "I didn't expect that in such a short time, the situation would change so drastically." In just one night, 8 powerful primordial ancient beings appeared in the magic hall, and with the addition of the black-robed Baron Venerables from the Survivors Alliance, it is equivalent to an increase of 9 Baron Venerables. In the Forbidden Area, there are already 10 Baron Venerables. Whether it is the Tianji clan or our Heavenly Way Alliance, there are only a dozen Baron Venerables at most. In the blink of an eye, our suppression of the magic hall disappeared in an instant. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4854. As soon as Daoist finished speaking, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the main hall looked at each other helplessly. There was even a hint of unwillingness in their eyes, but no one made a sound. Previously, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, and the Human Federation had merged to form the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Although the main purpose was to unite the strong and fight against the Tianji clan and the Demon Palace, the Heavenly Dao Alliance had been formed. However, in reality, all of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Dao Alliance were well aware that after the Heavenly Dao Alliance was established, as long as the Heavenly Dao Alliance didn't provoke them, they didn't plan on initiating a war with the Heavenly Dao Alliance. This was because compared to the Tianji clan, they felt that it would be easier to bully the Magic Hall. Before this, the Magic Hall was nominally guarded by 2 Desolate Supremes, who were the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian. However, ever since the battle between the 5 alliances and the Magic Hall 2 years ago, the Master of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian, had suddenly disappeared. Even when his 7 beautiful maids and the demonic dragon were trapped in the Star Alliance, he did not appear. In the end, the Master of the Magic Hall had appeared and resolved the crisis. From this point alone, it could be seen that the Master of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian, was most likely tied up by something and could not leave in a short period of time. This was obviously the best time to overturn the Magic Hall. After all, his battle strength was extremely shocking. Even if he was not at the level of the Master of the Magic Hall, he was probably not too far away. If they waited until the Master of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian, returned and then made a move on the Magic Hall, the difficulty would suddenly increase by more than 30%. Therefore, when the Heavenly Dao Alliance was formed, the higher-ups of the 3 alliances all had the idea of sending troops to the Magic Hall soon. Yi Xian, the Milky Way Star Master, had not returned. In the entire Magic Hall, there was only the Master of the Magic Hall. Although his battle prowess was heaven-defying and he could fight against the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Roc, the Scarlet Unicorn, and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile at the same time, it was only natural that Yi Xian was the Master of the Magic Hall. However, in the current Heavenly Law Alliance, including the 9 Desolate Supremes from the Star Alliance and the Myriad Tribes Alliance, the total number of Primordial Supremes had reached 16. The Human Clan Federation alone had 7 of them. As for the powerful beings below Huangzun, the only ones in the entire Magic Hall were the Starry Sky Hairy Turtle and the Starry Sky Porcupine that had just returned. Even if one were to include the 9 black dragons that were left behind in the magic hall by Sky River Star Yi Xian, as well as him. As for the 7 great alluring maidservants, there were only a dozen of them, and they were also unable to compare to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Under such circumstances, all of the desolate supremes of the Heavenly Law Alliance did not need to be mobilized. In a sudden attack, there was at least an 80% chance that they would be able to suppress the Master of the Magic Hall in a short period of time. Without him, the so-called Magic Hall would be nothing more than a joke. As such, the Heavenly Law Alliance would be able to take over the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun in the shortest amount of time. At that time, even if Sky River Star Master Yi Xian were to return, he would not be able to cause too much of a commotion. If he really dared to provoke them, they would just suppress him as well. Because of this, when the Heavenly Law Alliance was first established, the desolate supremes of the 3 great alliances already had the idea of taking action against the Master of the Magic Hall. Unfortunately, before this idea could be put into practice, in just one night, the situation had once again undergone a huge reversal. Currently, there were at least 10 desolate supremes in the Magic Hall. Although they were still far from the Heavenly Law Alliance, at least they had the qualifications to fight a bloody battle with the Heavenly Law Alliance. Although the 7 great alluring maidservants who had broken through to the Desolate Supremacy realm this time were only first-stage Desolate Supremes, including the black-robed Desolate Supremes of the Survivors Alliance, they were also first-stage Desolate Supremes. However, first-stage Desolate Supremes were still Desolate Supremes. Once they stepped into this level, it would not be easy to kill them. As such, if the Heavenly Law Alliance were to launch a war against the Magic Hall, although the Heavenly Law Alliance would still be the final victor, the price they would have to pay would definitely not be small. After all, the Master of the Magic Hall had heaven-defying battle strength. Furthermore, he had the Farmer God Cauldron left behind by the Sky River Star Master Yi Xian. The 9-colored sea of flames within the cauldron was extremely powerful. Furthermore, among the 9 new Desolate Supremes in the Magic Hall, the Emperor Seal Lightning Spirit that had entered the Desolate Supremacy realm by devouring lightning was also an extremely troublesome existence. As such, once the war started, it would definitely be a bloody battle. More importantly, as there were now 10 Desolate Supremes in the Magic Hall, if the Heavenly Law Alliance were to really start a war with the Magic Hall, this war would definitely last for a long time. At that time, if the Tianji clan took the opportunity to launch an attack, the Heavenly Law Alliance would be attacked from both sides. After all, the star sector where the Human Federation was located was only 100 billion miles away from the Tianji clan's base camp. This distance was really too dangerous. Regarding this point, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance were all well aware of it. As such, everyone's expression was not very good. They had so easily missed the opportunity to attack and even destroy the Magic Hall. In their opinion, the loss was too great. Unfortunately, even if they were unwilling, reality was reality. Since the situation had changed, they had no choice but to make corresponding adjustments to how they should deal with it. As for the Magic Hall, for the time being, there is no way we can make a move. Thinking of this, Dier briefly muttered to himself. Then, a light flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the hall. After a short pause, he continued, comparatively speaking, the threat from the Tianji clan is actually greater. Forget about the Star Alliance and the alliance of 10,000 races, but the base camp of the Human Federation Star Sector is only 100 billion miles away from the Tianji clan's base camp. Not long ago, Di sent an army to harass us. They have been eyeing the vast star sector that the Human Federation occupies for a long time. Although they have temporarily retreated, with Di's temperament and style, I'm afraid that a second war will descend very soon. As such, once the Heavenly Law Alliance is forced to fight and engage in an all-out war with the Tianji clan, the Magic Hall will most likely take advantage of this opportunity to attack. When that time comes, we will definitely be attacked from both sides, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. As such, the best solution is to pull the magic hall into this war, immediately give the order to leave behind a fleet of envoys and head to the magic hall. In the name of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance, we will invite the Master of the Magic Hall to come and discuss the matter of attacking the Tianji clan together. As such, if he agrees, not only will the crisis of the Heavenly Law Alliance be temporarily resolved, we will also be able to use this opportunity to divert the hatred and anger of the Tianji clan to the Magic Hall. Once this succeeds, with Di's temperament, he will most likely lead the entire Tianji clan to attack the Magic Hall first. If this happens, the Heavenly Law Alliance can definitely make a move in the dark and take advantage of the Tianji clan's disturbance of the Magic Hall to destroy them in one fell swoop. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4855. As soon as Dier finished speaking, a wave of whispers rang out in the hall. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Dao Alliance were obviously interested in his suggestion. After a short private discussion, everyone expressed their opinions and unanimously approved of Dier's suggestion to immediately send a fleet of envoys to the Magic Hall. They would invite the Master of the Magic Hall to come and discuss the plan to suppress the Celestial Clan. 7 days later, at the Forbidden Land of Rising where the Magic Hall was located. Boom! 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 In the void of space outside the Forbidden Land, a fleet was approaching. There were not many ships in this fleet, only 10,000 of them. However, all of them were superpowered star fortresses that were millions of meters in size. Each of them was as large as a small meteor. This fleet was the Heavenly Dao Alliance's envoys that had sailed out from the Human Federation star region. There were 2 primordial beings in the fleet. One was a human, and the other was an elder of the Federation who had the bloodline of a pharaoh. They were from the Temple of Glory. With the current relationship between the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Magic Hall, this fleet naturally did not dare to directly enter the Forbidden Land of Rising. When they were still a few 100 million miles away from the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising, they stopped. In fact, when they were still 10 billion miles away, an army of feral beasts had already rushed out of the Forbidden Land of Rising. The higher-up of the Magic Hall who was on duty now was the primordial porcupine. When this guy heard that there was an army of superpowered star fortresses in the void of space outside the Forbidden Land, he immediately rushed out with an army of 10 million feral beasts. At the same time, he woke up the primordial turtle and asked him to ask for the help of Desolate Sovereign who had just joined in. Hey, the fleet in front, what are you doing here? After rushing out of the Forbidden Land, the primordial porcupine immediately revealed his bloodline true form. He turned into a giant black pig that was more than 10 million feet tall. He stood in the void and glanced at the army of star fortresses that had stopped abruptly in the void of space a few 100 million miles away. He shouted loudly, "Where are the higher-ups of the fleet? Why don't you come out and greet me when you see me? Are you trying to force me to go crazy?" Poof! PFFF, these words were really infuriating. Not only did he call himself Grandpa, he even added the word pig in front of it. Wasn't he scolding himself as a pig? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 Heavenly Law Alliance's almighty experts, who were leading the fleet, were so infuriated that they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned green as they walked out of the flagship and came to the front of the fleet. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he briefly explained the reason why the Heavenly Dao Alliance had invited the Master of the Magic Hall over to discuss their plan to suppress the Heavenly Fate race. Then, he immediately requested to meet with the Master of the Magic Hall, *T. Do you think any random Tom, Dick or Harry can meet that guy? Upon hearing the other party's intentions, the primordial porcupine immediately rolled its eyes and roared, "What's more, your Heavenly Dao Alliance was having a good time with the Heaven's Legacy race, yet you suddenly want to pull our Magic Hall into your alliance. You clearly have ill intentions and are too sinister. You must be punished for your actions. Men, take these 10,000 super star fortresses. It's fine if none of them resist. Throw them into the captive army. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy. Roar! Roar! Screech! Just as the primordial porcupine finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar and furious roar came from behind. An army of 10 million ferocious beasts rushed out. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts that were brought along by the primordial porcupine were obviously the elites of the 10,000 evil army. With 10 million of them surrounding 10,000 superstar fortresses, the result was obvious. Damn dark-skinned old boar, are you crazy? Even when two armies are at war, they don't kill the envoys. What's more, we are only here to invite the Master of the Magic Hall on behalf of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's higher-ups. Seeing this scene, the two almighty figures of the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the fleet of star fortresses were instantly enraged. Their hearts were about to burst into flames, but they could only suppress their anger and try to persuade them. Lord Demon Master said that the Magic Hall has nothing to say to the Heavenly Dao Alliance. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The primordial tortoise led the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army to descend. A cold light flashed in the latter's eyes, and he immediately slapped out with his palm. So, when I see you bastards from the Heavenly Dao Alliance, I'll just kill them. That's right, there's no need to talk so much nonsense. Bang! Bang! This was the attack of the old monster desolate sovereign. Even though they were hundreds of millions of miles away, the two almighty figures from the Heavenly Dao Alliance had no chance of escaping. Caught off guard, their bodies were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Before they could spread out, the primordial tortoise and primordial porcupine rushed forward and divided them up on the spot. Everything that happened next was as expected. The two almighty figures of the battleship were slapped to death. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the 10,000 superstar fortresses did not dare to resist at all. They were directly captured and brought back to the forbidden land of Rising Sun. The Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Human Federation. It had been 12 days since the fleet of star fortresses that had been sent to the forbidden land of Rising Sun to invite the Master of the Magic Hall to leave. During these 12 days, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall had never left the hall. They were secretly discussing the various details of the upcoming war with the Heavenly Dao clan. At their level, even if they did not sleep for several years, they would not be affected at all, let alone a short half a month. At this moment, the news came, and all the higher-ups of the Heavenly Dao Alliance in the hall were stunned. After a short moment of silence, they all subconsciously turned their heads and looked at Daoist. At this moment, Daoist's face had already turned purple, and his body was slightly trembling. He was so angry that he slammed the table in front of him and said furiously, "Master of the Magic Hall, you've gone too far." At the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun where the Magic Hall was located, now, it had been 17 days since the fleet of star fortresses from the Heavenly Dao Alliance had arrived and been captured. When the news reached the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Daoist flew into a rage out of humiliation. In order to give the higher-ups an explanation and make himself feel better, he immediately mobilized the entire Heaven's Legacy race to the forbidden land of the Rising Sun. Roar! Screech! Boom! Rumble! In front of the void, more than 100 million mechanical beasts from the Machinery clan were rumbling toward them. When they were still a few 100 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land, all of them suddenly raised their heads and roared angrily. Immediately after, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire void. During this time, it was accompanied by the sound of mechanical grinding that was so dense that it made one's hair stand on end. More than 100 million mechanical clansmen of different sizes and shapes, but they all looked similar to various kinds of ferocious beasts in space. In an instant, they began to transform. As the transformation of their appearances rapidly unfolded, the mechanical clansmen of different sizes also gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and rapidly merged together. This scene was like the fusion of Transformers. The different numbers of members of the Machine clan had fused into one in just a few breaths. Some had 3 to 5 members of the machine clan, while some had even more. The largest number had dozens of members of the machine clan fusing into one. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4856. Boom! Rumble, an earth-shattering roar resounded. As the fusion unfolded, the original 100 million automaton clansmen turned into 10 million in the blink of an eye. Although their numbers were reduced by 90%, the 10 million automaton clansmen that appeared were not only larger in size, almost exceeding the size of an ordinary star, but their forms had also changed. Although they were still space beasts, they were more ferocious. And although they were formed by the fusion of different numbers of automaton clansmen, they were a single entity. There was no trace of fusion or splicing, as if they were born this way. After the fusion, basically every one of them would possess the bloodline characteristics of various astral beasts. This meant that their defensive and offensive abilities would also be more diverse and powerful. They might even possess the characteristics of some special astral beasts such as the Zerg. Their ability, their cultivation strength would instantly soar by a large margin. Previously, when there were 100 million of them, the weakest among these automaton clansmen were sector lords. But now, after the fusion, among the 10 million automaton battle beasts, the weakest among them were already immortals. Ordinary undying, but this was clearly only the first fusion. Everything wasn't over yet. Such a big movement immediately alarmed the patrol fleet at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun. These patrol fleets left some to monitor, while the rest rushed into the forbidden land, immediately reporting the situation outside the forbidden land. Roar! When the news came, in the cave star where Yi Xian was guarding, a shocking roar immediately came out. At this time, the 7 beautiful cultivators, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru, who had just completed their breakthrough, had already entered seclusion. His figure rushed out of the cave star alone. When he looked up, he saw the immemorial turtle and the immemorial porcupine, as well as the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army. As for the other magic hall upper echelons, such as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and Naples, Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Patriarch Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abyss Bodhi, and other small idol forces and family upper echelons. As for the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon, Green Ox, Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the captive army, the 9 ancient mighty figures from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, they all entered seclusion. Air is here. That's perfect. I was just about to look for him. Turning his head to look at the primordial porcupine, primordial hairy tortoise, and the black-robed desolate sovereign, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he spoke. He waved his hand and shot forward. The 3 of them didn't dare to tarry. They cried out and followed closely behind. Following that, an enormous fleet of battleships set off, numbering more than 100 million. Even if they weren't needed on the battlefield, how could the master of the magic hall not show up? This is how it should be. Boom! Rumble! When Yi Xian rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, hundreds of millions of miles away, an earth-shattering roar rang out again like a tide, enveloping the entire void. The second fusion of the automaton army had begun. In an instant, the space was filled with the sound of machines grinding together so densely that it made one's hair stand on end. The more than 10 million machine race clansmen that had just finished fusing began to gather in groups of 2s and 3s. Gather and fuse with each other, just like the previous time. All of this was completed within a short span of 3 breaths. The 10 million plus automaton battle beasts that had undergone the first fusion were now reduced by 90%, leaving only a little over 1 million. However, without exception, all of them grew in size. Now, the smallest of them was almost the size of an undying star, just like a giant star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts and had the characteristics of many types of beasts. As for their cultivation level, the weakest of them was already an emperor level undying. Among them, the strongest of them had the cultivation level of a universe supreme, and there were quite a number of them, more than 1,000 of them. However, this wasn't the end. Boom! Rumble, in the void, the earth-shattering rumbles were heard again, and the hair-raising sounds of machines breaking in could be heard. The 1 million plus automaton battle beasts, like the previous 2 times, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and merged. The third fusion took slightly longer, but it only lasted for a dozen breaths of time. In the blink of an eye, the original 1 million plus mecha battle beasts that had undergone the second fusion had been reduced by 90%, leaving only a few 100,000 mecha battle beasts. However, every single one of them was extremely huge, close to 100 million miles in size. They were all different kinds of space beasts, but they were extremely ferocious. With one look, they were like prehistoric beasts, and it was a ghastly sight. Besides, after the third fusion, the weakest automaton battle beasts had become an emperor-level undying. Among which, the strongest being had become a desolate era great being, and there were quite a number of them, more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts of emperor level and above, and more than 100 desolate era great beings. This level of power was absolutely shocking, and any being below the level of a desolate master couldn't help but be shocked. However, this was only the third time they had fused with each other. In just half an incense's time, the 100 million automaton battle beasts that rushed out from the huge space wormhole had rapidly completed the third fusion. The original 100 million plus automaton battle beasts, after the third fusion, the number was reduced to a few 100,000. Although the number was reduced, their battle strength had greatly increased, and they became more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts of emperor level and above. Among them, there were more than 100 desolate era great beings. Such a scene, even Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. If the fourth fusion was completed, according to the pattern of the previous 3, the 100,000 automaton battle beasts would be reduced by another 90%, leaving only a few 100,000. It didn't sound like a lot, but the automaton battle beasts that completed the fourth fusion, just in terms of size, would be comparable to a huge star. As for the cultivation level, even the weakest would be at the universe night level, and the strongest, theoretically speaking, would be at the level of a desolate master, and there should be more than a dozen of them. 10,000 automaton battle beasts, all of which were at the level of a universe knight, and there were at least a dozen of them at the level of a desolate master. Overall, although the number wasn't much, it was definitely a terrifying automaton battle beast army. Unstoppable. However, whether or not the fourth fusion could be completed was still a mystery. During the battle with the Tianji clan army, this automaton army had only completed the third fusion. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, a shocking rumble resounded, and the fourth fusion finally began. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4857. Hong. Hong long long, ka cha cha. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, there was a loud rumbling sound in the space before them. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machines grinding together. The fourth fusion of the automaton army had finally begun. Previously, after 3 rounds of merging, the number of the mechanical tribe army had been reduced to a few 100,000. Although the number had decreased, their fighting power had increased tremendously. They had become a few 100,000 emperor level and above automaton battle beasts, and there were even over 100 primordial era great beings among them. And now, as the fourth fusion began, the over 100,000 automaton beasts all at emperor level and above gathered in groups of 3 to 5. There were more than 10 to 20 automaton battle beasts gathered in a corner of the space. They seemed to be devouring each other as they fused together. This scene was extremely shocking. After all, after the third fusion, the size of these few 100,000 automaton battle beasts was already extremely huge. Even the smallest of them was the size of a small planet, and the largest of them was the size of a giant planet. The fusion of such a huge mechanical war beast was originally an extremely spectacular sight, but all of this happened extremely quickly. In less than half an incense stick of time, the fusion of these hundreds of thousands of mechanical war beasts had been completed. It was completed. At this time, looking around, the original hundreds of thousands of mechanical war beasts had been reduced to less than 10,000 in just half an incense's time. Over 10,000 was indeed not a large number, but compared to the previous automaton battle beasts, it was completely different. Just in terms of size alone, even the smallest of these 10,000 over mechanical beasts would be comparable to a gigantic planet. Their fighting power had increased tremendously. Even the weakest had reached the universe night level. As for the strongest, which was the one with the largest body, they even had the aura of a desolate supreme, and there were quite a few of them. There were close to 20 of them. As for the primordial era great being level automaton battle beasts, there were even more of them, reaching hundreds. In less than half an hour, this automaton battle beast army under D-Air already had over 10 primordial era supreme beings and hundreds of primordial era great beings. Such a change was simply shocking. Even Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Although D-Air's automaton race had taken a completely different path from D-Yi's Tianji race. The Tianji race's army and automaton battle beasts, as well as the various types of battleships controlled by intelligent robots, were far more numerous than the automaton race. They were not even on the same level. However, the automaton race's ability to fuse machines was truly shocking. D-Air had taken the elite route. The total number of his race army was only slightly over 100 million. Once they were deployed, they were small and strong, and they could fuse with different levels at any time. The entire automaton army instantly transformed into an army of different levels of great beings. However, just like this, hundreds of supreme beings, more than a dozen desolate sovereigns. They were still no match for Yi Xian. Facing the master of the magic hall, the primordial era supreme beings were like ants. They were no different from ants. No matter how many of them there were, it was meaningless. If they really fought, only the primordial era supreme beings were qualified to fight with Yi Xian. After the fourth fusion, there were dozens of primordial era supreme beings among the 10,000 plus automaton battle beasts. However, the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all primordial era supreme beings. Without exception, they were all primordial era supreme beings. Even if dozens of primordial era and primordial era supreme beings joined forces to attack the master of the magic hall, they would not have any hope of winning. They might not even be able to form an encirclement. Although they were all primordial era supreme beings, the current master of the magic hall was already a primordial era supreme. If he attacked with all his might, he might not be able to kill dozens of primordial era supreme beings in a short period of time. However, it was definitely possible to break their bones and break their tendons and destroy their internal machinery with one heavy punch after another. At that time, these dozens of desolate supreme-level automaton battle beasts would be equivalent to a piece of scrap metal. In a short period of time, they would definitely lose all their battle power. Yi Xian understood this point, but he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to make a move. If he wanted to make a move, he would have already done so before the fourth fusion began. He wouldn't have waited until now. The reason why he had been standing at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun with his arms crossed and quietly watching everything unfold was to see to what extent the automaton battle beast army under D-Air could fuse to. Of course, there was another more important reason. That was because of Yi Xian's confidence, which made him extremely confident. It was also because of the existence of this confidence. It could be said that although this battle had yet to begin, and the integration of this mechanical army under D-Air's command had yet to come to an end, their defeat was already destined from the very beginning. However, it was just that. D-Air was still in the dark and did not realize it at all. However, D-Air clearly knew that the automaton battle beast army that had just completed the fourth fusion was definitely not a match for the master of the magic hall. Although there were dozens of Primordial Era and Primordial Era Desolate Supremes among the 10,000 over automaton battle beasts, it was only at this level of power. Even if they had a great advantage in terms of numbers, they were still unable to shake the master of the cultivation realm. Reaching the Primordial Era Desolate Supremes, with unparalleled battle power, and possessing 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers, the master of the Magic Hall, however, this did not matter, because the 4th fusion before them was not the limit of the automaton battle beast army. Even the 5th fusion that was about to begin was not the final destination. This powerful automaton army had been hidden in the hands of Daoist for tens of thousands of years. They had never appeared in the outside world and had always been hidden in an independent small space, exploring and practicing on their own. After tens of thousands of years of training, the current mech race's battle beast army had reached the limit of 6 fusions. That's right, the 6th fusion was the limit of this automaton army. At that time, although the number of automaton battle beasts after fusion would be smaller, their strength would once again soar by a large margin. It was definitely not something the current 4th fusion could compare to. Boom. Rumble, Kachacha, with excitement in his heart, Daoist immediately issued a new order. In the void in front of them, an earth-shattering boom rang out once again. There was even the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding together that filled the air. Thus, the 5th fusion of the machine race army began in full swing. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4858. Hong. Hong long long, ka-cha-cha. In the void in front of them, an earth-shattering rumble rang out again, and the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding rang out in all directions. Filled with excitement, Daoist immediately issued a new order. The 5th fusion of the machine tribe army thus began in full swing. After the 4th fusion, there were only slightly more than 10,000 mechanical beasts left. Although it was not a lot, it was completely different from the mechanical beasts from before. Just in terms of size alone, even the smallest of these 10,000 over mechanical beasts would be comparable to a giant planet. As for the cultivation level, it had increased tremendously. Even the weakest of them had reached the universe night level. The strongest, which was the one with the largest body, had the aura of a desolate master, and there were quite a few of them. There were close to 20 of them. Besides, there were even more primordial ancient-level automaton army beasts, reaching up to hundreds of them. Right now, as the earth-shattering roar resounded through the void once again, the 10,000 over mechanical battle beasts that had completed their 4th fusion instantly gathered together again. There were at least 3 to 5 of them, and at most a dozen of them. Within a few breaths, they had merged together. As the number of fusions increased, the time taken for each fusion became longer. This meant that the difficulty level of the fusion was increasing. The 5th fusion took the time of an incense stick to burn. After 30 minutes, the original 10,000 plus automaton army beasts were reduced again. Now, there were only slightly more than 1,000 left. Just like the previous 4 fusions, after the 5th fusion, the remaining 1,000 plus automaton army beasts grew in size again. Now, even the 60 million miles long raging ape, compared to any one of these automaton army beasts, would have shrunk a little. It had slimmed down a little, which was enough to show how huge and terrifying its body was. As for the cultivation level, among the 1,000 plus automaton army beasts, the weakest one was already a universe master. Among them, there were more than a dozen primordial ancient-level automaton army beasts. Although there was not much change in terms of numbers compared to the previous 4th fusion, in fact, among the dozen or so desolate ancient realm mechanical war beasts, there were already a few rank 4 to rank 6 intermediate desolate sovereigns. The remaining 10 or so were new desolate venerable level mechanical battle beasts that had appeared after the completion of the 5th fusion. Therefore, their cultivation strength was only at the early desolate venerable level between rank 1 and rank 3. As for the primordial era experts, their numbers had been reduced by more than half. Now, there were only 100 or so left. However, this was clearly not the end. After the 5th fusion, there would be a 6th fusion. Even if Dier did not say it out loud, Yi Xian had already guessed it. After all, with just a dozen early-stage Desolate Supremes and a few middle-stage Desolate Supremes, they were still far from being a match for the master of the magic hall. Hence, the sixth fusion was inevitable. Boom. Rumble, Kacha. In the void in front of them, an earth-shattering rumbling sound rang out once again. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding together. Dier had once again given a new order. The sixth fusion of the Machinery Clan army was immediately carried out. Unfolding, in the distance, in the void at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, it was silent. This time, as Dier led the entire Machinery Clan army to approach, the 6 major armies of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun had also sent 3 armies to support them. An army of warships came from the captive army. An army of battleships came from the remnant army. And finally, an army of ferocious beasts came from the all-evil army. The 3 armies were very large in size. There were more than 100 million of them. Now, they were gathered into battle formations and lined up at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Although all of them were murderous, they were orderly and disciplined. Before any orders were given, whether it was the warships, the battleships, or the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts that stood in the void of the universe with their physical bodies, none of them made any moves. They acted rashly. In front of these 3 armies, there were only a few lonely figures. In the form of a ferocious ape, Yi Xian, who was only about 10 feet tall, stood alone at the forefront. He stood with his arms crossed, and there was a look of disdain in his eyes. Behind him, there were only 3 figures, the immemorial tortoise and the immemorial porcupine, as well as the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army. As for the other higher-ups of the Magic Hall, such as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and Naples, Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xinyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small idle forces and families. As for the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Green Ox, Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the 9 primordial great beings from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans of the captive army, all of them had entered seclusion. At this time, the 4 of them had a look of interest on their faces. They were firmly locked on to the Machinery Clan army that was carrying out the 6th fusion hundreds of millions of miles ahead. The previous 5th fusion took a whole incense stick's worth of time. The 6th fusion this time was obviously more difficult and required more time. It took a whole meal's worth of time before the 6th fusion was finally completed. After the completion of this fusion, there were only 108 mechanical battle beasts left. The cultivation aura emitted from their bodies indicated that the weakest one was at the first level of the primordial great beings. Among them, there were about 30 primordial great beings. Basically, all of them were at the beginning stage of the primordial great beings. There were 6 mid-stage desolate venerables from the 4th to the 6th level, as well as 6 late-stage desolate venerables from the 7th and 8th level. As for their size, needless to say, they were all so huge that it made one's hair stand on end. Even the 3 Blood Sea avatars that were 60 million miles in size could not be compared to them. They were 2 times smaller. The 6th fusion. Is this your limit? Seeing this, Yi Xian finally spoke. The eyes of the violent ape, which was only about 3 meters tall, flickered with a trace of disdain. Even the tone of his words revealed a hint of sarcasm and disdain. If it's just like this, I'm afraid it's still not enough. These 108 mechanical battle beasts with cultivation above the almighty realm, I alone am enough to suppress them. Enough. This was not an exaggeration. The current Yi Xian's cultivation was already at the 7th level of the primordial great beings. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was already at the 8th level of the desolate venerables. If he were to expand his body further, when he was 60 million miles in size, he would be able to obtain a level of support due to the majestic power of qi and blood in his body, which was the 9th level of the Desolate Venerables. In addition to the power of the Blood Sea Secret Techniques clones, the 3 Blood Sea clones were equivalent to 3 9th rank Perfect Stage Baron Supremes. As such, the 100 over mechanical battle beasts on the other side were indeed not enough. Unless, they could still carry out one last time. Ultimate Fusion. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4859. 108 high-level war beasts, all of which were above the level of the primordial great beings. Among them, there were more than 30 Desolate Supremes, 6 Middle Supremes, and 6 Late Supremes between the 7th and 8th levels. Such a faction was definitely extremely powerful. Even if they were to fight against the Master of the Magic Hall who had 3 Blood Sea clones, they would still be able to fight evenly. However, if the Master of the Magic Hall and Yi Xian, the Master of the Sky River Star, were to unleash their big-headed black club and Shenong's cauldron, the result would be as he said. The chances of these 108 war beasts winning were extremely slim. 40%. This was definitely not the result that Daoist wanted to see. This time, he had led the entire mech race to approach the Magic Hall in a grand and high-profile attack. In fact, he was feeling very helpless. Previously, he was the one who suggested to send a fleet of diplomatic envoys to the Magic Hall to invite the Master of the Magic Hall to discuss the grand plan against the Tianji clan. At first, he thought that the Master of the Magic Hall would not give them face and would not come. At least, there would not be any losses, and he would just treat it as a test. He did not expect that these people would be so cruel. Not only did they not agree, they even detained the entire diplomatic envoys and took them as captives. As for the 2 primordial great beings who led the diplomatic envoys, they were directly executed. Of the 2 primordial great beings, one was from the Jianghu Palace, and the other was from the Temple of Glory. Although it was only 2 primordial great beings who died, it was not a great loss. However, on the side of the Jianghu Palace and the Temple of Glory, Daoist's reputation was greatly damaged because of this. If he did not give an explanation, his right to speak in the Human Federation and even the entire Heavenly Dao Alliance would be affected because of this. Because of this, in order to redeem himself, and also to give an explanation to the higher-ups of the Jianghu Palace and the Temple of Glory, Daoist pretended to be furious and led the entire mech race army to attack the Magic Hall. In other words, his invasion of the Magic Hall this time was just for show, and it was fine as long as he could maintain his reputation. But even if it was just for show, a real battle was unavoidable. Otherwise, if they withdrew after just a few words, the effect would be no different from running away, and they would lose even more face. Since there was going to be a great battle, in Daoist's opinion, it was impossible to kill or severely injure the Master of the Magic Hall. It was impossible to do so with just his mechanical tribe. However, at the very least, he could not allow the other party to suppress him and cause his mechanical race to suffer losses. Therefore, in terms of battle prowess, he had to be roughly on par with the other party. But right now, he had only completed his 6th fusion. Although his combat strength was already on par with the Master of the Magic Hall, the chances of him being crushed were still very high, more than 60%. This was also something that Daoist did not want to see. If a few of the huge mechanical battle beasts were destroyed, it would be a huge loss to the mechanical tribe. Therefore, after a short moment of contemplation, Daoist gritted his teeth and immediately made a decision. Master of the Magic Hall, don't be too proud. The 6th fusion is still not the limit of my mechanical tribe. With a cold glint in his eyes, Daoist turned to look at Yi Xian, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a ferocious smile. Even the next 7th fusion is not the limit either. Although the 7th fusion is not completely integrated, it is already possible to open it now. It's just that the timing is not satisfactory. If you're afraid, then we can start the battle now. This was obviously a provocation, but Yi Xian did not take it to heart at all. After hearing this, he grinned and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted. The seventh fusion. If you can open it, then try to open it as soon as possible. There's no need for these useless things. Although I also want to see where the limit of your mechanical tribe is, there is a limit to my patience. If you continue to talk, I will really have to attack. Dier was waiting for him to say this. When he heard this, his heart immediately relaxed. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered the 108 mechanical battle beasts behind him to fuse again. Boom! Rumble, Xianxia. Following his order, in the void in front of him, an earth-shattering rumble sounded again. There was also an ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding that filled the air. The seventh fusion of the mechanical tribe army began immediately. After the completion of the sixth fusion, the number of mechanical battle beasts in the mechanical tribe army was sharply reduced to 108. Although it was so little that it made one's hair stand on end, these 108 mechanical battle beasts all had the cultivation of primordial age almighties and above. Among them, there were more than 30 true primordial age supremes, 6 mid-stage baron supremes from level 4 to level 6, and 6 late-stage baron supremes from level 7 to level 8. Now, with the start of the 7th fusion, these 108 extremely powerful mechanical battle beasts gathered together in an instant and began to fuse with each other. The 12 mid-stage and late-stage baron supremes were divided into 3 groups. Each time, there were only 2 late-stage Baron Supremes and 2 mid-stage Baron Supremes. In addition, there were more than 20 early-stage Baron Supremes and even more powerful mechanical battle beasts. They were also divided into 3 groups and rushed to the 3 fusion areas respectively. Looking at this situation, the fusion this time was obviously different from the previous ones. In the previous 6 fusions, the number of mechanical battle beasts only decreased by 90% each time. After the complete fusion, the number of mechanical battle beasts was about 10% of the base number before the fusion. According to this pattern, after the 7th fusion of the 108 mechanical battle beasts was completed, the number of mechanical battle beasts should be about a dozen or so. But now, there were only 3 fusion areas for the 108 mechanical battle beasts. A total of 108 mechanical battle beasts were divided into 3 groups and were rapidly fusing. Looking at this situation, once the fusion was completed, the number of mechanical battle beasts that would be left would obviously not reach the expected number of a dozen or so mechanical battle beasts. If there were no accidents, there should only be 3 mechanical battle beasts. 108 mechanical battle beasts, and all of them had the cultivation of primordial age supremes and above. After the fusion, there would only be 3 mechanical battle beasts left. Just based on this point, one could roughly guess how terrifying the final 3 mechanical battle beasts would be. Their cultivation strength. According to Yi Xian's prediction, there was an 80% chance that the 3 mechanical battle beasts' cultivation strength would reach the terrifying level 9 complete primordial age supremes. In other words, half-step heavenly way. This was definitely a big deal. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be a little moved. After all, even if he transformed his body size to 60 million miles, obtained the strength of the majestic qi and blood in his huge physical body, and used the Blood Sea's secret technique to enhance his cultivation strength. Using the power of the Blood Sea's secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea clones that only had the battle strength of level 9 complete primordial age supremes. In other words, if his guess was correct, the 3 ultimate mechanical battle beasts that were formed from the 7 fusions of the entire mechanical race army would have a terrifying battle strength that was on par with Yi Xian. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4860. Boom. Rumble, Xianxia. Following Dier's command, an earth-shattering rumble came from the void in front of them again. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machines grinding together. This was the 7th fusion of the Machine Clan army. This time, the fusion took even longer, taking a full 4 hours to complete. Perhaps it was just as Dier had said. Although the 7th fusion could be barely completed, it was still somewhat unsatisfactory in terms of speed. If Yi Xian wanted to make a move, these 108 machine battle beasts would have been crushed by him before the fusion was completed. From this point of view, the fusion of the Machine Clan army was obviously flawed. If the fusion was completed before they entered the battlefield, there would not be any impact. Otherwise, if the fusion was carried out on the battlefield of the stars, it would definitely be a very dangerous thing to do. If there was no powerful force to protect and ensure that the fusion was carried out smoothly, the result would be very embarrassing if it was interrupted midway. This time, Yi Xian did not have this intention. He originally wanted to see what the limits of the Machine Clan were and to what extent they could reach. Now, 4 hours had passed. These 108 machine battle beasts, whose cultivation levels were all above that of the ancients, had finally completed the 7th fusion. In the cosmic void hundreds of millions of miles in front of them, other than Daoist, there were only 3 machine battle beasts left. The cultivation levels emitted from their bodies were all at the peak of the 9th order of the ancients. This was definitely a big deal. Even Yi Xian could not help but be a little moved. This was because even if Yi Xian transformed his body to a size of 60 million miles and received a level of support from the majestic power of blood and qi in his huge physical body, and used the power of the Blood Sea's secret technique, the 3 Blood Sea clones that could be condensed were only at the peak of the ancients. They only had the battle power of a peak of the 9th order of the Desolate Supremacy. In other words, these 3 ultimate battle beasts, which were formed from the entire mech race army after 7 fusions, now possessed a terrifying battle prowess that was on par with Yi Xian. This result made the black-robed Desolate Supremacy, Primordial Porcupine, and Primordial Hairy Tortoise behind him aghast. As for the countless experts from the 3 great Magic Hall legions at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, they had their mouths wide open. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In the distance, in the scout fleets of various forces and races, all the experts gasped as their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in shock. What? The mech race's mech battle beast army can actually fuse for the 7th time. Although it took a little longer, a full 4 hours, the fusion was successfully completed this time. Furthermore, the progress of the 7th fusion obviously surpassed the previous 6 fusions, breaking the previous pattern. After the fusion was completed, there were only 3 mechanical beasts left. Although the number was drastically reduced, the cultivation of these 3 mechanical beasts was extremely terrifying. All of them had reached the 9th stage Supreme Desolate Realm. This is simply shocking. A mechanical army with only a little more than 100 million people, after completing 7 consecutive fusions, can actually evolve into 3 peak Desolate Venerables of the great perfection of the 9th rank. This fusion ability is simply outrageous. Daoist's mechanical clan is too heaven-defying. The current master of the Magic Hall only has the cultivation of a 8th stage Desolate Supremacy. Even if we include his huge body, which is 60 million miles long, and the power of the Blood Sea's secret techniques clones, he could only condense 3/3 stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy. The battle prowess of the 3 Blood Sea clones is only at the 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy. In this way, he is basically on par with these 3 mech races' peak battle beasts. No one can do anything to the other. If that's the case, wouldn't the Heavenly Law Alliance's current strength be able to easily crush the Magic Hole? Just the mech race under Daoist is able to hold back the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hole. In addition to him, although there are 9 other Desolate Supremacies in the Magic Hall, they are all just first-stage Desolate Supremacies. However, including Daoist, there are at least 16 powerful Desolate Supremacies in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Among them, there is no lack of middle and late-stage Desolate Supremacies. If all of them are mobilized, even if the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian, who is rumored to have the same battle prowess as the Master of the Magic Hall, returns, he will not be able to reverse the situation. The current situation is indeed so. The Heavenly Law Alliance, which is formed by the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation, is indeed the strongest existence in this Eldritch world fragment. Although the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Law Alliance are said to be in a tripartite balance of power with the Heavenly Law Alliance, in an all-out war, neither the Magic Hall nor the Heavenly Law Alliance is a match for the Heavenly Law Alliance. This was only a guess before, but now, with the mech race army under Daoist showing their fangs, this guess can basically be confirmed as the truth. Sai, the master of the Magic Hall, was too conceited and missed the opportunity to form a strong alliance with the Heavenly Law Alliance. He even captured the fleet sent by the Heavenly Law Alliance and killed the 2 fleet commanders of the fleet. This kind of enmity cannot be resolved. The Heavenly Law Alliance will definitely not let this matter rest so easily. Even if it's only Daoist and the Mechanical Clan army under his command this time, and no other forces have joined in, this is at least a declaration of their position. The alliance between the Devil Palace and the Heavenly Law Alliance will never happen again. Roar! Roar! Screech! Along with the cries of the experts from the various races and forces in the distance, in the cosmic void 700 to 800 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun, 3 shocking roars and howls suddenly rang out. After completing the 7th fusion, the 3 mech battle beasts, who were at the peak of the supreme primordial level 9 and half a step into the heavenly lower realm, instantly emitted a terrifying killing intent that made one's hair stand on end. Their auras even reached the void hundreds of millions of miles away. In an instant, they locked onto Yi Xian from a distance. This clearly showed that they were going to pounce out at any time and start a great battle. Bao Yuan, you are quite brave. You actually allowed my mech race to successfully complete the 7th fusion. At this time, the 7th fusion was completed. More than 100 million mech race clansmen had gathered to form 3 terrifying mech race beasts whose cultivation had reached the peak of the supreme primordial level 9. Daoist's heart, which had been in his throat all this time, finally settled down completely. Down. Turning his head to look at Yi Xian, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately provoked, "Now, the ultimate battle beast of my race has appeared. Bao Yuan, do you dare to fight?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4861. Roar. Roar. Screech. In the universe void 7 to 800 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, 3 earth-shattering roars and howls suddenly rang out. At the same time, Daoist also turned his head to look at Yi Xian. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately provoked, "Now, my clan's ultimate battle beast has appeared, violent ape, do you dare to fight?" Roar, Walala. As soon as he finished speaking, the violent ape had already raised its head and let out a shocking roar, followed by the strange sound of splashing water. His entire body collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the universe void. Roar. Roar. Screech. Almost in the next moment, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. The body of flesh and blood was the violent ape of stars. The skeleton body had no flesh and blood, only a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. The body of the black fog was a shroud of black fog. Even the pair of eyes were merely 2 shrouds of purple light. It was extremely strange. The speed was too fast, compared to the 7 fusion of the mechanical race army, which took nearly half a day. The difference was obvious. In just a short breath, the 3 Blood Sea avatars had already been condensed, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all at the 8th order desolate ancient supreme realm. But in fact, the true battle strength of these 3 Blood Sea avatars, due to the support of the majestic blood chi in their 60 million mile long bodies, had reached the level of a 9th order desolate elder. Compared to the 3 mechanical beasts standing in the void opposite, they were not weaker at all. Roar. Just as his figure rose from the sea of blood, the violent ape raised its head and roared again. It turned its head to look at the universe void 700 to 800 million miles away, its eyes shining with a cold light, revealing a ferocious look. In terms of size, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones were only 60 million kilometers long. On the other hand, the 3 mech race battle beasts standing in the void 700 to 800 million miles away were all 200 million miles long. In comparison, although the 3 Blood Sea clones were not small, they were much smaller and inconspicuous. However, in terms of the ferocious aura emitted from their bodies, the 3 Blood Sea clones were even denser. The 3 gigantic mechanical battle beasts in the void opposite were all standing on their hind legs. One of them only had a pair of lower limbs and a pair of arms. However, there was an additional pair of gigantic wings that looked like metal mantis blades on its back. This mechanical battle beast could be considered as one of them. Since it was called a mantis-winged beast, it was obvious that it was good at speed and agility. The second mech beast had 4 thick lower limbs and 4 pairs of upper limbs, a total of 8 limbs. It looked like the fusion of a giant octopus and a giant elephant. Presumably, its strength was its forte, so it was called the claw elephant beast. As for the third giant beast, although it was also standing on its hind legs, it had 3 thick lower limbs that were extremely stable. Its upper body had countless tentacles that were extending and retracting like countless space pythons. It looked incomparably ferocious, and it must have some kind of special ability. Its ability could completely be called a star python beast, whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, as the 3 Blood Sea clones appeared, the violent ape was the first to dash out, charging into the void on the left. In an instant, it was tens of billions of miles away. It turned around and waved at the woodwing beast of the 3 great battle beasts, its eyes filled with disdain. A look of disdain. This was clearly the rhythm of inviting the woodwing beast over to fight in this area. Realizing this, the expressions of some of the higher-ups of the scout fleets from the various clans and forces that were lurking near this area changed drastically. Like a stray dog, they immediately ordered the scout warships under their command to flee quickly. At least 20 to 30 billion miles away could be considered a safe zone. At the same time, the skeleton clone and the black fog clone also fled to the right and the right areas in front of them respectively. In the blink of an eye, their figures appeared tens of billions of miles away, each occupying a void. They turned around together and waved at the claw elephant beast and the star python beast of the 3 great mech beasts, inviting them to fight. The reason why Yi Xian rushed to such a long distance was obviously because he was worried that the upcoming earth-shattering battle would cause unnecessary impact to the forbidden land of Rising Sun where the magic hall was located. Regarding this, Daoist obviously had no objections. This time, although he had brought the entire mech clan to the magic hall in a high-profile manner, his real purpose was only to find a place. He did not really have the intention to cause great damage to the Magic Hall army in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. With just the mech clan army under his command, it was impossible for him to do that. Now, the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hall had been formed and were rushing in 3 different directions. To Daoist, this was exactly what he wanted to see. Next, he only needed to let these 3 mech beasts, which were not weaker than the 3 Blood Sea clones, fight a great battle. Then, this battle could possibly end and he could retreat. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Daoist's expression relaxed. At the first moment, he used his electronic consciousness to order these 3 incomparably huge mech beasts to immediately start the battle. Roar! Roar! Screech! Following Daoist's order, these 3 mech beasts, which had a body size of 200 million miles, immediately raised their heads and let out a furious roar. Then, their figures swayed, and in the blink of an eye, they had already rushed toward the 3 Blood Sea clones. Without any delay, an earth-shattering battle instantly broke out. Boom! Rumble, ka-cha-cha, earth-shaking rumbling sounds could be heard. The aura of the 3 battlefields instantly became violent. Even the void was shattering inch by inch. The aura was too fierce. Even though they were tens of billions of li away, the commotion was still shocking. After all, this was a battle between Supreme Primordial Antiquity Stage 9 half-step Heavenly Dao Masters. The scene was shocking, and it was expected. Roar. In the void on the left, tens of billions of miles away, the violent ape let out a wild roar and punched forward. However, it did not explode on the body of the mantis-winged beast opposite it. Instead, it exploded in the void hundreds of millions of miles away from its body. Following the explosion of the violent energy of this full-powered attack, the aura within a radius of tens of billions of miles of the battleground instantly became chaotic. Even the void was shattering inch by inch. The electronic consciousness communication between D-Air and this mantis-winged beast was naturally affected. It was affected. This kind of effect was like a stable electromagnetic wave suddenly being disturbed by something, falling into temporary chaos and disconnection. And this moment was also what Yi Xian had been waiting for a long time. Almost at the same moment this punch was thrown, the violent energy exploded, causing the energy in this corner of the void to become chaotic. At the same time, a dim light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. Suddenly, a murmur that sounded like sleep talk was heard. Electronic doppelganger. Awaken and return. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4862. Back in the origin of all evil star domain in the first universe, Yi Xian had killed several young prodigies of the Tianji clan, including the former young clan leader of the Tianji clan. Those few were true members of the Tianji clan. Their physical bodies were created by themselves, and what represented their existence was merely a wisp of electronic consciousness in their physical bodies. The electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan was like the divine soul of a living creature. Of course, the electronic consciousness of the machinery clan was the same. In essence, it was no different from the Tianji clan. It was precisely because of those electronic consciousnesses that Yi Xian had been able to infiltrate the Tianji clan and become the young clan leader of the Tianji clan. Later on, he had mixed those electronic consciousnesses together and refined them using a special method. In the end, he had obtained an electronic consciousness that completely belonged to Yi Xian himself, which was his electronic doppelganger. Yi Xian had already sent that electronic doppelganger away when he was in the origin of all evil star domain. At that time, the origin of all evil star domain had undergone a great change. All the major forces and races in the three main dimensions had sent out their battleship armies to the depths of the origin of all evil star domain to split the benefits. Even D-Air's machinery clan had sent a powerful team of mechanical battle beasts to tear through the void and descend. They had eaten more than half of the rune chains of the netherworld furnace. It was at that time that Yi Xian had secretly released his electronic doppelganger. It had silently entered the body of one of the mechanical battle beasts and wiped out that mechanical battle beast's electronic consciousness without leaving a trace, replacing it. All of this had been done without anyone noticing. From then on, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger had infiltrated the machinery clan and become one of the members of the machinery clan under D-Air's command. It had to be said that D-Air was truly too conceited. He had never doubted the people under his command. In this regard, the Tianji clan leader, D.E., seemed to have been the same. Perhaps it was the uniqueness of the mechanical life form that gave them such confidence. At that time, D.E. had never doubted Yi Xian, who had infiltrated the Tianji clan in the form of an electronic life form. Because of his amazing performance, D.E. had even made him the young patriarch of the Tianji clan. This matter had later become a disgrace to the Tianji clan, and they had become a laughingstock. In this regard, D-Air obviously had the same conceit as D.E. Moreover, because all the members of the machinery clan under his command were confined in a mysterious and independent small space by D-Air and had no contact with the outside world, D-Air's it was understandable that he was conceited. After all, although there were not many members of the automaton race, there were still more than 100 million of them. Naturally, he would not be so bored as to investigate every single one of them. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian's electronic avatar, which existed in the form of an electronic life form, had been hiding among the machinery clan under Daoist's command without being discovered. Previously, when Daoist brought the entire machinery race to this void fragment of the great desolate world, Yi Xian had already realized that the time for the return of his electronic clone that had been hibernating in the machinery race was about to arrive. However, because he had not fully understood the machinery clan's background, he did not act rashly. However, the fusion ability of the machinery clan had suddenly given him a bold idea, which was to abduct as many members of the machinery clan as possible when his electronic avatar returned, in the past half a day. The reason why he had not made a move and had quietly watched Daoist give orders time and time again for the entire machinery clan to carry out the fusion was partly because he wanted to see what the limits of this machinery clan army were. Secondly, it was to allow the electronic avatar to abduct as many members of the machinery clan as possible. The members of the machinery clan, after all, he only had one electronic avatar. If this fusion had not been carried out, the more than 100 million members of the machinery clan would have been relatively independent existences. If the electronic avatar returned under this condition, Daoist would not have suffered any losses. However, as the fusion was carried out time and time again, this situation immediately changed and became more and more serious. It could be said that every time a fusion was completed, Daoist had sunk deeper and deeper. Now, the entire machinery clan's more than 100 million members had condensed into 3 terrifying mechanical battle beasts. From Yi Xian's point of view, this should be the limit of the machinery clan army. Therefore, he decided not to wait any longer and immediately took action. The electronic avatar of the machinery clan would return. At this moment, as he blasted open the void with one punch, the energy within a radius of 10 billion miles was extremely violent and chaotic. The 3 mechanical battle beasts that had been connected to Daoist's electronic consciousness had also temporarily cut off their connection with Daoist. This time might be very short because Daoist would not allow this situation to persist for long. As the leader of the machinery clan, he would definitely have a way to quickly restore the broken electronic consciousness connection and restore it. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Even if it was only for a few short moments, it was already enough for Yi Xian. At this moment, as he murmured dreamily, Yi Xian's consciousness power fully extended and entered the body of the mantis-winged battle beast. Even the mind source core in his brain was doing the same. His mind power was pushed to the maximum. His divine sense and mind power rushed in at the same time and instantly fused with the wisp of electronic life consciousness that represented his electronic clone. In the end, it took less than a breath for this wisp of electronic life consciousness to completely suppress the mantis-wing battle that formed it. The other electronic consciousnesses of the mantis-winged battle beast were not instantly refined. To put it simply, the body of this mantis-winged battle beast was originally formed by the fusion of 1/3 of the machinery clan members. The electronic consciousnesses contained within it exceeded 40 million. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's electronic avatar instantly suppressed all the other electronic consciousnesses. Caught off guard, it was completely refined and merged into one. After everything was done, there was only one electronic consciousness left in this mantis-winged battle beast's body. That was Yi Xian's electronic avatar. The other 40 million or so electronic consciousnesses had been completely refined and merged into the mantis-winged battle beast's body. Screech! At this moment, the mantis-winged battle beast raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. The aura that emanated from its body was completely different from before. Like Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars, it exuded a thick and violent aura that could not be dispersed. This was what it should have been because the electronic avatar was also Yi Xian. In essence, it and the 3 blood sea avatars came from the same source and were one. Following this screech, Daoist, who was standing in the void far away from this area, also extended his electronic consciousness over at this moment. However, the result was obvious. He was completely unable to contact the mantis-winged battle beast. What he sensed was a powerful and unfamiliar electronic consciousness. Furthermore, the aura that it gave off was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was just like the three blood sea avatars of the Master of the Magic Hall. There was no difference, all of this was too strange. D'Air's face was blank, and his entire mind was in a daze. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, he exclaimed in horror, "This is impossible. What has happened?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4863. Following Yi Xian's thunderous attack, the mantis-winged beast was subdued, and the electronic doppelganger returned. D'Air could no longer contact the mantis-winged beast. He extended his electronic consciousness, but what he sensed was a strong and unfamiliar electronic consciousness. Furthermore, the aura it gave off was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was exactly the same as the three-blood sea doppelganger of the Master of the Magic Hall. All of this was too strange. After a moment of shock, his entire mind was in a daze. Immediately afterward, after a brief moment of shock, D'Air seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His expression changed wildly as he gasped and exclaimed in horror, "This is impossible. What happened? Bao Yuan, what the hell did you do? You're a life of flesh and blood. You don't have an electronic consciousness. How can you refine my mechanical beast? Furthermore, you did it so quickly." At the same time, D'Air seemed to be unwilling to give up. In an instant, he extended his electronic consciousness again and activated it to the extreme. The result was obvious. There was no difference at all. What he sensed was only a strong and unfamiliar electronic consciousness. The aura it gave off was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was exactly the same as the three-blood sea doppelganger of the Master of the Magic Hall. Without a doubt, this mantis-winged beast had fallen. It had been completely subdued and refined by the Master of the Magic Hall in a short period of time in a way that even he could not understand. From this moment on, the mantis-winged beast no longer belonged to him. Although it was still a mechanical life that existed with an electronic consciousness, it had nothing to do with the machinery clan or D'Air. Roar! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, D'Air was so angry that his entire body started to tremble. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing an endless sense of mournfulness. In such a short period of time, his loss was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. It was simply unbearable. If it was a real body of flesh and blood, at this moment, he would have been so angry that he would have opened his mouth and spat out blood. On the surface, it seemed that he had only lost a mantis-winged beast. However, in reality, this mantis-winged beast was formed from the fusion of more than 40 million members of the machinery clan. 40 million was 1/3 of the 100 million members of the machinery clan. If it was any other species of flesh and blood life forms, it might not be a big deal, but it was very difficult for mechanical and electronic life forms to appear, and it was far from as simple as the birth of flesh and blood life forms. This could be seen from the fact that there were only slightly more than 10 million members of the celestial legacy race who possessed electronic consciousness. For the past tens of thousands of years, D'Air had walked a completely different path from the Tianji clan. He did not develop warships, armies, or other forces. Instead, he put all his energy into inducing and giving birth to electronic consciousness, forming mechanical and electronic life forms, and continuously increasing the number of official clansmen. Even so, over the past tens of thousands of years, he had only managed to give birth to over 100 million electronic consciousnesses with mechanical life. But now, he had lost 1/3 of his magic hall in the blink of an eye, and it was a baffling loss. Even now, he still didn't know how the Master of Magic Hall did it. This made him feel grief and indignation, and he even had the heart to kill. At this moment, following the sound of D'Air's roar and howl, which was filled with endless grief and indignation. Countless experts in the scouting fleets of various large clans and forces who were lying in wait in the distance were all stunned. Immediately after, everyone's expressions changed drastically. After inhaling cold breaths, their bodies shook violently. Waves of astonished cries instantly rang out like a tidal wave, covering the entire sky and earth. What happened? Why did the leader of the machinery clan, Daoist, suddenly raise his head and roar? This is clearly a sign that he has suffered a huge blow and is about to go crazy. Hiss. That's impossible, right? From what he said, it seems that something has happened to that mantis-winged beast. It's not just something that has happened to it. That mantis-winged beast has obviously been subdued by the Master of Magic Hall. It has already escaped Daoist's control and fallen into the hands of the Master of Magic Hall. How is this possible? Just like what Daoist said, the mantis-winged beast is an electronic mechanical life form. Furthermore, it is formed by the fusion of at least tens of millions of members of the machinery clan. Even if we disregard his cultivation level of Supreme Archaic level 9, assuming that he is weaker than the Master of Magic Hall, the latter is a life form of flesh and blood, while the mantis-winged beast is an electronic mechanical life form. The forms of life forms are all different, so how can he possess it? But this is the truth. Daoist is the leader of the machinery clan, and that mantis-winged beast is so important. If it wasn't for the fact that there is no doubt about this matter and that there is no hope of redeeming it, why would he lose his composure and go crazy like this? This is unbelievable. The Master of Magic Hall is really unbelievable. He can even possess an electronic mechanical life form and subdue it in an instant. This is simply unreasonable. Roar. Screech. This old man is unwilling to accept this, along with the cries of countless experts from the scouting fleets of various clans and forces lying in wait in the distance. Daoist once again raised his head and roared madly. His aura was fierce and frenzied, and even his hair stood on end. He seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, his heart seemed to be dripping blood, and the regret in his heart was so strong that it could not be described with words. If he had known that the Master of Magic Hall had this ability, he would not have brought the entire army of the machinery clan to conquer the Magic Hall. To him, although he had only lost 1/3 of the members of the machinery clan this time, in reality, to Daoist, this kind of loss had a more serious meaning. It involved the height that he and the entire machinery clan could reach in the future, and the impact was so great that he could not bear it. For tens of thousands of years, other than fully developing and nurturing the official members of the machinery clan with electronic mechanical life forms, another thing that he had done with all his effort was to study the fusion of the army of mechanical beasts. After spending tens of thousands of years in that mysterious and independent small world, he had led more than 100 million members of the machinery clan to carry out countless simulations. Until now, this fusion could only be completed 7 times. Even the 7th fusion had not reached the level of familiarity and proficiency, and the previous 7th fusion took a full 4 hours, which was proof of this. However, in reality, even the 7th fusion was not perfect, but Daoist had been studying the 8th fusion for a long time. According to his calculations, once the 8th fusion was completed, these 3 powerful supreme primordial level perfect 9th order battle beasts would completely fuse into one. At that time, not only would their bodies be larger, the final fusion of mechanical beasts might even reach the true heavenly realm in terms of cultivation strength. Furthermore, the probability of this happening was not small, more than 50%. After all, the final fusion of the 8th fusion was formed from the fusion of 3 half-step heavenly realm mechanical beasts. If the fusion was successful, reaching the true heavenly realm would not be too difficult. However, all of this had come to nothing. Just based on this point alone, Daoist was furious. Chapter 48-64. Roar. Screech, I can't accept this. In the void, Daoist raised his head and roared again. His aura was fierce and frantic, and even his hair stood on end. He was on the verge of going berserk. His heart was bleeding, and his entire mind was shrouded in extreme unwillingness. Although he was not made of flesh and blood, even his eyes were as red as blood. He turned his head to look at Yi Xian, and there was a terrifying bloody light in his eyes, as if it was real. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master of the Magic Hall, although I don't know how you did it, it doesn't matter. In today's battle, you have touched my bottom line. You have to pay the price." Screech, the last roar was heard, and the hair behind Daoist's head danced wildly. He gave the order immediately. Roar! Screech, almost in the next moment, two shocking roars and screeches came from the void on the right side. The two mechanical beasts that were fighting the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger received the order and abandoned the battle, charging toward Daoist. One of the mech battle beasts had 4 thick lower limbs and 4 pairs of upper limbs, making it a total of 8 limbs. It looked like the fusion of a giant octopus and a giant elephant. Presumably, it was the claw elephant battle beast that specialized in strength. The other giant beast was also standing on its hind legs, but it had 3 sturdy lower limbs, which were extremely stable. Its upper body had countless tentacles extending and retracting, as if there were countless giant space pythons. It looked incomparably ferocious. It must have some kind of special ability. It was one of the 3 ultimate beasts, the Star Python Battle Beast. At this moment, Daoist summoned the Claw Elephant Battle Beast and the Star Python Battle Beast because he was furious and unwilling to lose a Mantis-winged Battle Beast. He wanted to make a corresponding move. On the other hand, he was worried that these 2 battle beasts would be like the Mantis-winged Battle Beast and be unknowingly schemed against by the Skeleton Doppelganger and the Black Fog Doppelganger. If that was the case, Daoist would probably die on the spot. Just in case, it was better to withdraw them first. Even if the 8th fusion failed, at least there wouldn't be any more serious losses. Master of the Magic Hall, I will give you one last chance. Return this old man's mantis-winged beast immediately. Otherwise, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Screech, at this moment, with the safe return of the Claw Elephant Beast and the Star Python Beast, Daoist's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. The bloody light in his eyes grew colder and colder as he locked onto Yi Xian, who was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. He gritted his teeth and warned loudly, "Don't think that the 7th fusion is the limit, that's right. Although I was able to perform the previous 7th fusion, the speed was still not satisfactory. However, this does not mean that I cannot perform the 8th fusion." Early on, when the first fusion of the 7th fusion was successfully completed, this old man had already started the derivation of the 8th fusion. Now, it is more or less complete. If there is no other choice, I will grit my teeth and perform it forcefully. There is at least a 50% chance of success, although I have lost a mantis-winged beast. Don't forget that this old man's original body is still here. If you force me into a corner, this old man will take the risk and replace the mantis-winged beast with my original body to facilitate the successful completion of the 8th fusion. With your eyesight, you should be able to guess what the result will be after the 8th fusion is completed successfully. At this point, a ray of light flashed across Daoist's eyes as he locked onto Yi Xian. He advised solemnly, "Bao Yuan, don't force me. You can't bear the consequences." Although the forced fusion will affect this old man and these 2 ultimate beasts to a certain extent, like a backlash. However, since you have paid such a huge price, your end can be imagined. Bao Yuan, don't make a mistake. Return the mantis-winged beast immediately. This old man will turn around and leave. Today's battle will end here. Otherwise, once the 8th fusion is completed, everything that will happen next will be far beyond what you can imagine. Roar. After he finished speaking, Daoist raised his head. He let out a furious roar, and the power in his body was pushed to the limit. An invisible pressure spread out, and his aura was fierce, as if he was about to go berserk. He was definitely waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and was ready to fuse. The 8th fusion, huh? It sounds interesting. In the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. The corner of his mouth slowly outlined a playful smile, Walala, as his voice rang out, in 2 areas 10 billion miles to the right, a strange crashing sound suddenly rang out. The skeleton clone and the black fog clone that walked out from the 2 places where the aura of the battle was tyrannical suddenly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that sprinkled down. Swish! Swish! In less than half a breath of time, the 2 vast seas of blood had already rapidly shrunk. In the end, they transformed into 2 cocoon-like blood-colored lights that shot towards Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered the space between the violent ape's brows and disappeared without a trace. Almost in the next moment, the violent ape, which was 60 million kilometers in size, also rapidly shrank in size. It was only about 3 meters tall, and the cultivation boost that was obtained from the boundless vitality in its huge body also disappeared. At this time, the cultivation aura that was emitted from his body was still at the 8th order desolate ancient realm. In the current state, the violent ape's true combat strength had also fallen back to the 8th order desolate ancient realm. It was not even at the half-step heavenly Dao realm of the 9th order great perfection. This scene made Daoist, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, a little confused. The battle was not over yet, and there was a high chance that it would continue to level up. However, the master of the magic hall suddenly did such a thing, which made him a little confused. He did not know what he meant. In fact, Yi Xian's actions were not over yet. At this moment, in addition to the 3 magic hall battleships, and beasts behind him, as well as the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the black-robed desolate sovereign, there was also a mantis-winged war beast with an electronic clone. Its body was incomparably huge, more than 200 million kilometers long. Rumble, Kacha, at this moment, as his body shrank to about 3 meters tall, the violent ape's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he suddenly waved his hand. Just as his arm fell, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder suddenly sounded behind him, accompanied by the earth-shattering sound of machinery breaking in. Turning his head to look, the incomparably ferocious mantis-winged war beast behind the violent ape was more than 200 million kilometers in size. The cultivation aura emitted from its body had also reached the terrifying level of the 9th order great perfection of the desolate ancient realm. Its entire incomparably huge body was rapidly disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of this happened too quickly, and no one could react in time. In about a breath's time, the mantis-winged war beast that was more than 200 million kilometers in size turned into 4 mechanical war beasts that were only about 5 million kilometers in size. They lined up behind the violent ape. Chapter 4865. Rumble, Kachacha, in the void at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, as Bao Yuan waved his hand, the extremely ferocious mantis-winged beast, which was more than 200 million miles in size and whose cultivation had reached the level of supreme primordial level 9 perfection, began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of this happened too quickly, and no one could react in time. In just a breath's time, the 200 million mile long mantis-winged beast turned into 4 mechanical beasts, each about 50 million miles in size. They lined up behind Bao Yuan. These 4 mechanical beasts all stood on their hind legs. In terms of appearance, they were exactly the same as the previous mantis-winged beast, except that they were smaller in size. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with the appearance of these mechanical beasts that stood on their hind legs and had wings like mantis blades. Therefore, under his instructions, the electronic doppelganger started to disintegrate, and the mechanical beasts that appeared in the end were all like this. Seeing this scene, Daoist, who was hundreds of millions of miles away in the void, was stunned at first, then his expression changed greatly, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Previously, although the mantis-winged beast was out of his control and fell under the control of the master of the magic hall, Daoist didn't even know how the other party did it. However, in his subconscious mind, he had always thought that the master of the magic hall must have used some kind of unknown secret method to temporarily control the mantis-winged beast. As long as he returned the mantis-winged beast or thought of a way to snatch it by force, the mantis-winged beast would eventually return to his control. But now, after witnessing with his own eyes how the mantis-winged battle beast disintegrated into 4 smaller mantis-winged battle beasts that were 50 million miles long, and their cultivation had dropped to the 8th order desolate venerable realm, he finally realized that something was wrong. Even though it was under his control, this 200 million mile long mantis-winged battle beast couldn't be dissected into 4 small mantis-winged battle beasts that looked exactly the same and couldn't be distinguished from each other in such a short period of time. What did this mean? It meant that the mantis-winged beast wasn't simply temporarily controlled by the other party, but had completely fallen. In this way, even if he snatched the mantis-winged beast back, it would be difficult for him to control it again. Boom. Rumble. Just as these thoughts surfaced in Daoist's mind, an earth-shattering roar came from the void in front of him again. The 4 mantis-winged beasts, which were 50 million miles long, started to decompose again. Furthermore, it wasn't just once, but continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 4 winged hues turned into 16. As their bodies shrank, the aura of cultivation that emanated from their bodies also plummeted. However, their appearances were still exactly the same. They still stood on their hind legs with their blade-like wings. Then came the 3rd decomposition. In the void, the rumbling of thunder and the ear-piercing grinding sound of machinery did not stop for a single moment. This continued for a total of 7 breaths of time. Including the first decomposition from before, in these 7 breaths of time, a total of 7 decompositions had been completed. After the 7 disintegrations were completed, a huge mechanical army appeared behind the ferocious ape. Without exception, all of them stood on their hind legs and had wings like sabers. Moreover, they were all the same in size and were all 10,000 feet tall. And there were more than 40 million of these mantis-winged beasts. This was the result of the power of Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. Previously, with the support of Yi Xian's full divine sense power and mental strength, the electronic doppelganger had swallowed more than 40 million electronic consciousnesses in the mantis-winged beasts in an instant and had become extremely powerful. Now, with just a thought, his electronic doppelganger could create more than 40 million of them. It could be said that each of the 40 million mantis-winged beasts behind the ferocious ape was Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. If he wanted to, these 40 million mantis-winged beasts could be assembled at will in an instant. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 40 million of them gathered together. There would be no problem at all. He could simply do as he pleased. This ability had even surpassed the degree of control that Daoist had over the claw elephant and the star python. This was also understandable. Although Daoist could control the claw elephant and the star python, after all, it was only through the use of electronic consciousnesses to command and control. However, Yi Xian was different. The electronic doppelganger was actually himself and came from the same source. With just a thought, these 40 million mantis-winged beasts could instantly perform all kinds of actions as if they were his own limbs. They could merge and disintegrate as he pleased, simple and direct. Unless Daoist merged himself into the 2 beasts, he would definitely not be able to control them so smoothly. Daoist was well aware of this point. The layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. The scene that unfolded in front of him instantly made him understand everything. After a short moment of sluggishness, his face instantly turned pale and his entire person was a little stunned. He opened his mouth slightly and stared blankly at the mantis-winged army in the void hundreds of millions of miles in front of him. His face was full of disbelief, and murmurs came out of his mouth like he was sleep-talking. How is this possible? In such a short period of time, his control over the mantis-winged beasts has reached such a superb level. In just 7 or 8 breaths of time, he has completed 7 disintegrations, 1 per breath. Moreover, the 40 million mantis-winged beasts that appeared after the disintegrations were all exactly the same. This is simply roar. Damned fellow, how did you do it? At the end of his sentence, Daoist's entire body suddenly shook. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless grief and indignation. It could be said to be incomparably mournful. At this moment, he suddenly realized a fact that he could not accept. The 40 million machine tribe members would never be able to return. Although they were still electronic life forms, they were completely different from before. They had nothing to do with him, Daoist, or the entire mechanical clan. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of despair flashed across Daoist's heart, causing him to lose his last trace of rationality and clarity. Master of the Magic Hall, no matter how you did it, you must pay the price for everything that has happened today. As he raised his head and let out a violent roar, Daoist seemed to have gone crazy. He let out a roar that shook the heavens. Mechanical battle beasts, the 8th fusion, begins. Boom! Rumble, Xianxia. Following Daoist's order, in the void in front of him, an earth-shattering rumble sounded again, and there was even the ear-piercing sound of machinery breaking in. The so-called 8th mechanical fusion had finally begun. Is it finally here? A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As he muttered softly, he suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, a ray of light shot out. As it expanded with the wind, it had already turned into an incomparably huge treasure cauldron that spanned across the void. Chapter 48-66. Swish! A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he abruptly waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and expanded in the wind. In less than a breath of time, it had already transformed into an incomparably enormous treasure cauldron that spanned across the void. It was the Shenong treasure cauldron. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Almost in the next moment, countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded behind the violent ape. The 40 million mantis-winged beasts that were quietly floating behind him turned into countless beams of light. In the blink of an eye, they had already passed through the mouth of the treasure cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist and rushed into the space inside the cauldron. Swish! The 3 legions are to retreat immediately and return to the Forbidden Star Field. Immediately after, Yi Xian waved his hand again, and the farmer god's treasure cauldron that was not far away in the void instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. At the same time, Yi Xian's voice sounded out. As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar came from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun behind him. The 3 battleships, and fierce beast legions with more than 100 million troops all quickly retreated. They were originally at the edge of the Forbidden Land, but now that the Demon Lord had given the order, they immediately retreated at full speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already retreated into the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and were no longer visible. In less than 10 breaths, the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was empty. Other than Yi Xian, who was about 10 feet tall, there were only the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the black-robed desolate sovereign. These 3 old fellows were also smart people. From Yi Xian's series of strange and abnormal actions, they obviously realized something. After exchanging glances with each other, although the 3 of them did not make a sound, they also quietly chose to shrink their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the primordial porcupine had already shrunk to a height of about 10 feet, and the primordial turtle was only a foot tall, landing on its back. The black-robed desolate sovereign was originally a normal human body, so he was not very eye-catching. When this scene landed in the eyes of the experts of the scout fleets of various sizes and races, they were all stunned. However, at this moment, in the cosmic void nearly 1 billion miles away from the rising sun Forbidden Land, there was a shocking change happening. Everyone's attention was drawn there, so they didn't have the time to think about Yi Xian's strange actions and subconsciously threw it to the back of their minds. Mech Beast, 8th Fusion, begin. In the void, Daoist seemed to have gone mad. He raised his head and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Boom! Rumble, Xianxia. As he gave the order, an earth-shattering rumble was heard again. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machinery breaking in. The so-called 8th mechanical fusion had finally begun. Xiao, roar. Screech. As this fusion unfolded, Zhangji, 31. The claw elephant beast and star python beast in front of Daoist immediately raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and screech. Immediately after, these two super war beasts charged forward. When they got close, their bodies suddenly stopped. Their limbs and large amounts of tentacles began to touch and entangle with each other. At the same time, Daoist, who looked no different from a human, shot out crazily as the aura in his body surged. In the blink of an eye, he entered the area where the two giant beasts were in contact and disappeared. Originally, according to his calculations, the 8th fusion of the entire mech race would be carried out with the mantis wing beast, claw elephant beast, and star python beast as the foundation. If it went smoothly, with the successful fusion of these three half-step Heavenly Dao Realms super war beasts, the ultimate war beast that would appear in the end would enter the true Heavenly Dao realm in one fell swoop. But now, on one hand, because the mantis wing beast had fallen, one of the three war beasts needed to carry out the 8th fusion was missing. On the other hand, although Daoist had already deduced 90% of the 8th fusion, there was still 10% of uncertainties that he had not completely figured out. Therefore, now that he wanted to forcefully carry out the 8th fusion in his fury, the only way was to replace the missing mantis wing beast and merge with the claw elephant beast and star python beast to support the successful completion of the 8th fusion. Rumble, Kachacha. At this moment, as Daoist's figure disappeared and merged with the war beasts, the claw elephant beast and star python beast that were already close to each other instantly increased their speed. The previous 7th fusion took a total of 4 hours. But this time, it was unknown whether it was because Daoist himself had joined in the fusion, or because there were only 2 super war beasts used to carry out the fusion. There were not many of them. In short, this so-called 8th fusion was surprisingly fast. In less than half an hour, the original bodies of the claw elephant beast and star python beast, which were originally intertwined with each other, could no longer be seen. They fused together and became a terrifying war beast that was more than 400 million miles long. At this moment, in the surrounding void, all the scouts and experts from the various clans and factions were shocked. All of them opened their mouths wide and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their expressions were extremely sluggish, and their bodies were trembling violently. But this time, none of them cried out in alarm. Because the terror in their hearts was truly too strong, and all of them had lost their voices. In less than half an hour, the claw elephant battle beast and the star python battle beast disappeared, including Daoist. In the universe void a billion miles away from the rising sun Forbidden Land, a terrifying mechanical war beast that was more than 400 million miles long was slowly stretching its huge limbs. However, there were still ear-piercing mechanical grinding sounds coming from its body. Obviously, this so-called 8th fusion was basically a success. Now, it was just some internal adjustments that were still ongoing. As the internal adjustments were carried out, the surrounding void also began to vibrate faintly. The aura emitted by the terrifying war beast that was more than 400 million miles long was getting stronger and stronger. Even the void fragment of the universe was almost unable to withstand it. In the face of all this, Yi Xian, who was a billion miles away at the edge of the rising sun Forbidden Land, remained unmoved. He had been quietly watching everything unfold, as if he really wanted to see if the mechanical army under Daoist's command could enter the true Heavenly Dao realm after the 8th fusion was successful. But now, as the aura emitted by this terrifying war beast became stronger and stronger, closer and closer to the true Heavenly Dao realm, a light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky above his head. In the next instant, as if in response to his call, an incomparably terrifying sound that shook the heavens suddenly came from high up in the sky. Boom! Rip! Immediately after the loud bang, a crack appeared in the void. The inside of the crack was extremely dark, but a huge green vertical eye suddenly opened. Chapter 4867. That's right. Just as Daoist, the claw elephant battle beast, and the star python battle beast were about to complete their 8th fusion, the three of them formed a terrifying battle beast that was more than 200 million kilometers in size. Just as the fine-tuning of its body was about to end and it was about to step into the true heavenly Tao realm, an accident happened. High up in the void, a thunderous explosion sounded. After the sound of ripping silk, a black void rift appeared. Within the rift, a gigantic green vertical eye suddenly opened. This green vertical eye was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. To be precise, it was only a projection avatar of the primeval heaven's eye. Its true body was probably carrying out some important arrangements, so it could only descend in the form of a projection avatar. Yi Xian was very certain of this. The instant he saw the heavenly Tao green eye, he was enlightened. This was because back in the primordial chaos void's forbidden mosquito grounds, he had once laid dormant and watched the true body of the primeval heaven's eye descend from afar. Although the aura of the two was the same, the pressure they emitted was different. Now, the gigantic green eye that appeared in the rift high up in the sky was clearly much weaker. But no matter how weak it was still a projection avatar of the primeval heaven's eye, a true heavenly Tao realm existence. At present, in this primordial chaos void fragment, it was definitely a supreme overlord that swept through everything. No one could contend against it, including Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected such a huge change in front of him. The end of the primordial chaos was about to descend, and the primordial chaos void fragment in front of him could be said to be vast and boundless. Even if it wasn't the most important fragment of the primordial chaos that had collapsed into countless pieces, it was likely to be ranked high. As such, as the end of the primordial chaos approached, the heavenly Tao green eye, which was the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Tao back then, paid close attention to the primordial chaos void fragment. Even if the heavenly Tao green eye had other arrangements and was unable to extricate itself, unable to pay attention to everything in this void, it definitely had a bottom line. Once this bottom line was exceeded, it would definitely trigger some kind of condition and attract the attention of the heavenly eye. At that time, even if the real body couldn't descend, it would at least send a projection clone to deal with this uncertain factor that had crossed his bottom line, and this so-called bottom line was clearly a true heavenly Tao realm expert. To put it simply, as the primordial world's apocalypse approached, be it the void fragment of the primordial world or the other void fragments of the present world like the three main dimensions, the heavenly Tao's eye of the heavenly Tao would absolutely not allow a true heavenly Tao realm existence to appear. Even if it was only a half-step heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of the primordial realm, he could turn a blind eye to it and ignore it for the time being. However, once a true heavenly Tao realm expert appeared, he would definitely descend to stop it. It was also because he had expected such a situation to occur that Yi Xian immediately disintegrated the mantis-winged battle beast and stored it in the Shenong treasure cauldron after seeing the claw elephant battle beast, and the star python battle beast fuse for the 8th time. Even the 3 magic hall battleships, and beasts outside the forbidden land of rising sun were repelled by him, including himself. He shrunk his body size and lowered his cultivation aura to the 8th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. His goal was to avoid attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao green eye as much as possible, so as to avoid being implicated. And now, with the earth-shattering sound coming from the sky, the black crack appeared and the green vertical eye opened. Without a doubt, it proved that Yi Xian's guess was correct. Kacha, boom. Rumble, almost in the next instant, an ear-piercing cracking sound came from the horizon. A ray of green light shot out from the vertical eye in the black crack. At first, it was not big, only about 10 feet, but as it fell, it instantly expanded. The speed was too fast. In less than half a breath, the green lightning, which was only a few feet long at first, had already turned into a vast sea of lightning. It completely submerged the terrifying giant beast that was undergoing its 8th fusion and had already progressed to the final stage of its internal adjustment. It was about to be completely completed. At this moment, an enormous bang shook the heavens. Continuous rumbling resounded from within the azure sea of lightning, and it caused one's heart to tremble. Boom, high in the sky, the roar came again, and this green lightning shot out. After it turned into a vast sea of lightning, the green vertical eye and the black crack closed again. Then, even the void crack disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Yi Xian sighed, retracted his gaze from the sky, and turned to look a billion miles ahead. In his line of sight, the green sea of lightning that covered an area of 5 to 600 million miles, completely submerging the terrifying giant beast that was about to complete its 8th fusion, was still raging. In the sea of lightning, there were mournful howls and roars from time to time. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside, he could roughly guess what was going on just by thinking about it. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to pay attention to what happened next. Although he'd already guessed all of this, his heart was incomparably heavy when it truly became a reality. Because this guess was true, it wasn't good news for him. It could even be said that this was a very big problem, and it was worrying. Whoosh! A faint sound of something breaking through the air sounded. Yi Xian did not continue to pay attention to what happened next. He turned around and shot toward the rising sun forbidden land behind him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After entering the rising sun forbidden land, Yi Xian immediately returned to the cave star. He was going to immediately enter seclusion and break through again. Although the battle with the 3 battle beasts of the mechanical race was very short, the gains he had obtained from the previous breakthrough had basically been completely integrated into his body and divine soul. Coupled with the return of the electronic doppelganger and the regurgitation of a part of the power, Yi Xian already felt like he was about to break through. Rumble. While thinking, he suddenly waved his hand and instantly summoned the Shinong cauldron. It hung behind the giant peak where the magic hall was located, floating in midair. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat down cross-legged above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Soon, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. There was even a large canopy of gray chaos herbs, which had a circumference of at least 10,000 feet. After preparing everything, he immediately activated the Shinong cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. In the blink of an eye, as he waved his hand, this nascent soul fist-sized round bead was instantly swallowed into Yi Xian's stomach and rapidly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble! Almost as soon as he swallowed all the cultivation resources, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from his body. The resources melted as soon as they entered his mouth, gathering into a majestic river of energy. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, they came from all directions and began to circulate continuously in his meridians until they were completely refined. Chapter 48-68. After circulating the great heavenly cycle time and time again, when the great river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body, it only took a single attack to break the shackles. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, primordial mighty figure level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the blood chi realm. Current realm, primordial mighty figure level 8. Level 8 mighty figure. Just one more step and he would be able to step into the great circle of the 9th stage. This was really exciting. Before this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation was at level 7 primordial mighty figure level 7. After activating the ancient ape demon bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach level 8 primordial mighty figure level 8. If he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reached level 9, his battle power would immediately soar to level 8 primordial supreme. Once his physical body's boundless chi and blood were added to his cultivation strength, his true combat strength could reach a level that was comparable to a 9th rank desolate supremacy. And now, with the arrival of this breakthrough, after Yi Xian activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body, he instantly possessed the cultivation of the great perfection of the ninth step of the primordial era. Under such circumstances, once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and entered level 9, his peak battle power would instantly reach level 9 Desolate Venerable. In addition, due to the huge physical body of 60 million miles, the blood chi that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end would increase his true battle power by another level. Yi Xian was able to display the strongest combat strength he could. Even though he was unable to achieve a true increase in level due to crossing over a large realm and truly stepping into the Heavenly Dao realm, he was definitely an invincible existence beneath the Heavenly Dao realm. In fact, he still had the Blood Sea's secret technique. If he used the Blood Sea's secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant, each possessing a terrifying battle power that was not weaker than a level 9 Desolate Venerable. Under such circumstances, if it was 3 against 1, even a 9th rank Desolate Supremacy would be crushed by him. If he were to use the Heavenly Meteorite Bow and other ultimate divine abilities and trump cards, the peak Desolate Supremacy of the 9th stage, who is also a half-step Heavenly Dao existence like the Void Tortoise, would be caught off guard and killed by a single arrow. It was definitely not impossible for him to die. However, even though he had successfully broken through this time, Yi Xian did not look happy at all. Instead, he looked a little disappointed and dispirited. This was because this time, he had originally wanted to forcefully welcome a double break, so that he could verify the guess that had suddenly appeared in his mind earlier. Previously, Yi Xian had seen the air, the claw elephant, and the star python that were about to enter the true Heavenly Dao realm due to their 8th fusion. However, at the moment before the fusion was complete, they were met with the descent of the Heavenly Dao's eyes projection avatar. They were forcefully obstructed in their Heavenly Dao path. It was because of this doubt that made him uneasy. Therefore, Yi Xian did not even have the interest to see what would happen to the air, the claw elephant, and the star python. He immediately rushed back to the cave abode star and began his seclusion. Previously, he was already a 7th rank mighty figure. If he were to welcome a double break, he would be a 9th rank mighty figure. As such, after activating the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine ability, he would instantly become a 1st rank primordial supreme. According to past experience, if he were to use the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine ability, then, in theory, Yi Xian would leap to become a Heavenly Dao realm expert. He did not know if the Heavenly Dao realm had 9 ranks or 9 sub-ranks. However, even if there were, he would be a 1st rank Heavenly Dao in the 9th transformation state. He wanted to see if using this bloodline divine ability to instantly enter the Heavenly Dao realm and become a 1st rank Heavenly Dao realm existence would trigger the suppression of the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Dao realm. The suppression of the Heavenly Dao, or should I say, whether he could successfully enter the 1st stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Unfortunately, the double break did not come. He was now only a 8th rank mighty figure. After activating the bloodline divine ability, he was only a 9th rank mighty figure. After entering the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he would only be a 9th rank primordial supreme in that state, although there was still the massive blood and chi power in his terrifying physical body that was 60 million kilometers in size to enhance his cultivation base. This time, because he was crossing a major realm, the enhancement of his physical body to his cultivation base could not really reach the level of a minor realm. Therefore, even though Yi Xian successfully broke through this time, his previous guess didn't come to a conclusion. As a result, the uneasiness in his heart was still there, so he naturally felt depressed and couldn't be happy. Looks like I can only wait until the next time I break through before I verify this guess in my heart. After a period of depression, Yi Xian muttered softly and sighed. He did not dwell on this matter for the time being. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the farmer god's treasure cauldron turned into a ray of light and was instantly absorbed into his body. Yi Xian's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already outside the rising sun forbidden land. He looked up and saw that the void battlefield in front of him was empty. Daoist and his mechanical clan army were long gone. After all, although his breakthrough this time was relatively fast, it took a full 12 days. It was impossible for Daoist to still stay here. Just as he frowned, a figure had already shot over. It was the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army. Yi Xian had silently teleported directly from the cave mansion to the rising sun forbidden land. Even the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise did not sense anything. However, the black-robed desolate sovereign was a primordial supreme after all. Obviously, he had sensed it. At this moment, the first thing he did was to report to Yi Xian the situation after he had left. After asking, he found out that the old guy, Daoist, had actually escaped this time. Under the raging suppression of the Sea of Lightning transformed by the green eye of the Heavenly Way's green eye, he was only injured and did not die. At that time, after Yi Xian had left, the Sea of Lightning that covered a radius of 500 to 600 million miles of the void raged for a full 10 breaths of time before dissipating. As the Sea of Lightning dissipated, the terrifying giant beast, which only needed the final internal adjustment to complete the 8th fusion, also showed its figure. However, its originally fused terrifying body of 400 million miles had been torn apart and turned into more than a dozen mechanical battle beasts of different sizes. This was a sign that it had been forcibly suppressed by the Heavenly Way and interrupted the 8th fusion. Moreover, because of this forced interruption by the external intervention, Daoist, who had gathered into this terrifying battle beast, and more than 80 million people of the mechanical clan under his command had obviously suffered a certain degree of reaction. Daoist's figure was battered and exhausted, and he was almost seriously injured. According to the black-robed desolate sovereign's estimation, more than 10 million people of the mechanical clan had died. This was because after being torn apart, the dozen battle beasts of different sizes had wounds on their bodies. It was a ghastly sight. Chapter 48-69. Although it was only a wave of green lightning, it was the work of the Heavenly Eye after all. It represented the suppression of the Heavenly Way, and its power was not to be underestimated. After the green lightning dissipated, Daoist was in a sorry state and was almost seriously injured. In addition, according to the black-robed desolate sovereign's estimation, more than 10 million of the 80 million members of the machinery clan had died. This was because after being torn apart, the dozen or so battle beasts of various sizes had wounds on their bodies. It was a ghastly sight. It was to the extent that they had lost their battle power for a short period of time. It was also because of this reason that Daoist did not dare to stay. He immediately took the dozen or so battle beasts and hurriedly turned around and fled in a sorry state. Everything that happened in the void outside the rising sun forbidden land spread throughout the eldritch land fragment in just 2 to 3 days. All the forces and races were shocked. On the one hand, they were shocked by the power of the machinery clan under Daoist. They had successfully completed 7 fusions in a row, and the final 3 battle beasts that appeared were all at the 9th order supreme primordial perfection. He had even almost succeeded in the 8th fusion. Moreover, from the terrifying aura that was emitted from the fused beasts that were more than 400 million miles in size, once the final 8th fusion was completed, Daoist's dream of the Heavenly Way would basically become a reality. From this point of view, all the strong people were even more vigilant against the Tianji clan. Although Daoist's machinery clan was mysterious, compared to them, Daoist's Tianji clan was obviously more powerful. Now that Daoist's machinery clan had been exposed, the Tianji clan still had not. This indeed made all parties extremely uneasy, including the Heavenly Way Alliance and the Magic Hall. They were all on guard. In addition, all parties were shocked by the terrifying means of the Master of the Magic Hall. Especially the higher-ups of the Heavenly Way Alliance, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood on the spot. This time, Daoist's machinery clan had suffered heavy losses. Even Daoist himself had suffered heavy injuries. However, not only was the Magic Hall not damaged at all, they had even snatched away a mantis-winged battle beast that was at the ninth order supreme primordial perfection. Furthermore, judging from the performance of this mantis-winged beast outside the forbidden land of Rising Sun, it was obvious that it had been completely refined and controlled by the master of the magic hall. Overnight, the magic hall had once again gained a top-notch half-step heavenly Dao realm combat power. It was so depressing that it made one want to vomit blood. Although there was no reaction from the Tianji clan, there was no doubt that after this incident, the Tianji clan's patriarch, De, would be even more cautious and fearful of the magic hall than the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The reason was very simple. The essence of the Tianji race and the mech race was actually the same, but basically, flesh and blood lifeforms had no way of seizing the bodies of mechanical and electronic lifeforms, or suppressing them on the level of consciousness. Because they were existences of different forms. However, the master of the magic hall had done it. Furthermore, he had done it so quickly and so strangely. Although it was the machinery race under De who had suffered a huge loss this time, if it had been the Tianji race, they would have suffered the same result. Just based on this point alone, it was enough for De to view the master of the magic hall as a major threat. To the upper echelons of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, this was perhaps the only news that made them feel a little gratified. This was because from now on, the Tianji race, who had always been targeting the Human Federation, would most likely target the Magic Hall, and this was the result that they wanted to see the most. Of course, what made the experts the most alarmed, and it could even be said that their souls were cold, was the descent of the projection of the primeval heaven's eye. Before this, no one had realized that as the doomsday of the untainted land approached, the way of heaven of the untainted land, which had given up on controlling a large number of void fragments of the untainted land after the battle in the untainted land, was gradually trying to control these void fragments of the untainted land again. This time, De and the entire machinery race under his command had attempted to use the 8th fusion method to break through to the true Heavenly Dao realm. However, at the final juncture of success, they had been destroyed by the projection of the Heavenly Dao's eye. This was clear proof. This was clearly the suppression of the Heavenly Dao, which represented the will of the Heavenly Dao. It did not allow a second Heavenly Dao level existence to appear in the void that it controlled. After realizing that the will of the primordial Heavenly Dao was gradually returning, everyone's hearts sank. All this time, regardless of whether it was the various large and small void fragments or the current 3 major starry sky main planes, the various experts had basically developed freely. Even if the experts of the starry sky broke through to a higher realm, they would still face heavenly tribulations. However, this was just an unconscious reaction of the laws of the Heavenly Dao after sensing it. But now, the Heavenly Dao's eye, which represented the will of the primordial Heavenly Dao, was gradually returning. To all the experts of the starry sky, there was suddenly an invisible sharp blade above their heads. If anyone was not pleasing to the eye, a great calamity would befall them at any time. The unconscious suppression of the laws of the Heavenly Dao and the conscious suppression of the Heavenly Dao's eye, which represented the will of the primordial Heavenly Dao, were 2 completely different concepts. In particular, the powerful experts of the primordial era and the primordial supremes of the various large factions had extremely heavy hearts. Even De was not allowed to lead the entire machinery race to break through to the true Heavenly Dao realm using this method. The primeval heavens I had instantly sent a projection clone to suppress them. In that case, if they were to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm normally in the future, the suppression they would face would be even more intense. Furthermore, as long as the primeval heavens I did not allow a second will of the Heavenly Dao to appear, then all the experts of the starry sky who tried to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm would probably end up either dead or injured. Previously, Yi Xian was also worried about this. But now, it was obvious that the top echelons of the various factions were also worried about this matter. It was precisely because of this that for a time, this vast and boundless fragment of the primitive world seemed to be imperceptibly shrouded by a wisp of dense haze. The various forces did not make any unusual movements and temporarily quieted down. And after Yi Xian understood the situation, he turned around and returned to the cave abode star. At that moment, Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the rest of the 7 beautiful cultivators were still in seclusion to stabilize their newly attained desolate supremacy cultivation. As for the purplish warbler, Duamu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, they had long entered seclusion and were trying their best to raise their cultivation. The entire cave abode star was quiet. Yi Xian sat above the magic hall at the peak of the towering mountain. With a wave of his hand, 4 beams of light shot out instantly, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These 4 beams of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they were suspended in midair in front of the towering mountain. Against the wind, they expanded and transformed into 4 colossal objects that were more than 10 million feet in diameter. They were the 4 great starry sky battle claws that had completed the hardware upgrade. Void battle claws. Weeping soul battle claws. Time battle claws. And blood mosquito battle claws. At that moment, the 4 great battle claws were conjured. In the void in front of Yi Xian, they formed a horizontal row, looking extraordinarily mighty.